Fortunately, the system's answer dispelled Qi Li's idea. It turns out that it is not that he is ignorant, but that this thing is indeed something in the blind spot of knowledge. If that's the case, then I'll stop him now. In the battle, Qi Lu will not pay attention to benevolence and morality. This is not a discussion between friends, but a life and death battle with an enemy. Those who talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality are all brains. Otherwise, the villain will die too much. Although Qi Lu was very optimistic about those moral and noble people, he will never be such a person. System, host, don't say that this system hits you, you really can't stop this summoning magic circle. What do you mean by that? Qi Lu, who was suddenly splashed with cold water by the system, asked in dissatisfaction. System, it doesn't make any sense. If the host doesn't believe in this system, then the host can try it, and he will understand what it means. Mysterious, is there anything I can't say? Qi Lu gave a tisk in disgust, then stepped forward, straddling the void, raising the 9-section whip in his hand. The wrist shook violently. She'd dash. The 9-section whip pierced out like a spirit snake, and the sharp sound off-breaking through the air also sounded. Violent fighting chi gathered on the tip of the whip, like a fierce beast opening its bloody mouth, overflowing with suffocation. With Qi Li's control and explosion of his own power, even though the momentum off the 9-section whip is not very big, even if it is a steel-cast city wall, it will be shattered. It's only now to stop it, don't you think it's a bit late? Duan Wenxin watched the 9-section whip get closer, but there was a hint of contempt on her face. Just as the 9-section whip was about to approach, the scarlet pattern in front of Duan Wenxin's body suddenly released a layer of pale red mist. The two collided immediately. There was no sound, and there was not much movement. This layer of fog, like a ball of cotton, blocked Qi Li's attack and absorbed the power in it. And the most bizarre thing is that when the battle chi attached to the 9-section whip collided with this layer of reddish mist, it seemed as if it was swallowed up by this layer of mist and disappeared without a trace. Auto-protector, it really is a summoning magic circle that has been passed down. It's really powerful. With just a small test, Qi Lu figured out where Duan Wenxin's confidence came from. The summoning magic circle that can automatically protect the master is indeed very rare. And the power of the protector is so strong to summon the magic circle. Qi Li's really the first time to see it, and maybe it will be the last time. After all, the original intention of arranging the summoning magic circle was not for defense, but for summoning. Therefore, this kind of summoning magic circle with its own function of protecting the master is actually a bit like a crooked way, not the mainstream. System, if you don't listen to the system, you will suffer in front of you. Bah, is this the time to talk nonsense? Why don't you hurry up and find a solution? Qi Lu spat and said aloud. Seeing that the scarlet pattern in front of Duan Wenxin's body became clearer and clearer, and the function of summoning the magic circle became more and more perfect, if he didn't want to do anything, maybe the god of forging would really come out. That would really be a big problem. System, host, it's not that this system doesn't want to help you, it's really running out of time. Time is running out? When Qi Lu heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, then fixed his eyes on Duan Wenxin. Could it be? It also takes time to figure it out. Especially in the face of this kind of inheritance-like summoning magic circle, it is even more necessary to consider all aspects. After all, this kind of inheritance-type summoning magic circle, even if it is a knowledgeable system, may not have relevant information. God of forging, your devout believer, the current master of the casting hall, Duan Wenxin, I hereby implore you to show a miracle. Just as Qi Li's gaze turned away, Duan Wenxin had withdrawn his left hand. Immediately, there was a humble voice on his face, like a prayer. Moreover, Qi Lu also noticed that Duan Wenxin's appearance at the moment was much older than before, as if he had overdrawn his lifespan. Sure enough, he sacrificed his own life essence. Qi said clearly, but his eyes were a little dignified. There are not many things in this world that deserve to be arrogant like Duan Wenxin. Especially in front of this unique summoning magic circle, it is even more vigilant. God of forging, may you answer the call of your devout believers. The way of Advent, open. Duan Wenxin didn't pay attention to Qi Li's gaze, but continued to pray devoutly with a solemn expression. At this moment, Duan Wenxin was the most humble believer, praying for the God she believed in to come into the world. Call. As the voice of Duan Wenxin's last word fell, the summoning magic circle that appeared in front of Duan Wenxin's body instantly turned into a burst of crimson smoke, and then spread to the entire sky. At the same time, a heart palpitations. The feeling also suddenly appeared in Qi Li's heart. It's bad now. Here comes the trouble. The feeling of heart palpitations, Qi Li didn't know how long she hadn't felt it. Now that this kind of emotion suddenly appeared, Qi Li certainly didn't think it would be a good thing. In fact, with the enhancement of Qi Li's strength and the improvement of his realm, this sudden emotion can be attributed more to an intuition or a hunch. Palpitations are naturally a foreboding of danger. Boom. At the moment when the crimson smoke dissipated, this world suddenly made a breathtaking roar. In an instant, the sky and the earth shook, the wind and clouds changed, and the sun and the moon did not shine. The doomsday-like scene made everyone in this world stop their movements, looking at the surrounding environment with anxiety and panic on their faces. At this moment, both the practitioners in the Hall of Castings and the Bufamily members were filled with consternation and fear. There is no one who is not afraid of death. It's just that in many cases, the responsibility on the body will make people forget their fears and dare to face death. However, when faced with such a doomsday-like scene, the feeling is completely different. The fear in your heart will breed uncontrollably, making people shudder and tremble. Who is calling me? Between heaven and earth, an extremely majestic voice came out. As if the world was talking, the majesty of the heavens and the sky was so mighty that people couldn't help shivering. The terrifying coercion made everyone's legs weak, and they couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and bow their heads to show their humility and piety. What terrifying coercion is this? It can be so powerful. Ziyun was also shocked, her eyes showed consternation, and she couldn't help muttering to herself. The members of the Dragon clan have always been arrogant, but in the face of such a mighty heavenly might, they had to be overwhelmed by it. God of Forging really answered. Do you think it's time for me to run away? System, help me make a choice. Qi Li silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then asked, in his mind. In the battle with Duan Wenxin, Qi Li has confidence. But fighting with the God of Forging, Qi Li felt a little guilty. After all, this is the first god that Qi Li has come into contact with, so there is nothing wrong with being cautious. System, don't worry about the host, this system thinks that you can take a look at the situation first, and it's okay to run if the situation is not good. Very standard answer. But there was nothing wrong with the answer, but Qi Li raised his eyebrows. You haven't forgotten to take a peek at my thoughts at this critical moment, you really have something. This answer actually appeared in Qi Li's heart a long time ago. And asking the system is just that Qi Li wants to see if the system has any other way to solve the current situation. Who knows that the system will directly steal this answer and use it? System, don't talk nonsense, host. When did this system peek at your thoughts? This is called borrowing. How can borrowing be called peeking? You better stop arguing. Wait a moment, if I'm about to be beaten to death, just remember to save me in time. Having been with the system for so long, Qi Li has long lost his temper. There is nothing to worry about with a second fool, and if you talk too much, you will appear to have a low IQ. System, okay. The noble God of Forging is me, your most devout believer, calling you. After Duan Wenxin heard this voice, he immediately landed on one knee in the void, expressing his loyalty. I don't know when the heavy hammer was put away. Are you the one who got my token? The mighty voice sounded again. The token mentioned in the words also reminded Qi Lu of this incident. The token of the god of forging is not the summoning magic circle that has been passed down. Because of this unique summoning magic circle, if you guessed correctly, it should have only one function. That is to communicate with the god of blacksmithing. Therefore, it is necessary to obtain inheritance to be eligible to arrange. And this inheritance is probably something left by the god of forging. The believer Duan Wenxin is extremely honored to receive your token. Today, I have no choice but to disturb your cleaning. I only ask the great god of forging to help your believers clear the obstacles. Duan Wenxin still spoke very respectfully. Just after Duan Wenxin finished saying these words, the god of forging was silent. It is impossible for the gods to agree to the demands of believers so easily, otherwise, the power of the gods is too cheap. However, Duan Wenxin did not continue to ask, but knelt down on one knee with a humble face, quietly waiting for the answer from the god of forging. The silence did not last long, and the silence was quickly broken. A devout believer, I grant your request. The voice between heaven and earth spoke slowly. The tone was as majestic as before, and there was no emotion at all. Now, accept the gift that belongs to you. In the next instant, a majestic force like the sea appeared between this piece of heaven and earth, and then poured into Duan Wenxin's body. Duan Wenxin also closed his eyes and began to accept and digest this power. Qi Lu, who was not far away, clearly felt that in this power, there is the fate of heaven and earth. Improve the power of believers directly, even at the expense of their own luck. It seems that the god of forging should not be able to appear in this world. This scene also made Qi Lu think of a guess. The world barrier is not for decoration. In the face of Duan Wenxin's plea, the god of forging would rather consume his own destiny than appear in this world. It is very likely that he was blocked by the world barrier. This is good news. At least there is no need to worry about the god of blacksmithing himself. Really, it made me worry for so long before, so this guy can't come here. Qi Lu patted his heart and let out a breath. To snatch the power of faith with the god of blacksmithing is Qi Li's loss. What's more, the strength of the god of forging can be seen from the power given to Duan Wenxin. Absolutely outrageously strong. So this time, he was lucky that he was not targeted by the god of forging. However, just when Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Above the sky, a thunder like a mad dragon suddenly appeared and slammed into Qi Lu. Qi Lu was not given any reaction time at all. Puff! The violent force bombarded Qi Lu, causing Qi Lu to spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole body was in extreme pain, and even the internal organs were injured to varying degrees, so that every breath could bring severe pain. Cough cough. Damn, how could this be? The appearance of this thunder was so abrupt that even Qi Lu didn't notice it. By the time I felt something in my heart, it was too late to dodge. The power of thunder is indeed the most violent power. Even with Qi Li's physique, it would be unbearable when he was attacked like this, and he was seriously injured. Those who steal the power of faith will be severely punished. This time, it's just a lesson. But at this moment, the majestic voice between heaven and earth sounded. It made Qi Lu understand that the attack just now was actually the handwriting of the god of forging. You can launch such a terrifying attack without even revealing your face. You really don't deserve the title of a god. Qi Lu, who endured the pain all over his body, couldn't help but sigh. Hero-level powerhouse, in front of the gods, is really not enough to see. Judging from the power of the thunder just now, the god of blacksmithing definitely possesses a power that surpasses the peak power of the powerhouse. You know, it was an attack that crossed the world barrier just now. Can have such terrifying destructive power. The realm of the god of forging is so high and powerful that it is enough Tobe called unfathomable. Fortunately, the world barrier does work. Because after the thunder dissipated, the god of forging did not launch any other attacks. It seems that there should be no way to attack again. Otherwise, judging from the tone of the god of forging, he definitely wanted to kill Qi Lu, so it was impossible to give up such a good opportunity. Thank you for the gift of the god of forging. Your devout believer will always believe in you. At this moment, Duan Wenxin also opened his eyes. The power given to him by the god of forging has all been digested and transformed into his own power. The mighty coercion burst out, like a sky-high momentum. As vast as the sea, as majestic as the abyss. After the people on the ground felt this coercion, both the practitioners in the casting hall and the Bu family members could only kneel on the ground and tremble. The majesty Duan Wenxin unleashed at this moment was like this world. Huang Tianwei, unstoppable. Strong class. Qi Lu resisted this coercion and frowned. Qi Lu, who has the skill of mind shock, is not afraid of any majesty. But the real power crushing is not a problem that can be solved by the mind-shocking skills. The power given to Duan Wenxin by the god of forging is mixed with the fate of heaven and earth, so Qi Lu had already guessed that Duan Wenxin would definitely be promoted to the powerhouse level. But what Qi Lu did not expect was that when Duan Wenxin was promoted, the god of forging would surprise him once. As a result, Qi Lu is now seriously injured and his combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. This guy, the god of forging, really has a grudge. Qi Lu looked up at the sky. With the promotion of Duan Wenxin, the coercion that belonged to the god of forging has disappeared. It seems that the previous summoning magic circle that used blood as the base and Xuanhuan as the feed would not last long. This is a great fortune among misfortunes. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Just thinking of the attack of the god of forging made Qi Lu a little angry. It is really unbearable for a dignified god of forging to do something as despicable as a sneak attack. It's just that Qi Lu will not find himself uncomfortable. If you want to settle accounts with the god of forging, you will have to wait until the realm is improved in the future. As for now, it is better to honestly solve Duan Wenxin. System, lend me some strength, let me quickly get rid of this guy in front of, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Thinking of this, Qi Lu spoke to the system without hesitation. At the level of a hero, fighting against the power of the strong, Qi Lu has not been arrogant to this point. The combat power of these two realms is not on the same level at all. It's not something that combat experience can make up for at all. System, I'm sorry, host, if this system does not detect errors, the god of forging seems to have blocked the power level of this world before leaving. What did you say? When Qi Lu heard the system's words, he almost jumped up on the spot. That damn guy, the god of forging, just attacked Lao Tzu, but when he left at end, he even gave Lao Tzu a wave? Qi Lu, who learned the news, was so dangerous that he couldn't hold back, and almost vomited fragrance. System, yes, host, you have not misunderstood, because this world does not have the fate of heaven and earth, nor the will of heaven and earth, so it isn't difficult to temporarily block the power level with the power of the forging god. System, according to the investigation of this system, the power level of the host is limited to the hero level, and the time is about 3 days. In other words, apart from Duan Wenxin, people in this world can't use more than hero-level power at the most? Qi Lu gritted his teeth. System, that's right. Asshole. Qi Lu knew in his heart that this blockade was deliberately aimed at him by the god of forging. After all, in this world, the only person who can break through the hero level and be promoted to the power level realm is Qi Lu. Duan Wenxin was only successfully promoted to the realm of the powerhouse level with the help of the power of the god of forging. So the goal of the god of forging is obvious. Moreover, in the past 3 days, as far as the battle in Yuanshan City was concerned, the day lily was cold, so what else was there to fight? Qi Lu, give up your heart, the casting hall is not an opponent you can defeat. However, I will bury you beautifully, as a warning to future generations, don't try to challenge the majesty of the casting hall. Duan Wenxin, who received the gift of the god of forging, looked at Qi Lu proudly. And in Duan Wenxin's eyes, the expression on Qi Li's face at the moment was, without a doubt, panic. This also made Duan Wenxin's tone even more arrogant. Bah, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, the god offering is not a good thing, and you are not a good thing. Qi Lu spat unceremoniously, and then cursed loudly. Anyone who is so secretly calculated will not feel relieved. What's more, Qi Lu is not a magnanimous person, and the anger in his heart is even greater. Sharp teeth and sharp mouths, stubborn and disrespectful to the god offering. Damn you! Duan Wenxin's face suddenly became extremely cold. Duan Wenxin had just received the gift of the god of blacksmithing and gained such a powerful power. At this moment, Duan Wenxin could be said to respect and worship the god of blacksmithing extremely. Now I hear that Qi Lu dares to be big. Cursing the god of forging, Duan Wenxin's heart was naturally full of anger. Despicable gods, not worthy of respect. Qi Lu scoffed at Duan Wenxin's anger. If this god of forging came out to fight in an upright manner, and didn't make these small moves, then Qi Lu would feel more at ease. At least when it comes to the power of belief, Qi Lu does have a little guilty conscience. But this one-handed sneak attack, plus one-handed calculation, is really not something a good person can do. Therefore, Qi Lu is not guilty now, and even thinks it is right. Why do you say that? Because in any case, the god of forging is an outsider to this world. The power of faith did not write the name of the god of forging, so the god offering said that Qi Lu stole his power of faith, which was a mistake. This is like robbing believers, whoever others are willing to believe is what others mean. If I don't believe in you anymore, it must be something wrong with what you are doing. In fact, this situation is similar to starting a company. There are many reasons why employees want to change jobs, but in any case, the boss of the company can't say that the employee can only work in his company. Isn't that rhetoric? But now, the practice of the god of forging is equivalent to his employees being poached by Qi Lu, and he is not convinced, so he finds someone to beat Qi Lu. It's strange that Qi Lu doesn't scold people. The people who co-authored this world were all raised by your god of forging, only believe in you? Isn't this neuropathy? Moreover, if one really wants to say the true master of the power of faith, it should also be the will of heaven and earth in this world. Because only the heaven and earth that gave birth to these people, when they obtain the power of these beliefs, can they be qualified to say that they are justifiable. As for the others, they are all thieves under the guise of orthodoxy. And this god of forging, compared with the will of heaven and earth in this world, is even more of an outsider among outsiders, and he is not as close to Qi Lu as yet. Moreover, Qi Lu also suspected that the previous will of heaven and earth might have been done away by the god of forging. That Qi Lu grabbed the power of faith from the god of blacksmithing was even more at ease. Not for anything else, but to avenge the previous will of heaven and earth. What's more, Zhu Bao, the current will of heaven and earth in this world, is still on Qi Li's body now, and his bloodline cannot be 100 times purer than that of the god of forging. So what should be scolded must be scolded. And not only scolding, but when the realm goes up and the strength is enough, Qi Lu will go to the god of forging and talk about it. Teach him what is etiquette, what are rules, what is freedom of belief. But these are things in the future, and the most important thing now is to deal with the problems at hand. Duan Wenxin was about to go berserk at this moment because he heard Qi Lu scolding the god of forging. Dare to insult the god of blacksmithing, Qi Lu, you must die today. Duan Wenxin gave a loud shout, then raised his hand and waved. The tyrannical force swept in, like a tidal wave, slapping towards Qi Lu. In an instant, the surrounding space erupted violently, and then, cracks continued to appear, and then shattered. The terrifying power is like a man-devouring beast. An unparalleled suffocating chi filled this world, causing everyone who felt this suffocating chi to feel cold all over. The power of the powerhouse level is by no means comparable to that of the hero level. Especially when Duan Wenxin didn't fully control this power at all. Because those powerhouse level powers who have completely controlled their own power will not easily do such a waste of their own power. Although the energy of those powerhouse level powers escaping during the battle is enough to cause huge damage. But attacks like Duan Wenxin's that don't consider waste at all are still rare. This power is the Lord of the Palace. It is the power of the Lord of the Palace. With such a powerful force, our casting hall is indeed a place blessed by the god of forging. The casting hall will win. I hope to follow the Lord of the Hall forever. The casting hall will last forever. My subordinates and others, I wish to follow the hall master forever. After feeling the suffocating energy that burst out from Duan Wenxin, the practitioners in the hall of casting became excited. Tyrannical power is what everyone desires. But not everyone has this kind of aptitude and can gain tyrannical power. So at times like these, the desire starts to shift, to join a powerful force and follow a true powerhouse. Most of the practitioners who joined the Hall of Casting had this idea. Therefore, the stronger Duan Wenxin's strength and realm are, the happier and more at ease they will naturally be in their hearts. After all, when their own strength is not good, who doesn't want to follow a good big brother? However, this situation is not very friendly to the Bu family. The terrifying suffocation that seemed to choose someone to devour shocked everyone in the Bu family. Their faces were pale, their legs were weak, and their bodies were trembling. This is the coercion from the powerhouse level power, and it is not something that willpower can resist. What a terrible power, such a tyrannical power. Does the Bu family really have any hope of winning? Hold on, you must hold on. Even if you die, you can't embarrass the Bu family. But can you really win? In the face of such a terrifying force. Even if you lose, you have to lose with guts. Although the Bu family members were gloomy, they did not bow their heads after all. Shaking is a normal response to terrifying forces. But bearing the responsibilities and the backbone given to them after the rise of the Bu family, the people of the Bu family are not afraid even if their legs are weak. I believe that Qi Gongzi, the Bu family will not lose this battle. Sitting in the study, Bu Yuyan didn't show the slightest panic even though her face was pale. At this time it was of little significance for the cast hall and the Bu family to fight to death. Because of the outcome of this battle, the battle between Duan Wenxin and Qi Lu was completely placed at this moment. As long as the battle in the sky is decided, the battle below will end. System, are you really going to help me think of a way? I might really die at his time. Qi Lu stared blankly at Duan Wenxin's attack at a rapid pace. On the surface, he was calm, but he actually broke his throat in his heart. No way, the gap in hard power still has to be made up by the power of the system. Leapfrog combat may be Qi Li's specialty, but death is not. System, host, wait a moment, this system is trying to help you find a way. It may be that the situation is urgent, so the system doesn't say anything nonsense, but the action is not very fast. Okay, well, I'll try my best to hold on. Have to. When Qi Lu got the answer, he responded helplessly in his heart. It's just that the attack is close to the front, but there is no time for Qi Lu to continue helpless. The storm gathers. Hearing a loud shout, the 9-section whip in Qi Li's hand had turned into a long knife. The douqi condensed on the long knife was like an eye of a storm, and in just a split second, a circle of storm layers visible to the naked eye gathered around Qi Lu. Then, as Qi Lu raised his hand, he took out the knife. Break the air. The wind howled, the storm was like a tornado, biting forward. The huge momentum caused the world to shake, and the situation changed. Even the earth was torn apart by the escaping gust of wind, and the rubble raised in the sky was caught in the storm, like ice cubes thrown into hot water, and quickly melted. I don't know what to say if I resist stubbornly. Duan Wenxin laughed when he saw that Qi Lu dared to fight back. How do you know if you don't try? Rather than blindly defending, I think attacking is the most suitable choice for me. Qi Lu raised the corner of his mouth, not paying any attention to Duan Wenxin's sneer. Suddenly gaining powerful power will indeed affect a person's xinqing, especially when the person is arrogant and arrogant. Boom, boom. The attacks of the two collided, and a loud bang resounded through the sky. Then, there was a sound like thunder. The two majestic forces collided with each other, shattering the space and tearing the sky. A circle of air waves suddenly surged out, and then quickly spread out, shaking the void along the way out of cracks. Under this violent force, even the ground far from the sky was not spared. In an instant, the city wall of Yuanshan City was crushed by this air wave and turned into stone powder. Of all the people in the affected area, almost no one can escape. At this moment, whether it is the practitioners of the casting hall or the Bufamily members, they are all in the same situation. Under this violent force, they are all fish on the chopping board. No resistance at all. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Qi Li's mouth. Qi Lu, who was originally seriously injured, now only feels that there is no pain in his entire body. The internal organs are even more like a fire, and the unbearable pain is constantly coming out. If it hadn't been sneak attacked by that damn god of forging, maybe it would have lasted for a while. Qi Lu, clutching her heart, panted hard. With the attack just now, Qi Lu had done his best, but he still lost to Duan Wenxin's attack. The powerhouse-level power is indeed tyrannical and unparalleled. But the sneak attack of the god of forging was the most deadly place, which greatly restricted Qi Li's combat effectiveness. You do have some skills, but that's about it. Duan Wenxin looked at Qi Lu and said proudly. But in Duan Wenxin's eyes, there was a bit of ferocity and undisguised killing intent. Since you dare to offend the foundry hall and dare to insult the god of forging, then you must use your life to atone for your sins, to warn the world that the foundry hall cannot be insulted. The god of blacksmithing can't be humiliated. It's true that if there is a master, there must be a servant. This arrogant and domineering son is really in the same line. Qi Lu took a deep breath, endured the pain, and said aloud. Although before the battle, Qi Lu didn't speak any morals or show any sympathy. However, Qi Lu still did little of the sneak attack. What's more, it's really shameless to sneak attack on a person who is so much weaker than himself. It's just that Qi Lu won't say anything if he wins or loses, he just keeps vigilant in his heart to prevent himself from being attacked next time. The enemy, you always have to guard against his various means. You're probably just stubborn now. When Duan Wenxin heard the words, he sneered at first, and then said contemptuously, "Don't worry, since you dare to insult the god of forging, I'd assumed that you will not die easily. I will crush your bones one by one before you die. Then watch you struggle in pain. I'll let you understand what it's like to offend the foundry hall." At the end of the day, Duan Wenxin's face was already filled with a violent look, and he looked at Qi Lu as if he was looking at a dead person. If you can do it, then try it. Qi Lu slowly adjusted his breathing, then slowly raised the long knife in his hand and pointed at Duan Wenxin diagonally. Even if he is seriously injured, he has nothing to fear. Fight to fight. If you have the courage, then you will die in the painful struggle. Duan Wenxin didn't say any more. He opened his arms, and the vindictive energy in his body burst out violently. The mighty momentum and the majestic coercion made even this world change. This power is really terrifying. Qi Lu took a deep breath slowly. Even though he once had a power that was many times stronger than the current Duan Wenxin, Qi Li's real realm was still heroic. borrowed power doesn't last long. And now I can't even borrow it, I can only support myself. However, just when Qi Lu was thinking about how to hold on, a system voice suddenly appeared in his mind. System, host, after the unremitting efforts of this system finally woke Zhu Bao up. Cast treasure? Qi Lu, who was about to let go, was stunned when he heard the words. But soon, a look of sudden realization appeared on Qi Li's face, and he slapped his forehead suddenly. Yes, I still have the big killer Zhu Bao here. Why did I forget it before? It's really a mistake when I'm nervous. After the system and Zhu Bao negotiated the terms before, Zhu Bao fell into a deep sleep. After a long time, Qi Lu almost forgot the existence of Zhu Bao. Now that I was reminded by the system, I suddenly remembered. The world's will of heaven and earth is in our hands, why should we be afraid of the outsider, the god of forging? Hey, it's you who woke me up this time, but what's the urgency? Zhu Bao's arrogant voice also appeared in Qi Li's mind. But this arrogance, it has capital. As the will of heaven and earth, it is basically impossible to want to be approachable. Heaven and earth are ruthless, so that everything can be treated equally, and we will not deliberately favor one side. However, Zhu Bao is still a long way from this realm. Of course it's urgent, Qi Lu replied immediately after hearing Zhu Bao's voice. Look at the person in front of me first. Huh? Who is he? After waiting for a while, Zhu Bao's voice sounded again. It doesn't matter who he is. What matters is that this guy not only competes with you for the power of faith, but also occupies the fate of heaven and earth that should belong to you. I originally wanted to seek justice from him, but my strength is not enough. When Qi Lu said this, the expression on his face changed, and it suddenly turned to sadness and tears. The high acting skills can be described as superb. System, host, awesome. Of course, that guy Duan Wenxin is allowed to be called a person, can't you let me be called a person too? Qi Lu silently answered the system's compliments in his heart. But on the surface, it is still sad, as if resenting his own lack of strength. What? There is such a thing. As expected by Qi Lu, Zhu Bao's temper came up as soon as his voice fell. Is this not taking me seriously? How arrogant is like casting treasure, how could he be willing to give his things to others? In particular, things like heaven and earth fortune that even cast treasures don't have much of their own, it is even more precious. And in Duan Wenxin's body, he does have the luck of heaven and earth. So what Qi Lu said became a fact in Zhu Bao's eyes. You did a good job, it doesn't matter if your strength is not good, I will write down the credit for you first, and the next thing will be handed over Tom. After Zhu Bao was angry, he did not forget to comfort Qi Lu. Then it was said in a big way. System, host, it seems that this kind of thing, this system still has to ask you a lot for advice. The words are heavy, the words are heavy. Qi Lu listened to the system's compliments, and felt extremely proud in his heart. To fool a newborn will of heaven and earth is not something that is easy to do. Since Duan Wenxin dared to call the god of blacksmithing to save his life, Qi Lu had nothing to be polite. It was as if no one could call someone. Boom. The loud noise also indicated that Duan Wenxin's attack had already begun. Qi Lu squinted his eyes and saw that in the sky, a giant hammer made of majestic fighting qi was slowly falling. The terrifying aura and enormous power seemed to be able to tear apart all obstacles blocking the front. It's a well-targeted attack. Qi Lu took a deep breath and watched as the Douqi giant hammer gradually fell. The speed is not fast, but Qi Lu knows that under his feet is Yuanshan City. If he avoids it, then Yuanshan City will definitely be turned into powder under this giant Douqi hammer. Under the full blow of the powerhouse-level power, a mere city-state will not leave such things as ruins at all. Ruined walls are a luxury. So Qi Lu did not hide but stood quietly in the void, looking at Duan Wenxin calmly. Is this ready to lead to death? That's a wise choice. Duan Wenxin was also looking at Qi Lu. Seeing this scene, he immediately said with a playful expression. Don't be too happy, the outcome is not certain. Qila narrowed his eyes slightly and replied with a profound meaning. Dying. After Duan Wenxin received the power rewarded by the god of forging, he never thought about losing at all. Because it is impossible to lose. The giant fighting chi hammer slowly fell, and the violent pressure also covered the entire distant mountain city. All the people who stayed in the distant mountain city were looking at the sky with fearful faces at the moment, wanting to escape, but the body suppressed by this coercion could not move at all. I wanted to shout, but even breathing became very difficult. Outside the distant mountain city, the people in the casting hall had already started cheering. Because as long as this giant fighting chi hammer hits the ground, the distant mountain city will disappear from now on. This battle will also come to an end. However, just when everyone felt that the situation was clear, a mutation appeared. The giant fighting chi hammer in the sky, like white snow irradiated by the blazing sun, began to melt away quickly. In just a few breaths, it dissipated completely, as if it had never appeared. This scene was something Duan Wenxin could never have imagined. How is this possible? What happened? Duan Wenxin's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief. Then he turned his head sharply and looked at Qi Lu. It's you. No, it's impossible. After throwing the ridiculous guesses in his mind out of his mind, Duan Wenxin's face suddenly turned hideous. You're right, it really isn't me. Qila smiled. Just when Duan Wenxin wanted to say something, a mighty voice between heaven and earth suddenly rang out. It's me. The mighty sound of his voice is more than 10 times stronger than the previous god of forging. As if the whole world resonated with it, Xuanhuan Tianwei instantly suppressed all other forces. This is the true will of heaven and earth, representing the will of heaven and earth in this whole world. Even if Zhu Bao is just a new will of heaven and earth, as long as you are in his world, its power is by no means comparable to that of an outsider. You. Who are you? Duan Wenxin was startled by this mighty voice, and hurriedly looked around with a vigilant expression on his face. However, with Duan Wenxin's perception, it was impossible to detect where Zhu Bao was. I am the will of this world. Zhu Bao continued. The arrogance in the voice and the high-pitched tone can suppress all the arrogance. Heaven and earth. Will. No. Impossible. Duan Wenxin's face first flashed a moment of surprise and consternation, followed by anger on his face. This world belongs to the god of forging. You can't have the will of this world. You are lying to me. Duan Wenxin roared angrily. Because in Duan Wenxin's heart, the status of the god of forging is equal to the will of heaven and earth, and it also represents the will of the casting hall. After all, before Zhu Bao was born, there really was no such thing as the will of heaven and earth in this world. Therefore, it is normal for Duan Wenxin to have doubts about Zhu Bao. However, it is true to doubt. But Zhu Bao's temper was not so good. Presumptuous. How dare you offend Tianwei? When Zhu Bao heard that he would be questioned by Duan Wenxin, he didn't keep his hands at all, and broke out on the spot, and the monstrous anger was directly vented on Duan Wenxin. Punish. As soon as this word came out, all the power between heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. Even the air stopped flowing. Then in the next second, the thunder of the sky suddenly came out. Now, he directly attacked Duan Wenxin. The terrifying power contained in it made Qi Lu, who was standing on the side, have a creepy feeling. Is this the power of the will of heaven and earth? Qi Lu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, secretly rejoicing that Zhu Bao was on his side. Do not. Even Duan Wenxin, who was promoted to the powerhouse level, was unable to move at all after being locked by Zhu Bao. This is the power of the will of heaven and earth, completely controlled. The thunder of the sky was not wasted at all, and all of it slammed into Duan Wenxin. A dignified powerhouse-level expert, but there is no room for resistance. Just in the thunder of the sky, it turned into flying ashes. It's too scary. The closest, Qi Lu, who witnessed Duan Wenxin's disappearance, was the person who felt the most profound power of Zhu Bao. The power of the will of heaven and earth is indeed tyrannical and terrifying. System, you said that if Zhu Bao found out that I had lied to him, would he kill him and kill me? Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but ask the system aloud. System, host, this system feels that the possibility should not be small. Qi Li's eyes twitched slightly, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. It's not right, as long as you don't say it, I don't say it, who knows I'm leaning to it, with Zhu Bao's IQ, it shouldn't even be thought of. Having said this, Qi Li slammed his palm with a slap in the face, and there was a sense of joy that he had survived in a desperate situation. Yes. That's it, as long as you don't say anything, then nothing will happen. It's really cool to lie, you only crematorium. If this really allows Zhu Bao to discover the truth, then don't leave that crematorium, the ashes are taken out directly, and they can be raised on the spot. However, not to mention how Qi Lu is feeling now. Anyway, someone is more panicked than Qi Lu. And these people are the practitioners of the casting hall. Originally, when Duan Wenxin burst out with that tyrannical power, the people in the casting hall had already started cheering, and they hurried to celebrate after the battle was over. However, the next scene told them what is impermanence. What is it? You can never guess what unexpected things will happen in the next second. Just when the practitioners in the hall of casting were the most excited, the might of the heavens came into the world, and a thunderbolt shattered the victory they were looking forward to, and plunged them into the bottomless abyss. Let them deeply understand one thing, that is, Xuanhuan Tianwei cannot be edified. No matter what your cultivation realm is, what your power is, what your status, in front of the will of heaven and earth, you are just a stronger ant. Heaven, the will of heaven and earth, sin is committed to the hallmaster. Why is this happening? Did our casting hall really do something wrong? Impossible, isn't our casting hall a place favored by the god of forging? How could it be wrong? However, the hall master died. He collided with the will of heaven and earth. Why, how could such a thing happen? The cultivators of the casting hall were full of excitement and joy before, and now they are like mourning and studying, only in the blink of an eye. Everyone was staring at the sky with expressions of disbelief on their faces. However, the fact is right in front of you, even if you don't want to believe it, it's an established fact and can't be changed. All of a sudden, there was a gloomy cloud outside Yuanshan City. There were even a few cultivators who were not determined to collapse directly. The foundry hall is indeed the spokesperson for the god of forging. But this does not mean that everyone who joins the foundry hall is like Duan Wenxin, so fanatical belief in the god of forging. For the vast majority of people, the brilliance of heaven and earth represented by the will of heaven and earth is definitely far more deterrent than the god of forging. After all, one is faith, and the other is in charge of life and death. Moreover, there is a saying that one respects heaven and earth, and two respects gods. The will of heaven and earth is definitely ahead of the gods. Therefore, for the practitioners of the casting hall, if their hall master was convicted by the will of heaven and earth and was punished by heaven, it must be a mistake. In other words, in the battle with the Bu family, even heaven and earth are not optimistic about their casting hall. What else is there to fight? You really don't even want your life to fight it as a battle against the sky? Thinking of this, the people in the casting hall have lost their fighting spirit and have no fighting spirit. Contrary to the people in the casting hall, the Bu family members had a surge-off fighting spirit and high morale. Those who obey the sky will prosper, and those who go against the sky will perish. This is the will of God. Even the will of heaven and earth is on the side of the Bu family, so what else can they lose? Simply win. Humph, damned guy, who dares to occupy my destiny, and dare to hurt my people, this crime should be punished. After Zhu Bao finished cleaning up Duan Wenxin, he also came back humming. The proud voice appeared in Qi Li's mind again. System, you have to be more strict with your mouth, don't let me mess it. After Qi Lu heard the voice, he immediately ordered a sentence in his mind. He didn't want to have his ashes lifted up by Zhu Bao at a young age. System, of course there's no problem, host, but should you give this system a little, what's that thing called? Hush fee. Of course Qi Lu knew what the system wanted to say, so he gritted his teeth and reminded him. System, yes, that's right, it's the hush-up fee. Shouldn't you look at giving it a little bit, host? Bah, in your second session, you learned to take advantage of the fire. If you don't have to pay to keep your mouth shut, you need one life. If it's a big deal, we'll have one corpse and 2 lives. If you're brave enough, tell Zhu Bao the truth, and we'll die together. Qi Lu is not so easy to be blackmailed, so he said in a deep voice, with a stab in the neck. The head of the ceiling fee cannot be opened casually. Once it starts, it means that there is a handle in the hands of the system, so Qi Lu would rather take a risk than let the system's threat succeed. At most, it's just one more time to fool and cast treasure, and just make alley. System, host you. System, okay, host, you won. It seems that this system still has a lot to learn. The resentful tone made Qi Lu go horrified. I always feel that these 2 systems seem to have been sneakily upgraded by own level, otherwise why does it give people the feeling that it is a little different from before? Or, did he teach this guy badly? Qi Lu scratched his head, and after thinking for a while, he had no idea, so put the question aside for the time being. Because Qi Lu also knew in his heart that his relationship with the system was to share weal and woe. No matter how the system is upgraded, it is impossible to harm oneself. But when it comes to business, if Qi Lu asks for the system, even if the system is usually unreliable, he will not shirk. Qila, next time something like this happens, just wake me up, don't be politeto me. Just when Qi Lu was bickering with the system, Zhu Bao also finished humming. After all, the god of forging gave Duan Wenxin a lot of luck. After Duan Wenxin was solved by Zhu Bao, the heaven and earth luck he possessed was naturally obtained by Zhu Bao. And the thing about the luck of heaven and earth, for the will of heaven and earth, it is a big supplement. So for Zhu Bao, it is a big profit to get so much luck in the world after waking up. Of course, Qi Lu had to be instructed. No problem, next time I encounter this kind of thing again, I will definitely inform you first. Qi Lu nodded in response without any hesitation. What's not to like about getting a hardworking thug for free? That's it, I'm tired, so I'll go to rest first. After Zhu Bao got the answer, he replied with satisfaction, and then the voice disappeared. During that time I didn't ask anything else. I know that's the case. How many things can the will of heaven and earth care about? How could they care about such a small, well-meaning lie? Qi Lu smiled and waited for Zhu Bao's movement to disappear completely, and then showed a predicted expression. As long as you get enough benefits, so what if you are deceived? System, you see, you still have a lot to learn. If you want to hold me, learn another 10 years. Qi Lu said proudly. System. But Qi Lu didn't say anything more, and the system was speechless. It's normal for good brothers to lose a few words to each other. But excessive things are impossible. Okay, don't talk anymore, I have other things to deal with. After Qi Lu said this, his figure disappeared from the sky and appeared in the distant mountain city. Mr. Qi, fortunately you are here in this battle. Bu Yuyan saw Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared not far in front of her, and said with a sweet smile. You're welcome, this battle is not only the battle of the Bu family, but also my battle. Qi Lu smiled back and said quietly. The rest is easy. On this side of Yuanshan City, the people in the Hall of Casting were terrified. In the battle that followed, there was hardly any strength to fight back, and the Bu family was beaten and defeated. The fall of Duan Wenxin, the head of the Hall of Castings, was also spread as the Hall of Castings retreated in Yuanshan City, and quickly spread to all Thessaly states. Everyone was incredulous and accepted this fact. Because the person who spread this news is the person from the casting hall, so it is impossible to lie. After all, if Duan Wenxin was still alive, these people would just spread the news of the fall of the hall master at will, then it would be really worthless. Therefore, at this moment, the name of the Bu family has truly spread throughout the world. All the forces, big and small, all began to show their favor to the Bu family. The casting hall also began to fully shrink its sphere of influence, striving to protect itself. However, after Duan Wenxin fell, all the people in the casting hall who coveted the throne of the hall master began to emerge. In addition, the great elder of the casting hall was dealt with by Duan Wenxin before. So after the casting hall was completely defeated by the Bu family, it didn't take long for the casting hall to fall apart. There is no real powerful temple master to suppress it, and it is expected that such a large force in the casting temple will fall apart. It's just that not long ago, it was still a huge casting hall, and it was about to disappear in a blink of an eye. The speed of change is still amazing. And after the disintegration of the casting hall, there is not much threat. The so-called tree fell hosen scattered. When the behemoth collapsed suddenly, the fragments formed after it shattered, and the small forces formed would not attract many blacksmiths and cultivators to join. Only those guys who want to get a piece of the pie can be attracted. It's just because of the current deterrent power of the Bu family, so these guys haven't done it yet. After all, the Foundry Hall was defeated by the Bu family. Before getting the approval of the Bu family, others would not dare to nibble on the resources of the Foundry Hall. If you accidentally offend the Bu family, it would be worth the loss. Although the specific matters of the battle in Yuanshan City have not been reported yet. But being able to defeat the casting hall head-on, and even give Duan Wenxin to the Bu family who will stay in the battlefield forever, is not something they can afford. If this is to let them know, even the will of heaven and earth was involved in the battle of Yuanshan City. I am afraid that even the thought of taking a piece of the pie will not be borne. After the destruction of the Foundry Hall, nearly 70% of the remaining resources have been obtained. This is a list of various forging resources and training resources. Bu Yuyan looked at the list of resources stacked high in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The casting hall deserves to be one of the best giants in the world. You must know that it takes a lot of time to complete the detailed inventory of these things on the list, which is evident from the number of them. Let the remaining 30% be given to those with merit in the battle. Bu Yuyan rubbed her temples and said aloud. Eating alone is not a good thing. Even if the Bu family is powerful now, there is no way to fight against all other forces. What's more, it is not Bu Yuyan's style to be rewarded for meritorious deeds. Eat 70% by yourself, release 30% for other forces to share, and let them be grateful. Why not do it? Not only did they not lose much, but they also made their subordinates more loyal. This is what a person who leads a major force should do. Yes. The clansmen who were waiting for the order of Bu Yuyan, their eyes lit up, and they answered in a loud voice. It's finally time to discuss merits and deeds. This is definitely one of the most exciting times since the war. Although the battle with the casting hall, the Bu family members are fighting for the sense of family honor, fighting for the responsibility, and fighting for themselves and the family. But if there is a reward, who wouldn't want it? What's more, there are so many forces big and small who have surrendered, so can't just give them a cake. Even if they didn't show dissatisfaction this time, but if things go on like this, the grievances will be deep, and sooner or later something will happen. That's really troublesome. Bu Yuyan sent back the others in the room, and then half lay on the chair, intending to take a rest. Bujia has come to this stage, and the wider the coverage, the more affairs it needs to deal with. Even though Bu Yuyan has delegated authority, she has given her trusted Bu family considerable power. But when it comes to Bu Yuyan, she needs to come. There are still many confirmed matters. Because the current Bu family is the pinnacle of Bu Yuyan's prestige. There is only one person that all the Bu family members believe in, and that is Bu Yuyan. Others couldn't hold back at all. You're tired so soon, so have you ever regretted developing the Bu family taught his level? Just when Bu Yuyan was dozing off, Qila suddenly appeared in the room. Hearing this familiar voice, Bu Yuyan immediately opened her eyes. She wanted to yawn, but she held back. Master Qi, although I am very tired now, I have never regretted it. Because I don't want to be mediocre all my life, just stay in Fian City and fight with those people. This is not the life I want. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu and said it seriously and solemnly. So, I thank you very much for giving me such a chance, Master Qi, thank you. After speaking, Bu Yuyan stood up and bowed solemnly to Qi Lu. Okay, don't be so polite. Qi Lu smiled and helped Bu Yuyan up. He could hear that there was no falsehood in Bu Yuyan's words, they were all sincere words. Perhaps many people have great ambitions in their hearts, but they are exhausted all their lives and have no chance to display them. So it was her luck that Bu Yuyan met Qi Lu. But Qi Lu was lucky to meet Bu Yuyan. Because Bu Yuyan can make Qi Lu do things beautifully without worrying about the vending point at all. And never have to worry about betrayal. Only in this way, Qi Lu can safely hand over the vending point in this world to Bu Yuyan. Actually, I came here today to say goodbye to you. After a while of silence, Qi Lu spoke up. Farewell, goodbye? When hearing this word, Bu Yuyan's expression was obviously a little stunned. Well, it's goodbye. Qi Lu nodded and confirmed it again. The cooling time of the gate of the barrier was actually finished a few days ago. It's just that at that time, it happened to be the days when the Bu family was taking care of the aftermath of the war, so Qi Lu stayed for a few more days. It was not until today that the Bu family officially confirmed their position, standing as the number one in the world, unmatched by anyone. That's why Qi Lu chose to leave today. Yes, but, Master Qi, After Bu Yuyan was stunned, she began to feel at a loss. Since this time, Bu Yuyan has long been accustomed to Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Knowing that no matter when, Qi Lu is someone who can be completely trusted. But now, Bu Yuyan suddenly heard that Qi Lu said that he was here to say goodbye. How could he not panic? Don't be so nervous, in fact, I should have told you about this from the beginning. Qi Lu looked at Bu Yuyan softly, and said slowly, whether you believe it or not, I am not from this world. Say it sooner or later. Qi Lu also doesn't want to lie about this kind of thing, so as to save the difficulty in the future, it is better to make it clear at one time. Is that so? After listening to Qi Li's words, Bu Yuyan unexpectedly did not show a shocked expression, but instead showed a look of as expected. Huh? You know about this? Qi Lu was a little surprised by Bu Yuyan's calmness. No, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Bu Yuyan shook her head and continued. Actually, when you said that you wanted to deal with the casting hall, Master Qi, I already realized that you may not be from this world, Master Qi. Because in today's world, no one is willing to offend the Hall of Castings, and it is even less possible to help the little nameless forces like the Bu family to fight against the Hall of Castings. It's just that I never wanted to believe it. Having said this, Bu Yuyan's voice suddenly choked up. Because if his guess is true, then Qi Lu will leave here sooner or later and return to his own world. But Bu Yuyan didn't want Qi Lu to leave, never would. What's wrong with you, are you okay? After Qi Lu heard the cry, he hurriedly asked. A girl's tears can be said to be one of the things that Qi Lu is least good at dealing with. No, it's fine. Bu Yuyan hurriedly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, but the tears in her eyes still did not flow out. It's just that the eye sockets that have been wiped have become a little red. It's fine, there's no such thing as a banquet in the world, so don't be so sad. Qi Lu comforted. Parting is always a sad thing. It's just that you have been with you for 1,000 days, and you have to say goodbye in the end. Being sloppy is not Qi Li's style, so Qi Lu didn't linger for long. He only said a few words of farewell, and it was almost time to leave after saying that. Young Master Qi, can you hug me? Seeing that Qi Lu was about to leave, Bu Yuyan, biting her lower lip, spoke shyly. Just when she said this sentence, Bu Yuyan's face immediately flushed red. Oh? Qi Lu was a little surprised, but did not refuse, but opened his arms generously. Sure. A hug before leaving is a good memory. Seeing this, Bu Yuyan no longer hesitated, stepped forward a few steps, hugged Qi Lu tightly, and buried her face in Qi Li's chest. Holding it tightly is like letting go, and Qi Lu will disappear. Master Qi, I really don't want you to leave. Bu Yuyan, who buried her face in front of Qi Lu, was silent for a while, before choking out her voice. But I know that there must be a reason for you to leave, so I will not stop you, nor will I keep you. Thank you for fulfilling my willful little wish. You. After saying the last sentence, Bu Yuyan took a deep breath and let go of her hands without any hesitation. With a pair of red eyes, he looked at Qi Lu with a smile. Next time you get my clothes wet, you have to help me wash them. Qi Lu looked down at the tears on his clothes, smiled and said something, and then his figure gradually faded. Finally disappeared completely from the room. Master Qi, I wish you a smooth journey. Bu Yuyan looked out the window and silently blessed her in her heart. It's really troublesome, who knew there would be so many things. Qi Lu stood above the sky, scratching the back of his head in distress. Bu Yuyan's last sentence, although because the voice was so low that even Qi Lu couldn't hear it clearly. But Qi Lu is not stupid. This is just a lack of a keyword, and it is almost written directly, and you can guess it. If you can't guess this, it's really a bit of Alzheimer's. It's a pity that Luo Hua has love, but Lu Shui has no intention. This love, Qi Lu has no luck to endure it, so he will decisively choose to run away. You can't delay others, just because you're a passerby. It is impossible for Qi Lu to live in this world. Forget it, let's leave a little something. While muttering to himself, Qi Lu took the casting jade plate out of his arms. Then he shouted in his mind, System, come out, I have something important to discuss with you. System, host, what's the matter this time? It's very simple, lend me a little luck. Qi Lu said flatteringly. Borrow something, it's not shameful to be humble. Besides, when you borrow something from the system, you don't have to pay it back if you say something nice. How convenient it is. System, host, what are you doing with the luck of heaven and earth? You can't use it now, right? This is true. For the system, the fate of heaven and earth is not a rare thing. If Qi Lu, the host, needs it, he can borrow it. Anyway, the system itself can derive the luck of heaven and earth. After saving for so long, there is a lot of luck in the world. But the problem is that Qi Lu is now in the realm of heroic cultivation, and he doesn't need the luck of heaven and earth at all. It doesn't matter if you don't need it. I'll use it to feel it first. It's convenient for future use. You can help me and lend me a little first. Qi Lu nodded, did not refute, but continued to speak. System, all right then. Since it is not a precious item, the system will not refuse it even if it is a bit stingy. Before the words fell, a majestic heaven and earth luck appeared in Qi Lu's body. It's just that Qi Lu can't use this heaven and earth luck yet, he can only access it. Thank you. While thanking Qi Lu, he injected a small portion of the heaven and earth luck into the casting jade plate. Heaven and earth luck. Zhu Bao's reaction came faster than Qi Lu expected. Almost as soon as Qi Lu injected the heaven and earth into the jade plate, the voice of Zhu Bao came out. "Qila, have you found those people who dare to occupy my destiny?" In Zhu Bao's proud tone, there is obviously a little excitement. "Not really," Qi Lu said in a low voice. "Hey, where did you get these looks from?" Zhu Bao suddenly became curious. There is no way not to be curious. The fate of heaven and earth is too important for Zhu Bao. Those who can get it must get it. "This, I'll tell you later, I have business to talk to you now." Qi Lu didn't even greet each other, but directly changed the subject and said straight to the point. "What else can be more important than luck?" "I don't want to hear what you say," Zhu Bao immediately said with some dissatisfaction. "You better listen." Qi Lu didn't care about Zhu Bao's dissatisfaction, and said to himself, "It stands to reason that you should be able to stop staying in the casting jade plate, but come out and control this world." As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. After a long while, Zhu Bao said aloud, "Although it is reluctant, it is indeed possible." "That's good." Qi Lu nodded. The responsibility of the will of heaven and earth is to maintain the stability of this piece of heaven and earth, derive the luck of heaven and earth, and improve the power level of the whole world. Although casting treasure is a new will of heaven and earth, it makes no sense to stay in the casting jade plate. But with the fate of the world that I have now, it's not enough to completely control this world. Just after Qi Lu responded, Zhu Bao added another sentence. "This, I can probably guess." Qi Lu continued to nod his head without the slightest surprise. If you want to completely control a piece of heaven and earth, you will definitely need a lot of luck, even more than you think. Otherwise, Zhu Bao wouldn't have been staying in the jade plate of casting to recuperate and keep a low profile. However, I happen to have some unexpected luck here. "Really? Then hurry up and give it to me." Zhu Bao interrupted Qi Lu excitedly before he could finish his words. After all, relying on the casting of treasure itself to derive the luck off heaven and earth, the speed is really a bit unflattering. Especially under the circumstance that the luck of heaven and earth is already insufficient, the speed of the derivative is even more worrying. "Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you, but I have a few conditions." Although Qi Lu thought that the fate of heaven and earth would be very attractive to Zhu Bao, he never expected it to be so big. It's no wonder that when the system negotiated conditions with Zhu Bao, the speed was so fast. It turned out that it was really just a little temptation with the luck off heaven and earth, and it was over. "What conditions?" "Say it," Zhu Bao said quite boldly. "It's very simple. After you take control of this world, just help take care of Bu Yuyan from the Bu family. If you are still free, by the way, help me take care of those vending points." Qi Lu did not grumble, and directly stated his conditions. "Is it just taking care of one person?" "It's very simple. I promise you," Zhu Bao said without hesitation. This attitude was completely within Qi Li's expectations. Because for the will of heaven and earth, it is quite simple to just take care of one person in the heaven and earth under his control. So there is no need to refuse at all. If that's the case, then please. Qi Lu nodded slightly, and then directly injected all the heaven and earth luck borrowed from the system into the casting jade plate. The promise of the will of heaven and earth is definitely 10,000 times more credible than those so-called oaths. So Qi Lu doesn't need to doubt the truth of Zhu Bao's words. This heaven and earth luck is really strong. With these heaven and earth luck, I should be able to initially control this world. How can I show my respect by staying in such a small place all the time? Zhu Bao's surprised and proud voice constantly echoed in Qi Li's mind. And Qi Lu looked at the casting jade plate in his hand so quietly. The next step is to wait for Zhu Bao to leave the casting jade plate and take control of this world. However, in this process, Qi Lu couldn't help, or in other words, he couldn't intervene at all, so now Qi Lu can only be a bystander. System, do you think it is better to take the cast jade plate back, or is it better to keep it here? While watching, Qilu also asked about a relatively important thing about the system. There is definitely no way to bring Zhu Bao back. After all, it is the will of heaven and earth. If Zhu Bao is brought back, it is uncertain. You have to fight against the will of heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range. That would be a real problem. But the casting jade plate is just a treasure, so these problems do not arise. System, host, let's not talk about this first. Do you still plan to return the fortunes that this system lent you to this system? Qi Li's face suddenly became not so good-looking. To say that this Urbi system is stingy is really not wrong at all. Can't we talk about this kind of thing later? It really doesn't look at the face at all. Ahem, let's not talk about the fate of the world this time, let's finish the business first. Qilu used a cough to cover up his embarrassment, and then said calmly. System, host, you don't want to default on your debt, right? If you ask one more question, I really won't pay it back. Qi Li's eyes twitched involuntarily, and then said, quite angrily. System, okay, this system doesn't ask. Sure enough, it was the uncle who owed money, the grandson who asked for money. Even if the money is replaced by the luck of heaven and earth, this principle still holds true. System, host, you asked this system earlier about the casting jade plate, so it must be better to stay here. Stay here? Why? Qilu heard the words and asked a question subconsciously. System, the reason is very simple. The cast jade plate must remain in this world in order to exert the effect of faith cohesion. It turns out that, fortunately, it is useless for me to hold the casting jade plate. Qilu understood immediately. Faith cohesion function is a great tool for Qilu to collect the power of faith. It is also the most valuable function of the cast jade plate for Qilu. As for the function of deriving the luck of heaven and earth, honestly, it is not important. Since this is the case, then I still have to run again. Qi Li's heart suddenly had a decision. Then, after waiting for an unknown amount of time, the casting jade plate in Qi Li's hand suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, a golden light suddenly emerged from the cast jade plate, and then shot straight into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Qila, what I promised you, I will do, you go. In the next second, Zhu Bao's voice suddenly appeared in Qi Li's mind. Mixed with a little Tianwei's voice, let Qila know that Zhu Bao has left the casting jade plate and merged with this world. Take care, farewell. Qila slowly raised his head and took a deep look at the sky. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Far Mountain City, Manor Area. After the war, Yuanshan Castle was busy repairing and expanding. But Zi Yun was busy hatching eggs in her manor. Without the threat of the foundry hall, Zi Yun can safely use her own power to catalyze the spirit flood dragon egg. Excuse me, is anyone there? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded inside the house. Zi Yun shuddered slightly, and then slowly replied, You didn't go to Buyuyan, why did you come to me when you remembered? I finished the matter over there, and now it's your business. Qila shrugged, and naturally found a chair and sat down. You came to me, what can I do? Hearing the words, Ziyin stopped the movement of her hands, and then came to the chair next to Qi Lu and sat down. Qi Lu glanced at Ling Jiao egg. As before, the whole body exudes a purple brilliance as dazzling as amethyst. To be honest, when he first saw the Ling Jiao egg, Qi Lu really thought it was a handicraft. It's just that the strong breath of life that came out from the egg of the scorpion dispelled Qi Li's idea. It's not a big deal, it's just returning your things to you. Qi Lu retracted his gaze and said with a smile. My stuff? Ziyan looked at Qi Lu somewhat puzzled. Yes, this thing, you should still remember it. Qi Lu nodded, then took out the casting jade plate and put it on the table. Compared with leaving the cast jade plate at Bu's house, or giving it to Guming Yuan and others, Qile thought that returning the cast jade plate to Ziyun might be a good choice. It's not because of the mentality of returning things to their original owners. But Qile felt that it was impossible not to discover the jade plate that was cast in the hands of Ziyun's ancestor, Zidian Pterosaur, for so long. So give it back to Ziyun, maybe it can also make the casting jade plate exert a little residual heat. Is this thing? After Ziyun saw what Qile took out, of course she could remember what it was. Yes, this is the casting jade plate that the casting hall has been looking for. Qile nodded and helped Ziyun to add the rest of the words. It turned out to be this thing. Ziyun seemed a little surprised, but she felt it was reasonable. If it weren't for the casting jade plate, then the casting hall would not be able to fight to the death with a purple lightning dragon. However, since you know that this is a cast jade plate, why did you return it, Omi? Wouldn't it be more effective if it were left in your hands? There was a hint of stunned purple rime on his face, and after a while, he scared again. To be honest, Ziyun really doesn't have ambition. The Bu family has already dominated, so what's the use of ambition, anyway? Ziyun herself is on the side of the Bu family. Do you want to grab Bu Yuyan's position? Maybe you're right, but I'm ready to leave here, so even if you put the jade plate on me, it's useless. Qile answered directly. There's really nothing to hide. In fact, when the cultivation realm reaches a certain level, things like the will of heaven and earth will no longer be unfamiliar. Then, the concept of different heaven and earth will naturally not feel that it does not exist. Really, you really don't belong in this world. Ziyun answered the words naturally, without the slightest surprise. After all, in the world of fighting spirit and magic, there are so many incredible things, there is absolutely no need to be surprised. It seems that my disguise is really bad. Qile smiled, joking as if he was laughing at himself. However, after knowing Qile's purpose, Ziyun did not reject Qile's kindness, but happily put away the jade plate. It's just that in Ziyun's view, she just kept it for her. After a few chats, Qile didn't stay any longer, and soon got up and said goodbye. I hope that the next time I come over, your spirit dragon egg has hatched. Certainly. North Mountains, the city of life. Xuanhuan was lying on the counter board, watching people coming and going in the store, but no one paid her any attention. The people who come to the Qile store are basically old customers. In the spirit of self-service, almost every old customer has a clear purpose, and Xuanhuan just helps to recharge the membership card. As for the occasional new customers brought over by old customers, it is also not necessary to receive Xuanhuan. It has almost become a customary rule that whoever brings the customer is responsible for the reception. So Xuanhuan is very boring, quite boring. Since being caught by Qile as a clerk on the Beishan Mountains, Xuanhuan shouldn't enter the New World mode during the day. Because of the store. And at night, even if there is free time, Xuanhuan does not dare to play more. After all, it might be okay to stay overnight for 1 or 2 times, but if you stay overnight for 10 days and a half months, you might not die suddenly. What's more, Xuanhuan couldn't rest during the day. Even with the physique of the devouring cat, there is no way to play like this. Shao Shu, are you really not coming to play? I originally planned to ask you to help guide me today, how to get through the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Leaning against the counter, Lan Qi said while eating a double cheese beef burger. After a whole month of struggle, the players on the northern mountain range finally managed to conquer the entrance of the Shadow Assassin and prepare to enter the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest. The last step is now. That is the lack of a thigh that can move them. I can't play. Who knows when that guy Qile will come back. It would be bad if he caught him. Xuanhuan yawned, then waved her hand. Being caught as a clerk is really the biggest mistake. Originally, Xuanhuan thought that it was just to visit a store, how many things could be done? Just a trifle. However, the facts have also proved that visiting the store is really just a trivial matter, but the boredom suffered during the process of visiting the store is not a trivial matter. Feeling bored is really bad. I'm afraid of what Manager Chi does. If he is caught, I'll explain it to you. Lan Qi shoved the remaining double cheese beef burger into his mouth and patted his breast to assure. Real? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly got up from the counter. For a kitten who is addicted to the internet, it is a bit itchy to not enter the New World mode for 10 days and a half months. Now that someone is to blame, it doesn't matter if you go to play. Of course. Manager Chi has nothing to fear. He doesn't eat dragons. He just scolds you at most if he catches it. Seeing that Xuanhuan was a little moved, Lan Qi quickly added a fire. In order to give the shadow assassins entrance, Lan Qi also took great pains. After all, Shauna and Tiana are waiting for him over there, just to be able to enter the big map of the mechanical bull forest today. You're right, what is there to be afraid of, Qi Lu? If he dares to scold me, I will scratch him. Xuanhuan jumped out of the counter with a heartbeat. Is what you just said sincere? Just as Xuanhuan landed on the ground very lightly, a voice suddenly appeared in the store. Xuanhuan didn't even think about it, she replied, of course. Manager Chi, what Shao Shu said just now has nothing to do with me. However, without waiting for Xuanhuan to finish speaking, Lan Qi directly grabbed in front of Xuanhuan, spoke out, and cleared his relationship. Immediately afterwards, Lan Qi showed a look that he had nothing to do with him and was hanging up high. So, now it's Xuanhuan's turn to be stunned. Qi, the store manager, Qi Lu. When Xuanhuan turned her head suddenly, she saw that very familiar figure. Why are you so excited? Do you really want to scratch me? Qi Lu squinted his eyes, and said lightly with a faint smile on his face. Back at the long-lost store, to be honest, Qi Lu was really quite emotional. It's like the feeling of a wanderer who has left home and suddenly returned to his hometown, with some joy and a bit of relief. How could it be, Qi Lu, you must have heard it wrong. Xuanhuan immediately showed a flattering smile, ran to Qi Lu, blinked her big eyes, and tried her best to be cute. There is one thing to say, the image of cat-eared loli is really soft and cute. Although Xuanhuan's behavior is not very like a little loli. But whoever makes cuteness is justice. Then it's my fault this time. Qi Lu smiled and said aloud. Just returned to the Beishan Mountains, Qi Lu didn't want to teach a kitten lesson, so he just made fun of it. What's more, Xuanhuan has worked hard for more than a month, and it can be regarded as a merit. It looks like you really want to play, then go play, I'll just come and see the store. Qi Lu waved his hand and sat down on the sofa. A familiar environment is always the most relaxing. During the previous period, although it was not considered exhausting, Qi Lu was not idle and kept running around. So I can rest now, of course I have to take a good rest. Then, after the store closed in the evening, Dong Huan gave you Sierra a surprise. Bah, so you still work part-time as an assassin? Xuanhuan, who got permission from Qi Lu, immediately ran to Lan Qi and spat fiercely. The feeling of being stabbed in the back by one's own person is really exciting. Didn't I expect that Manager Qi would come back so coincidentally? Lan Qi said with a smirk. In a sense, Lan Qi has indeed pitted Moon Frost Snow, but it was just unintentional. Don't say it, I'm very worried now. Will you backstab me in the Shadow Assassin's entrance too? Xuanhuan said with a serious face. It's just that the expression of seriousness, put on a cat-eared loli, is really quite joyful. I don't think it's possible, because you're just looking at our pictures. Lan Qi continued to smirk. However, complaining is complaining, and the picture that should be passed is still passable. Finally, I can finally enter Xuanhuan in the New World mode, and now I can play happily. Lan Qi, Shauna, Tiana, and Saratel. These 4 people can be regarded as the most luxurious lineup in the New World mode. The 3 powerhouse-level experts are all in this team, and it is estimated that they can scare a large number of people. Therefore, the speed at which they advance the Shadow Assassin's entrance dungeon is also astonishingly fast. After all, in this map, Lan Qi and the others have come in hundreds of times. After a lot of hard work, they can form a conditioned reflex against the attacks of those Shadow Assassins. In a word, it is proficiency that makes people feel distressed. Others rely on memorizing pictures for dungeons, Lan Qi and the others rely on muscle memory to pass dungeons. Really unusual. As for Xuanhuan, since he had already entered the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest, he could only point them aside. This is also because they have come to the last section of the Shadow Assassin entrance. Lan Qi and the others have no experience, so they went to Xuanhuan. Otherwise, the easy sections ahead would not have stumped them. Zir, Shaoqi, you are here too. After Xuanhuan finished pointing Lan Qi and others, he saw a few acquaintances as soon as he went online. The Lan Yi team adjusted their status in the Mechanical Bull Forest. At this point, the players in the Donghuang server are indeed one step ahead of the players in the Beishan server. For such a long time, a considerable number of players have come to the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest. The discovered dungeons and corresponding strategies were also posted on the forum attached to the membership card exchange system. And new strategies appear every day. After all, a large part of the dungeons in the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest include enemies on the technology side. If there is no strategy, it is really not easy. It's Shao Shu, long time no see. Shao Shu, long time no see, why are you free today? Lan Zir heard the sound, looked back, immediately got up and ran to Xuanhuan, and asked, curiously. It's no secret that Xuanhuan wants to keep the store. It's just that not many people know where Qi Li's other store is located. But who cares about this kind of thing? Anyway, a person can only go to one store at a time. Knowing the address of the branch is meaningless. After all, such things as avatars are still rare. Qila is back today, so I'm free. Xuanhuan answered succinctly. Big Brother is back? Great, Shaoqi, let's go to Big Brother for help. Lan Zir's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Nayland Qinqi next to her. If Manager Qi is willing, it's okay to ask him to help, but if Manager Kaido doesn't want to, don't force it. Lan Yi, who was standing not far away, heard Lan Zir's words and hurriedly warned her. Asking people for help can't be taken for granted, it will only make people disgusted. Well, I know, Sister Lan Yi. Nayland Qinqi answered with kindness, but there was a tired look in the depths of his eyes. After becoming the reserve head of the Nayland family, Nayland Qinqi can't be as easy as before. Fortunately, Nayland Qinqi's parents, Nayland Jishu and Anmoran, can help Nayland Qinqi manage the Nayland family together. In addition, the 4 major hidden families are all in small spaces, so there are not too many things to deal with. Otherwise, Nayland Qinqi wouldn't have time to come to the store now. Don't worry, Shaoqi, Big Brother is so nice, he will definitely not sit idly by. Lan Zir patted Nayland Qinqi's shoulder and comforted her. Then do you need me to help call Qi Lu over? Xuanhuan watched for a while before asking aloud. Rather than meeting Qi Lu by luck in 2 stores, it was more convenient to meet directly in the New World mode. It won't be too much trouble for Manager Qi. Fei Xue asked in a measured way. When asking for help, even if it burns your eyebrows, you have to pay attention to etiquette. Qi Li's personality is indeed easygoing, but his tyrannical strength is there, so being easygoing doesn't mean you can follow along. No, just wait a moment. There is no concept of etiquette in Xuanhuan's mind. What etiquette can a kitten understand? Qi Lu, are you free now? After getting off the assembly line, Xuanhuan first glanced at Lan Qi and the others, made sure they were still in the shadow assassin entrance, and then called to Qi Lu. "What's wrong with you? Is it itchy?" Qi Lu lay on the sofa and returned with half-open eyes. "After being busy for more than a month, I finally came back. I was woken up after a short rest." Fortunately, Qi Lu hadn't fallen asleep yet, otherwise the anger of getting up would have been caused by Xuanhuan. "Of course not. I met Zier and the others in the mechanical bull forest. You heard from them. It seems that I have something to do with you," Xuanhuan said hurriedly, proving that she did not have itchy skin. "Zier? What can they do to me?" Qi Lu sat up from the sofa with doubts on his face. "I don't know. Are you coming in? If you don't come, I'll tell them you're sting." Xuanhuan said it immediately, as if to remedy her last sentence. "No, I'll go take a look. Speaking of which, I haven't seen them for a long time." Qi Lu waved his hand, then got up, found an empty deck, and went online in the New World mode. When Xuanhuan is guarding the store, she cannot leave without permission. But Qi Leke is not necessarily so. Who asked Qi Lu to open this store? The boss can desert at work, but the employees are determined not to. "Long time no see, how have you been?" After Qi Lu went online, he smiled and said hello to the Lanyi team. In the two stores in Donghuang and Beishan, there are not many customers who have a good relationship with Qi Lu. After all, with Qi Li's identity and various rumors about Qi Li's strength, there are really few customers who have the courage to contact Qi Lu. Because no one knows whether they will offend Qi Lu accidentally during the contact process. That would be worth the loss. So, on the contrary, Yu Sierra knew even more customers. "Thank you Manager Qi for your concern. We have been safe and sound, but there are more and more strong people in Yunwu City, and the Lanya team has nothing to do recently." Lan Yi smiled and exchanged a few words with Qi Lu. Because there is Qi Li's shop in Yunwu City, nearly half of the powerhouses in the entire eastern wasteland are gathering in Yunwu City. The monsters in the cloud forest were so frightened that they didn't dare to show up. Even those caravans that came to Yunwu City, no one dared to stop them, because no one knew whether there would be a powerful cultivator hidden in these caravans. Cloud Mist City was also rated as the safest city-state in the eastern wasteland. Even the Huangyuan Empire became more and more prosperous. This is undoubtedly a good thing for ordinary people. It can be said that the residents living in Yunwu City now can completely avoid picking up things on the road and not closing their doors at night. However, this is not a good situation for the mercenary squad. After all, in such a stable environment, the mercenary squad basically has nothing to do. It's a good thing that people are stable and the environment is stable. During the chat, Qi Lu also learned about the situation of Yunwu City, and immediately said with a smile. Because Qi Lu itself does not want war. The more prosperous the world, the greater the value of merchants. Even though there are many items such as weapons and armor in Qi Li's store, Qi Lu is more willing to see these weapons used on warcraft than the disputes between human races. Anyway, the number of monsters is more than 10 times more than that of the human race. It is a good thing to control the quantity well. Big brother, Zier hasn't seen you for a long time. Where have you gone? Lan Zier also ran over with Nalan Qingqi at this time. I went out to do a very important thing, so I didn't stay in the store. Qi Lu rubbed Lan Zier's head and said with a smile. Immediately after, the other members of Lan Ye's team came over to greet Qi Lu, and then stayed aside with interest. To say that in the Lan Yi team, the one with the best relationship with Qi Li's, probably Lan Zier. Lan Zier, who has a cheerful personality and also has the blood of the dragon family, can be said to be the person who is least afraid of Qi Lu. By the way, listening to Shao Shu Jiu, you seem to have something to do with me, is that true? After chatting for a while, Qi Lu suddenly asked aloud. Let Qi Lu come to the New World mode without even sleeping, not just for this. Although Qi Lu didn't know what the specific situation was, it didn't prevent him from asking. The scene suddenly fell silent, only Nailan Qinqi replied softly. Is it about Xiaoqi? Could it be about the hidden family? After Qi Li's eyes swept across the faces of the Lanyi team, he immediately understood, and then casually guessed. Yes, but it's not the problem of the hidden family, but the small space where the hidden family is located. Nailan Qinqi nodded slightly, and then said. What is the specific problem? It must be told by the master. This is also the sincerity of asking someone to help. So at this time even Lan Zier just grabbed Nailan Qinqi's hand and cheered her up, without making a sound. What happened? Be specific. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Qi Lu has also been to the small space where Dong Wang's hidden family is located, so he can be considered relatively familiar with it. The skeleton was built by the space magician who once entered the realm of the powerhouse, and the prototype was constructed, and then in the next hundreds of years, the hidden family used a huge amount of precious materials to continuously improve it. By now, it can be called an independent small world. Everything is fairly stable except that there is no law force. According to Qi Li's understanding, if there is no expert at the power level, there may not be a problem in that small space even after thousands of years. But now, something happened. Could it be that there is really a powerhouse-level expert? But in the Eastern Wilderness, is there really a powerhouse-level almighty? This incident happened half a month ago. In the small space where the hidden family was located, for some reason, it suddenly started to snow, and the weather became colder and colder. Nailan Qinqi didn't know what Qi Lu was thinking, but Yan began to explain. You must know that in that small space, although there are seasonal changes that imitate the outside world, snowfall has never happened before. So when this happened suddenly, the four major hidden families immediately noticed the abnormality and began to send people to investigate. However, after sending several waves of clansmen to investigate, but none of them came back, everyone felt that something was wrong. Because after the incident in the Shadow Palace, the four hidden families did not say that they were like a family, but at least they were at peace with each other. So there is no case of being plotted against by other families. Then, there must be other strong people, or something mixed into this small space. So this time, the four great hidden families took action together and sent an elite team to investigate the situation. Fortunately, this elite team was not annihilated by the entire army, and brought back the news that was detected. But the results obtained were somewhat surprising. The source of the sudden snowfall in the entire small space turned out to be an alien beast made up of ice crystals. Alien beast? When Qi Lu heard this, he repeated it with some doubts. Yes, it is a strange beast, and its strength is extremely powerful. Even a hero-level powerhouse has no room to fight back in front of it. Even if the four great hidden families join forces, they can't help this strange beast. Nailan Qinqi nodded and continued. It's just the expression on his face that is a little dignified. More importantly, no matter how the alien beast fought, it was unwilling to leave the place where it appeared, but it was precisely because of this that the people of the hidden family escaped. It's just that because of the existence of this alien beast, the weather in the small space has begun to be too cold to survive. Practitioners can indeed withstand a certain degree of cold and heat by relying on fighting qi and magic power. But this does not mean that practitioners will not freeze to death. Unless it is a hero-level powerhouse, and always uses fighting qi or magic to protect the body from the cold and heat, otherwise, flames and frost can kill. That's it, I understand. When Qi Lu heard this, he nodded, indicating that he was clear. What is the problem? Very simple. However, there are many doubts in this question. The most obvious one is from where did this alien beast enter the small space off the hidden world family? And another doubt is why this strange beast is unwilling to move its nest. You know, That small space is the place where the hidden family lives from generation to generation after avoiding disasters. Now that such a strange beast suddenly appeared, making it difficult for this small space to continue to survive, it will definitely attack with all its strength. Either kill them on the spot, or drive them away. However, in this case, the alien beast was unwilling to leave the place where it appeared. It doesn't even matter if you would rather let the enemy go. There is a problem here. There are two possibilities. One is that this strange beast can't leave, and the other is that there is a treasure in the place where this strange beast appeared, so it is unwilling to leave. But no matter what kind of possibility it is worth checking out by Qi Lu. Big Brother. After Nayland Qingqi finished talking about the cause and effect, Lan Zier immediately followed, looking at Qi Lu with anticipation. Serious matters naturally need the right master to speak, but there is no need to intercede. Manager Qi, if you want, please help Shao Qi. Lan Yi followed suit. Manager Qi. The rest of the Lan Yi team also spoke at this moment. However, no one forced it, all of them were requests, hoping that Qi Lu would make a move. After all, in the eastern wilderness, apart from Gu Pingchuan and others, only Qi Lu was left to help in this situation. However, Gu Pingchuan and others have not been promoted to the powerhouse level so far, and they may not be the opponents of that alien beast. So Nayland Qingqi can only pin his hopes on Qi Lu. I'll be there in the next few days. Qi Lu thought for a while, determined that there was nothing to do these days, and agreed. Great, thank you. I knew Big Brother you would definitely agree, because Big Brother is the best. Lan Zier said with a smile. It's just a small matter, don't be so polite. Qi Lu waved his hand and stopped Lan Yi and others from thanking them. To be honest, Qi Lu himself is also very interested in the so-called alien beast made of ice crystals. Maybe he can get some treasures this time. So agreeing to Nayland Qingqi's request, at least half of Qi Lu was for his own curiosity. Then there is no need to thank you. Hey, Lan Qi, you finally passed the shadow assassin entrance. Xuanhuan, who was staying aside, was not involved in this matter, she was just the one in charge of the message. So when Lan Qi and the others came to the mechanical bull forest, the first thing they discovered was moonfrost snow. Don't say it, fortunately, Tiana responded quickly, otherwise we would all be killed by Saratel. The disgraced Lan Qi complained. Saratel, who was following behind, smirked and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to refute it. Okay, since it's over, don't say it anymore. Shauna followed along to smooth things out, then looked at Yu Shuangshu and said, Xiaoxue, thank you for your guidance this time. You're welcome, you paid for it. Yu Xuanxue waved her hand, expressing that she is a kitten with eyes wide open when she sees money. Manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. After Lan Qi sorted out his instrument, he looked at Qi Lu and said quite exaggeratedly. Although Lan Qi looks majestic on the surface, after getting along for a long time, you will find that the dragon's heart is actually quite playful. Don't say such things, we only met an hour ago. Qi Lu stretched out a hand and rejected Lan Qi's hug. Really, then the manager Qi and I really haven't seen each other for a day, like every 3 autumns. Lan Qi was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and then his eyes swept across Qi Li's side, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. Zier? Hearing this strange voice, Qi Li's eyebrows twitched immediately, and a bad premonition appeared in his heart. The eyes of others were also attracted by Lan Qi's surprised shout. You know each other? Yu Xuanxue looked at Lan Qi with a bewildered expression. Originally, I wanted to introduce people from both sides to get to know each other, but now it seems that they are old acquaintances? Who is this uncle? Lan Yu looked at Lan Qi, then turned to look at Lan Zier, and said, Zier, do you know him? Of course I do. The one who answered Lan Yi's question was Lan Qinger, who had never spoken much. Because Lan Zier was now looking at Lan Qi with a dull face, she was stunned for a long time before she shouted out 2 words. "Father!" Qi Li's eyes almost popped out after hearing these 2 words. This is really shocking news. The only giant dragon in the northern mountain range that is at the power level has a daughter. It's no wonder that Lan Zier has the blood of the dragon clan on her body. It turns out that the root cause is here. Compared with Qi Lu, other people's reactions were actually not much better. Yu Shuangshu was so startled that the cat ears on the top of her head and the tail on her back stood up. Sirader also looked at Lan Qi and Lan Zier, who was standing beside him, with a look of astonishment. Tiana's face was even more wonderful. The Lan Yi team's response was also not bad, and their expressions were complex, which was wonderful. The only one who could keep calm at the scene was probably only Shauna. "Then you won't." Qi swallowed, then looked at Lan Qing'er not far away. "You know, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier are sisters, so Lan Zier is Lan Qi's daughter, so Lan Qing'er should also." "Yes, he is indeed my father, and Zier." Having said that, Lan Qing'er paused for a while, then looked at Shauna. "And, mother." "Wonderful." Qi couldn't help but applaud at this moment. The life experiences of the sisters Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier were really unexpected. But now, it seems reasonable. Because Lan Zier inherited the dragon blood of her father Lan Qi, while Lan Qing'er seemed to have inherited Shauna's talent and became an archer. Elves, it's not a shame to be an archer. Good uncle, good aunt. After Lan Yi woke up from all kinds of complicated emotions, the first thing she did was say hello. In any case, being polite is always a good thing. Well, Lan Qi still didn't react, because it was too unexpected to meet his 2 daughters in such a place. However, Shauna replied gracefully, "You're welcome, our daughter is taken care of by you. I hope it doesn't cause you any trouble." No, aunt, we were taken care of, Zier is very good." Lan Yi hurriedly returned the salute. In the Lan Yi team, only Lan Zier is a meat shield class, so it really can't be called being taken care of by them. On the other hand, Qi pushed Lan Qi while the others were still stunned, and asked curiously, "You and Shauna are in the northern mountain range, why is your daughter in the eastern wilderness?" "This matter, but it's a long story." When Lan Qi heard the words, he sighed. "Then make a long story short." Qi urged with interest. "To make a long story short, it's very simple. Because of some special reasons, I can't go back to Long Island, so I can only leave Zier and the others in the eastern wasteland." Lan Qi thought for a while, before saying these words. But Qi was puzzled. Is there a connection between these 2 things? Of course there is a connection. Lan Qi glanced at Qi and then said, "You should know about the ruins of the East Desolate Dragon." In fact, when Qi asked about this, Lan Qi had already. It can be affirmed that even if Qi is not from Donghuang, he must have been to Donghuang. Otherwise, the name would never have been pronounced. "I know." Qi nodded, saying that he had heard of it. "It's good to know." Because of the dragon ruins, there was an agreement between Long Dao and the various forces in Donghuang, and they promised not to attack Donghuang, so it would be safer to leave Zier and the others in Donghuang. Lan Qi thought for a moment before saying this. "There is a lot of information in this. So, there is a conflict between you and Long Island?" Qi immediately deduced this piece of information from Lan Qi's words. Coupled with Lanky's reaction to the Dragon Slayer title badge when he was in the store before, the accuracy of this information is not difficult to determine. "I said early on that there is no harmony between the dragons." Lan Qi smiled, and then said very freely, "Otherwise I would not have left Long Island." "Well, this kind of thing is indeed quite common." Qi shrugged, expressing his understanding. "Not to mention the arrogant race like the dragon race, who likes to be alone." Even a gregarious race like the human race likes to fight within the race, not to mention the dragon race. Fighting with each other is normal. In order to protect your daughter, you have taken great pains. When Qilu said this, he didn't ask any more questions. If you ask further, it may be Lan Qi's secret. Qilu knows the proportions, so will not force Lan Qi to answer. So I didn't ask directly. However, it is fate that our father and daughter can meet Manager Qi together and meet in this new world model. Although Lancy recalled some unpleasant things, it did not affect his mood at the moment. And today is indeed a day that should be happy. In order to ensure that their daughter was not targeted by the dragons on Long Island, Lan Qi and Shauna had to go their separate ways to completely divert the enemy's attention away from the eastern wasteland. So Lan Qi and Lan Zier have been separated for almost 10 years. It's not that we can't meet, it's that we can't meet. However, today they met in the New World mode. This is really both fate and luck. That being said, you can't go back to Donghuang for the time being, right? Qilu paused, then asked again. It's not that I can't do anything, but I'm afraid that I will return to the East Wasteland. Those guys from Long Island will also go to the East Wasteland after they realize it, which is not good for Zier and Qinger. Lan Qi shook his head and said helplessly. Dragon Island is located in the Southern Sea area, and the Southern Sea area separated from the East Wasteland by the ruins of a dragon. If Lan Qi hurriedly returned to the East Wasteland, it would be hard not to be noticed by the dragon on Long Island. But the North Mountains are different. Because between the Northern Mountain Range and the Eastern Wilderness, there is still an abyss of heaven. Okay, I originally wanted to ask you to go to the small space of the Hidden Family, but now it seems that there is no drama. Qilu listened to Lan Qi's explanation and gave up the idea. Is there anything else that can threaten Manager Qi? That's really rare. Lan Qi's eyes showed a curious look, but his attitude was still firm. If you say you don't go to Donghuang, then you will definitely not go to Donghuang. Don't worry about this, let's go and see Zier first. Since Lan Qi didn't plan to go, Qilu didn't plan to say anything. Anyway, Qilu has nothing to do in the New World mode, so don't disturb their father and daughter reunion now. To be honest, the relationship between Lan Qi and Shauna, and Lan Zier and Lan Qinger is indeed somewhat unexpected. Who would have thought that they would recognize relatives from such a long distance? But it seems to make sense. After all, even Saratel has a daughter. Lan Qi and Shauna have been together for so long, how could there be no children? And now, it was the time for them to get together, so Qilu went offline very neatly. Although Tiana and Saratel were quite curious, they avoided it very wisely, and brought Moonfrost Snow along by the way. On the contrary, the other members of Lanya's team stood there at a loss. But fortunately, Shauna can control the scene, so she won't be in the cold. Anyway, Shauna is also the former saint of the elves, so it is not trivial to face this situation. Lan Qi can't do it, mainly because this guy is a giant dragon and is used to being arrogant, so he has no social experience. So after a few conversations, Shauna also knew about the situation of the rest of the Lanyi team. Compared with this kind of guy who has lived for hundreds of years, the Levloff idioms of Lanyi and others really needs to be improved. Wait, you said just now, you have already encountered a bone dragon? Just when Shauna and Lan Yi and others were talking, Lan Qi suddenly spoke up and interrupted their conversation. Well, in Yunwu City, the skull dragon seems to be here to find Zier. Lan Qinger glanced at Lan Qi before nodding. Regarding the bone dragon, they just mentioned it a little bit, but they didn't expect Lan Qi's reaction to be so big. To be honest, because of the separation for so many years, Lan Qinger's feelings for her father, Lan Qi, are actually quite light. On the contrary, Lan Zier seems to like Lan Qi. This is probably the reason why the same bloodlines attract each other. Therefore, Lan Qinger's feelings towards her mother, Shauna, should be more cordial. After all, Lan Qing'er inherited Shauna's bloodline. Looking for Zier? Is Zier all right? What happened next? Lan Qi's face immediately became serious. Lan Qi has never told his two daughters about the internal problems of the Dragon Clan, nor does he want them to be exposed to this aspect. Because the power level of the Dragon Clan is really too high. It is a very dangerous thing to rashly blend into it without being a pure-blood dragon. That's why Lan Qi put Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier in Donghuang, because when there are no special circumstances in Donghuang, there will be no Dragon Clan members. However, bone dragons are not within the scope of the Dragon Clansmen. However, the breath of the dragon bloodline will attract the attention of the bone dragon. This is Lan Qi's miscalculation. Because the probability of the bone dragon appearing is so low that Lan Qi has subconsciously ignored this factor, so this situation occurs. I'm fine, father, my big brother was there at the time, so the bone dragon didn't hurt me. Lan Zier said with a smile. Although the situation at that time was indeed critical, but things have passed, and Lan Zier will not be immersed in the scene at that time. Is it Manager Qi? Then I owe him another favor. Lan Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier did not say what the situation was at that time. But what a skull dragon. Dangerous, Lan Qi didn't have to think about it to know, even in the Dragon Island, the fighting power of the bone dragon can be ranked first. With Lan Zier's strength. Thinking of this, Lan Qi looked at the members of the Lan Yi team again. After Shauna's cliché before, Lan Qi also roughly understood the cultivation realm of these people. It can be said that in front of the bone dragon, it is simply vulnerable. It's a pity, I can't go back to Donghuang and take a good look at the strength of Zier's friends. Lan Qi shook his head slightly as he thought. In the New World mode, there is no way to perceive the strength of the opponent in the outside world. Therefore, Lan Qi's understanding of Lan Yi team is limited to the previous conversation between Shauna and them. By the way, Big Brother gave me a dragon's soul after defeating the bone dragon. Suddenly, Lan Zier seemed to remember something, and then said aloud. Just after saying this, Lan Zier pouted and said unhappily, it's just that Xiao Lian can't come here, or I can let my father take a look. Dragon soul? Hearing this word, Lan Qi's eyelids jumped. That's right, it's the dragon's soul. It seems that the big brother got it from the bone dragon. In fact, Xiaolian's life experience is really pitiful. Speaking of this, Lan Zier suddenly became sad. I have to say that Xing Lian's life experience is indeed quite miserable. Before he was born, his father and mother were gone. If Qi Lu hadn't taken out the twin soul contract in time, Xing Lian might have died. And for the sake of Xing Lian, it also led to the war between the human race and the dragon race. In the end, the Huang Empire was destroyed, and the Dragon Clan retreated to Dragon Island. This is simply born with a curse, plus the unblessed love of Xing Lian's father and mother. That skull dragon, wouldn't it be born from the ruins of the dragon? Lan Qi interrupted Lan Zier's rambling words and asked, with some difficulty. Hey, father, how did you know? Lan Zier stared at Lan Qi curiously. Little Loli's emotions came and went quickly, and she was immediately attracted by Lan Qi's words. The battle between the Huang Empire and the Dragon Clan, in the Dragon Island, I am afraid that no one of the older generation of the Dragon Clan does not know. It is really a battle that is still fresh in my memory. Lan Qi said with emotion. Regarding the origin of the bone dragon, Lan Qi also guessed almost the same. Back then, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan set up a Dragon Clan magic array in the Dragon Ruins to nurture the deceased Dragon Clan prince, Lan Kikna very well. I just didn't expect that the Dragon Emperor really let the bone dragons be cultivated. Zier, then who is the dragon soul you speak of? Lan Qi couldn't help recalling what happened back then, and it took a long time before he asked aloud. I heard from the big brother, it should be the daughter of the skull dragon, but Xiaolian seems to know nothing. Lan Zier tilted her little head and said it without concealment. That's right. I didn't expect that the Dragon Prince and the Princess of the Huang Empire actually left children. A smile appeared on Lan Qi's face involuntarily. Intermarriage between the human race and the dragon race. In the dragon race, if there are clansmen who oppose it, then there must be clansmen in favor. Sincere and unswerving love should be advocated. The prince of the dragon family and the princess of the Huang Empire, even if they are opposed by everyone, are willing to abandon their identities to be with each other. This kind of unswerving love deserves the admiration of others. And Lancy is one of the few in favor. After all, Lan Qi himself is in pursuit of love, so he is with Shauna. Okay, knowing that you are all doing well now, then I'm relieved. Lancy said happily. Shauna also nodded slightly and looked at Lan Qinger and Lan Zier with a loving look on their faces. The holy temperament made people feel at ease. Father, mother, knowing that you are still safe, we can rest assured. Don't worry about me, and Zier, we live very well in Donghuang. Lan Qinger also said with a smile. Although the family relationship between Lan Qinger and Lan Qi is very weak, they are still her father, after all. The relationship that blood is thicker than water is not so easily erased. What's more, Lan Qinger can actually guess that her father and mother must have some difficulties to stay by her and Lan Zier's side. Although we can't go back to the East Wasteland yet, it's always good to gather here. If there's anything you can't handle, remember to tell us. Don't be afraid to cause trouble. Remember, no matter what time, your mother and I are standing behind you. At this time, Lan Qi finally showed the nagging of an old father. Holding Lan Qinger and Lan Zier's hands, he kept exhorting them. Seeing Lan Yi and others with envy. In the Lan Yi team, Lan Ye's parents died a long time ago. Fei Xue still has a master. Yojiao is a typical assassin, and she has never heard of her parents' situation, so the situation is unclear for the time being. However, Xiaoya's life experience is similar to Lan Yi, except that Xiaoya's parents died of illness. It is also for this reason that Xiaoya chose to change jobs to become apiarist. As for Nailan Qinqi, to be honest, although he was born in a hidden family. But the real happy days are really few days. It was really distressing that I had to leave my parents' side early because of family reasons. So looking at Lan Qi and Shauna's concern for Lan Qinger and Lan Zier, to be honest, they are indeed envious. It's just a pity that the time you can stay in the New World mode every day is really limited. Lan Qi and Shauna quickly saw the hint that the online time was not enough. So I could only be forced to go offline in the sound of exhortations. Qinger, why haven't I heard you mention this matter? If we hadn't met my uncle and aunt today, we might never have known about it in our lifetime. Lan Yi, who had been standing by and waited for a long time, only spoke out at this moment, and said, quite curiously. Although in the New World mode, it is impossible to perceive the strength of the opponent. But with the realm of Lan Qi and Shauna, even if they don't rely on combat power, the momentum alone is enough to surprise Lan Yi and the others. Qinger, who are the uncle and aunt? From the perspective of temperament, they should be very powerful. Fei Xue also changed his usual calmness and leaned over to ask. Yeah, Zier, just tell us. Unwilling to follow, Xiaoya leaned over and asked, curiously. No way, this is the parents of his teammates, who are close as sisters. It is impossible to say that they are not curious. As before. After Nailan Qinqi's life experience was revealed, Lan Yi and others were also extremely surprised. That is a hidden family, how could it not be surprised? And when Fei Xue called Master Lu Jingya, the surprise was not too small. Not for anything else. Who would have thought of a mercenary team that was cobbled together because of a tragic life experience, or because of the same illness? After the background of the members was revealed, each one was more scary than the other. And this time, it seemed that it was Lan Qing'er and Lan Ziyer's turn. My father? Listen to him, he seems to be a dragon. Lan Ziyer tilted her head and thought for a while, before she said it out loud. After all, when Lan Qi and Shana left Donghuang, Lan Ziyer was not very old, so her memory was rather vague. So Lan Yi and others' eyes were on Lan Qing'er. Don't look at it, I said, that's it. Lan Qing'er couldn't stand the mixed look of expectation and curiosity, so she raised her hand and said helplessly. My father is from the Dragon Island in the Southern Sea. He is a pure-blooded dragon. His strength, I heard that when I was born, has already entered the strong level. And my mother, I heard that she is the saint of the elves. I don't know the strength, but it should not be bad. Lan Qing'er said all the things she knew. What he got was a bunch of wide-eyed eyes, a mixed look of shock, and a gasping voice. Pure-blooded dragon race, powerhouse-level power? Elf Saintess. These two pieces of news are simply two blockbusters. It blew Lan Yi and the others into a bit of confusion. With this background, the entire Eastern Wilderness can't find a second person. No, it's the third person. After all, Lan Qing'er and Lan Ziyer are two people. Is this still the mercenary team that came together because of the same background? Lan Yi couldn't help sighing while holding his forehead. Originally, everyone happily formed a mercenary team, but it turned out that the backgrounds of the team members were stronger than each other, and now she was the only captain who was not very good. It's really sad. Sister Lan Yi, it's okay, my father and mother are not in Donghuang now. Lan Qing'er seemed to feel Lanya's sadness, so she stepped forward, patted Lanya's shoulder, and comforted her. Don't worry about me, I'm fine, just rest for a while. Lan Yi said with some lovelessness. But Lan Yi also knows that Lan Qing'er and Lan Ziyer have strong backgrounds, but they don't actually affect their friendship. It's just that it can't be slowed down for a while. Not to mention the current situation of the Lan Yi team. In the store in the City of Life, Lan Qi and Shana found Qi Lu as soon as they came out of the booth. You come to me, what's the matter? Before Qi Lu lay down on the sofa for a long time, he was forced to sit up. It's mainly to thank Manager Qi. Lancy said it very seriously. The importance of Lan Qing'er and Lan Ziyer to Lan Qi is self-evident, otherwise they would not have gone to such lengths to protect their safety. So this thank you must be said. Looks like you guys are talking a lot. Qi Lu understood as soon as he heard it, it must be Lan Qi who knew about the bone dragon. But about the situation of the bone dragon before his death, Lan Qi must know better than himself, so Qi Lu didn't say much. But I still want to ask about the dragon soul. After Lan Qi thanked him, he continued to speak. You mean Xing Lian? What happened to her? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, crossed his fingers to support his chin, and asked with squinting eyes. Through Lan Qi's question, Qi Lu can guess that the matter of the dragon ruins may not be as simple as imagined. The matter of the bone dragon is naturally not as simple as it seems. No, it doesn't matter, I just want to know the specific situation. Lan Qi also rubbed his chin and said slowly, there were a lot of things going on back then. It's not as simple as you think, but I don't think you know much. It's just that in the expectation of the dragon clan, other than the dragon soul of the bone dragon, it should be impossible for other dragon souls to survive. Back then, the battle between the Huang Empire and the dragon clan spread far and wide. There were not a few giant dragons buried in the Huang Empire, so there were not too many dragon souls wandering within the Huang Empire at that time. It's just that the dragon souls that have not entered the dragon magic circle will not exist for long and will completely dissipate. When arranging the dragon clan magic circle, the dragon soul put into it should only be the prince of the dragon clan back then. How could there be another dragon soul for no reason? This is where Lan Qi can't figure it out. The secret of the dragon clan, then I won't ask. Qi Lu took a deep look at Lan Qi, and then continued, Xing Lian survived under the protection of the dragon soul of the bone dragon. Sure enough. After getting Qi Li's answer, Lan Qi nodded silently. The answer was in Lan Qi's expectation. Now, things will be troublesome. Although Lan Qi was very happy that the descendants of the Dragon Prince and the Huang Empire princess survived, there were too many things involved. What? Can you talk about it? Qi Lu raised his head and asked, tentatively. Since Manager Qi wants to know, there's nothing he can't say. Lan Qi glanced at Qi Lu, and after a long while, he nodded. After the war, the Dragon Clan's magic circle was arranged in the Huang Empire, which is now the ruins of the dragon, to cultivate bone dragons. But in addition to cultivating bone dragons, it is also to condense the fire off dragon souls. In that battle, the dragons buried in the Huang Empire, and their dragon souls, would become the nourishment for the dragon's magic circle, which would be used to nurture the fire of the dragon's soul. However, what is the use of dragon soul fire? Qi Lu suddenly asked aloud. When he was in Yunwu City, when Qi Lu and the bone dragon fought, he also paid attention to the soul fire in the eye socket of the bone dragon. That is the product formed by the dragon soul of the bone dragon attached to the keel, in order to maintain the vitality of the bone dragon. But to be precise, that thing is not a dragon soul. It is a combination of dragon soul and ghost fire. So Qi Lu was not sure whether that soul fire was the dragon soul fire that Lan Qi said. The function of the fire of the dragon soul is very simple, that is, resurrection. Lan Qi said lightly. But in Qi Li's ears, the meaning is completely different. The same. How difficult it is to resurrect is no need to go into details. Even if it is a system, it can only be done after consulting with the will of the world Indonghuang. But listening to Lan Qi's tone, it didn't seem that difficult. Manager Qi, I probably know what you are thinking, but the fire of the dragon soul is not what you think. Looking at Qi Li's eyes, Lan Qi could guess what Qi Lu was thinking, so he explained it immediately. The bone dragon is an undead creature formed by the unwilling dragon soul, which is attached to the keel and the fire under the strong obsession and resentment. Therefore, the flame burning on the bone dragon is essentially a ghost fire. The fire of the dragon's soul is a crystal that burns an eternal and inextinguishable fire by gathering a large number of dragon souls by the Dragon Clan magic circle. Its essence is a treasure, not a dragon soul. The dragon magic circle arranged by the dragon in the ruins of the dragon is not one, but two. The magic formation on the surface is the dragon soul formation used to nurture the bone dragon, and the formation hidden below is the formation used to condense the fire of the dragon soul. Lan Qi said, slowly. This matter can be regarded as one of the most secret things of the Dragon Clan. It's just that Qi Lu has already participated in it, so Lan Qi is not afraid to tell Qi Lu about it, but he will keep it secret at the end. In that case, the bone dragon is actually just a disguise to attract attention. The real purpose of the dragon family is the fire of the dragon soul. Qi Lu was clear at one point, nodded slightly, and said it as if he was talking to himself. Lan Qi shrugged noncommittally. To be exact, the bone dragon is also one of the purposes, but it's not that important. But now it seems that the fire of the dragon's soul may not be condensed successfully. Lan Qi's tone of voice made Qi Lu look a little sideways. How did you know for sure? Qi Lu couldn't help but ask a question. It's very simple. The purpose of the dragon soul fire is to carry the dragon soul and form a new dragon body to ensure the survival of the dragon soul. This is what I mean by resurrection. Only the members of the Dragon Clan can be resurrected. Lan Qi glanced at Qi Lu and said calmly, but the birth of the bone dragon proves that the new dragon body has not been formed. Then, the fire of the dragon's soul naturally did not condense successfully. So I suspect that the bone dragon consumed part of the power of the dragon soul fire when protecting his daughter's dragon soul. Lan Qi said his guess, but there was a complicated look on his face. So is this a good thing or a bad thing? Qilu was silent for a while, before asking aloud. There are good and bad, Lan Qi smiled. For Long Dao, it is naturally a bad thing, but for me, it should be a good thing. As long as the dragon magic circle is not broken, the fire of the dragon soul will condense sooner or later. And when the fire of the dragon soul condenses, it is the time when the dragon clan descends on the east wasteland again, so the dragon soul protected by the bone dragon is a help to me. Lan Qi kept away from Dragon Island and put Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er in the east wasteland, relying on the agreement of the dragon ruins to protect his daughter. So for Lan Qi, it is naturally a good thing to be able to condense the fire of the dragon soul later. Okay, however, there is one thing I have to tell you, that is, the Shadow Palace once moved the magic circle of the dragon clan in order to summon the spirit of the demon abyss. It was the first time that Qilu knew that there were so many secrets in the dragon ruins. Back then, the purpose of the dragon sovereign's arrangement of the dragon clan magic array was not to breed bone dragons, but to revive his own son. It's a pity that the dragon prince died at the hands of the Huang Empire. In order to save Xinglian, he was too obsessed, so he did not wait for the fire off the dragon soul to condense successfully. He was even willing to give up the chance to resurrect himself for Xinglian's sake. It has to be said that he is indeed a competent father. Just really sad. However, pity is one thing, since things have come to this point, Qilu will not have any other thoughts. It's just that Lan Qi is willing to tell himself the secret of the dragon ruins, so Qilu must also tell Lan Qi what happened in the dragon ruins. Someone wants to change the magic circle of the dragon race? A sneer appeared in Lan Qi's eyes. However, Qilu knew that this mockery was not aimed at himself, but at the people in the Shadow Palace. The only thing they can move is the Dragon Soul Great Formation. The Dragon Soul Fire Magic Formation hidden in the depths, even if the Dragon Emperor personally takes action, it cannot be changed. Lan Qi sneered, but followed with a sigh. Qilu could probably guess Lan Qi's complicated mood. Poor parents in the world. Okay, let's not talk about it, the matter of the dragon ruins has come to an end. Lan Qi shook his head and staggered away. The complicated mood always takes time to calm down. Fortunately, Lan Qi has not forgotten Shauna, so he just walked to the door of the store and stopped. Is he all right? Qilu pointed to Lan Qi and asked Shauna. It's all right, don't worry, Shauna shook her head slightly and said, I've also heard about the ruins of the dragon. The purpose of the dragon family isn't that simple. But the Dragon Emperor probably didn't expect that his youngest son would rather save his daughter than resurrect him. For him, it is better to die in love than to live alone. Qilu pouted, only said one sentence, and didn't express his opinion. Love is something that is sometimes difficult to understand. Probably, but let's not talk about this first. In fact, I have one thing, and I want to trouble the manager of Qi for a favor. Shauna smiled and did not intend to continue the previous topic. What's up? Qilu chose a comfortable position, half lying on the sofa. If Manager Qi is convenient, I would like to ask you to help me deliver this drop of holy blood to Qing'er. Shauna stretched out her hand as she spoke. A drop of pale golden blood was suspended on Shauna's palm, exuding a dazzling golden brilliance. When you look at it, you can tell that it is of exceptional quality. This is the holy blood of the elves. Qilu was stabbed by the bright golden light and narrowed his eyes, but a look of amazement appeared on his face. The holy blood of a race can only be condensed by the most noble and purest bloodline owner in this race. The holy blood has two functions. One is the power used to purify the blood of the people of this race. The other is used to activate the hidden bloodline of this race. Shauna wanted Qilu to help and give Lan Qing'er the holy blood of the elves, which was naturally to activate the hidden bloodline belonging to the elves in Lan Qing'er's body. However, to be honest, the holy blood of the elves, even the Queen of Elves, may not be condensed. Because the blood levels of the previous elf queens are not all the same. Then this. So it seems that Shauna's bloodline level is higher than Tiana's? Manager Chi, I think you may have misunderstood. Tiana and I both have the bloodline of the Holy Spirit in our bodies. This is the bloodline power rarely possessed by any elf queen. Shauna seemed to see the doubts in Chi Li's eyes, and smiled and explained. The blood of the holy elf is the most noble blood power in the elves. As long as you have this bloodline power, you can condense the holy blood of the elves. The only difference is that the purity of the holy blood is different. After all, apart from the holy angel, the ancestor of the elves, who appeared in ancient times, there is no second elves who can possess the pure blood of the elves. And with the passage of time, the blood of the holy elves has become thinner and thinner. To this day, the elves who possess the blood of the holy elves are already rare in the clan. It turns out that it's a long experience. Sheila suddenly realized, and glanced at Shauna's slightly pale face. Condensing holy blood is not an easy task, and the loss of one's own strength is not small. If you want to fully recover, it will take at least a month or so. Just for the sake of her daughter, Shauna did it without hesitation. I will deliver the holy blood for you, don't worry. For Chi Lu, this kind of small favor is just a small effort, so it doesn't matter if you help. Then thank you, Manager Chi. Shauna thanked softly, and left with Lon Qi. The holy blood left in the store was packed by Chi Lu in a jade box engraved with a magic circle, to ensure that the energy in it would not escape. After doing this, Chi Lu went to lie down again. The matter of sending holy blood, let's leave it for now. Anyway, when I go to help Nalan Chinchi, I will definitely join the Lanya team, so there is no need to rush this time. Leave some time for them to digest the surprise of meeting their parents. Time, like a white horse passing by, is fleeting. Sheila felt that he hadn't rested for a long time, but when he opened his eyes, Xuanhuan was closing the store. Have I slept that long? Sheila stretched hard, then touched his nose. It was a bit cold to sleep on the sofa. It's a pity that although the customers who came to the store wanted to remind Chi Lu, but because of Chi Li's strength, they really didn't have the courage. Fortunately, Chi Li's physique passed the test, and there was no such problem as a cold. Hey, Chi Lu, you should come over to guard the store from tomorrow, right? After closing the door of the store, Xuanhuan heard the movement in the store and asked without looking back. You want to be lazy? Sheila did not answer, but instead asked a question. Of course not, it's called work and rest. Xuanhuan said with her eyes wide open as if her tail was being stepped on. The two cat ears on the top of the head were pressed down and turned into the ears of an airplane. Working during the day and resting at night is called a combination of work and rest. If you play during the day and sleep at night, it is called laziness. Sheila didn't want to eat this set, but while talking, he reached out and rubbed Xuanhuan's head as a sign of comfort. Xuanhuan was so angry that she dared not speak. This is simply the labor of squeezing kittens. It's just that Xuanhuan knew that she couldn't escape ever since she was caught by Chi Lu from the cloud forest. So knowing that the discussion this time was probably nothing to do with Xuanhuan, she opened Chi Li's hand and ran upstairs, hummingly. No way, keeping the store is too boring for a kitten. After all, it's a cat and mouse dog housekeeping. Keeping the store is not the specialty of felines. Why does Shao Shu feel angry? Who is messing with her? Chi Lu scratched his head, somewhat unclear. But it soon turned into a shrug, and then went upstairs with him. The shop portal in the bedroom is still as conspicuous as ever. Sheila glanced at the second bedroom and found that Xuanhuan did not seem to have come in, so he walked into the portal by himself. Cloud City. After the store door was closed, Yusier would always walk around the Storito check. This is a habit that Yu Xier had left when she was a clerk in the past. Although Qi Lu told her that it was okay not to check, Yu Xier was always restless. When Qi Lu came down from the second floor, she happened to see Yu Xier walking around in the booth area. Shop. Brother Qi Lu. I read it right. Yu Xier, who walked out of the aisle in the booth area, rubbed her eyes in disbelief after seeing the figure at the entrance of the corridor. Qi Lu didn't speak, just looked at Yu Xier with a smile. It seems that Xuanhuan is still very reasonable. Even if she was wronged, she didn't come back to inform her in advance. Otherwise, there would be no such surprise. You're finally back, Brother Qi Lu. Xier misses you so much. After repeatedly confirming that she was not mistaken, Yu Xier bit her lips and immediately ran towards Qi Lu. Then he hugged Qi Lu tightly. It's like confirming whether Qi Lu is real or fake. Why are you so nervous, Xier? I won't run. Qi Lu also reached out and hugged Yu Xier's back and said softly. You must know that the cooling time of the gate of the barrier is a whole month, not to mention, Qi Lu is not so anxious to go to another world. The current power of faith is temporarily enough. I'm not afraid that you will run away. Yu Xier blushed and said hesitantly. It seemed that Qi Lu had not been away for more than a month, but more than 10 years. What are you talking about? Don't worry, when I come back this time I will stay in this store for a while, and I won't go out so soon. Qi Lu said with some tears and laughter. I always feel that Yu Xier seems to be much more courageous than usual. Is it an illusion? While speaking, Qi Lu also thought silently in his heart. Yes, is that so? That's great. When Yu Xier heard this, she immediately released the hand that was holding Qi Lu tightly, and stepped back with a blushing face. It seemed that it was purely because he was too excited, not because he became more courageous. Well, it's still the familiar Yu Xier. Yeah, I feel great too. Qi Lu took a step forward, took Yu Xier into his arms again, and said softly. If it is not forced by the system, for the power of belief, who would like to into those unfamiliar places, without any hassle? Wouldn't it be nice to just stay in the store and wait to die? And also, with Yu Xier by her side, it is much more comfortable than the days when you can't even sleep well outside. However, feeling Qi Li's warm embrace, Yu Xier's face was so red that she was about to bleed, and even her snow-white neck turned pink at this moment. The first thought in my heart was that Brother Qi Lu actually took the initiative to hug him. So shy. Many times, in fact, it does not need too many words. A hug can solve many problems. For example, the sorrow of missing, and the bitterness of waiting. With a blushing face, Yu Xier secretly raised her head and glanced at Qi Lu's expression. Eyes are closed. That secret kiss should be fine. Brother Qi Lu has already taken the initiative, so it shouldn't be a problem to give him a little salute. Yu Xier was held in Qi Li's arms, and she couldn't help but start thinking wildly in her mind. But when she thought of that scene, Yu Xier's blushing face, and the temperature rose sharply. Hey! I've been waiting for so long, can you hurry up? Just when Yu Xier was so ashamed that her head was about to steam, Xuanhuan's voice came from the corridor. Yu Xier was so shocked that she quickly broke free from Qi Li's embrace. Shao Shu, what are you talking about? Yu Xier covered her red face and said angrily. No, nothing, sorry, I didn't come at the right time, you continue. Xuanhuan felt that the situation was not good, and immediately retracted her head. Originally, Yu Xier was about to muster up her courage and take the initiative to attack, but Xuanhuan's voice suddenly scared Yu Xier's little courage back. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. I think Shao Shu needs to clean up. In the silence, Qi Lu said lightly. Well, I also think, then I'll go back to the room to find Shao Shu. Yu Xier quickly followed suit. Yu Xier got out of this awkward atmosphere by using the steps provided by Qi Lu, and hurried to the second floor. As for whether it really went to clean up the frost and snow, then the benevolent sees benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Sure enough, it's more comfortable in the store. Sheila looked at Yushir's back as if running away, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. It feels really good to have someone waiting for you. Bedroom on the second floor. Yushir threw Xuanhuan under her body and scratched her itch fiercely. Ha 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 ha, Shir, forgive my life, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, IRL I didn't mean to. Xuanhuan laughed until tears came out, and her stomach started to hurt. Really, laughing too much does cause stomach pain. Humph. Yushir scratched for a long time, and she could be considered to vent her anger, so she temporarily let Xuanhuan go. Just still pouting, sitting beside the bed sullen. Shir, it's all right, won't it be the same day or night to attack the wood of Qilu? Xuanhuan, who finally stopped smiling, hurriedly climbed to Yushir's side, grabbed Yushir's arm, and began to make plans. Good girlfriends always like to fight each other. Between two kittens, this is more likely to happen. But, I think today is a good opportunity. Yushir felt a little regretful, and the courage she finally mustered felt wasted. I also think it's a good opportunity. It's not because you are too hesitant, I can't help it. If it were me, this situation would definitely not happen. Xuanhuan was lying on the side and said confidently. The single cat who has never been in love, the favorite thing to do is to pretend to be a love expert to teach love experience. However, when things come to an end, all kinds of chains will always fall off. Really? Yushir looked at Xuanhuan suspiciously. Of course, as long as you don't hesitate, you will have taken the wood long ago. Xuanhuan swears to answer. He even patted his chest and used the clanging sound of steel plates as a guarantee. But. When Yushir thought of the previous scene, she thought that if she really took the initiative and kissed her. No, I can't think about it anymore. Thinking about it again, my head is steaming again. What? Xuanhuan, who was lying on the side, kicked her calf and let out a hissing sound. Qilu, who was sitting on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, opened the store manager's backstage. Then click on the purchase channel. In the world over there, after staying for more than a month, the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll just finished cooling down. This is a good thing that can only be drawn once a month. I don't know what kind of surprises this time will bring. I hope today's luck is not bad. Qilu rubbed his hands together, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance from Yushir's body. Strange, does the cat smell? System, are you there? System, this system is always there. Host, what's the matter? It's fine if you're here, I want to draw a lottery, the class inheritance scroll, no problem. Qilu said straight to the point. System, of course, is the host ready? If I'm not ready, will I call you out? It's not fun to chat with you. Qilu pouted and said with a look of disgust. Compared to chatting with the system, Qilu would rather go to Xuanhuan, which is also a cat ear lowly. Although it is not tame at all, it is at least cute. System, host, if you really think so, then this system thinks that nothing good will come out of this class inheritance scroll. This is because I feel that I am disliked, so I have a temper? Qilu's face immediately became serious, and he said solemnly, System, what I meant in the last sentence was actually saying that you are a very serious system, and you never make jokes. I'm complimenting you, not saying you're boring. Qilu said so eloquently that he almost believed it. System, is this really the case? Host, it may be that this system misunderstood you. The system with IQ arrears is always in a state of being fooled. Even if this guy has learned a lot of routines from the host, he cannot escape the next new routine. You just understand, I don't blame you. Qilu pretended to be generous. System, in this case, host, the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll has been prepared and can be extracted at any time. probably felt something was wrong, so the system chose to skip the topic. However, it saves a lot of effort. Okay, then, the new class inheritance scroll, please obey my call, come before my eyes, and come out. The strongest class inheritance scroll. Qi Lu point. He nodded, then closed his eyes, and began to meditate in his heart. After all, the lottery still needs a sense of ritual. Although these strange spells are only accidentally remembered by Qi Lu, it should be okay to borrow them. After all, in Qi Li's memory, there was a guy with weird hair who called himself a game and could print cards on the spot every time. Now, if you shout the strongest class inheritance scroll yourself, you should be able to get an answer. Perhaps? After confirming the extraction in his mind, soon, a sheepskin roll tied with a delicate ribbon fell into Qi Li's hands. Hopefully it doesn't disappoint me. Qi Li lightly held the newly emerged rank inheritance scroll, and the relevant information immediately appeared in Qi Li's mind. Royal Dragon Envoy Class Inheritance Scroll. The Imperial Dragon Envoy has the power to control the dragon family, and the tyrannical combat power that is comparable to the dragon family. Skill 1, Royal Dragon, sign a contract with the target and become a combat partner. The power of the dragon warrior and the combat partner will be superimposed, and their minds will be connected. This skill will be inherited along with the power of class inheritance, and will be inherited by the qualified. Friendly reminder 1, once the Royal Dragon contract is signed, it will not be possible to replace a new combat partner until the original combat partner dies. Friendly reminder 2, you can only have one combat partner, and must have dragon blood. Skill 2, Dragon's Power. After entering the battle, the Dragon Envoy will gain non-additional power equal to that of a combat partner. This skill will be inherited along with the power of class inheritance, and will be inherited by those who are qualified. It's another class inheritance scroll that comes with 2 exclusive skills, but the 2 exclusive skills that come with it this time are really a bit strong. Qi Li repeatedly read the information on the inheritance scroll of the Royal Dragon Envoy class several times, and finally couldn't help swallowing saliva. Almost choked. The exclusive skills of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll, although there are some small restrictions. But in terms of strength, compared to the exclusive skills that come with the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll, it is much stronger. The effect of the Dragon skill, the superposition of power and the connection of mind, should not be said. That almost doubled the power of the Royal Dragon Envoy and the combat partner. And the skill of dragon power is even more powerful. The Dragon Envoy directly increases the power equivalent to the combat partner. What is the concept? That is, the power is doubled again. Just looking at the description of this skill is already quite terrifying. However, Qi Lu knew that the system's descriptions of these skills were actually quite subtle. The real effect should go beyond the description of the skill itself. Although it is restricted that the combat partner must have the blood of the dragon family, but this does not affect the strength of the inheritance scroll off the Royal Dragon Envoy class. And Qi Lu can fully understand this limitation. If the combat partners who signed the contract are not dragons, how can they be called the Royal Dragon Envoy? This time the class inheritance scroll did not disappoint me. Is the spell I canted before actually effective? Qi Lu nodded and thought to himself. But guessing is guessing, Qi Lu still has self-knowledge, and things like spells are likely to be psychological comfort. So, there is only one answer left, and that is extra luck tonight. Qi Lu clapped his hands and said to himself, it must be so. Then I have to chase after the victory. Qi Lu thought to himself, and then said, System, what is the price of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll? System, after the appraisal of this system, 40 Grandmaster level magic cores are required to purchase the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll. This price has doubled compared to the previous Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll. However, in all fairness, the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll is more than twice as strong as the Shadowhunter class inheritance scroll. At least as far as the skill description is concerned, there is no doubt that the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll will win. Very fair price. Sheila nodded in agreement, and even felt a little cheap. It's just a pity that there is always a limitation in the Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll. That is, it is necessary to have a combat partner in order to exert the full power of the Dragon Envoy. This is probably the only disadvantage of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll. However, the shortcomings can always be made up, and this is not something Sheila should be concerned about. Anyway, Sheila wouldn't use these class inheritance scrolls. Taking advantage of my luck tonight, I have to go to the Fairy Demon battlefield to take a look. Maybe I can find something good. This is what Sheila thought of chasing after victory. Picking up immortal weapons and magic weapons in the Fairy and Demon battlefield requires a lot of luck. Maybe with a flick of his hand and a bad thought, he can shake a peerless fairy weapon into a piece of garbage. Of course, although it is garbage, it is only relative. The fairy and magic weapons that can be picked up in the Fairy and Demon battlefield, as long as they are not completely broken, they can be called treasures. System, help me open the channel to enter the Fairy and Demon battlefield. I have to hurry to get some goods before my good luck disappears. Sheila said eagerly. System, understood, please be prepared, host, the Fairy and Demon battlefield will open immediately. As soon as the voice fell, a passageway completely formed by the convergence of light appeared in front of Qi Lu. Qi Lu, who had a previous experience, walked in without hesitation. The mighty prehistoric atmosphere, at the same time when Qi Lu came to the battlefield of fairy and demons, rushed like an overwhelming sea, pressing on Qi Li's body. Fortunately, Qi Lu was well prepared, so he didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. This prehistoric atmosphere that seems to have existed in ancient times, as if it has existed forever, is entrenched in this Fairy and Demon battlefield. Treat every creature that comes to the Fairy and Demon battlefield equally. Although preparations have been made, this vast and boundless atmosphere is still amazing. Sheila took a deep breath and sighed. In the distance, the remnants of the fallen immortals and demons were exactly the same as when Sheila entered the battlefield of immortals and demons last time, without the slightest change. With the passage of time, these remnants cannot be decayed at all. The so-called Shou and Tianqi probably said that this is the case. It is really amazing. However, these things have nothing to do with Qi Lu. Under normal circumstances, the affairs of Shou and Tianqi should not appear in Qi Lu. Even in this Fairy and Demon battlefield, Qi Lu couldn't stay for long. So it is still more important to purchase. After the last lesson, Qi Lu didn't spend much time sighing on the battlefield of immortals and demons, but began to look for those immortal artifacts that were not so badly damaged. However, there are indeed many fairy and magic weapons left in the Fairy and Demon battlefield. But it is indeed quite difficult to find a few pieces that are not seriously damaged. After all, if there are really good things, they probably won't stay. Sheila came to pick up the leak. So when the system's prompts came out, Sheila only found an object that looked like a small cage in the claws of a strangely shaped giant beast. Although the shape is a bit weird, the damage is the least. That's it, the system will check out and send me back. Sheila lifted the cage in his hand and shouted in his mind. If you don't go back, I'm afraid it will be eroded by the death energy in the Fairy and Demon battlefield, and then it will become a wreckage here. Fortunately, the system's actions were quite fast, and Qi Lu appeared in the store before he finished speaking. The cage in his hand was also taken away by the system, and it should be to Kento repair. A trip to the Fairy and Demon battlefield is really harder than fighting a battle. During the waiting time, Qi Lu also began to stretch his muscles and bones. Although there is no cooling time limit for entering the Fairy and Demon battlefield, there are rigid physical requirements. If you can't bear the dead energy in the fairy and demon battlefield, don't mention the purchase, and you will be lucky if you don't put yourself in it. So Qi Lu didn't plan to go in for a second time in a short time. System, host, you are not arrogant or impetuous this time. Why are you still free to start doing gymnastics? After a while, the sound of the system rang. Qi Lu was slightly startled, but the movement of his hands did not stop. Instead, he moved his body and asked, "You appeared so early, could it be that something has been repaired?" System, of course, with the capabilities of this system, this kind of thingy's not easy. Yes, I know you are the best. Qi Lu casually perfunctory. Anyway, the damage to the system has been enough in normal times, and it's okay to occasionally praise the system when it is doing business. Now that it has been repaired, take it out and show it to me. After the activity was over, Qi Lu continued to speak in his mind. To be honest, Qi Lu really had no confidence in what he brought back this time. After all, compared to the last holy light ball, Qi Lu couldn't think of any use for this cage-like object. So I decided to take it out. After the system repair, the small cage brought back from the fairy and demon battlefield has also become a little bit more beautiful. A round thick base with dozens of fences of unknown material standing on it. On the fence, there are also some ferocious-looking beasts carved with ferocious faces, which look quite shocking. And above the fence is the cage roof. It's just that compared to the thick base, the top of the cage is much thinner, so that the shape of the cage looks quite weird. A cage? What kind of person would create this kind of thing as a weapon? What's the use? Qi Lu scratched the back of his head and opened the store manager's backstage while complaining. The information about the small cage in his hand immediately poured into Qi Lu's mind. Devil's Colosseum, epic special item, select a target, and forcefully enter it with the owner of the Colosseum to fight, with skills, deathmatch, Devil's Invitation, Eternal Darkness. Deathmatch, the battle in the Colosseum must be divided into life and death before it ends, and before the end of the battle, all external forces cannot interfere with the battle in the Colosseum. Devil's Invitation, after entering the Colosseum, the owner of the Colosseum will be blessed with the power of the devil, directly stealing 30% of the opponent's power. Eternal Fall into Darkness, the demon will devour the souls of the losers in the Colosseum, and through the Colosseum, it will be converted into power and fed back to the owner of the Colosseum. Friendly reminder, accepting the power of the devil is to sign a contract with the devil. The devil does not allow his allies to fail, so please do what you can. Use restrictions, anyone willing to sign a pact with the devil. Hey! This cage is really not a weapon. Qi Lu stared, dumbfounded at the cage in his hand. No, it should be called the Devil's Colosseum now. Although it is an epic-level special item, it gives Qi Lu a more shocking feeling than an epic-level weapon. It can be described in one word, a must-have item for the king of heads-up. The 3 skills attached to the Devil's Colosseum are all prepared for singles, and they are also linked together. In short, in the simplest terms, as long as the enemy is pulled into the Colosseum, then either you will die, or I will die. Today I just want to be beaten to death by you, or, beat you to death. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this sentence. And it always felt a little familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere. However, this is not the most critical. Deathmatch is just the first skill the Devil's Colosseum has. And the really powerful are the 2 skills that follow, the Devil's Invitation Letter, and Eternal Fall into Darkness. The Demon's Invitation Letter can directly steal 30% of the enemy's power, and then bless the owner of the Colosseum to ensure that the balance of the battle lies inclined to the owner of the Colosseum to the greatest extent. Eternal Fall into Darkness is a key skill that ensures that the owner of the Colosseum can become stronger and stronger with the battle. It can be said that the special item of the Devil's Colosseum, although it isn't a weapon, is better than most weapons in terms of improving combat effectiveness. It's just that the last friendly reminder is a bit infiltrating. The devil does not allow his allies to fail. Qilu looked at this sentence and pondered for a long time before realizing its meaning. That is the owner of the Colosseum, which is a demon. Once he signs a contract with the demon, as long as he is defeated in battle, his soul will be swallowed by the demon no matter his life or death. Falling into darkness is not a skill that is specifically aimed at enemies. The owner of the Colosseum, which also devours the devil. Is this the difference between a fairy and a magic weapon? Qilu suddenly remembered the giant beast he saw in the battlefield of fairy and demon. From the outside, it didn't seem to have any fatal injuries. The Devil's Colosseum was pulled out from the claws of the giant beast. Originally, Qilu was still thinking, how could such a monster not even be fatally wounded, and just fall into the battlefield of the fairy and demon? Now that I think about it, that guy may have lost in the battle, so the soul was directly swallowed by the demon, and there was no fatal injury. Thinking of this, Qilu was stunned and felt a chill behind him. Magic weapon, no wonder it is called magic weapon. Although the power provided is extremely powerful, the price to be paid is also high. Who can guarantee that he will never lose in his life? No wonder the restrictions on the use of the Devil's Colosseum are so strange. Anyone who is willing to sign a contract with the devil can become the owner of the Devil's Colosseum. It turns out that this is just a superficial limitation. However, the real use limit of the Devil's Colosseum should actually be, never lose. Forget it, I can't use it, I'm bothering you. Without saying a word, Qilu put away the Devil's Colosseum. The condition of never being defeated is too harsh. You must know that there are people outside people, there are heavens outside the sky, and those who dare to say that they will never lose, either have never seen the world, or are too arrogant. A real strong man is never afraid of failure, but he will never say that he will not fail. Find your own weakness from failure, and then continue to surpass yourself. This is the attitude of a strong man. Qi Lening has the current strength, that is, he has come from countless failures, constantly surpassing himself and improving himself. Therefore, Qilu chose to stay away from the Devil's Colosseum. So, although the 2 new items that arrived tonight are good things, but Qilu always felt a little melancholy. What's the reason for this? North Mountains, Tianyuan. Tianyuan has been quiet for a long time since the nightmare demons were eliminated. But tonight, the silence was shattered. The space barrier in the abyss was suddenly torn out by a huge opening, and the dark space was turbulent, as if it could swallow all the light. Is this the legendary heaven and earth that the glory of the crown has not yet reached? Sure enough, even the breath that permeates the heaven and earth is filthy. A voice of disgust came from the gap in the space barrier. Immediately afterwards, an extremely tall figure also walked out of the gap in the space barrier, standing still in the void, looking at the surrounding environment. Just looking at the height of this figure, it is nearly 3 meters tall, and the body is even more sturdy. Through the thin starlight on the horizon, you can see this tall figure's armor covered with a large number of unknown monsters carved on it, which looks mighty and extraordinary. A face was hidden under the helmet, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes. From the interface of the armor, and the places that are not covered, you can see the knotted muscles of this tall figure, as if they were made of steel. No one would doubt the terrifying power contained in it. You know, just breaking the space barrier is enough to prove how terrifying this person's strength is. Bam! After a while, the tall figure fell from the sky to the ground, causing a tremor. Since this world has not been illuminated by His Majesty's brilliance, our duty is to spread His Majesty's brilliance to every corner of this world. The tall figure walked forward slowly while talking. Behind him, people began to file out of the gap above the space barrier. And everyone who appeared was the same, tall and sturdy, with muscles knotted all over, wearing armor and covering their faces under their helmets. Only those eyes that were full of fierceness and strong fighting intent were revealed. It wasn't until the last person walked out of the gap in the space barrier that the opening that kept escaping from the turbulent flow of space closed with a bang. A figure who seemed to be the leader also stepped forward and reported, "Sir, a total of 300 warriors have all assembled, waiting for your instructions. Stay where you are, and then stand by." The tall figure who came out first raised his head, looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Qila didn't know what happened in the Beishan Mountains. Qila only knew that he slept quite comfortably today, and slept until dawn. After washing up, when they went downstairs, Qila realized that Yu Xier had opened the shop door. "Brother Qi Lu, good morning." Yu Xier smiled and greeted Qi Lu, but her face was still a little flushed. "Good morning, Xier, where's Shao Shu? Is it over yet?" Qila smiled back and took a bacon sandwich from the snack vending machine. "I haven't eaten the food produced by the system for a long time. I used to feel nothing when I ate it every day, but now after so long, IRL I miss it. Therefore, it is true that you only know how to cherish when you lose it." "Well, Shao Shu went over there very early." Yu Xier nodded. When Xuanhuan was mentioned, Yu Xier remembered what they discussed in the room last night, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. It is a pity that the strategy of Qi Lu is a big problem with a long way to go. It's really not easy to solve in a while. What? While Yu Xier was thinking about the problem, when she blushed secretly bythway, a sudden coolness made Yu Xier scream in surprise. Then Yu Xier saw Qila Jing holding a bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice with a smiling face and sticking it to her face. "Brother Qi Lu, drink some watermelon juice, it's not good for your body to be blushing all the time." Qila smiled and put the freshly squeezed watermelon juice into Yu Xier's hand, and then rubbed Yu Xier's head with her free hand. "Then I bit into the bacon sandwich and went to get the plain milk." Bacon sandwiches still have to be served with plain milk to taste good. "Well." Yu Xier held a glass bottle with freshly squeezed watermelon juice in one hand, and covered her red face with the other, and couldn't help pouting at Qila's back. "I thought that can also enlighten, but it turned out to be fake." "Big brother, you are really back, good morning." At the door, Lan Zier's voice suddenly came in. Immediately following, a petite figure ran behind Qi Lu and lay on Qi Lu's back. Qi Lu, who was bending over to get pure milk, immediately felt a soft little lolly on her back, and a helpless smile appeared on her face. "Why are you here so early today?" Qi Lu held Lan Zier down with his backhand, and then raised his head and asked, "Lan Yi." Since the system has repeatedly expanded the area of the store under Qi Lu's suggestion, the situation of rushing to grab a spot in the early morning has rarely occurred. It's not that Lan Zier is clamoring to come over, and the Lan Yi team really has nothing to do recently. Lan Yi replied with a polite smile on his face. Yesterday's fight because of Lan Qi and Shauna's appearance. The blow seemed to subside after a night. After all, it should be a joy for Lan Qinger and Lan Zier to find their parents. While the background is indeed a bit overwhelming, joy should always come first in any case. "All right." Qila shrugged, then put down Lan Zier who was in his hands. "It's a good thing to be remembered by the little loli of the dragon family. Qila, thank you for being willing to help me." At this moment, Nailan Qinchi, who was following behind, came up and said thank you first, and then greeted him normally. It's just that the look on his face is a touch of sadness, and there is often a look of tiredness in his eyes. "You're welcome, but how urgent is this matter? Can people still live in the small space of the hidden family?" Qila waved his hand and asked aloud. After the unfortunate death of the head of the Nailan family, Nailan Qinchi was actually the actual ruler of the Nailan family. Not only the support of the Lan Yi team, but also the support of Yun Qingfeng, the head of the Yun family. Therefore, the members of the Nailan family did not dare to have any opinions. It's just that at this critical moment, Nailan Qinchi left Nailan's house privately, which was definitely a huge blow to prestige. That's why Qilu has this question. It's not yet severe enough to require a full evacuation, but I think it shall be not far off. Nayland Qingqi heard Qi Li's implication, sighed, and replied aloud, so I came out this time to find help. The Nayland family is now handed over to my father. Nayland Jishu is considered the most suitable person to lead the Nayland family besides Nayland Qingqi. Although Nayland Jishu is a collateral branch. But in the face of tyrannical power, bloodline is not a problem at all, only strength is the truth. Is it already serious to this point, then leave later, the sooner it is resolved, the better. Qilu was also interested. A strange beast that can change the climate of an entire small space is quite rare, not to mention that there may be strange treasures. If you don't take a look, you might lose a lot. By the way, before this, Qing'er, your mother asked me to bring you something. Just as Qilu was about to leave, he suddenly remembered this. The holy blood of the elves, that is a good thing. If he could activate the hidden bloodline in Lan Qing'er's body, that would be considered an extra power. And it shouldn't take long. However, before Lan Qing'er could reply, the system's voice appeared in Qilu's mind first. System, host, can we discuss something? What's the matter? You're not trying to fight this drop of holy blood, are you? Qilu immediately became vigilant. But I have to say that Qi Li's guess is quite accurate. This Erbi system has always been a system that can't walk when it sees a treasure. System, host, look at what you said, is this system the kind of system that eats free food? You really don't eat free food, but this drop of holy blood from the elves is a gift from Shana to Lan Qing'er. It contains a strong maternal love. Are you sure you want to grab it? Qilu narrowed his eyes and asked plausibly. Qilu is quite familiar with the character of the system. Although he likes the baby, he will never take it for nothing. However, this drop of holy blood is of great significance, so Qilu will not let go so easily. System, of course this system knows, otherwise why would it wait until now to speak? I just said why you didn't say anything last night, were you thinking about this? Qilu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system of being greedy and stingy would have such a delicate side. Can system upgrades also improve emotional intelligence? If this is replaced by the previous system, I am afraid that when Shanna condenses holy blood, she can't wait to speak. System, of course, and just now, this system also thought of a way. Qilu heard the words, raised his eyebrows, and said, what can I do? System, analyze the holy blood of the elves, then recreate it, and return it to that little girl. System, by the way, this system is not a stingy system, so I am willing to give it back 3 times. That's not impossible. Qi Li's eyes also brightened. The original dragon blood can be parsed by the system, and the current holy blood of the elves can naturally be parsed by the system, and it can achieve exactly the same effect. So after a little thought, Qilu nodded in agreement. Then how long does it take for you to analyze the holy blood? It's too long. System, host, please rest assured, just give this system 2 minutes. Row. Qilu was relieved when he heard that it only took 2 minutes. If it were to last 2 days, Qilu would be really embarrassed to delay it. Manager Qi, does my mother have something for me? Lan Qing'er was stunned when she saw Qilu finished speaking, and couldn't help but ask a question aloud. What is it? You can see it when you see it, wait a moment, I'll go upstairs to get it for you now. Qilu suddenly came back to his senses, and immediately walked to the 2nd floor after speaking. For 2 minutes, the best way to procrastinate is to find something and not arouse suspicion. Let alone 2 minutes, even 20 minutes, with a little excuse, can be dragged through. Fortunately, the system has always said one thing, 2 minutes, that is 2 minutes. When the time is up, it reminds Qilu loudly that the holy blood of the elves has been returned. Qing'er, this is the gift your mother gave you, open it and take a look. After Qi Lu came down from the second floor, he handed the jade box containing the holy blood of the elves to Lan Qing'er. This is. Under the gaze of the rest of the Lan Yi team, Lan Qing'er carefully opened the jade box. A drop of thumb-sized golden blood suddenly appeared in front of everyone Sayez, quietly exuding a dazzling golden brilliance, extremely dazzling. However, when they saw this drop of golden blood, most of the eyes of Lan Qing'er and the others were suspicious expressions. The holy blood of the elves can activate the hidden blood in your body. Qi Lu looked at the drop of holy blood of the elf race that had been dosed by system and explained. After all, there are not many people who know the holy blood. Not everyone is as knowledgeable as Qi Lu. What did you say? This turned out to be the holy blood of the elves. After hearing Qi Li's explanation, the doubts in the eyes of Lan Qing'er and the others immediately turned into shock. Although they don't know what the holy blood looks like. To the daimyo who have heard of the holy blood, that is a treasure that can only be condensed by the owner of the highest level of blood in a race. Moreover, the condensing of holy blood is not a small loss to the condenser's own strength. If it is not a close relative, it is impossible for the aggregator to risk losing his own strength to provide him with holy blood. Your father and mother love you very much. They can't accompany you, and they have difficulties. Qi Lu stood aside and said suddenly. This is not an excuse, just a feeling. I know, I always know, they never tell me, but I can feel it. Lan Qing'er sniffed, reached out and rubbed her eyes. The resentment of the past 10 years has also disappeared with the appearance of this drop of holy blood. Don't stare at it. If the dragon bloodline in your body is not activated, I don't think Lan Qi will be stingy with such a little holy blood. At this moment, Qi Lu stretched out his hand and rubbed the little head of Lanzier who was beside him with a curious face. On both sides of Lanzier's small head, there are sharp horns that symbolize her dragon bloodline. Manager Qi, if I activate the bloodline in the store. Okay, it's fine. As soon as Lan Qing'er spoke, Qi Lu knew what she wanted to say. It is nothing more than a problem of too much movement when activating the hidden bloodline. But in the store, Qi Lu wants to suppress these movements, which is a matter of thought. Okay, then I'll trouble the manager, Qi. Lan Qing'er wasn't pretentious either, and chose an empty corner in the store to avoid disturbing other customers. Then he swallowed the holy blood of the elves in the jade box. Is the way to activate the hidden bloodline so simple? Qi Lu was somewhat surprised to see this scene. To be honest, before that, Qi Lu thought that when using holy blood, what kind of complicated ritual would be required. I didn't expect it to be so simple, and it can even be said to be a little unexpected. Of course not, Manager Qi. In fact, no matter what method is used, as long as the holy blood is melted into the body, swallowing is the fastest way. When Lan Qing'er covered the jade box, she answered Qi Li's doubts, by the way. Then in the next moment, the power contained in the holy blood melted in Lan Qing'er's belly and merged into her limbs. A somewhat irritable aura also began to radiate from Lan Qing'er's body. This is the situation where the hidden bloodline starts to activate, and the sudden power cannot be controlled. Huh? So fast, it shouldn't take long. Qi Lu was a little surprised, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. He snapped his fingers lightly, limiting the movements made by Lan Qing'er to a range that would not disturb others, and then looked at the rest of Lan Yi's team. Wait for a while. It shouldn't take long. I'm just tidying up the shelves. New items are always on the shelves. Although there are only 2 pieces in total, these 2 items are both good things and very precious. No problem, we just didn't eat breakfast. Lan Yi nodded. It's normal to come here early in the morning and not have breakfast. Besides, the breakfast outside is not as delicious as the one in Chila's. Anyway, things about the hidden family are not in a hurry in these few hours. There is only one piece of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll in the Devil's Colosseum, so it's just the same as before, just put the projection in the store. Sheila came to the shelf and thought about it while touching his chin. There is only one product in total, and it is really impossible to distribute it equally between the two stores. Therefore, we can only cast projections, adhering to the principle of whoever has the predestined will get it. However, just as Sheila took out the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll, a slight buzzing sound came out from the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll. No, isn't the qualified person this time in the store? This vision suddenly raised Sheila's eyebrows. There will be such a movement, it must be that the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll senses the breath of a qualified person. Of course, there must be more than one such thing as a qualified person, so it can be recognized by the class inheritance scroll actually depends on fate. Hey, big brother, what are you holding in your hand? Just when Qi Lu was about to search the store to see who the qualified person was, Lan Zier suddenly came over. Together, there is Xing Lian, who did not know when to appear in the store, and her curious eyes. Little pity, long time no see. Sheila said hello to Xing Lian, who still maintained his dragon soul state. When there is nothing to do, Xing Lian always hides in Lan Zier's body to nourish her soul, so it is quite difficult to see her. Long time no see, big brother. Xing Lian replied quite politely, and then followed to look at the rank inheritance scroll in Qi Li's hand. The meaning in his eyes is self-evident. What? Are you interested? Sheila shook the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll in his hand, and then suddenly froze as if he remembered something. Wait, the qualified ones won't be you. It stands to reason that the class inheritance scroll can indeed sense the breath of the qualified. However, under normal circumstances, the qualified person cannot perceive the call of the rank inheritance scroll unless it is in his hand. But now in this situation, Lan Zier, like a cat who smelled the smell of canned cat food, came over and even Xing Lian ran out. Sheila wouldn't believe it if he wasn't attracted by the Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll. What kind of person? A little doubt appeared on Lan Zier's face. Manager Qi, what you are holding in your hand, shouldn't it be a class inheritance scroll? On the contrary, he glanced at the same Lan Yi towards Qi Li's side inadvertently, and immediately recognized the thing in Qi Li's hand. No way, this thing is too familiar to Lan Yi. In other words, for the entire Lan Yi team, the class inheritance scroll is something that is very familiar. After all, so far, the Qi Li store has sold a total of 4 rank inheritance scrolls, and there are only 2 in the hands of Lan Yi team. Nayland Qingqi's Ice Queen rank inheritance scroll. Lan Ye's Overlord class inheritance scroll. So not familiar with it. That is to say, Lan Zier has a lot of forgetfulness, so she didn't recognize it for a while. A new class inheritance scroll? What rare ancient class is this time? Lan Ye's exclamation immediately attracted Fei Xue and Yojiao, who were sitting by the side eating breakfast. Xiaya and Na. Lan Qingqi followed closely and ran over. You guys are really positive. Sheila looked at the few people who hurried over and knew that they were already familiar with this process. So Sheila didn't say much, and directly handed Lan Zier the Royal Dragon Envoy rank inheritance scroll in his hand. Whether it can be inherited depends on the meaning of inheritance phantom. As for what the ancient class is, I'll wait for Zier to tell you. This time the qualified person is Zier? After seeing Qi Li's actions, Lan Yi and others were stunned for a while. In this way, Lan Yi team has directly swept the 3 rank inheritance scrolls. In this case, it would be too shameful for others. Is this the so-called Son of Heaven? That is to say, we didn't catch up this time? At this moment, a voice intertwined with regret suddenly came from outside the store. The sudden sound made everyone in the store slightly startled, and then followed the sound. President Gu, Dean of the Class, Dean of the Class. Gu Pingchuan, who just walked to the door of the store, pushed open the door and walked in. He glanced at Qi Lu and said with a wry smile, "Manager Qi, it will only take a month or two for you to disappear. It's hard to come up once, and the good things still don't fall into my hands. It's really hard." Banjing and Ren Gongxiu, who followed behind, had similar expressions on their faces. "Oh, it's really hard, it's a step too late. When Gu Pingchuan and the others are in their current realm, unless they have enough luck in the world and start to attack the higher realm of the powerhouse level, otherwise, it will be quite difficult to improve." So Gu Pingchuan and the others began to think about the rank inheritance scroll in the Qi Lu store. A rare ancient class, that is a real treasure. And it is much rarer and more precious than ordinary treasures. It's just that if you want to get the inheritance of the ancient class, the most important thing is luck, which is to see when Qi Lu can have a class inheritance scroll for sale. However, the class inheritance scroll is waiting. But unfortunately, the qualified ones did not get their turn. President Gu, as well as Dean Class and Dean Ren, you don't have to feel so sorry. In fact, this ancient rank should not be suitable for you. Qi Lu saw that the three deans didn't look so respected in the academy at all. They all sighed with embarrassment. The most important thing in the inheritance of the ancient ranks is the degree fit. However, the thing of fit is the most difficult thing to ask for. Is that so? Then let's see what kind of ancient class it is this time. Gu Pingchuan wasn't annoyed either, but he found a chair and sat down a little helplessly. "Yeah, since you can't get it, it's good to have a look." Banjing and Ren Gongxiu also found a chair and sat down. These three people have been running to Yunwu City every day since they assigned the affairs of the academy and delegated authority to the vice dean and mentors. Except for some major things that the vice president can't decide, basically there is nothing to do. It can be called the most idle of the three deans. However, even so, within the Eastern Wilderness, the Brilliant Academy, the Peak Academy, and the Earth Academy, as always, occupy the top three positions among all the academies, and they are unbreakable. The reason for this situation is that the students of these three colleges are also the same as their deans. If you have nothing to do, run to Cloud City. Therefore, the cultivation status of these students was actually watched under the eyes of Gu Pingchuan and the other three deans. With the dean personally urging them, do these students dare to work hard? It's just a pity that we come so diligently every day, and we can't catch up with such a good thing as the rank inheritance scroll. It seems that there is no fate. Ren Gongxiu took a sip of the sauce-flavored liquor he just bought from the beverage vending machine. Really bitter wine into the throat pain. Okay, Zier, don't look at it. If you continue to look at it, the three deans should cry. Qi Lu consciously ignored the sighs of Gu Pingchuan and the others, turned his head and said to Lan Zier. Huh? Oh, good. Lan Zier was still observing the great inheritance scroll in her hand. After hearing Qi Li's words, she nodded subconsciously, and then pulled off the ribbon tied to the great inheritance scroll. The curly parchment roll immediately stretched out. Then everyone in the store either looked forward to it, regretted it, or looked at it curiously. An aura that was so violent that one could not help shuddering erupted from the scroll of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance. Like a flash flood, it was overwhelming, filling the entire store in an instant. What a strong momentum! Qi Lu was suddenly startled, and quickly closed his palms to suppress the terrifying momentum. However, under the shock of this moment, the faces of the three deans Gu Pingchuan already showed extremely shocked expressions. And the expressions on the faces of Lan Yi and others, not to mention more. Shocked, and even mixed with a touch of imperceptible fear. The momentum that erupted from the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scrawless like a suppression on the bloodline level, which will make people feel an irresistible feeling from the bottom of their hearts. Who woke me up? Then, a thick and dull voice sounded in the shop. It was like a dull thunder, which shocked everyone in the store, and there was an indescribable discomfort in their chests. As soon as this situation appeared, everyone's hearts were even more a little horrified. The power of this voice alone has already overwhelmed the momentum of a heroic powerhouse. The master of this voice, how terrifying the strength should be. It seems that it was this little guy who woke us up. But soon, another magnetic voice sounded, echoing in the store, as if with magic, eliminating the uncomfortable feeling in everyone's heart. Immediately afterwards, a strong figure appeared in the shop. The knotted muscles all over his body, as if carved out of granite, have both beauty and strength. The naked upper body is covered with complicated patterns, and several iron chains are wrapped around it, layer upon layer, like armor. The skirt armor, trousers, and combat boots of the lower body are full of the vicissitudes of the years, all of which are traces left in the battle. But looking up, you can see a very friendly face with a gentle smile. This is a very attractive middle-aged man. It is the previous royal dragon envoy. Little guy, didn't I scare you just now? The imperial dragon envoy inherited the phantom to look around, and finally looked around. The light locked on Lan's ear. For the phantom of the class inheritance scroll, only those who are qualified are the most important, and everyone else has to stand aside. No, uncle, did you make the sound just now? Lan's ear was stunned for a moment before she realized that the middle-aged man was talking to her and hurriedly returned. If you're talking about the original voice, I'm sorry, that's not me, but my combat partner. The royal dragon envoy inheritance void smiled gently. Then he raised his hand and said aloud, since someone called you, then come out for a while. Your strength must be passed down, isn't it? The little guy now really doesn't know how to respect seniors. As the voice of the royal dragon envoy inheriting the void fell, the thick and dull voice at the beginning came out again. Then in the next moment, a dragon's might that shot straight into the sky surged out from the scroll of the royal dragon envoy class inheritance, like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky. Roar! The roar of the giant dragon rang out from the shop, and spread throughout the entire Yunwu city in an instant. The unparalleled Long Wei is like a giant wave, rushing towards the surroundings. Damn it! Give it to me! Qilu was shocked when he saw this scene, and the cold sweat on his back instantly burst out. Then in the next second, Qi Li's palms slammed together, and with a loud shout, he used the store manager's authority to forcibly suppress Thizdragon's prestige. If Long Wei is accidentally leaked out, at least half of the residents of Cloud Mist City will be unconscious. The one who got close was probably killed on the spot. You know, even Gu Pingchuan and the three of them fell to the ground together with the chair under them under this sudden dragon might. Although there is also a reason for it to be close. But no matter what, Gu Pingchuan and the others are also heroic powerhouses. It was even said that Gu Pingchuan had already stepped into the gate of the powerhouse class with half his foot, but he was also rushed to the ground by this terrifying unparalleled dragon might. Not to mention ordinary people. As for Lan Yi and the others, although they were prepared, under such fearful Long Wei, they were still shocked, and even their minds were a little confused. The powerhouse level. This is definitely the dragon power of the powerhouse level. After Qi suppressed this dragon's might, his heart was also full of shock. Because Qi did not expect that such a monster still existed in the inheritance scroll of the royal dragon envoy rank. Just a phantom hidden in the rank inheritance scroll can burst out the coercion of the powerhouse level realm. If the main body appears, then it is worth it. It is indeed a good thing that dares to sell 40 Grandmaster level magic cores. What is that coercion just now? How could it be so strong? Gu Pingchuan got up from the ground in dismay, and said with a look of disbelief. Although there are factors of being caught off guard, but he was a half-stepper house, and he was knocked to the ground by a momentum. I am afraid no one will believe it. That should be the coercion that erupted from the class inheritance scroll. What a tyrannical ancient class we missed. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing felt even more profound. Because the strength of the two of them is not as strong as that of Gupingchuan, their resistance to this sudden dragon power is not so strong. In my heart, I am even more afraid of this dragon power. Cough, what just happened? It was Zier who opened the scroll of inheritance of some class, and the pressure that erupted. This is too scary. This is much stronger than the legacy phantoms we've seen before. Lan Yi and others also got up from the ground and shook their heads vigorously, trying to dispel the trance in their minds. The gaze that looked at Yulongxi's inheritance phantom also changed. Because the inheritance phantom in the class inheritance scroll this time has a power intensity and realm height, compared with the previous class inheritance scrolls, it is not at the same level. I've told you many times, don't be so rude. What should I do if I scare away the inheritor who I finally waited for? Wait another few hundred years. With a gentle smile on the face of Yulong envoy inheritance Shuiying, he firmly protected Lan Zier in front of him, and was not affected by the previous Longwei. But fortunately, the unparalleled Longwei that erupted before actually didn't mean to hurt anyone. It's just that the owner of Longwei is venting his dissatisfaction. In addition, Qilu suppressed it in time, so the people in the store were only a little frightened at most, but not injured. However, although it is Longwei of the nature of venting anger, if it affects ordinary people, it is inevitable to cause casualties. After all, the physique of ordinary people, compared with that of cultivators, is really far behind. What does that have to do with me? Also, you want to call me out, but you chose such a small place, what are you thinking? The dull voice was full of displeasure, and he questioned the illusory shadow of the royal dragon envoy. You can show yourself in a human form, it's not a small place. The Yulong envoy inheritance phantom replied warmly, without any intention of anger. It seems to be used to it. Human form? Humph. I won't use such a dull and fragile body to move around. If you want me to come out, give me a more spacious place. The dull voice sneered, then spoke proudly. It really is a dragon. From these few conversations, Qilu could hear that the legacy phantom that had not yet appeared should be the combat partner of the previous dragon envoy. A real dragon. And Qilu can be sure that the strength and realm of this giant dragon are definitely not under Lan Qi. Since ancient times, the giant dragon who has signed a contract with the royal dragon envoy, no matter how weak it is, how weak can it be? What's more, the previous dragons might had already proved the strength of this giant dragon. I'm sorry, can I change the place, or the guy won't show up? Yulong envoy inheritance Shuiying smiled apologetically, then looked at Qilu. Although the inheritance phantom in the class inheritance scroll only cares about the qualified, at some point, Qilu also has a certain right to speak. For example, right now, when the Imperial Dragon Envoy inheritance phantom wants to act without authorization. Without Qilu's consent, no matter how powerful he might be, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the store for half a step. Of course, please. Qilu stretched out his hand and made a please action. Thank you. Legend of the Royal Dragon. Qing Shuiying nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand to hold it, and took the sheepskin roll in Lan Zier's hand. Because the battle partner of the Royal Dragon Envoy has not yet appeared, the class inheritance scroll still retains its shape for the time being. Little guy, come with me, I'll show you, my fighting partner. After Yulong envoy inheritance Shuiying said to Lan Zier, with a light smile, he took the lead and walked outside the store. Little pity, come here, let's go together. Lan Zier put the momentum that had erupted from the rank inheritance scroll before, and placed Xing Lian on top of her head, and then ran out after the Yulong envoy inheritance phantom. No way, the soul body's resistance to coercive shocks is much worse than that of normal cultivators. Even the dragon soul is no exception. so Xing Lian was actually taking refuge before. However, compared to ordinary soul bodies, because Xing Lian has swallowed frozen fruits, he can element himself, so facing the previous long way, although the process is very thrilling, it is not a big problem. Let's take a look too. Lan Yu waved his hand and followed with the other members of Lan Ye's team. Although we missed an ancient class, how can we be absent from such a grand scene? That's right, even if it's just watching from the side, at least there's no regrets. Gu Pingchuan patted his clothes, sorted out the folds, and then walked out with Banjing and Ren Gongxiu. This is the desire for great power. Although it cannot be obtained, even if it is just a witness, it is also honorable. Shi'er, do you want to go have a look? Qila glanced at Yu Shi'er, who was full of interest, but tried her best to hide it, and asked with a smile. Curiosity is common to all, let alone cats. You know, there is a saying, curiosity killed the cat, which means that cats are very curious. Although Yu Shi'er is not a pure cat, but the Yueling cat family always has the blood of cats, otherwise how could she be so good with Yu Xuanxue? Ah, can I see it too? Yu Shi'er didn't expect that Qi Lu would suddenly ask such a question, so her expression was a little surprised. Of course you can, it's just outside the store. If you want to go quickly, you won't be able to grab a good spot if it's too late. Qi Lu waved his hand, indicating that Yu Shi'er didn't need to care about herself. Thank you, brother Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er happily thanked her, her face filled with a touch of joy, and she followed her briskly. The Imperial Dragon Envoy Inheritance Shadow did not go very far, and stopped not far from the store. Probably at the end of the alley. After all, no matter how big a dragon is, it cannot be bigger than the sky. There is not much open space on the ground, so it is completely possible to fly in the air. So at the entrance of this remote alley, in the early morning when there were not many pedestrians, there was a group of people who were ready to gain insight. Just here, there's no point in going out. After Yulong Envoy Inheritance Shadow stopped, he turned around and glanced at it, but he happened to see Lan Zier with Xing Lian on his head, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Because Xing Lian hid to the side to refuge before, the Yulong Envoy Inheritance Phantom did not notice Xing Lian. Little guy, the dragon soul on top of your head. Uncle, do you mean Xing Lian? She is one of my closest companions, and she lives in my body now. When Lan Zier heard the words of Yulong Envoy inheriting the shadow, she immediately hugged Xing Lian from the top of her head and introduced it solemnly. After Xing Lian and Lan Zier signed a twin soul contract, the twin souls shared the same body. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with saying that Xing Lian is now living in Lan Zier's body. Oh? There's such a thing, but that's great. The Royal Dragon Envoy Inheritance Phantom was a great power in ancient times, and he was naturally well informed. Although he is not clear about the twin soul contract, he can always guess the specific situation. Even though it is rare for the symbiosis of two souls, it has been around for a long time. Throughout such a long history, you can always find similar examples. Therefore, the Imperial Dragon Envoy Inheritance Phantom did not show too much surprise, but was rather delighted. Hey, buddy, did you hear that? Now even your power can be passed on together. As the Imperial Dragon Envoy Inheritance Phantom said, he threw the sheepskin scroll in his hand into the air. In an instant, the parchment scroll shattered into a sky of stars that scattered into the sky. Roar! With a roar that resounded throughout the whole world, in the sky above Yunwu City, a figure covering the sky and the sun quickly condensed. It was a giant dragon that was big enough to block the light above the sky. The ferocious vertical pupils, full of evil spirits, are daunting. The sturdy dragon scales shone with a metallic light. After a pair of flesh wings are fully unfolded, they are thousands of meters long, flying in the air, and the shadows cast can cover the entire cloud city. And with the appearance of this giant dragon, the terrifying dragon's might spread out once again, and it shrouded the sky and covered the ground toward Yunwu City. The violent long way seemed to be overwhelming, oppressing everyone in Yunwu City. Even breathing became difficult. I feel that 40 Grandmaster level magic cores are indeed a loss. Qilu stood in front of the store, looking at the sky and muttering to himself. Now Qilu can be sure that the strength of this giant dragon is definitely higher than Lan Qi. Of course, Qilu was talking about his lifetime. After all, even if the combat power is terrifying and the coercion ice extremely terrifying, for a thing like Phantom, it is actually a sudden thing to fight. After the outbreak was over, it was powerless to continue. Because the energy carried by the inheritance Phantom is mainly used to inherit one's own power, not to fight. Therefore, endurance is almost zero for inheritance Phantoms. However, if you underestimate the destructive power of the legacy Phantom because of endurance, the end may be very miserable. After all, the bomb can only attack once, but do you dare to say that it isn't powerful? Is this the realm above the hero level? The realm of the powerhouse level is really terrifying. Compared with the hero level, it is not a level of power at all. Now it seems that although I'm only one step away, this one is the difference between clouds and mud. Gu Pingchuan looked up at the giant dragon in the sky, and at the same time he was full of emotion. Between the half-step powerhouse level and the powerhouse level, there may really be only one step left. But this foot. Poor, just like the ordinary powerhouse level and the powerhouse level peak, there are two realms at all. Banjing and Ren Gongxiu, who were on the side, looked at each other and felt a little bitter in their mouths. In the past, I always felt that I was among the top powerhouses in the eastern wilderness, but now it seems that I am a bit sitting on the well and watching the sky. If it was in the eastern desolation, there would really be an enemy on the same level as the giant dragon in front of him. Then there is no doubt that they have no power to fight back at all. Is this also the power of inheritance that Zier will accept later? This is too strong. Lan Yi looked at the giant dragon in the sky and was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. This power is indeed beyond imagination. Fei Xue swallowed a mouthful of saliva silently. This is really the knowledge that limits one's imagination. After all, among the people Fei Xue had met, Lu Jingya's strength was considered top-notch, and it was really hard to imagine the higher level. I don't care if my power can be passed on. Do you understand, you idiot? Has the dark days for hundreds of years made your mind stupid? The giant dragon flapped its wings gently, suspended in the sky, and said aloud. The dull sound exploded like thunder, hitting the hearts of the residents of Cloud City. The huge momentum is like drumming in the ears of everyone can feel it, and their hearts are beating, as if they are about to jump out of their throats. In the face of such a powerful dragon, the people in Yunwu City could only kneel on the ground with fear, trembling. This is absolute suppression of power, and awe for the races of higher life levels. Just like when mortals meet gods, they can't help but kneel and pray to show respect. For these ordinary people, the giant dragon of this realm is actually no different from the gods. Calm down, mate, it doesn't make any sense for you to say such a thing now. After all, we are people who should have disappeared in the long river off time, isn't it? The voice of the royal dragon envoy inheritance Phantom is still gentle, patiently appeasing the irritable dragon. It is really hard to imagine what kind of grand occasion they would have been in the battle before. Are you fighting while bickering? Then it should disappear as soon as possible, instead of lingering here. The dragon didn't appreciate it, and snorted coldly. It's great that you can think that way. The sooner you end this matter, the sooner you can rest in peace. Yulil envoy inheritance Shuiying said with a light smile that he seemed to have put aside his own life and death for a long time, and he could not hear the slightest reluctance and nostalgia at all. On the contrary, when he mentioned rest in peace, his tone was calm. You are free and easy. If that's the case, then tell me where the inheritress. I also want to see how good the people who can be added to your eyes are. The dragon seemed to be persuaded, and his tone softened a little. After all, there are not many strong people who are willing to survive, especially in this way of inheriting phantoms. It was a relief to be able to complete the task earlier. Little guy, bring your partner here. If I read correctly, you should be the most suitable person to inherit my power. After Yulong Envoy Inheritance Phantom got the answer from the giant dragon, he said with a smile to Lan Zier. The rank of Royal Dragon Envoy itself has many restrictions. Although the combat power is strong, it is necessary to sign a contract with a creature with dragon blood in order to exert its real power. Moreover, the stronger the strength of the creature who signed the contract, the greater the improvement to the dragon envoy itself. So the best choice is to find a giant dragon who is willing to sign a contract with him. However, in this day and age, it is really a big problem to find a dragon, unless it is to go to the Dragon Island. It's just that Long Island is where many dragon races live. If other races go to Long Island, it may be difficult to come back alive. Not to mention the completion of the contract signing. In addition, the dragon race has always been a proud race, and it is even more difficult to find a giant dragon who is willing to sign a contract. Therefore, someone like Lan Zier who can bring her own dragon soul partner is the most suitable candidate. Because the Yulong Envoy Inheritance Phantom can perceive, although Xing Lian is in the state of the dragon soul, it is the purest dragon soul, and it can be said that it has unlimited potential. And most importantly, Xing Lian is still in his infancy, and there is still huge room for growth. If it can be inherited, then the future is simply limitless. Really, can I really get your power, uncle? A look of joy appeared on Lan Zier's face, and she asked in disbelief. What about Shao Lian? Can she get uncle's power? But soon, Lan Zier lifted Xing Lian up and asked. Under the two-soul contract, one is prosperous and one is lost. So Lan Zier thought of Xing Lian for the first time. She can get the power of that one. The Yulong Envoy Inheritance Shuiying's expression was as gentle as ever. Facing Lan Zier's question, he raised his head with a smile, then stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. The power that the dragon soul deserves is the inheritance of the dragon. The Dragon Master class sounds like a class created to control dragons, but it's not. As mentioned in the skill introduction, the contract signed by the Dragon Envoy and the Giant Dragon is an equal contract, not a binding master-servant contract. Dragons are called combat companions, not mounts. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties signing the contract is naturally as close as possible. This is also one of the reasons why the Imperial Dragon Envoy Inheritance Phantom will confirm Lan Zier as the inheritor. Great, Shalian, you can also get the inheritance. Lan Zier followed and looked up at the giant dragon suspended in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and immediately cheered. I see, Zier, calm down, girls should be more reserved. Xing Lian was held by Lan Zier in her arms, jumping up and down until she was a little dizzy, and said quickly. How? Partner, the inheritor I chose. Yulong Envoy Inheritance Phantom raised his head, looked up at the giant dragon, and asked loudly. A pure dragon soul, and even has an excellent ice element talent, it is indeed a good seedling. The dragon's pair of suffocating vertical pupils stared at Xing Lian for a long time, and even Lan Zier felt a little worried before saying it out loud. The criteria for selecting inheritors, in addition to fit, are aptitude, potential, and talent. As for the strength and realm of the inheritor itself, it doesn't really matter. After all, the purpose of inheritance is not to enhance the strength and realm of the inheritor. No matter how low the realm of the inheritor is, and how weak the strength is, as long as the aptitude is sufficient, after obtaining the inheritance, it can soar to the sky. Then are you satisfied? The Royal Dragon Envoy Inheritance Phantom then asked. In the matter of the inheritor, even if the Royal Dragon Envoy inherits the Phantom's temperament, there will be no ambiguity. Because he didn't want his power to be abused. Even among the many members of the Dragon clan, it is not an easy task to find such a good seedling. This time, even if you win, I hope our power will not be buried in their hands. The dragon's character is arrogant, and naturally he doesn't bother to lie. Satisfaction is satisfaction, and it will not be vague because it can't save face. It's not an easy thing to get you to admit that you lost. Yulong Envoy Inheritance Shuiying said with a smile, then lowered his head and looked at Lan Zier. At this moment, Yulong Envoy Inheritance Void's face suddenly became serious, and he said solemnly, "Congratulations, little guy, you passed the test of mean my partner. Now, we will pass on this power to you, I hope you don't bury this power. Similarly, don't lose the reputation of the Royal Dragon Envoy." Perhaps it was the solemnity of the Royal Dragon Envoy's inheritance oftentimes that infected Lan Zier. Lan Zier, who has always had a smile on her face, has a rare serious expression. Looking at the phantom of the Royal Dragon Envoy's inheritance, she nodded solemnly. "Uncle," Zier remembered. "Zier and Shalian will not bury this power, nor will they lose the reputation of the Royal Dragon Envoy." Lan Zier's little face was serious and solemn, and her eyes were full of determination. The two seniors, Xing Lian, the descendant of the Dragon clan, accepted this inheritance here, and will definitely spread the reputation of the Royal Dragon Envoy to all over the world. Xing Lian also followed. It's like saying an oath, solemn and solemn. Okay, it is a great blessing for the Dragon clan to have this descendant, so I will give you my power. The dragon doesn't talk much, and he doesn't like to express his feelings very much. Although he was happy, after saying this, the giant dragon with a wingspan of several thousand meters condensed in the sky and suddenly shattered into a glow of light. The entire cloud city is like a heavy rain, composed of rays of light. This scene is beautiful. And the power belonging to the giant dragon, along with the heavy rain formed by this light, gathered towards Xing Lian and merged into Xing Lian's soul body. Your style still hasn't changed, you are irritable and resolute. Yulong Envoy Inheritance Void sighed suddenly, as if he was remembering something, and his expression became a little sad. Little guy, I don't think we will meet again in the future. From now on, the new Dragon Envoy will be you. As the last words fell, the phantom of the Royal Dragon Envoy's inheritance was like a mirror that was shattered, and it also turned into a sky full of fluorescent light. Then they converged towards Lan Zier's eyebrows. After a while, it was completely integrated into Lan Zier's body. At this point, the inheritance of the Royal Dragon Envoy rank has been completed. The small circle of people around them have long been stunned. Such a powerful force just slipped away in front of my eyes. To be honest, my heart aches. Banjing said with emotion. Among the three deans of them, only Ban was of the Doqi class, while Gupingchuan and Rengongxiu were both of the magic class. There is no doubt that the Royal Dragon Envoy class is also a Doqi class. So it's not unreasonable for Banjing to feel heartache. Don't worry about it anymore. This is a chance, you can't be envious, let's pray that there will be an ancient class suitable for you for Manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan touched his heart and said. It looked like he was comforting Banjing, but he was actually trying to relieve the depression in his heart. Cough, do you think we can really wait? Rengongxiu silently said the most shocking fact. Then the three of them looked at Lan Zier together, and then turned to Lan Yin the others. A Lan Yi team, with only 7 people in total, swept up 3 class inheritance scrolls. This luck is really enviable. Oh, drinking and drinking, the more you think about it, the more uncomfortable it becomes. Gu Pingchuan no longer comforted himself, and decided rather simply to borrow wine to drown his sorrows. However, the Lan Yi team was very lively here. The power of inheritance in the class inheritance scroll will not be absorbed immediately after it is passed on to the qualified person. Instead, it will be stored and continuously improve the power and realm of the inheritor until all the power of inheritance is exhausted. After all, although the power of inheritance can enhance the strength of the inheritor, it cannot improve the state of mind of the inheritor. If the state of mind can't keep up with the strength, then there may be the risk of going crazy. Therefore, after Lan Zier accepted the power of the Imperial Dragon Envoy's inheritance of phantoms, her realm has only changed from the middle level of the master level to the peak of the master level. The same is true for the realm of Xinglian. However, if there is a heroic trial crystal, the realm of Lan Zier and Xinglian may be promoted to the pinnacle of hero level in a very short period of time. Because the power of the previous Royal Dragon Envoy, and his contracted giant dragon, is really too powerful and a little too terrifying. Zier, how are you feeling now? Lan Yi asked with concern. The stronger the power, the harder it is to control. Those uncontrollable forces, once beyond a certain limit, can easily cause backlash against their masters. The inheritance of the Queen of Ice obtained by Nayland Qingqi is still within the scope of imagination. And Lan Yi's own inheritance of Overlord. No, the Overlord inheritance phantom did not pass on his power to Lan Yi at all, but only gave his weapons and mounts to Lan Yi. It even caused the system to fall into a self-closing state for a time. So Lan Yi, in essence, did not have any experience in this area. However, Lan Zier was different this time. The power of inheritance in the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll was too majestic. Especially the power level of that giant dragon is even more appalling. That majestic dragon, like the sea, like the power of the heavens and the earth, makes life unable to resist. So Lan Yi had to think about it. I feel good, well, in good spirits. Lan Zier replied aloud after she felt her physical condition very seriously. Do not. However, Shao Lian seems to have gone back to sleep again. Speaking of this, everyone discovered that Xing Lian, who had just accepted the power of the giant dragon, seemed to have disappeared again. Is that little pitty okay? Nayland Qingqi asked immediately. Xing Lian is also one of the important partners. It's just that compared to Lan Zier, Xing Lian in the state of dragon soul has a slightly lower sense of presence, so it is often ignored. However, Xing Lian, who devoured the frozen fruit, and Nayland Qingqi, who received the inheritance of the Queen of Ice, were quite compatible. Well, Xiaolian is fine. She just told me that she was a little tired, so she went back to sleep, so I don't have to worry. Lan Zier nodded and replied, signaling Nayland Qingqi not to worry. With the fetters of the twin soul contract there, Lan Zier can clearly feel whether Xinglian's condition is good or bad. Because Xinglian is only a soul body, unlike Lan Zier, after accepting the power of Yulong Envoy's inheritance of phantoms, it can be stored in the body. The soul body has a limited amount of energy storage. Therefore, after accepting the inheritance of the power of the giant dragon, in order to prevent the powerful power from escaping, Xing Lian could only choose to enter a dormant state. It's okay, it's okay. Nayland Qingqi breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lan Zier and Xing Lian are all right, that's what everyone is happy about. I have to say that the two sisters, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier, are really lucky. Within 2 days, they will have a double happiness. First find the parents, then activate the hidden bloodline and obtain the ancient class. This made Qi Lidu start to be a little suspicious. Has the protagonist changed temporarily? Brother Qi Lu, I'm back. While Lan Yi and the others were greeting Lan Zier, Yu Xier, who was standing in the distance, quietly returned to the store. Read it? How do you feel? Standing in front of the store, Qi Lu asked with a smile. In fact, the general situation, Qi Lu can also see almost the same at the door off the store. After all, such a big dragon, if you want to see it, you must be blind, or you will faint. Otherwise, it is impossible to pretend not to notice. It feels strong. Yu Xier thought for a while, and then said 2 words. I didn't use any fancy rhetoric, but it could quite sum up Yu Xier's feelings. You said it very strongly. Are you referring to the giant dragon, or the previous dragon envoy? Qi Lu immediately took a word and asked. This question was not asked casually by Qi Lu, but to test Yu Xier's perception. However, Yu Xier didn't seem to notice, so she answered without hesitation, both are very strong, but the previous royal dragon envoy will be stronger. Oh? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and a look of admiration flashed across his eyes. It is true that the momentum created by that arrogant and irritable dragon, and the dragon power it unleashes, will appear even more terrifying. However, the true strength of the royal dragon envoy, who can quietly protect Lan Zier and ensure that those who are qualified will not be harmed at all, is definitely above that giant dragon. It's just that the power of the Yulong envoy's inheritance phantom is more restrained, so it is not easy to detect. So as long as you can detect this, your perception will definitely pass the test. No matter how bad it is, at least the intuition is okay. Brother Qi Lu, did Xier answer wrong? Yu Xier heard Qi Li's tone a little strange, and subconsciously felt that she was wrong. No, you answered very well. Compared with the giant dragon, the seemingly harmless guy is indeed much more dangerous. Qi Li shook his head, then reached out and rubbed Yu Xier's head. Yu Xier couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Touching the head to kill is quite easy to use in many cases, and the success rate and lethality are both unparalleled. However, it is recommended not to use it indiscriminately until the conditions of use are not met. Otherwise, there is a risk of injury to your hands. By the way, Brother Qi Lu, I bought fried cakes on the way back. Would you like to try it? After enjoying it for a while, Yu Xier suddenly brought her hand behind hair in front of her, and handed a small bowl containing fried cakes to Qi Lu. The fried cake in the bowl was still steaming, exuding a faint aroma of oil, and it should have been out of the pan soon. Why did you think of buying fried cakes? Qi Lu asked, curiously. However, while speaking, Qi Lu did not disappoint Yu Xier's intentions, but picked up a piece of fried cake with a bamboo skewer in the bowl and put it in his mouth. Well, it tastes good. When Xuanhuan came over before, I brought it to me to eat it. I thought it was delicious, so I remembered it. A sweet smile appeared on Yu Xier's face, like a flower blooming. Xuanhuan is the first batch of third-year students from the Brilliant Academy to come to the store. I often come here with Wu Ji, and after getting acquainted with Yu Xier, I will also bring some delicious snacks to the store to share with Yu Xier. Although the taste is not as good as the food in the store. But the difference is that the taste is different, so there is no flavor. Really, that's a heart. Qi Lu put the bamboo sticks back into the bowl, and then stepped aside. Okay, come in first. It's not good to block the door all the time. After all, the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll has also completed the task, and Gu Pingchuan and the others are expected to return to the store. However, at this time a prompt sound suddenly sounded in Qi Li's mind. System, the first qualified person of the Royal Dragon Envoy rank inheritance scroll has accepted the inheritance. Please remind the customer in time that the store will not accept credit. Can you stop worrying about this magic core? Can they still be without you? Qi Li did not expect that the system suddenly said such a sentence at this time. But it is also true that since the sale of the class inheritance scroll, this is the first time that inheritance has been carried out outside the store. No wonder the stingy system is worried. System, that can't be done. This system only earns so much hard work. You should go and urge you to be safer, host. Qi Li still agrees with the point of fortune and hardship. The class inheritance scroll is indeed high quality and low price, which is definitely not to be said. But the question of urging. They are all old customers, and they are very clear about the rules of not taking credit in the store. And if that's the case, wouldn't it be too low-key? Resolutely not, well, at least not now. Qi Li made a decision in his heart, and the three Gu Pingchuan, Banjing, and Ren Gongxiu also walked into the store from the outside with a depressed look. It seems that the power possessed by the royal dragon envoy, the inheritance phantom and his covenant dragon. The blow they inflicted was a little bigger. However, things like the ancient class have always been based on fate. You can't get it, you can't force it. Big brother, Zier has been recognized by that uncle. Zier is very powerful, right? And behind Gu Pingchuan, the three despairing people, were the Lanyi team members. Lan Zier was the first to run in and came to Qi Lu, looking up, looking for a compliment. Kid. Well, of course Zier is amazing. Qi Lu nodded in agreement, then glanced at the three deans who were drinking silently over there. Then, I got three bitter melon faces in response. Qi Lu could only helplessly shrug. But looking at the growth rate of your cultivation realm, Xiao Lian should have entered a dormant state by now. As for the missing Xing Lian, Qi Lu didn't even have to guess, he knew where he went. You must know that in the inheritance scroll of the Royal Dragon Envoy class, there are 2 full inheritances of the powerhouse level realm. With Lan Zier and Xing Lian's current cultivation realm, it would be hard to bear it. This is also thanks to the dragon bloodline in Lan Zier's body, giving her a powerful physique. Therefore, it is normal for Xing Lian to fall into hibernation. Big brother is also amazing, you can guess that. Lan Zier confirmed Qi Li's guess, and a little star of worship suddenly appeared in her eyes. People who can see the state of Xing Lian at a glance, I am afraid that there is only one Qi Lu in this world. After all, the dual soul contract is an orphan that even the system is reluctant to give up. It's not a guess, but forget it, don't worry about this kind of problem. Qi Lu smiled, I think you might need this thing, so I took it out first. After saying this, Qi Lu took out a crystal clear. This is a heroic trial crystal. Fei Xue, who was following behind, had sharp eyes, and immediately recognized what Qi Lu had taken out, and immediately exclaimed. And this exclamation also attracted the attention of others. As the level of the store manager Qi Lu increased again, the production capacity of the auxiliary functions of the trial room was also upgraded. For so long, Qi Lu has accumulated a few heroic trial crystals in his hands. It's just that it hasn't been taken out before, so no one knows. Is this also a product in the store? Customers immediately asked questions. Trial crystals are indeed sold in Qi Li's store, but in the past they were low-level trial crystals, so they were not so noticeable. After all, the production capacity of the hero-level trial crystal is limited, and Qi Li doesn't have much stock in his hand, so he doesn't bother to take it out. Yes, this is indeed one of the items in the store, but in limited quantities. Qi Li didn't say much, just gave a brief introduction. The hero-level trial crystals are different from those products produced by system. You need to introduce the functions before you can buy them according to your needs. No matter where you put it, it's a treasure. Only the degree of preciousness will be different. Manager Qi, how many spirit crystals are there for the heroic trial crystals? We bought them. When Lan Yi heard that the number was limited, she immediately spoke. No way, this kind of good thing, if you hesitate for a second, it may fall into the hands of others. And most importantly, for Lan Yi team, the hero-level trial crystal is the most scarce thing. Lan Yi, Fei Xue, and Nailan Qingqi are already at the peak of the master level. It is only one hero-level trial crystal that can be promoted to hero-level powerhouse. And now there is another Lan Zier, and if nothing else, there may be another Lan Qingyu later, all waiting for the hero-level trial crystal. So if you can grab one, it's one. 500,000 spirit crystals, I have 3 in total here. Qi Li didn't intend to hide it, and directly took out all the 3 hero-level crystals that had been accumulated for so long. Anyway, it's useless to keep Qi Lu by himself. 500,000. Although 500,000 spirit crystals buy a hero-level trial crystal, at this price, it is indeed not expensive. But still quite persuasive. After all, who would carry so many spirit crystals on their bodies? It's not too heavy. 3. Manager Qi, we want all 3 heroic trial crystals. There were only a few customers in the store for the time being. After a moment of hesitation, Lan Yi gritted his teeth and shouted. Fortunately, it was early in the morning, and there were not many people in the store. If the hero-level trial crystal is taken out at noon or in the afternoon, then Lan Yi can be sure that in the few seconds he hesitated, someone will definitely attack. Then I'll save the trouble, Jiu Hui, a total of 1.5 million spirit crystals. Qi Li's face showed an unexpected expression, and said aloud, by the way, there is also the class inheritance scroll consumed by Zier, and the price is 40 Grandmaster-level magic cores. This is not a reminder, but a serious quotation. 1.5 million spirit crystals, this time and a half. Although the words were shouted out, Lan Yi felt a little embarrassed when he heard the price. Even those wealthy businessmen would be hurt when faced with the price of 1.5 million spirit crystals, let alone a mercenary team. Actually, it's okay if you can't come up with it now. I can give you a small suggestion. Qi didn't need to guess, he knew what was going on now. No matter what the method is, it is more difficult than the difficulty. Although the system does not accept credit, it does not say that whoever hasto buy something will pay. Could it be that Manager Qi is willing to let us take credit first? Lan Yi asked in surprise. Don't even think about it. Qi unceremoniously broke Lan Yi's fantasy, then pointed at Lan Zier, and said, you don't have that many spirit crystals, so just find Zier's father. A dignified giant dragon, can't there be any savings? It is a well-known fact that dragons like to collect treasures. However, the problem is that dragons collect treasures, which is really just a simple hobby, and these things are basically not used in battle. So 1.5 million spirit crystals are really not a big deal for Lan Qi. Manager Qi, although that's what you said, it's not very good to do this. Lan Yi hesitated, her face full of tangle. What's wrong? You have to give Zier's father a chance to express his father's love. Believe me, if you do this, not only will it not be offensive, but it will make Lan Qi happy. Qi used a very positive tone to lure him. Of course, what Qi is saying now is not for nothing. It's what I heard from his tone after talking with Lan Qi yesterday. Dragon princes can do that for their daughters. Lan Qi is actually not bad, but he just lacks the way of expression. So Qi is actually creating opportunities for Lan Qi so that he can compensate Lan Zier without being so uncomfortable. By the way, it can also block the babble of the system. It's a pity that the good intentions cannot be stated clearly, so it can all lie implied. Really? Lan Yi doubted Qi Li's words, but the expression on his face was a little shaken. Because what Qi Li said was actually quite reasonable. Lan Qi and Shauna left Donghuang when Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier were very young and haven't seen each other for nearly 10 years. No matter what the difficulties are in this, Lan Qi and Shauna will indeed feel guilty in their hearts for the fact that they can't accompany their 2 daughters. Just saying that, you may not understand, so just contact them directly. Qi also did not want to explain this matter too much. After all, since the store has been open for so long, there must be a reason why Qi would make such a suggestion uncharacteristically. So after saying this, Qi took out his membership card. With the emergence of the store teleportation array, the communication functions of the membership cards issued by the 2 stores in Donghuang and Beishan have gradually begun to be connected. As long as the player who has entered the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest in the New World mode can use the membership card to contact the player of another store. Of course, the premise is that the person contacted in the store here also entered the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest. Lan Qi, are you there? I have something to do with you. Fortunately, Lan Qi passed the Shadow Assassin entrance yesterday and came to the Mechanical Bull Forest, otherwise he would not be able to contact him. Manager Qi? It's really a rare thing for you to contact me on your own initiative. It took almost no waiting time for Lan Qi to connect, with a somewhat surprised tone. If you don't contact you again, your daughter may be detained in the store. Qi said half-jokingly. What did you say? Oh. How much is missing? Lan Qi was stunned for a moment, and then quickly understood what Qi meant, and immediately asked aloud. 1.5 million spirit crystals, plus 40 Grandmaster-level magic cores. If you don't have enough Grandmaster-level magic cores, you can replace them with 4 hero-level magic cores. Qi said lightly. Regarding the pricing of magic cores, the system has always accepted higher quality magic cores, but absolutely cannot accept lower quality magic cores. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem in replacing the master-level magic core with a hero-level magic core. Oh, okay, Shao Shu Jiu, help to settle the bill. The total is... By the way, Manager Qi, what did Qinger and Zier buy? Lan Qi didn't say a word, just shouted. It looks like it should be in the store. Good thing, so be it, the specific situation, I'll talk about it later. Qi confirmed with the system in his mind, and immediately hung up the membership card after the payment was received. Small talk is not Qi Li's style. It may be possible to have a few words of greetings in person, but it is impossible to have a smooth chat with a membership card. Okay, you can take the heroic trial crystals. Qi said while putting the membership card back in his pocket. The whole process takes no more than 2 minutes, which can be called smooth flow. This is the end? Lan Yu was stunned, including Fei Xue and others who were watching the situation here. That's why Lan Zier's expression seems normal, but maybe she doesn't know what's going on. After all, with Lan Zier's background, even if she had left Lan Qi and Shauna's side since she was a child, she really didn't pay much attention to the concept of property. Because from the past experiences, Lan Zier's private money can completely make her a real rich loli. Otherwise, what else do you want? Qi said of course. A giant dragon in the realm of the powerhouse, the wealth it possesses is said to be rich enough to rival a country, but that is all said in the past. The real statement should be called the wealth of several countries. No, it's all right, sorry to bother you. Lan Yu waved his hand and glanced at Lan Zier before deciding to accept this kindness. The so-called gift from the elders is not dare to refuse. For the Lan Yu team, Lan Qi is undoubtedly an elder, so it seems bad if he refuses. That's right, what that guy Lan Qi wants to send, what are you twitching like? Qi shrugged, then handed the 3 heroic trial crystals to Lan Yi. How exactly is allocated, Qi can't be bothered to intervene. As a high-quality store manager, you should not leave your name if you do good deeds. And after the matter here was resolved, Lan Qinger seemed to be approaching the end. Compared with the inheritance of the ancient class, it is much slower to activate the hidden bloodline. Fortunately, the messy aura that erupted from Lan Qinger's body has now begun to slowly converge. This is a sign that the power is gradually being controlled after the hidden bloodline is fully activated. So it didn't take long for Lan Qinger to wake up. After the elf bloodline was activated, Lan Qinger's body changes were not as obvious as Lan Zier's, but her ears became the iconic pointed ears. However, Qi could feel that Lan Qinger's aura became more restrained, and the fighting spirit in her body was fully tempered. The benefits are, of course, enormous. When did Zier's cultivation realm become so high? Lan Qinger, who woke up, immediately noticed the change in Lan Zier's strength. A keen sense of perception is a must-have for an archer. However, Lan Yi quickly came over to explain this matter to Lan Qinger, and by the way handed a heroic trial crystal to Lan Qinger. The meaning is obvious. The 3 hero-level trial crystals are actually equivalent to being sent by Lan Qi. So logically speaking, 2 of them should be given to Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er. Sister Lanyi, I can't use this thing yet, so let Xiaoqi or Feishua's sister use it first. Lan Qing'er smiled and pushed Lan Ye's hand back again. Activating the hidden bloodline does not actually improve one's realm much, but it is more about improving the cultivation aptitude and potential. Therefore, with Lan Qing'er's current state, it will indeed take some time before she can use the hero-level trial crystal. So the problem of how to distribute the hero-level trial crystals was quickly resolved. They are Lan Yi, Nayland Qingqi, and Lan Zi. Son. It happened to be the 3 people who were recognized by the class inheritance scroll. Pretty good. Seeing this scene of harmony, Qila couldn't help but say it. In a small group, the most feared situation is that people are not at the same level, and they are intrigued. This internal conflict is much more threatening than external enemies. Fortunately, this situation did not occur in Lanya's team. No matter what kind of situation they faced, they would always consider the people around them first. Sheer, I'll go out later, and I'll probably be back tomorrow. Now that Lan Qing'er's business is done, the only thing left to do is go to the hidden family. Okay, brother Qi Lu, I will be optimistic about the store. Yu Sheer nodded obediently without asking anything. Anyway, Qi Luan disappeared not once or twice, and it was very good to be able to tell the specific time of his return this time. The small space where the hidden family is located is almost the end of the east and west. You need to cross the Xingyao Empire from Yunwu City, pass through Zhenhuang City, and walk through a large desert to reach it. However, because Qi Lu had been there once before, the location coordinates of the small space had been recorded in the empty boots. Thinking about it now, just open the door of space directly. This is something that Lan Yi and others could never have imagined. Manager Qi, your strength is so strong that I can get new surprises every time. After Lan Yi walked out of the gate of space, she said in shock. It's actually possible to appear here directly. After Nayland Qingqi saw the familiar scenery around him, he was even more amazed. There was not much difference in the reactions of the rest of the Lan Yi team. Most of them are shocked, followed by amazement. You must know that from Yunwu City to this desert, the distance in the mid lies not a little bit, but it needs to span the entire Xingyao Empire. To open the door of this level of space, the energy that needs to be used is an astronomical figure. Not to mention, how high is the requirement for the strength of the person who opens the door of space. It's a small matter, so I said, don't worry. Qila said very modestly. The power of space possessed by the broken boots, as Qi Li's realm improves, the effect will become more and more powerful. Opening the door of space can only be regarded as a basic function. It's just that this basic function is indeed a bit incredible in the eyes of ordinary practitioners. Okay, don't be surprised, let's do business first. For this kind of thing, Qi Lu wouldn't show off anything. Although the tone of exclamation is indeed quite useful, Qi Lu is not such a vain person, so what to do with so much exclamation? It is more practical to use the identity token to open the channel into the hidden family. Who would dash? The icy cold wind hit everyone unscrupulously after Qi Lu and the others entered this small space. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes and ice grains was like a sharp knife, and it blew on everyone's body. Here, it is completely different from the golden desert outside. What comes into view is a snow-white world. It's not about changing the weather anymore. Qi Lu couldn't help protecting his body with his grudge. In this case, even just taking a breath can cause the body's temperature to drop dramatically. If you don't use fighting spirit or magic to protect your body, it's a big problem to survive in this cold wind. It looks like the situation is getting worse. Nayland Qingqi took a deep breath, feeling the coldness in the air, and his face was a little ugly. With the current situation, if you come back a few days later, it is estimated that there will be no way for people to survive. The 4 hidden families must also be forced to move. There's no time to sigh now, let's go directly to the place where the alien beast appeared. Qilu also realized the seriousness of the situation and said it immediately. Since this icy scene was caused by that alien beast, let's solve the problem from the source. Nalan Qingqi nodded, and then prepared to lead the way. But before leaving, Lan Yi stopped him. Shaoqi, get on the horse and show us the way. Now we can't waste any more time. The red lion given to Lan Yi by Overlord's inheritance phantom is also a heroic beast. Compared with Nalan Qingqi, the speed is many times faster. Nalan Qingqi did not refuse. After all, no matter how powerful the Ice Queen class is, it is only a magic class. In terms of physical strength, it is really not as good as those fighting Qi class. So soon, Lan Yi and Nalan Qingqi rode on the red lion and led the way. Qilu took Xiaoya and Lan Zier, 2 guys who were not able to run very fast, and followed closely behind. This priest class, a dragon envoy class, is really a big problem in terms of speed. Lan Zier was a little better, but the inheritance of the royal dragon envoy rank has not yet been digested. Otherwise, let Xing Lian condense out the entity and fly with him, the speedy's not slow. But Xiaoya is difficult. An auxiliary priest class may not be as good as a normal magician in terms of physique. Then there are Fei Xue, Lan Qing'er, and Youjiu. These 3 people, one is a light swordsman, one is an archer, and the other is an assassin, all of them are fast-skilled classes, so they can barely keep up. A group of 8 people, in this icy and snowy land, moved forward rapidly. The closer you got to the place where the alien beast appeared, the lower the temperature and the more bitter the cold wind. The terrifying low temperature can make people's movements become stagnant. And in the surrounding air, a special energy also permeated, like a damp and colding wind, it began to erode everyone's body protection fighting Qi and magic power. It's a terrible cold. Compared with the temperature here, the cold outside seems to be acceptable again. If Qilu entered this small space before, as long as the place where he peered, he could barely survive as long as the cold wind and snowflakes were blocked. So here, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to survive. Just like now, Qilu just said a word, and the hot air that came out of his mouth immediately turned into fine ice crystals. Breathing into ice should have been an exaggeration. But in this place, it can be achieved. It can be seen that it is not only low temperature here. There is a strong ice element, wandering in the surrounding air. Otherwise, even if the temperature here is low, it will not possibly so terribly erosive. Ah! This is... At this moment, a surprised exclamation suddenly came from the front. What's wrong? What happened? Qilu heard the voice of Nalan Qingqi and immediately asked aloud. It's from the hidden family. The Yun family, the Lan family, the Yu family, and the Nalan family are all frozen here. The sound of Nalan Qingqi's teeth was transmitted to the back. Soon, Qilu understood why Nalan Qingqi made that exclamation. In the front, people who were frozen in crystal-clear ice crystals were scattered on the snow-white earth. The injuries on those people's bodies and the determination on their faces can be clearly seen through the ice crystals. Far away, in this icy world, it does not look conspicuous. But once you get close, you can feel the tragic atmosphere emanating from the people in the ice crystals. A cursory glance, there are so many people, no need to count them, you can estimate that there are at least hundreds of people. And there are probably more corpses buried under the snow. Sure enough, has the situation gotten so serious? Qilu immediately guessed the purpose of this group of people. In order to protect his own clan, guard the place where the clan people live, he came to look for the strange beast that suddenly appeared, and wanted to prevent the environment in this small space from continuing to deteriorate. However, because of their poor strength, they were all frozen here. These people came to fight with the mentality of mortal death, and even if they knew that they were defeated, no one backed away. However, in the face of absolute power, courage and will may indeed be worthy of praise. But that's not the way to win. If you come 2 days later, this small space may be a world of snow and ice. Nalan Chinchi can only comfort himself like this now, which is a fortune in misfortune. Although the situation is dire, there is at least a chance of recovery. If the situation is really irreversible, it can only be regretted. Then we have to speed up. Although I didn't like seeing the hidden family very much before, their courage is still worthy of praise. I think if they hadn't worked so hard, they might not have waited for us to come over. Qi could see clearly that if it wasn't for the people of the Hidden World family who took their lives to delay the movement of the alien beast, the entire small space might have been sealed by ice. But because of this, I also re-evaluated the danger level of that alien beast. So, Fei Xue, Qing'er, Yojiao, Xiaoya, all 4 of you stay here, don't go any further, you will not be able to help you in the future battles. Even if there are infinite possibilities in the future, everything is in vain until it grows up. So Qi quickly made a decision and extended his hand to stop the 4 of them from moving forward. Needless sacrifice is stupid. Kong has a warm blood, but does not have the matching resourcefulness. In many cases, it can only add chaos. Fortunately, Fei Xue and the others are also aware of the current situation. So Ian stopped and stood by. We will be here waiting for you to come back, you must be careful. Fei Xue solemnly warned. At this time, many words belong to the category of useless words, so a simple exhortation is the best blessing. We know, don't worry. Lan Yi nodded earnestly as if promising something. Instead, Qi smiled and said, I told you to wait here, not to let you play here. Use your fighting spirit and magic power to fight the cold wind here. The ice element that pervades this area will help you to temper your physique, fighting spirit, and magic power. This will be of great benefit to you. Since the strength is not enough, then find ways to become stronger. Qi may be able to easily resist the erosion of these ice elements, but Fei Xue and the others may not. So Qi asked them to wait here, which was actually a kind of exercise. As for Lan Yi, Lan Zier, and Nalan Chinchi, although in terms of realm, the gap between them and Fei Xue is not too big. However, Lan Yi has the red lion sent by the Phantom of Overlord's inheritance, which is a strange beast in the heroic realm. Protects orchid leaves in most cases. Lan Zier only obtained the power of Yulong Envoy's inheritance of phantoms, and her fighting partner is Xing Lian. When the strengths of the 2 are superimposed, they are much stronger than Fei Xue and the others. Moreover, Xing Lian also swallowed the frozen fruit, which itself can be ice-elementalized. In this environment, the combat effectiveness can be multiplied even more. Although Xing Lian is still dormant, as long as Lan Zier is in danger, Xing Lian will automatically wake up. And, in addition, as long as Lan Zier uses the heroic trial crystal and is promoted to the heroic level, then Xing Lian can also wake up from the dormant state. And it can also be directly promoted to the peak of the hero level. Therefore, Lan Zier's safety is also guaranteed. As for Nalan Chinchi, let alone. As the most prestigious person in the Nalan family today, he is also the only member of the hidden family in this trip. Nalan Chinchi now represents not only the Nalan family, but also the other 3 hidden families. What's more, Nalan Chinchi's rank of Queen of Ice is the most suitable battle environment, which is in this kind of ice and snow. It can be said that the stronger the surrounding ice element, the stronger the fighting power of Nalan Chinchi. This is also the reason why the 4 hidden families let Nalan Chinchi go out to find helpers. Because if the 4 hidden families are really destroyed in the hands of this strange beast, the person who has the best chance to avenge the 4 hidden families is Nalan Chinchi. So it's not just looking for help, it's preserving hope. In addition to these 3 people, Fei Xue and the others might be the same as the people around them if they continued to walk in this icy world caused by this element. That is to be frozen. Let's go, don't make them wait any longer. Qi Lu set up a simple defensive magic circle on the spot to ensure the safety of Fei Xue and the others, before speaking. Soon, the four set off again. Lan Yu rode a red lion with Nailand Qinqi. Qi Lu was on the side, holding Lan's ear in his hand, and he didn't see any backwardness. The speed of the red lion is indeed fast, but for Qi Lu, it is still within the scope of being able to keep up. Because in ancient times those who lost. Among the martial arts passed down, there are quite a few martial arts related to footwork. Although it is lost, it is only for ordinary people. For Qi Lu, who has martial arts proficient skills, those lost martial arts are also well known. So even if speed is not Qi Li's strong point, but if he really wants to explode his speed, Qi Lu will not be weaker than anyone else. Who would dash? With the passage of time, the closer the distance to the alien beast, the more and more fierce the piercing cold wind like a knife. If the previous cold wind was a downpour, then the current cold wind is a huge wave. The ferocity of the two is not on the same order of magnitude at all. But for Qi Lu, as long as the body-protecting fighting qi is condensed, no matter how ferocious the cold wind blows on his face, it is like a refreshing breeze. At this moment, Lan Zier also had a layer of frost shield condensed on the outside of her body, which completely separated the cold wind. This layer of frost shield is exactly the shield formed by Xing Lian's power. And the strength of the Royal Dragon Envoy class is reflected in this place. The powers of the Dragon Messenger and Battle Companion stack with each other. Similarly, the power attributes of the two can also be used in common. Just like the power of ice element possessed by Xing Lian, Lan Zier can actually use it after Lan Zier has obtained the rank of Yulong Envoy and Xing Lian has become a combat partner. And this is also the most powerful place for the Royal Dragon Envoy class. The power is superimposed, the attributes are common, and the minds are connected. In this way, the increased combat power is more than doubled. The Lan Yi and Nailand Qinqi next to them were also covered with a layer of magic shield to resist the attack of the cold wind. This is Nailand Qinqi's handwriting. In this icy world, Nailand Qinqi, who has the rank of Queen of Ice, is like returning home. All kinds of ice element magic at your fingertips. Protecting Lan Yi and himself from harm is easy for Nailand Qinqi at this moment. About 800 steps forward, and you can see the alien beast. In the process of fast forward, Nailand Qinqi suddenly said something. 800 steps, about 3 miles. With that said, we will soon reach our destination. The distance of 3 miles, at the speed of Qi Shi and Qi Lu, is almost a distance that can be crossed in a few seconds. So Lan Yi immediately restrained the red lion, and Qi Lu also stopped. Prepare to fight, this time, there should be no negotiation process. Qi Lu put Lan Zier down. Although most of the alien beasts have spiritual wisdom, having spiritual wisdom does not mean that their characters are not irritable. There are not a few alien beasts who hate the human race and start without saying a word when they meet. So Qi Lu estimated that this strange beast should be no exception. I dare to bully Xiaoqi, I must teach that guy a good lesson this time. Lan Zier clenched her small fist and said seriously. Obviously, the Lan Yi team had never fought that alien beast before. After all, even the hero-level powerhouses in the Hidden Family can't do anything about that strange beast. It might even become a burden. But it's different now. This time, not only Lan Zier gained new power, but Nailand Qinqi also found Qi Lu as a helper. This is already the most luxurious lineup that can be assembled in the Eastern Wilderness. Because it is necessary to exclude hero-level powerhouses, Gu Pingchuan and the others cannot be counted. If you want to make the lineup look more luxurious on the surface, you can only go to the Beishan Mountains to move rescue troops. After all, the core of the lineup is Qi Lu. In the eyes of all customers, Qi Li's strength has always been unfathomable, so naturally he will not be considered just a heroic powerhouse. You three, stop here for the time being, come out of the hero-level trial space first, and then go forward. Qi Lu glanced at Lan Zier, who was full of fighting spirit, and immediately said aloud. Although Lan Zier and the others are indeed not weak in combat, they are still far from the alien beasts that are helpless even for heroic powerhouses. Qi Lu brought the three of them here. One was to let Nayland Qingqi lead the way. The other, also because the closer you get to the alien beast, the higher the concentration of ice elements that pervade the surrounding. This kind of environment will be of great help for Nayland Qingqi and Lan Zier to break through the shackles of the master level and advance to the hero level. The Queen of Ice, born in ice and snow. The power of frozen fruit also requires a lot of ice elements to be promoted. Therefore, this kind of snow-covered environment where ice elements are regen is simply a good place to be encountered but not sought after. As for Lan Yi, breaking through here, although the benefits obtained are not as great as those of Nayland Qingqi and Lan Zier, they can still help Lan Yi totem for his physique and fighting spirit. Let Lan Yi lay a more solid foundation when he is promoted to the heroic realm. Well, I see. Lan Yi is not a fool, on the contrary, he is quite smart. So as soon as she heard Qi Li's words, Lan Yi wanted to understand Qi Lu's plan, and immediately nodded in response. Because with their current state, they can only help Qi Lu to add to the chaos, and Qi Lu must be distracted to protect them. Rather, in this once-in-a-lifetime place, first improve one's own strength and advance one's own cultivation realm. Big brother. Zier, don't make trouble for Manager Qi. If you want to avenge Xiaoqi, you must have enough strength. Lan Zier wanted to say something, but Lan Yi quickly pulled her back. At this time, Nayland Qingqi had already taken out the heroic trial crystal. The sooner you complete the promotion, the sooner you can join the battle. Here, it should be the battle of the hidden family, and Nayland Qingqi doesn't want to simply be a leader. I look forward to your transformation. Qi Lu warned again, and then walked forward alone. For Qi Lu, the distance of 800 steps is really just a matter of seconds. This place, with Qi Li's ability to control the orientation, can be easily identified as the most central area of this small space. And the place where the four hidden families are located is separated from this area, and then began to spread out around, each occupying one side. However, it is precisely because of this arrangement that the four hidden families can survive in this environment. Because the more the ice element spreads to the periphery, the thinner it becomes. To those places where the hidden family is located, although the climate will change. Extremely cold, but fortunately not aggressive. Even ordinary people can barely survive as long as the thermal insulation measures are in place. Unlike this place, the ice element is so strong that even if it is a cultivator, if it is not careful, it will be directly frozen. I really don't know what kind of surprise that alien beast will give me. While walking, Qi Lu took out the keel armor and put it on his body. Be careful not to make a big mistake, not to mention that the keel armor also has a certain function of keeping out the cold. In the face of such an unknown enemy, Qi Lu would never take care of himself, because that is a foolish act that only conceited people would do. The 1000 machine ball was also taken out. Only this time, Qi Lu hadn't turned the 1000 machine ball into a weapon, but just held it in his hand. I plan to wait until I see the alien beast before turning it into a suitable weapon to fight. Human, go further, it's my territory, are you sure you want to come? But at this moment, a cold and arrogant voice appeared in Qi Li's mind, sounding like a warning. Spiritual power transmission? It seems that guy has noticed me. Qi Lu was slightly startled, then chuckled lightly. However, when he came here in an open and honest way, Qi Lu never thought of hiding his breath. Otherwise, it wouldn't be until now. If you say this is your territory, why don't you dare to show up? Qi Lu snorted coldly, and sent the sentence back with mental power. In this icy world, the cold wind whistling, shouting loudly, is indeed a relatively stupid thing. Humph, the human race has always been a race that is overly self-reliant. The human race has always been a race that is too self-sufficient. It is obviously so weak, but it has to challenge an impossible opponent. The mocking voice came again. Along with this voice, there was a fierce storm, mixed with snow and ice, spinning in front of Qi Lu, forming a huge ice tornado. Then in the next moment, the ice tornado shattered, revealing the creatures inside. It was an alien beast made of ice crystals, with a lion head, antlers, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and ox tail. However, in Qi Li's view, this appearance seemed quite familiar. Qilin? The memory in his mind suddenly came up, and Qi Li suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the ice crystal monster in front of him with a look of surprise. The appearance of this ice crystal beast is not exactly the appearance of the legendary unicorn. There may be slight differences, but definitely not by much. Perhaps the biggest difference is that this ice crystal beast is made of ice crystals. But I really didn't expect that I would actually encounter a strange beast that looks so much like a unicorn, but the unicorn is an auspicious beast. Qi Li shook his head and threw the thoughts out of his mind. The unicorn is the honor of the beasts, with auspiciousness, once it appears, it is a blessing. However, the ice crystal beast in front of him, not to mention Fuzai's side, is a small space of a hidden family, and it is almost impossible for people to survive. The two are simply two extremes. Therefore, it is useless to look like, the key is to look at the ability. Just like there is a saying, the one who rides a white horse is not necessarily a prince, but may also be the monk who went to fetch the Western Sutra. Or the guy who walked 3 levels. Human, tell your purpose, what do you want to do when you come here? The ice crystal monster didn't give Qi Lu too much time to recall. As soon as appeared, he stared at Qi Lu and asked aloud. But when Qi Lu heard this question, he let out a sneer. I think your question is actually quite strange. Obviously it was you who occupied the magpie's nest, came to the territory of the hidden family, and turned this small space into such an extremely harsh environment. Now you still want to question me? Don't you think it's funny? Qi Lu squinted his eyes and didn't answer the ice crystal monster's question at all, but asked a question directly. People who occupy a magpie's nest always feel that they are the masters of the magpie's nest. To be honest, Qi Lu thought that if this ice crystal monster just occupied an area in this small space as his own territory, that's really nothing. But the problem is, this guy doesn't just occupy an area. But after occupying this area, he also intends to kill all other creatures in the entire small space. That would be too much. What is the territory of the hidden family? Are you talking about the human race who dare to attack me? The ice crystal alien said in a cold tone, and the look in Qi Li's eyes became extremely unkind. If the ice crystal monster was wary of Qi Lu before, then now, it is purely wanting to attack. After all, the intuition of most alien beasts is quite keen. The ice crystal monster can feel that the powerful power Qi Lu possesses can pose a threat to it. However, if it can cause a threat, it does not mean that the ice crystal beast will be afraid. For a considerable number of alien beasts with high fighting spirit, the more powerful the opponent, the more they can stimulate their fighting spirit, and it is impossible to retreat at all. That's not to mention a powerful beast like the ice crystal beast. It can simply rely on itself to continuously condense ice elements, thereby gradually freezing an entire small space. This kind of power can never be as simple as a heroic realm. It seems that you didn't realize your mistake, or, is this your instinct? Qi Lu sneered. But did not continue to wrestle with this issue. Because it is meaningless to discuss whose territory this small space is. or rather, a rather stupid thing. For alien beasts, the law of the weak is the basic rule of survival. Even if this is indeed the territory of the Hidden World family, as long as the strength of the ice crystal monster is strong enough, it can occupy this place and drive out the Hidden World family. What's more, this kind of thing that eats the weak and the strong does not only happen among alien beasts and beasts. In fact, this happens within every race, or between races. Weakness is the original sin. If you don't have enough strength to protect yourself, you can only be beaten. Human, it seems that the purpose of your trip is the same as those weak reptiles before, they are all courting death. The ice crystal alien sneered, with a gloomy tone. The icy expression appeared on the face that was condensed by the ice crystals, and it looked particularly ferocious. Caracal. Whether it's courting death, what you said doesn't count. Sheila held the 1,000 machine ball's hand and squeezed it lightly. The 1,000 machine ball immediately turned into a sharp sword. One side was engraved with flowers, birds, fish and insects, and the other side was mountains, rivers, sun and moon. Since he is fighting this guy who looks like a unicorn, Sheila still wants to have a sense of ritual. Don't be ashamed. The ice crystal alien blew out a breath of white air, and the sky immediately rolled up around him. The wind whimpered like a roar. In this gust of snow, countless ice crystals condensed into sharp ice thorns all over the sky, with a chilling light that sent chills down the back, and shot towards Qi Lu. The sound of breaking the sky is endless. Don't take out the tricks of carving insects, to show your shame. Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly, looked at the ice thorns that came flying, and said expressionlessly. This is a standard heuristic attack. Although the power is also not weak, for Qi Lu, it is impossible to have an effect, let alone cause damage. So Qi Lu just raised his sword and waved, and a huge sword chi suddenly flew out. But all the ice thorns that were swept by the sword energy were crushed to pieces. Even the slightly distant ice thorns were shattered into pieces under the influence of the violent aura of the sword chi. With just one sword, a vacuum area appeared in this sky-filled ice thorn, which firmly protected Qi Lu from being attacked by the ice thorn at all. However, that sword energy did not disappear so easily. Just a few ice thorns can't affect the forward speed of the sword energy at all, and even the destructive power can't be weakened. Wall of Frost, get up. However, the ice crystal monsters are not vegetarian. After seeing the sword energy approaching, a thick ice wall immediately rose from the ground, blocking the ice crystal beast. In this environment with a large number of ice elements, the defensive power of the ice wall has increased exponentially. Boom! The huge sword energy slashed on the ice wall. Although the momentum was huge, it also stirred up ice debris in the sky. But after the ice debris that blocked his sight fell, Qi Lu could see that although there were cracks all over the ice wall, there was no sign of it breaking. It does have some ability. The environment here is too favorable for this alien beast made of ice crystals. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and looked at the ice wall secretly. The duel between the powerhouses always starts with a trial, and Qi Li's sword just now is no exception. Just like playing cards, as long as it is a normal person, no one will start the game and blow up. Unless it is a winning ticket, or a certainty. Only then will you be able to beat your opponent with all your strength from the very beginning, or slowly tease your opponent. It's just that this situation does not exist between this ice crystal monster and Qi Lu. Because the ice crystal monster doesn't know what Qi Li's strength is, Qi Lu can't see what the strength of this ice crystal monster is. In this environment surrounded by ice elements, Qi Li's perception of the ice crystal alien beast in front of him was also disturbed. Although Qi Lu has the skill of God's perspective. But now this situation, like finding a river in the sea, is not a problem of perception at all. You must know that the ice crystal beast and the ice element coexist in the same vein, and the form of power displayed by the two in perception is almost exactly the same. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu let Nayland Qingqi lead the way? But fortunately, seeing the ice crystal monster now, Qi Li's perception also locked the ice crystal monster at the first time. Although I still can't perceive the realm of the ice crystal monster's cultivation, at least it won't let this guy run away. Human, you are really different from those reptiles before, no wonder you dare to speak madly. The ice crystal beast also noticed Qi Li's strength from the wave of testing just now, and it was not at the same level as the guys who had come to seek death before. Strength is the greatest confidence. Therefore, the ice crystal monster also put away the contempt of Qi Lu and began to become vigilant again. Whether it's maddening, but it's up to you to say. In my opinion, this is just telling the truth. Your attack is really just a trick. A smile appeared on Qi Li's mouth, but his tone was mocking. Using words to disrupt the enemy's mentality in battle is also a tactic. When used well, it often produces unexpected results. It's just that Qi Lu is not sure whether this kind of battle will be effective for alien beasts. Then I'm really underestimated, human race. Don't be complacent when you think you have a little skill. I'll let you know how far you are from the real powerhouse. The ice crystal alien beast exhaled white air, as if it was formed by the condensation of frost. Following the words of the ice crystal beast, the white air that spewed out fell to the ground, and the ground immediately trembled. Not right. Qi Lu frowned slightly, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Crack. Sure enough, in the next moment, the ice and snow that had already condensed into crystals on the ground suddenly appeared numerous cracks. Then it quickly cracked and became a crack. A pale, frost-like arm protruded out of the cracks and waved around. In this situation, Rauscher Qi Lu watched, and his heart was full of hairs. If it was seen by those with intensive phobia, it must have fainted on the spot. Frost Guard, show up. Take up your weapons and destroy all the enemies in front of you. At this moment, the ice crystal beast suddenly let out an angry shout. With an order, the arms protruding from the cracks suddenly froze. Then in the next second, these pale arms began to press on the ground, pulling out their bodies that were still buried in the ice and snow. These humanoid species summoned by the ice crystal beasts are the so-called frost guards. The whole body was as pale as snow, as if it was condensed from frost. The armor on his body was also stained white by ice and snow, which looked a bit tattered, more like a decoration than for defense. Only the weapons held in the hands of these frost guards are all intact. It's no wonder that this guy can take it easy when facing the siege of the Four Hidden Families. It turns out that he has the skill. Qi Lu looked at the frost guards, who climbed out of the ice and snow in surprise. Unlike the ice crystal beasts, Qi Lu can still perceive the strength of these frost guards. In this environment filled with ice elements, the strength of each of these frost guards has at least the level of heroic primary level. And the number of these frost guards can be seen without counting them. There are at least as many as nearly 100. That's a pretty scary amount. Nearly 100 heroic powerhouses, even if all of them are only at the beginning of the heroic level, once gathered, they are definitely an unstoppable force. Even if the strength of the entire eastern wilderness is gathered, I am afraid that it can only compete against one or two. It is almost impossible to eliminate them all. Not to mention in this small space, how could the four major hidden families be able to resist? It can only be said that the loss is not wrong. Humans tremble under this unrivaled power. The ice crystal beast stared at Qi Lu with extremely cold eyes. The frost guard also looked at Qi Lu, with a hoarse roar from his mouth, as if his throat had been torn. This strange sound is extremely uncomfortable to hear. Even Qi Lu couldn't help frowning. Is this a sonic attack? Qi Lu moved his neck, then raised the sharp sword in his hand, and said loudly, "If you want to beat me by roaring, then I will only find it ridiculous. Rather than this kind of meaningless thing, you might as well start attacking directly." Qi Lu held his head high, and his tone was full of contempt. To be honest, this kind of strange roar, although not lethal, is indeed quite disturbing, and it is not as enjoyable as a serious fight. So Qi Lu can only use a little bit of aggression. Since you can't wait to die, then I will fulfill you. The ice crystal monster also raised its head and looked at Qi Lu. Frost Guard, attack. The ice crystal alien roared violently. Although there was a hint of anger in his tone, more of it was contempt. Roar. With the order of the ice crystal beast, the frost guard with various weapons in his hand rushed towards Qi Lu like an avalanche. In the roar, he seemed full of momentum. It's fine as long as you don't call. Why don't you listen? Qi Lu gritted his teeth, and there was some unbearable emotion in the expression on his face. Nearly 100 frost guards, each with the combat power of a heroic primary powerhouse, are not afraid of death, and they do not know what fear is at all. This kind of lineup, no matter which force sees it, must retreat. If you run too slowly, you might be wiped out. However, Qi Lu only felt irritable now, and those strange roars were so noisy that people's minds would explode. Since you can't keep your mouth shut, then I can only help you stop screaming with my own hands. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu, who was holding a sharp sword, had already shot. At the extreme speed, Qi Li's figure instantly disappeared in place, leaving only a pair of footprints on the snow. She'd dash. The next second, Qi Lu appeared among the group of frost guards. The sharp sword in his hand bloomed like a lotus flower, and the icy swordlight swept in all directions. The sword chi was turbulent, and the momentum was like a rainbow. In just one breath, wherever the sword light went, the enemies touched by the sword energy all fell to the ground. No one is Qi Li's enemy of unity. The violent sword energy instantly shattered the bones of these frost guards. No matter how fierce they were, it was useless. Courage is no substitute for shattered bones to get these frost guards taught their feet. When shattering the bones of these frost guards, Qi Lu also cut their throats to prevent these guys from making those annoying sounds again. This approach was undoubtedly quite successful. At least Qi Lu quickly felt that his ears were much cleaner. Huh? Human race, your strength is indeed strong enough, but only in this way, it is not enough. The ice crystal monster looked at Qi Li's killing in the frost guard. Although there was a little surprise in his heart, this situation was also expected. The reason why the combat power of the frost guard can reach the heroic level is actually because the ice element here is strong enough. Otherwise, the normal combat power of a frost guard should be between the peak of the grandmaster level and the beginning of the hero level. It can be called half-step hero level. But it definitely can't reach the level of the heroic elementary level. Therefore, it is completely reasonable to be unable to resist Qi Li's attack. However, the means of the ice crystal beasts are more than that. And Qi Lu also quickly noticed this. It's just a mere hundreds of enemies, how could it be able to resist for so long? Wait, what is that? While Qi Lu was killing, out of the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of an astonishing scene. Those frost guards who were knocked to the ground by Qi Lu and couldn't move because their bones were shattered melted into the ground like ice and snow melted. Then in the next second, a new frost guard emerged from the spot. There is such a thing. Qi Li's face couldn't help but show a bit of astonishment. This is much more powerful than the resurrection of the dead. Because in this case, the frost guard can't be killed at all. As long as there is no way to fight, it will be returned into the ice element, and then reconstructed. It's no wonder that after fighting for so long, the number of those frost guards is not rare. The meaning of the ice crystal monster is also very obvious. Although it can't be beaten, it can be consumed continuously until Qi Lu is consumed to death. This is not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy. No wonder you are so confident, so there is such a means. Qi Li's figure was erratic among the frost guards, and even if he was distracted to observe the ice crystal monster during the battle, there was no flaw at all. In terms of fighting skills and fighting awareness, Qi Lu has already reached the pinnacle. Not revealing flaws, it is already a consciousness engraved in the bones. Unless there is an enemy with stronger combat skills than Qi Lu who forcibly exploits Qi Li's flaws, that's about the same. It's a pity that Qi Lu has never encountered such an enemy. Just like the group of frost guards facing them now, in Qi Li's eyes, apart from a larger number, there is no advantage at all. The movements are stiff, the combat skills are lacking, the offensive intention is obvious, and the body is full of flaws. The only function is probably to continuously consume Qi Li's power. After all, in this icy and snowy environment, it really doesn't take much effort for the ice crystal beast to summon a frost guard. Maybe not even as fast as it recovers. However, this ice crystal beast probably never imagined that in the battle with the frost guard, Qi Lu was just strolling in the courtyard. To say how much power was wasted, it is not necessarily. Qi Lu is now on vacation. Pretending to be surrounded by frost guards, he was just thinking about countermeasures. If the ice element that permeates the air is not dealt with, it will be difficult to deal with the ice crystal beast. So in this case, Qi Lu and the ice crystal alien naturally stalemate. The ice crystal beast is waiting for Qi Lu to be defeated by the frost guard. Qi Lu was thinking about how to deal with the surrounding ice elements in order to deal with this ice crystal monster. In this stalemate, time passed little by little. Qi Lu also didn't know how long it had passed. Because dealing with these frost guards really doesn't take much effort, and the consumption of oneself is almost negligible. After all, with the sharpness of the sharp sword transformed by the 1,000 machine ball, even if there is no grudge attached to it, it can easily break through the defense of the frost guard, thereby beheading. And Qi Li's elegant movements really don't consume much power. So there is no concept of time. Pfft. Qi Lu swayed slightly, and the sharp sword in his hand cut off a frost guard again. But at this time, in the snow in the distance, a huge storm suddenly blew up, with a terrifying momentum, as if an ancient beast was about to be born. Then at the next moment, this huge storm mixed with snow and wind rushed towards Qi Li's battle. This breath. It seems that my helper has arrived. Qi Lu glanced back at the storm, sensed the familiar breath, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Qila, I'm here to help you, it shouldn't be too late. Soon, along with the storm came the sound of Nailan Qinqi. In such an environment with extremely strong ice elements, it is also expected that Nailan Qinqi can be the first to be promoted to the heroic realm. Only after reaching the hero level can Nailan Qinqi be able to exert most of the power of the Queen of Ice. In the past, when I was in the master level realm, it could only be regarded as a small fight. Of course not, it came just in time. Qi Lu would not fight against Nailan Qinqi's fighting spirit, so he quickly forced the frost guards around him to retreat, and then retreated to an open space not far away. Nailan Qinqi also immediately appeared from the ice and snow and appeared beside Qi Lu. It can be seen from this that the application of Nailan Qinqi to the ice element is much stronger than before. Qila, what should we do now? After Nailan Qinqi landed, the first sight he saw was the ice crystal alien beast in the distance. A dangerous aura also began to emanate from Nailan Qinqi. Although Nailan Qinqi didn't like the Nailan family, after all, Nailan Qinqi used to be a side branch of the Nailan family and was not welcomed. But she was still a member of the Nailan family after all. What's more, the person who now controls the Nailan family and is expected to be the head of the family, but Nailan knows the book. In this way, the side branch of Nailan Qinqi has actually turned over a long time ago and has become a direct line. And the former direct descendants will be suppressed by Nailan Qinqi's side support. Therefore, under such circumstances, Nailan Qinqi would naturally not have a favorable impression of this ice crystal monster. Help me contain those guys, if you can clean them up. Qi Lu pointed to the group of frost guards. It happened that Nayland Chinchi had just been promoted to the hero level, and he was not very familiar with his own strength. It was an appropriate choice to house this group of frost guards to practice. No problem. Nayland Chinchi should come down without saying a word. It's not even a burst of confidence. But with the rank of the Queen of Ice, and in such a suitable environment, if you don't have confidence, it is too unreasonable. In this way, I can also free up my hands and take care of this strange beast. Qi Lu also had enough confidence in Nayland Chinchi's strength. After all, the Queen of Ice inherits the Phantom while inheriting the power, but also inherits the combat skills and various combat experience. Even if Nayland Chinchi has not yet mastered it, it is still no problem to draw Adager according to a cat. Cold Storm. Nayland Chinchi didn't disappoint Qi Lu either. The ice and snow war spear in his hand swung down in one fell swoop. The ice elements in the sky instantly converged into endless frost, which merged into the ferocious storm, like a huge meat grinder, shrouding the frost guards. This is a large-scale magic of the ice element. If it is normal, even Nayland Chinchi, who has been promoted to the heroic realm, wants to release it, and it will inevitably be a process of condensing ice elements. But in this place, it's almost instantaneous. This is a high-fit environment, a bonus for combat effectiveness. Extreme Cold Storm is not a particularly powerful spell, but it is a very powerful spell. With the strength of these frost guards, it is basically impossible to escape after being trapped in the extremely cold storm. And this is the best way. Because the frost guard is almost immortal under the blessing of the ice crystal beast, no matter how you fight, as long as it loses its combat effectiveness, it can be rebuilt immediately. Might as well trap them all. At least these frost guards like candy will not affect the subsequent battle. Although you have many thugs, my helpers are also very good. Qi Lu did not forget to ridicule as he walked towards the ice crystal beast. Because of the frost guard, for Qi Lu, it is indeed a disgusting thing. Although the frost guards couldn't beat Qi Lu couldn't kill these frost guards either, so they could only keep on stalemate. Even if you find a helper, so what? You still won't be my opponent. The ice crystal monster looked at Qi Lu, who was getting closer and closer, and looked a little stubborn. The frost guard may just be a disgusting means for Qi Lu. But for others, it's definitely killer power. And it's still the kind of killer that can't be defeated. It's a pity that the ice crystal monster underestimated Qi Li's combat power, and also misestimated the number of opponents it had to face. If you are really so confident, then come and fight with me in an open and honest way. Qi Li said unceremoniously. He was really disgusted by the means of the ice crystal alien before, so Qi Li had to find a way to return it. And the best way to vent is undoubtedly to beat the ice crystal alien beast hard to vent his unhappiness. Since you are so courageous, then I will satisfy your request. The ice crystal beast probably realized that he had no way to retreat, so he immediately showed a hideous expression. Although there are still the taste of some stubbornness, but it also proved the determination of the ice crystal monster. I can't ask for it. With a sharp sword in hand, Qi Lu flashed, and instantly appeared beside the ice crystal beast. Then he raised his sword and stabbed. This move seems simple, but in fact, Qi Lu has completely locked the movement of the ice crystal monster with his perception. No matter how it dodges, Qi Li's confident that he can follow. To see whether a move is powerful or not is not to see how gorgeous the move is, or how complicated the action is. It depends on whether this move can effectively hit the enemy and cause due damage. Combat is never a show of skill. This is a battle of life and death. Using the simplest and most direct moves to cause maximum damage is the best way to fight. Meaningless actions, in addition to increasing the aesthetic level, will only cause waste and dispersion of power, and will not help at all in combat. Ice crystal armor. In the face of this sudden sword, the ice crystal beast was shocked, and then immediately condensed the ice element, forming a thick armor on the body surface. Defense seems to be the instinct of this ice crystal monster, and it can always be used at the most critical moment. It's the same no matter how caught off guard. Ka. The sharp sword was like the wind, stabbing on the thick armor of the ice crystal beast, making a crisp sound, and then stopped the pace of progress. However, Qi Lu seemed to have expected it, and his wrist flicked slightly. Crack! The sharp sword nailed to the ice crystal alien also trembled slightly with Qi Lu's wrist shaking. Then, under the incredible eyes of the ice crystal beast, the sharp sword in Qi Li's hand, like piercing a piece of tofu, easily pierced through the thick layer of armor. Immediately afterwards, it stabbed into the body of the ice crystal monster. Roar! The ice crystal beast was in pain and let out a low roar, and the ice elements around him immediately began to condense. Sharp ice thorns condensed out, and then shot at Qi Lu like raindrops. At such a close distance, no matter how fast Qi Li's reaction was, it was impossible to avoid it. Although the movement is cumbersome, the reaction does not seem to be slow. Qi Lu could naturally see that this was the counterattack of the ice crystal monster, in anger. So this time the ice thorn, the attack speed is extremely fast. Although Qi Lu can ensure that his body protection fighting Qi can resist the erosion of those cold winds, he still does not want to resist the ice thorns that are blessed by the ice crystal alien beast. Attacks that can be avoided are naturally better to avoid. Dodge is always better than hard resistance. Of course, if it is a purposeful hard resistance, that is another matter. Short flash. If at close range, facing so many ice thorns, Qi Lu would have to take one or two attacks. But if the short position flash is used to widen the distance, it will be different. This is a short position flash. How could you use a short position flash? The ice crystal beast widened his eyes and looked at Qi Lu with an unbelievable face. In the previous battle, what Qi Lu showed was clearly a fighting style that only a fighting Qi class should have. But now, why is this guy using the short blink magic? In the thinking of the ice crystal beast, there is no concept of double cultivation of magic and martial arts. And in reality, there is no such thing. Because magic power and fighting spirit operate in different ways, it is impossible for them to appear in the same person's body. However, right now, the ice crystal monster couldn't believe its eyes. It actually saw a fighter off the Dochi class, using short position flashing magic. Oh? This guy's worldview seems to have collapsed a little bit. Qi Lu, who was not far away, naturally noticed this scene, as well as the eyes and expressions of the ice crystal beast. To be honest, for those who have come into contact with Qi Lu for the first time and have seen this kind of thing, collapsing worldviews is not uncommon. In the store, however, things were relatively better for those customers. Because in the eyes of those customers, Qi Lu is a land fairy, and it is possible to do anything, so there is no need to be surprised. After the collapsed worldview is reshaped, it is always willing to believe in some incredible things. However, for the ice crystal monsters, the collapsed worldview still has to collapse. No. It's impossible. You must be hiding a magic scroll. Human, you completely angered me. The ice crystal alien roared angrily. Obviously, this guy can't accept such a thing. It's a pity that Qi Lu couldn't explain to the ice crystal beast, saying that the energy in his body was not the same, and he could perfectly imitate fighting Qi and magic power. If you should be angry, let it be angry. It is best to be so angry that Qi Lu is even happier. Don't keep saying things like this. If you're really angry, please show it. Qi Lu still spared no effort to ridicule. When a person is so angry that he loses his mind, he will continue to reveal flaws. The same is true for aliens. Whoosh dash. A cold breath was spit out by the ice crystal alien beast. Immediately afterwards, the entire earth began to vibrate, shattering continuously, revealing huge cracks. The surrounding snow also jumped up. On the hillside, a large area of avalanches began to appear. Here we go. After seeing this scene, Qi Lu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After several brief encounters, Qi Lu has been able to confirm that this ice crystal alien beast is definitely an alien beast from the magic system. Because in the melee combat ability, the counterattack of the ice crystal monster is really worrying. And the most important thing is that Qi Lu had already been attached to the ice crystal monster just now, but this guy still chose to use the ice thorn toe-tack. This shows that the hand-to-hand combat ability of this ice crystal beast is definitely worse than imagined. Otherwise, it is impossible for any beast with a little hand-to-hand combat ability to hold back. Even if he couldn't beat him, he had to scratch Qi Li's paw to relieve his anger. Extreme Ice Roar. The ice crystal monster didn't make Qi Lu wait long. In such a battle where opportunities are fleeting, accumulating power for a long time is itself a stupid thing. So just when Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and was about to turn back to stop the ice crystal beast, a terrifying roar rang out. Spread out. This roar is not how amazing the volume is, but like a thunderbolt from the blue, which makes people caught off guard. Boom. 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 A ring of sound waves visible to the naked eye erupted from the mouth of the ice crystal beast. Everywhere it went, it shattered. Immediately after it, there was an ice element like a monstrous wave, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, freezing all the things that were shattered by the sound wave before. It's a combination of attack and control. The sonic attack in the front is more to make the enemy unable to resist, so it is frozen by the ice element behind. And freezing is basically equivalent to death. Perhaps ordinary hard ice is nothing to practitioners. However, it is almost impossible to break this frozen ice that has been blessed by magic power from the inside. This guy can still do this kind of magic, it's a bit tricky now. Qi Lu is not afraid of this kind of sonic attack. But if it is accidentally frozen, it will be quite a headache. However, the most powerful part of the extreme ice roar released by the ice crystal monster is not the two-stage attack, but the great coverage. Although the worldview of the ice crystal monster has collapsed a bit. But when facing the enemy, this guy is still very serious. Since Qi Lu will be able to flash magic in a short position, then the ice crystal beast will use the range magic that short flash cannot avoid. Looks like I have to come up with a trick. Qi Lu frowned slightly, then raised the sharp sword in his hand, just as Hugh was about to put his finger in his mouth and bite it. Whoosh dash. A roar that was not inferior to the ice crystal beast came from behind Qi Lu. It slammed into the extreme ice roar of the ice crystal monster. Boom. The surrounding space was instantly shattered, and countless cracks were cracked. Under the collision of the two violent sound waves, the terrifying power that erupted even caused the entire small space to vibrate. Then, an ice-blue shadow flashed from behind Qi Lu and appeared in front of Qi Lu in an instant. You must know that the magic of extreme ice roar, in addition to the sonic attack, the main damage comes from the ice element wave that follows it. As long as the freezing is successful, it is almost a certain death situation. Therefore, although the sound wave attack in front was neutralized, the wave-off ice element in the back was not affected. The overwhelming offensive, as always, rushed forward. Are you here for a new helper? Terran. But it's useless. The ice crystal beast stared at it with a grim expression on its face. No one likes to be ridiculed by others, even ordinary people will get angry if they are ridiculed too much, let alone an arrogant beast. Therefore, the ice crystal monster is now waiting for Qi Lu to be frozen by ice. Then it will walk over and smash the ice crystals that seal Qi Lu, so that Qi Lu inside will be turned into pieces like the ice crystals that wrap him. Glacier Shield. The ice-blue figure that appeared in front of Qi Lu flapped his wings angrily. A huge wall, just in front of this ice blue figure, rose from the ground, blocking the surging wave of ice elements firmly from the outside. Zier and Xiaolian, did you break through so soon? Qi Lu was a little surprised. The ice blue figure standing in front of him was naturally the Xinglian who devoured the frozen fruit. In the face of the ice element's attack, Xinglian is the only dragon who can act more calmly than Nailan Qingqi. Xinglian, who can elementalize his own ice, is simply impossible to fear the attack of any ice element. Because of all ice elemental attacks, it is impossible to cause damage to Xinglian. But it's still one step slower than Xiaoqi. Lan Zier followed closely, ran to Qi Li's side, and then looked back at Nailan Qingqi. Lan Zier, who has the inheritance of the royal dragon envoy, and Xinglian, who has the inheritance of the contract giant dragon, were promoted to the heroic realm at the same time, and their real realm was directly promoted to the peak of the heroic realm. This point, but Nailan Qingqi is far behind. Although the Queen of Ice is also a tyrannical rank, compared with the dragon envoy, it is still a step behind. After all, the Queen of Ice is still fighting alone. And Yulongshi is a team battle. Receive. Xinglian controlled the glacier shield, and after blocking all the ice element waves, he immediately put away the glacier shield. And not only that, Xinglian also directly collected all the ice elements that were blocked. Because for Xinglian, the ice element is definitely better, and there is basically no upper limit. The ability of frozen fruit can refine all those excess ice elements into more pure power, and then feed it back to Xinglian. Hence this scene. However, Qi Lu and Lan Zier could understand the reason. But the ice crystal monsters in the distance are not necessarily. Originally, it was very certain that Qi Lu, the ice crystal monster that could not survive under the wave of ice elements, did not change his mind even after the so-called helper came. However, Xinglian's actions completely shattered the idea of the ice crystal beast. How is it possible? How is this possible? The ice crystal beast is already a little desperate at this moment. But there is no way to do this, because Xinglian's ability is to restrain the ice crystal beasts. Although in this icy and snowy environment, the ice crystal beast can exert its strength several times stronger, and it also has a strong defense. But in front of Xinglian, it was nothing. As long as it is an ice element, then Xinglian will not be afraid. If Xinglian has not been promoted to the hero level, or, even if it has been promoted to the hero level, but has not obtained the inheritance of the contract dragon, the ice crystal beast will not be so rude. Because the suppression on the realm is far greater than the suppression on the ability. It's just that the situation that was said just now is under the assumption. The truth is, however, that there are no assumptions. Xinglian not only got the inheritance of the contract dragon, but also successfully promoted to the hero-level realm, and even jumped directly to the hero-level peak realm. In this way, the ice crystal beast has no chance of winning. Because no matter how high the realm of the ice crystal beast is, it is only a half-step powerhouse level. In this place without heaven and earth, the realm of the powerhouse is just an unrealistic luxury. And the most important thing is that the ice crystal beast is a magic beast. This is the deadliest point. If the ice crystal beast can use magic while also possessing powerful melee ability, then Xinglian will have a headache. After all, Xinglian is just not afraid of the attack of the ice element. The combat capability still needs to be improved. Always relying on elementalization to avoid physical damage, there will always be mistakes. However, there is no such if. The ice crystal alien beast is an alien beast of the magic system, and, in addition to Xinglian, there is also an Elancan chess in the ice element magic. If Xinglian itself is an ice element, it is immune to all ice elemental attacks. Then Nailan Qingqi can completely control the ice element. Although Nailan Qingqi is still fragile and cannot be immune to ice elemental attacks, when it comes to controlling the ice element, a mere ice crystal monster is really not an opponent. Now Xing Lian and Nailand Qingqi have all been promoted to the hero level. Once the two cooperated, the ice crystal monsters would definitely not bet their opponents. In this way, my mission will be completed. Before you solve this guy, remember to thank him for the promotion environment it provides, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get promoted so fast. Qi Lu also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although the power of the system can be used to defeat the ice crystal beast in front of him, it will come at a price. Therefore, Qi Lu did not want to trouble the system unless it was a last resort. After all, one's own strength is the real support, and the borrowed strength always has a feeling of emptiness. And when he came here this time, Qi Lu felt that he was more like bringing people from Lanya squad to train. As for the ice crystal monster in front of him, based on the current situation, Qi Lu really couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was guarding. All in all, it just feels a little off. Although the next battle did not end quickly, the outcome of the battle was already doomed. The ice crystal beast will definitely lose. Because what Xing Lian possesses is not only the combat power of one heroic peak powerhouse, but two. Lan Zier's power will be superimposed with Xing Lian's power. In addition, Nailand Qingqi was there to assist, and Qi Lu was swept aside. With this lineup, there was no possibility of losing at all. And that's exactly what happened. When the ice crystal beast bullies ordinary hero-level powerhouses, it is indeed a must. Even if a half-step powerhouse like Gu Pingchuan came here, he could not beta opponent of this ice crystal beast. Because the environment here is really bad. Gu Pingchuan came to this kind of place, and it was very good that he could display 7 achievements in combat power. What's more, the realm of the ice crystal monster itself is actually not lower than that of Gu Pingchuan. But one thing falls one thing. To be honest, if it wasn't for Qi Li's Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll and the 3 heroic trial crystals, this battle would not have ended so easily. All I can say is that everything is fate. By the way, I would like to add that in this case, the ice crystal beast has fallen into blood mold. Home field advantage is all added to the enemy. Boom. With the end of the fierce battle, the body of the ice crystal monster also fell heavily to the ground. All the resentment and unwillingness were all vanished with the muffled sound-off falling to the ground. Xing Lian, Lan Zier, and Nailand Qingqi all blushed with excitement. Without a doubt, this is a huge victory. In the same way, it also represents the proficiency of these 2 people and 1 dragon for their own strength. At this time, Lan Yi, who had just come out of the heroic trial space, was long overdue. Then looking at the ice crystal beast lying on the ground, he was stunned, not knowing what to say. You guys are too awesome. It took a long time for Lan Yi to say such a sentence. No way, because I was so shocked, I couldn't think of anything else for a while. In general, I'm just procrastinating, mainly Xiaolian and Xiaoqi. Qi Lu didn't take the credit, and said it very modestly. He's just a store manager, and he's no longer doing his job right here. Besides, even if Qi Lu did nothing at all, who would dare to say that Qi Lu isn't at the core? Non-existent. As a store manager, the core is the products in the store. As for those things that fight and kill, under normal circumstances, it is good to leave it to others. Hearing Qi Li's words, Xing Lian and Nailand Qingqi immediately cooperated and showed a bright smile. Now that the ice crystal beast has been dealt with, Nailand Qingqi can feel a little more relaxed, so there is a little radiance in his smile. What about me, big brother, what about Zier? Lan Zier immediately asked out loud. Zier is also very powerful. Qi Lu was not biased, reached out and rubbed Lan Zier's head, and praised her aloud. Immediately, Lan Zier smiled. Manager Qi is too modest. Lan Yi said politely without arguing. Anyway, it's enough to understand the importance of Qi Lu in your heart, and you don't have to say it. Then are we going straight back now? Lan Yi then asked another question, Fei Xue and the others are still waiting for him and others. Of course, go back, wait. Just as Qi Lu was about to respond, he suddenly found something wrong, and immediately stopped Lan Yi, who was about to turn around, and then walked up alone. Manager Qi, what's wrong? Lan Yi asked in confusion. But Qi Lu didn't answer Lan Yi's question, but came to the corpse of the ice crystal beast on his own, looked at it seriously, and said, sure enough, it began to melt. Melted? The expression on Lan Yi's face became even more confused. Yes, the body of this alien beast has begun to melt. Qi Lu nodded. Don't look at this ice crystal alien beast that looks like it is made of ice crystals, but in fact, these things that look like ice crystals are the body of this alien beast, not ice cubes. Its hardness is no less than that of stainless steel. So how could it melt? However, now, the corpse of this ice crystal beast has begun to melt like an ordinary piece of ice. This is very wrong. Under Qi Li's prompt, Lan Yi also noticed something was wrong. Lan Zier and Nailan Qinqi even came around directly, and Xing Lian squatted on Lan Zier's shoulders. When the corpse of the ice crystal beast first began to melt, the speed was quite slow, and only 1 or 2 drops of water appeared slowly. But it didn't take long for the ablation to go faster and faster. Boom. At this moment, the world also began to vibrate violently. After the ice crystal beast melted, the water droplets that appeared were all turned into rays of light at this moment, and then rushed to the sky. Immediately afterwards, under the astonished gazes of Qi Lu and others, those rays of light fell. Oops. However, before Qi Lu could finish shouting, the 4 of them plus a dragon were enveloped by these rays of light, and in the next moment, they appeared in a space completely composed of ice and snow. Here, as far as the eyes can see, there is a vast expanse of white. It was as if there was nothing but snow between the heavens and the earth. What is this place? Lan Yi asked, a little stunned. But this was just a subconscious question, and Lan Yi didn't expect anyone to answer her. I do not know either. Nailan Qinqi looked at the surrounding snow scene, but also looked confused. Although she has lived in this small space for so many years, Nailan Qinqi has never even heard of this place. The concentration of ice elements here is at least 10 times higher than before, but for some reason, it does not flow at all, and it cannot be absorbed and used. The first thing Xing Lian noticed was the ice element content in this space. Compared with the environment created by the ice crystal monster before, it is 10 times higher ice elements. Does that mean that the snow scene here is actually made of pure ice elements? What? If the guess is true, then this place is a bit scary. The space completely condensed by the ice element, in Qi Li's cognition, this must at least be something that a powerhouse can do. And there is a high probability that it is a powerhouse-level peak power. Facing such an opponent, Qi Lu might not be able to win even with the power of the system. Because although Qi Lu can use the power of the system, he temporarily possesses the power equivalent to the peak power of the powerhouse. But Qi Li's body couldn't hold it for long. It's strange, the snow here is not cold at all. On the contrary, Lan Zier reached out and grabbed the snow under her feet, and said with a puzzled expression. Gudong. Hearing this sentence, Qi Lu knew that his guess was correct. Magical elements will not have too many physical attributes until they show aggression. Just like the fire element, if it is not condensed into a flame, it will not burn. The same goes for ice elements. If the snow on the ground is not cool, it just fits Xing Lian's words. The ice element in this space will not flow, nor can it be absorbed or utilized, which means that the ice element in this space has no physical properties. Condensed into the form of snow, I am afraid it is simply because the ice element is too rich. There seems to be something ahead. Just when Qi Lu was secretly vigilant and began to look around, a bright light in the distance attracted Qi Li's attention. Come with me. Qi Lu did not hesitate, but set off immediately. In this kind of space completely composed of snow, any different things have possible key items. Maybe it's the hope of getting out. Lan Yi and Nailan Xinqi immediately followed. Lan Zier, who was still digging the snow, was reminded by Xing Lian, so she hurried up. The place where the light appears is not too close. Moreover, in a place full of snow, the walking speed is not very fast, so Qilu walked in front for nearly 10 minutes before reaching the destination. However, what appeared in front of Qilu surprised Qilu firmly. It was a coffin made of pure ice crystals. But in this coffin, what lies is not the corpses that can be imagined, or the flesh that will not rot for 10,000 years. But the most unexpected thing. A bone. To be more precise, it should be a bone full of cracks. Judging from the shape, it can be determined that this white bone should be a human race. No matter how bad it should be a humanoid race. Moreover, this white bone is not the same as those white bones. Instead, it looks crystal clear, like a work of art carved out of translucent crystal, which is pleasing to the eye. Why is there a white bone here? After Lan Yi came over, his eyes widened and a shocked expression appeared. Nailan Xinqi, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian, who came over later, had expressions on their faces that were not far from Lan Ye's. After all, in such a situation, if something so inconsistent suddenly appeared, anyone would be shocked. I think this may be the skeleton of the owner of this space. Qilu rubbed his chin and expressed his guess. However, as soon as Qi Li's words fell, an unexpected but reasonable voice rang out. System, host. Stop, I probably know what you want to say. As soon as Qilu heard the system's voice, he knew what the system would say next. Under these circumstances, if there is anything that can make the system remember, it is undoubtedly the skeleton in front of you. Because Qilu didn't think that the system would be interested in a coffin. Even if this thing is made of ice crystals. However, this kind of thing, similar to digging a grave, is something that Qilu can do. That's too degrading. System, host, can you first listen to the system and then make a decision? No, I don't really want to hear it. Qilu was still showing a lack of interest. It is definitely a detriment to the Yin and morality to move other people's coffins casually. System, host, if you are willing to agree to the requirements of this system will give you a generous reward. How about it? If the negotiation fails, the temptation is changed. After all, Qilu was much more proficient in coercion than the system. What's the request? Let's hear it first. As soon as Qilu heard the reward, he finally became interested. The so-called world is bustling, all come for profit, and the world is bustling, all for profit. As long as it's not something that violates the principle and the negotiation is unsuccessful, it must be that the benefits have not been given in place. Even things that violate principles, for some people, as long as the cost is enough, it can be done. Because some people's principles, even if used in exchange for benefits. System, please take any one of the bones in the coffin in front of the host and submit it to this system. Sure enough, it's such a thing, don't do it. Qilu waved his hand and refused on the spot. System, host, don't, do you think about it again? Why don't this system want a bone? A phalanx will do, or else a shard will do. Hearing that Qilu refused, the system immediately became anxious. From this anxious tone, Qilu also heard that the skeleton in front of him, who doesn't know who it is definitely a rare good thing. Those babies I met before, but I have never seen the system so caring. Stop, I said no, you still have to ask me to think about it. It's not impossible. Qilu rolled his eyes and said, but you force me to do things I don't want to do, shouldn't you give me more compensation? System, no problem, the host is what you say, and the generous rewards will definitely satisfy the host. Make a deal. Qilu closed it when he saw it, and immediately drew a perfect end to this conversation. Cough cough. I think it's useless to watch it all the time. Otherwise, let's open this coffin and take a look. What do you think? Jiu cleared his throat, looked around, and made a suggestion. This is also the most unremarkable way to go out, no shame. I agree, there is no way out. Lan Yi also knows that it is not a solution to continue to consume like this now, it is better to do something. I have no opinion, I actually don't really know where this place is. Nayland Qingqi saw Qi Li's gaze turn to himself, and immediately said aloud. In fact, when Qi Li looked at Nayland Qingqi, he was also afraid of this skeleton. If it was an ancestor of a hidden family, it would not be very good. But Nayland Qingqi has made a statement, so there should be no problem. Sorry to disturb your purity, but we really have no other way to try. Before opening the coffin, Qi Li specially explained his apology. No way, this is indeed the first time for Qi Li to do such a thing. It may not be realistic to say that there is no psychological barrier, but now I can only work hard to overcome it. Boom. The moment the ice coffin was opened, a crisp sound came out. As the coffin lid was removed, a pure power escaped from the opening that appeared. After Qi Li noticed it, his face changed suddenly. Heaven and earth luck. In this ice coffin, there is actually such a strong heaven and earth luck sealed. Qi Li never imagined that there was such a good thing in this ice coffin. Although the luck of heaven and earth is not so precious to Qi Li. But for others, it is a peerless treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. A must for promotion to the powerhouse level. If Qi Li had a little doubt before, then now, Qi Li can be sure that the skeleton sealed in this ice coffin must be the owner of this space. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the origin of this heaven and earth luck. Buzz dash. Just when Qi Li was stunned, the bones in the ice coffin suddenly began to toggle faintly. This change made Qi Li feel a little overwhelmed. Because Qi Li is completely uncertain about what will happen next, so he can only wait and see what happens. Qi Li, I feel something is not right. Suddenly, Nayland Qingqi's voice sounded, and there was some panic in his tone. Qi Li hurriedly turned his head to look, and saw that Nayland Qingqi's eyebrows began to flicker faintly, as if echoing the bones in the ice coffin. How so? Qi Li frowned and asked aloud, Shachi, how are you feeling now? Do you feel any difference in your body? I felt a chill in my body, and it was getting colder. Nayland Qingqi truthfully expressed his feelings. Qi Li immediately grabbed Nayland Qingqi's wrist and injected a wisp of grudge into Nayland Qingqi's body. Lan Yi and Lan Zier watched this scene nervously, not daring to make a sound to disturb Qi Li. After the do qi was injected into Nayland Qingqi's body, Qi Li quickly sensed the problem. Manager Qi, how is Shachi? Is she alright? Big brother, Shachi will be fine. Seeing Qi Li let go of his hand, Lan Yi and Lan Zier immediately asked aloud. It's a bit complicated. After investigation, it should be that Shachi's bones are getting cold, and Shachi's body is also getting cold, but how could this happen? Qi Li said, somewhat puzzled. But Qi Li's doubtful eyes quickly floated to the ice coffin. Especially the skeleton that was still shining faintly. Is it this? Qi Li frowned, came to the ice coffin, and pushed the lid of the ice coffin completely open. Now that it's all open, closing it again won't help. Might as well open it all up and see what's inside. Boom. However, as the lid of the coffin fell to the ground, in the ice coffin, a majestic heaven and earth luck suddenly rose into the sky. The mighty momentum made Qi Li look sideways. But in the next moment, this sky-earth fortune that was soaring into the sky turned its direction and rushed towards Nayland Qingqi, who was at a loss. Is it a chance for Shachi? Seeing this scene, Qi Li was stunned at first, and then quickly reacted. The luck of heaven and earth is a good thing. As long as it is not from the hands of the enemy, it is definitely a treasure with great benefits and no harm. So when he saw that Nailan Qingqi was still a little stunned, Qi Lu immediately said, "Xiaoqi, let go of your heart, and put this heaven and earth luck into your body." "It is good." Nailan Qingqi immediately did as Qi Lu said because of his trust in Qi Lu. After letting go of the spirit, this heaven and earth luck that erupted from the ice coffin, like a river returning to the sea, rushed into Nailan Qingqi's body. There was no pause, no hindrance. The majestic heaven and earth luck, in a short period of time, all poured into Nailan Qingqi's body. It turned out to be a chance for Xiaoqi. The one lying in the ice coffin can't be the ancestor of the Nailan family. Qi Lu looked at the majestic heaven and earth luck, and there was nothing left. After all of them were eaten by Nailan Qingqi, he couldn't help thinking in his heart. Otherwise, why did the 4 people present, plus a dragon's soul, choose Nailan Qingqi? What just happened? Lan Yu was still a little confused. It's the luck of heaven and earth in the ice coffin, all of which have been absorbed by Xiaoqi. Qi Lian explained it succinctly. The preciousness of the fate of heaven and earth, without having to say Qiladwa, Lan Yi, is also quite clear. If a hero-level powerhouse still does not understand the importance of the fate of heaven and earth, then it can be said that there is too much water in it. So Lan Yi heard the words, and immediately showed a look of astonishment and surprise. Astonishment is for the appearance of heaven and earth luck. The surprise is that Nailan Qingqi got the luck of heaven and earth. Xiaoqi, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Lan Zier held Nailan Qingqi's hand and asked for warmth. I feel fine now, but it's still a little cold. Nailan Qingqi carefully felt the changes in his body, but there seemed to be no other problems other than the severe drop in body temperature. You don't have to worry about Xiaoqi, this should be Xiaoqi's chance, and I'm afraid it's not over yet. After Qi Lu wanted to understand, he comforted aloud. Such a thing as chance is really something that can be met but not sought after. If you meet it, you will really have great luck. So there is no need to worry about Nailan Qingqi. It's just that Lan Yi and Lan Zier are still a little worried. However, the appearance of the mutation did not make Qi Lu wait long. The bones in the ice coffin, which had been flickering faintly, suddenly stopped. In the next moment, behind Nailan Qingqi, a phantom appeared. Dancing eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, a high-nose bridge, some thin red lips, and a well-defined face. Wearing a phoenix crown, wearing a brocade robe, holding an ice and snow spear. This familiar shape made Qi Lu recognize the identity of the ghost at a glance, and it was the previous Queen of Ice. Hasn't she completed her mission? Why did she appear at this time? Qi Li's heart suddenly felt that something was wrong. It stands to reason that the class inheritance phantom should disappear after the inheritance ceremony is completed. Why did it suddenly appear here? Things are getting weirder now. However, although the phantom of the Queen of Ice appeared, she did not speak or show any momentum. It seemed to be just a simple projection. Lan Yi and Lan Zier also recognized the identity of this phantom and were equally surprised. Only Nailan Qingqi didn't notice this. But at this time, in the ice coffin, a very vicissitudes of life sounded. This voice seems to have crossed the vicissitudes of life and came here from the ancient times. When people hear it, they can feel the ancient atmosphere inside. The owner of the new ice bloodline, maybe you don't know who I am, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can come here and discover my skeleton, it will prove that the encounter between you and me is predestined. Then, I will give you this little power that is left. I hope you can complete what our ice bloodline should do after you have this power. The voice in the ice coffin stopped abruptly when it got here. After Qi Lu heard it, he even looked at the phantom behind Nailan Qingqi with a surprised expression. The so-called bloodline of ice is not referring to the owner of the Queen of Ice rank, which is passed down through a single line. But it doesn't look like it. Because if the owner of the Queen of Ice must have the bloodline of ice, then Nailan Qingqi cannot be recognized by inheritance phantom. So thinking about it this way, this should be purely a chance that belongs to Nayland Qinchi. It's just that the degree of fit between the bloodline of ice and the Queen of Ice is too high, so this phantom happened to be drawn. And this is the most reasonable explanation so far. Hey, I'm suddenly not cold anymore. Nayland Qinchi's surprised voice interrupted Qi Li's thinking, but also answered the question that Qi Lu was thinking. I guessed right. The bones in the ice coffin will flicker faintly, which is actually activating the bloodline of ice for Nayland Qinchi. And after the faint light disappeared, it proved that the activation of the bloodline of ice was completed. Therefore, under the high degree of fit between the rank and the bloodline, the phantom of the previous Queen of Ice will be triggered. In this way, the ancestor of Nayland Qinchi may really be a great powerhouse. Qi Lu looked at the bones in the ice coffin, his eyes flickering. In my heart, I also have a complete guess about this event. It's just that there are still some details that need to be sorted out, so Qi Lu is not sure now. But now, Qi Lu has a more important task, and that is to quietly take away a skeleton fragment and submit it to the system. Of course, this is not difficult. Because Lan Yi, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian's attention are now all on Nayland Qinchi. So when Qi Lu started, they were not aware of it. System, bone fragments submitted successfully, congratulations on the completion of the host task. After hearing the prompt sound, Qi Lu was relieved. Although it is still uncertain whether this pile of bones is the ancestor of Nayland Qinchi, but when doing this kind of thing, I always feel a little empty in my heart. Even if it is discovered, it will not be ruined. But wearing a quirky hat on his back doesn't seem to sound very good. However, the current environment does not allow Qi Lu to think about more things, because at this time, the space formed by the snow began to collapse. The violent vibration made Qi Lu and others realize that now is not the time to ask questions. It's not the time to think about problems. If something happens, it's better to wait until you leave here. Fortunately, the person who created this space did not seem to want to murder the latecomers who entered it. The entire space collapsed. Although it was loud, it was not lethal. The only downside is the white light that fills the sky, so that people can't open their eyes at all. After the situation was a little better, Qi Lu was surprised to find that they seemed to have returned to the small space of the hidden family. Moreover, the surrounding snow and ice seemed to be beginning to show signs of melting. Hey, we're back. Great, we're back here again. Everyone is fine. Lan Zier and Nayland Qinchi shouted in surprise, while Lan Yi on the side told them to pay attention to safety. Xing Lian flapped his wings and flew into the air, looking at the surrounding environment. Qi Lu, however, deliberately glanced at the place where the ice crystal beast fell, and now there is only a pool of water left. It turns out that, in this way, everything makes sense. Now, Qi Lu has finally sorted out all his ideas. The whole process is all tied together. Manager Qi, what did you think of? Lan Yi suddenly saw Qi Li's sudden realization, and couldn't help but ask. I did think of something. Qi Lu glanced at Lan Yi, smiled softly, and then said slowly. In fact, the ice crystal alien beast before should not be an alien beast from the outside world, but an alien beast bred in this small space. What? When Lan Yi heard Qi Li's astonishing words, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. I know you may not believe it, but it is what it is. Qi Li's eyes were empty, and he looked into the distance. Actually, I've been thinking a long time ago, why did the four great hidden families pay such a high price to build a small space that is almost isolated from the world? Is it really just for evacuation? Qi Lu said slowly, and then paused for a while, as if asking and answering himself, and then started talking. I don't think that's the purpose. I think back then, even if the four hidden families were not the top powers, they were also famous families. How could they be so timid? Being able to call on a powerhouse-level power, and being able to build a small space of this level can prove that the four hidden families are by no means ordinary people. So the original purpose of building this small space must not be for refuge. Having said this, Qi Li's tone also became solemn. Then what is it for? The answer to this question is unknown. I didn't understand it before, but just now, I thought of something worthy of having the four great hidden families build a small space to protect. That's the skeleton in that ice coffin. Qi Lu is still not sure who the owner of the skeleton is, but one thing is certain. That is the owner of that skeleton, who was definitely a peerless powerhouse during his lifetime. According to Qi Li's guess, that skeleton would have been at least a powerhouse-level peak power before his death. This level of existence, even in the ancient times, was rare, let alone today. In Donghuang, where even a powerhouse-level power cannot be found, the inheritance of a powerhouse-level peak power is definitely worth protecting. However, the new bloodline of ice is not so easy to find. Therefore, the skeleton has been sealed up for a long time, and it has not been seen again until today. And the previous ice crystal beast was the key. The key to the inheritance space of the bloodline of ice. And while this ice crystal beast is a key, it is also a test for the new bloodline of ice. Defeating the ice crystal monster is equivalent to proving one's own strength and proving that one is entitled to this inheritance. This is also the reason why, no matter how the ice crystal beast fights, it isn't willing to leave half a step. Because the ice crystal beast is a key and a test. But it is not a truly free beast. So it's not that you don't want to leave, it's that you can't leave. It is because of this that the ice crystal beast hates the human race, because the human race deprives it of its freedom. So, having said that, everything will be clear. Ice crystal monsters have always been hidden in this small space, but only recently broke out. As for the reason, it may be as the vicissitudes of life said. Destined things are caused by chance. The only doubt is who the skeleton was when he was alive. The previous owner of the bloodline of ice? This is really a vague answer. But this question, Qi Lu knows, I am afraid there is no way to go into it. Because hundreds of years have passed, although the hidden family has been passed down, those lucky secrets seem to have been lost. Otherwise, this time the ice crystal monsters are rampant, they will not be so helpless. So even if you ask them, you probably won't get an answer. It turned out to be like this. Manager Qi, thank you very much this time. Lan Yu was extremely shocked, and the look in Qi Li's eyes became more and more admirable. You are welcome. Qi Li shook his head. This time, although Qi Li didn't seem to gain anything, in fact, Qi Li has already received enough in return. Although I didn't encounter any treasures, I finally found the skeleton and made a wedding dress for Nayland Qinchi. However, the generous rewards mentioned by the system are actually more or less the same. Anyway, the treasure that Qi Li got in his hand will still end up in the hands of the system, so it doesn't make much difference now. That's actually pretty good. However, there is still a big problem, that is, how to deal with the snow Andes that are all over the mountains and plains. Speaking of this, Qi Lu involuntarily looked at Nayland Qinchi. Qila, thank you for being willing to help me. Nayland Qinchi ran to Qi Lu and bowed deeply. Don't be so polite, I just want to ask you, what are you going to do with these ice and snow? Qi Lu reached out and helped Nayland Qinchi up, then pointed to the surroundings now. Although the ice crystal alien beast has been removed, the thick snow that has accumulated will not disappear for a while. At most, there is no ice element to wreak havoc. This is actually quite simple. Nayland Qinchi swept the surrounding snow, and then took out the ice and snow spear. This is the only weapon that comes with the Ice Queen rank inheritance scroll, and it is also a weapon exclusively for the Ice Queen. It's just that Nayland Qinchi couldn't be used until it was promoted to the hero level. So to be precise, the ice and snow spear was actually released not long ago. Nayland Chinchi is only used for the second time now. As for the first time, it was used when dealing with ice crystal monsters before. The frost melts. Nayland Chinchi raised the ice and snow spear and said softly. The next moment, the snow on the mountains and plains began to melt away rapidly, and soon, it turned into a pool of accumulated water, and then began to converge towards the lower place. The rivers and streams that had been frozen before began to flow at this moment. Large swaths of white snow continued to fade, revealing the ground below. At this moment, the whole small space is thriving as if a warm spring has come after the cold winter has passed. This is the power of the Ice Queen paired with the Ice Bloodline. All the ice elements are under the control of Nayland Chinchi. Only a little magic needed, and the ice and snow that spread throughout the small space will melt away in a short time. It's surprisingly clean. Qi couldn't help showing a smile when he looked at the scenery like a warm spring. The matter was resolved smoothly, then Qi should also retire. Although this pair. For the 4 great hidden families, it is indeed a great kindness, but Qi not the one who repays the kindness. So this honor, let the Lanyi team take it. Let's go back, otherwise Fei Xue and the others will have to wait. Qi said with a light smile. Then after all the Lanyi team members converged, Qi said goodbye first. The rest has nothing to do with Qi. After this battle alone, Nayland Chinchi can completely establish his prestige among the hidden family. However, Qi estimated that the last person in charge of the Nayland family was probably Nayland Jishu. After all, considering Nayland Chinchi's age, she is still just a little girl. Sosh probably doesn't have the patience to be the head of the house. Running outside with the Lanyi team is much more interesting. After leaving the small space of the hidden family, Qi looked at the time as expected before coming. It was already the second day. The time is just right. Qi did not stop there, and directly opened the door of space. When she returned to the store, Yuxier was confused behind the counter. It's not good to be distracted at work. Qi stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Yuxier, which shocked Yuxier. Brother Qi, you're back, have you had breakfast? After Yuxier came back to her senses, she quickly asked. After asking, without waiting for Qi to answer, he hurried to help Qi prepare breakfast. It's just taking things out of the snack vending machine and the drink vending machine, but it's the heart that counts. Qi can feel it. The warm feeling is always produced in the bits and pieces of daily life. That's why Qi felt that he felt at home in the store. Sometimes, when a person is tired from walking alone, as long as he knows that someone is waiting for him, he will feel very warm in his heart. Don't be in such a hurry, I said it, and I will stay in the store for a long time after that. Qi said with a light smile. After that, it is the so-called leisure time. In the recent period of time, all the things that need to be dealt with have been dealt with. As long as there are no emergencies, Qi should be able to rest for a while. The days of staying in the store every day are always relaxed and freehand. Yuxier needs to see the store, so Qi sits on the sofa and looks at Yuxier. Of course, the free time will still be dominated by the New World mode. After all, Qi has not practiced leveling for a long time, and the current level is almost out of touch with mainstream players, so he has to catch up quickly. In the past in the New World mode, Qi has always been at the forefront. Of course it can't be left behind. At this point, Qi, who has no time limit, has a natural advantage, and Hatsan level up as he wants. But fortunately, the upper level limit of the big map of the mechanical cow forest is only 75. It's not too difficult to catch up. And the most important thing is that, under normal circumstances, Qi's dungeon is a single brush. Unlike those players who form a team, there is none to share the experience with others. So the level up is much faster. It's a pity that the relaxed time will always pass very quickly. When Qi got off the assembly line in the New World mode, and then stretched hard and stretched his body, it was already dark outside the store. Even Yu Shi'er went upstairs to sleep. No wonder the 4-hour time limit has to be set. Now that I think about it, the system is quite prescient. Qi rubbed his eyes and yawned. If there is no time limit for this, it is estimated that most of the customers will sit in the booth for a whole day, and they may not have enough. I'm afraid I'll have to fight every morning when I'm trying to grab a spot. Right now, it's the best. Exactly, at this time, it's time to do something serious. System, are you there? You promised me a generous reward before, are you ready now? Qi suddenly remembered this, and immediately shouted in his mind. Reward for this kind of thing, the sooner you get it, the better. At least feel at ease. System, host, this system is here, and the rewards promised to you will definitely not be less. What are you anxious about? I don't call it rush, I call it stability. Qi said confidently. Since it is your own thing, it is better to keep it in your own hands. There is no guarantee that it exists on the side of the system. System, okay, host, please pay attention to receiving your reward. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ice and snow gift pack, which contains a new medicine pill, a new weapon, a new armor, a new accessory, a new title, and a new pet. As soon as the words fell, Qi eyes widened in surprise. Sure enough, it is a generous reward. I know that you are a generous system that keeps your word and will never let me down. Qi couldn't help but praise the contents of the ice and snow gift bag. Although the specific attributes of those new products have not been checked, the quantity alone is worthy of praise. I just hope that the system can continue to make persistent efforts. System, of course, this system has always been a generous system, and it is also the most generous system. Yes, you are right. Qi followed along. But in his heart, Qi was thinking that the Irby system seemed to have missed the point. Honestly, the system does what it says it does. But when it comes to generousness, if it wasn't for Qi ability to fool the system, it would be a joke. But these are not important, for Qi, the reward is enough. And more importantly than the question of how generous the system is, the more important thing is that this time the reward actually came directly to 6 new products. And it also contains a new pet. This is really a surprise within a surprise. It's not for anything else, just because pet cards are more expensive than ordinary products, and they're simply a tool to cheat Krypton. It's a pity that the last new pet card was the Rabbit in the Moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival event. By now, Moon Rabbit has long been out of print. If you go back further, it will be traced back to the Golden-Winged Griffin. It's just that the pet card of the Golden-Winged Griffin can be used to form a flying formation, but if it is used for battle, it is not as good as a Death Knight. So Qi is still looking forward to this new pet card. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, let's take a look at the details of these new products. Qi quickly calmed down, and then opened the ice and snow spree. The detailed information of the 6 new products immediately appeared in the backstage of the store manager. Qi also. In a hurry, I slowly looked down from the beginning, one by one. It is very interesting to analyze the positioning of this product from the attributes of the new product. It helps to open up the market and attract more customers. Ice Spirit Pill, rare grade elixir. After taking it, it permanently increases the affinity of a small amount of the user to the ice element, and each person is limited to 1 in their lifetime. Restrictions on use, magic class. The first new product was a good start. In a simple description, it was not a simple effect. The affinity of magic elements is definitely the most important thing for magicians of various element systems, and it can even be said to be an important qualification that determines the upper limit of this magician. A magician has a higher affinity for a certain magic element. Then when using this type of magic, the more handy it is, such as arm and finger. Not only can it improve the speed of this type of magic, but it can also increase the power of this type of magic in all aspects. And most importantly, the higher the affinity for magic elements, the faster the cultivation speed will be. Therefore, the Ice Spirit Pill is definitely a treasure that cultivators who want to become an ice element magician are rushing for. As for the usage limit of Ice Spirit Pill, it can be selectively ignored. Because of the magic element, the fighting chi class cannot use it, so the affinity of the magic element is useless for the fighting chi class. Presumably no one will try this kind of thing. Very good, the first new product gave me something good, although the market scope is a little smaller, but the attraction is definitely sufficient. Qi Lu nodded silently and analyzed it in his heart. Although the effect of Bing Ling Dan is particularly powerful, it targets relatively few customer groups. After all, the affinity for the ice element is not something every magician needs. Just like the fire element magician, it is absolutely impossible to ask for something like the ice element affinity, because that will only reduce his strength. After all, there is a mutual relationship between the magical elements. Although this relationship is not very obvious, it is common sense that water and fire are incompatible, so the relationship between ice and fire is probably not much better. However, with the appearance of the Ice Spirit Pill, whether it will cause a frenzy of ice element magicians, then Qi Lu is unknown. But what is certain is that the class of ice element magician is really enhanced now. Because the Ice Spirit Pill is really too strong. Thinking so, Qi Lu looked at the second new product. Ice Elemental Staff, rare weapon, moderately increases the user's magic condensation speed and magic power. If the user's rank is an Ice Elemental Mage, the magic power increase becomes a large amount. Additional skill, Ice Elemental Power. Might of Ice Element, passive skill that strengthens the released ice magic. And after entering the battle, centered on the holder of the Ice Element Staff, the ice element begins to condense, and when the concentration of the ice element reaches its peak, a field of frost will be created. Enemies in the frost field will be greatly slowed down. Usage restrictions, all wizard classes. There is no doubt that this is a fire element staff that was drawn out a long time ago, and a water element staff, which is a series of weapons. Among the basic attributes, the very straightforward increase in the speed of magic condensation and the increase in magic power are attributes that all magician classes can use. And when the user's rank is Ice Elemental Mage, this promotion will be increased. Obviously, this is a staff specially prepared for ice element magicians. Coupled with the previous Ice Spirit Pill, it is simply a perfect match. Therefore, Qi Lu is a little worried now. After the release of these two new products, will it really lead to a wave of becoming an ice element magician? Because of the ice element magician, it has been greatly enhanced. Moreover, the power of this ice element staff is not in the basic attributes, but in the accompanying skills. The power of ice element, after entering the battle, will start to condense the ice element. The importance of this effect should be understood without further explanation. You must know that the concentration of ice elements is directly related to the combat effectiveness of ice element magicians. The higher the concentration of ice elements in the surrounding environment, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the ice element magician, and the greater the power of ice magic. Moreover, when the surrounding ice element concentration reaches a certain level, the skill of ice element power will also create a field of frost. Strengthen yourself while weakening your enemies. At this point, the ice element staff is definitely the most suitable weapon for ice element magicians. At least, for now, not one of them. Because the ice element magician is not the most destructive force in the battle. You know, in terms of destructive power, Ice Elemental Mage can't keep up with Fire Elemental Mage and Thunder Elemental Mage. However, Ice Elemental magicians have advantages that other elemental magicians do not have. That's unparalleled control. Use a variety of debuff magic to restrain the enemy, weaken the enemy, and defeat the enemy. On this point, in terms of the degree of disgusting people, ice element magicians can definitely rank in the top 3 among all ranks. Do not blow or black. Although this is not something to be proud of, it is indeed the fighting style of the ice element magician. However, at this point, in the case of cooperating with teammates, it can definitely improve the smoothness of the battle to the greatest extent. While preventing the enemy from attacking, it can also prevent the enemy from escaping. Although the things are very good, the target customer group is still a little smaller. It seems that we have to find a way. Qi Lu touched his chin and thought to himself. The function of the product is very powerful and the effect is very powerful, that is only one aspect of it. But greatness is great, and products that do not consider the audience will never become a hit, because not many people can use them. The lack of universality means that it is difficult to publicize and promote. So sales are definitely not going up. Ice element, isn't it? Among the customers in the store, there seem to be quite a few people who are about to change careers, or how about inducing them to become ice element magicians? Qi Lu thought about the feasibility of this method in his mind. Since there are not many customers, it is not enough to create customers by yourself. Anyway, ice elemental mage is not bad at this rank, with strong control and not low output ability. At least compared to the water elemental magician, the ice elemental magician's output ability is half a block stronger. It just can't compare to those classes whose main responsibility is output ability. After all, the positioning of the ice element magician is still dominated by control. Of course, if she could evolve into the Queen of Ice, like Nailan Qingqi, that would be another matter. The rare class in ancient times and the public class today are two different things. As far as the destructive power of the Ice Queen's class is concerned, it is definitely more than 3 streets to throw out most of the magician class. It's a pity that this class has a single pass. Moreover, Nailan Qingqi has now awakened the bloodline of ice, which is even more powerful. But ordinary ice element magicians are also quite good. In addition, there are 2 good things like the ice spirit pill and the ice elemental staff, and it really doesn't hurt to change jobs. It's good to add this sentence to the publicity advertisement tomorrow. Qi Lu finally made a decision. The advice that should be given is still to be given. Anyway, Qi Lu is not forcing those customers, but just analyzed the pros and cons. Then looked down. The third new item is armor. Armor of Permafrost, rare armor moderately increases the user's physical defense and magic defense, a small amount increases the user's strength and physique, and greatly resists all ice magic below the professional class, with the skill, Permafrost Song of Permafrost. The wearer of the Permafrost armor has a very small Shansito freeze the enemy when attacking. Friendly reminder, the frozen effect of Song of Permafrost can be dissolved by fighting chi and magic power, but it needs to consume a lot of fighting chi and magic power. Restrictions on use, all fighting chi classes. If you say that after reading the first 2 new products, Qi Lu is in a happy mood. Then when he saw the armor of Permafrost, Qi Li's mood became shocked, and more liver pain. Armor of Permafrost, rare armor moderately increases the user's physical defense and magic defense, a small amount increases the user's strength and physique, and greatly resists all ice magic below the professional class, with the skill, Permafrost Song of Permafrost. The wearer of the Permafrost armor has a very small Shansito freeze the enemy when attacking. Friendly reminder, the frozen effect of Song of Permafrost can be dissolved by fighting chi and magic power, but it needs to consume a lot of fighting chi and magic power. Restrictions on use, all fighting chi classes. The basic attributes of the Permafrost armor are still normal. A moderate increase in physical defense and magic defense, as well as a small increase in strength and physique, can be regarded as the standard basic attributes of rare armor. However, the latter sentence, which greatly resists all ice magic below the professional class, is a bit powerful. This is simply hitting Qi Lu in the face. Because Qi Lu was still thinking just now, do you want to tempt the customers in the store who are about to change careers to become ice element magicians? After all, with the ice spirit pill and the ice elemental staff, the combat power of the ice elemental magician can definitely be enhanced by more than 50%. This is a huge improvement. However, when it came to this permafrost armor, it was a light attribute that almost didn't kill the ice element magician. This is the biggest cause of Qi Li's liver pain. But fortunately, the large-scale resistance will only reduce the damage received a lot, not that it will not be damaged by the ice element magic. Moreover, the use of the permafrost armor is limited to all fighting kicklesses. Therefore, the ice element magician still has room to survive. What's more, the permafrost armor can largely resist the ice element magic below the professional class. After all, the quality is there, it's just a rare piece of armor. Enough. Qi Lu scolded the system with mixed emotions in his heart, and then silently decided to delete the previous slogan. It is impossible to persuade any more, the attributes of the armor of permafrost are here. If you continue to persuade, it will really become a misunderstood child. However, Qi Lu is not without gains. Because Qi Lu discovered one thing after scolding the system, that is, the current 3 new products are actually complete in terms of customer coverage. Why do you say that? The reason is that the customer groups of Ice Spirit Pill and Ice Elemental staff are Ice Elemental magicians and practitioners who want to become Ice Elemental magicians. The customer audience of the permafrost armor is all those who may be enemies of the ice element magician. To put it simply, it is to use the powerful power of the ice spirit pill and the ice elemental staff to drive the sales of the permafrost armor. Then use the function of the permafrost armor to suppress the power of the ice spirit pill and the ice elemental staff. This hand balance is really exquisite. Qi Lu couldn't help but applaud. However, in addition to this, the function of the permafrost armor is not only used to fight against the ice element magician. More importantly, the skills attached to the permafrost armor. When the wearer of the permafrost armor attacks, there is a very small chance that the enemy's song of permafrost can be frozen. This skill is definitely a magical skill. Although in the friendly reminder below, Qi Lu can also see that the freezing effect of Song of Permafrost is much weaker than those of the powerful ice element magicians. It can also be dissolved with fighting spirit and magic. However, there is one thing to be aware of. That is the effect of Song of Permafrost, which may be triggered at any time with the attack. This means that there is no sign of this freezing effect before it appears, and it is difficult to be dodged. Even if the freezing effect is weak. But in a real battle, even a stupefied man could be defeated on the spot, let alone suddenly frozen. As long as the frozen effect is triggered, it can completely determine the outcome of a battle. This is also where the permafrost armor is strongest. Compared with the skill of Song of Permafrost, those basic attributes are irrelevant. Qi Lu has a hunch that this permafrost armor has the potential to become a popular commodity. Compared with the Ice Spirit Pill and the Ice Elemental Staff, the audience of the permafrost armor is much larger. If it weren't for the usage restrictions, it was stated that only the Fightinki class could use it. Qi Lu dared to say that those magicians would also booyah piece of clothing. Because using long-range attacks to trigger Song of Permafrost is much more convenient than melee combat. And magic can also perform ranged attacks. Very well, this permafrost armor can be used as the focus of advertising in advertising. Qi Lu thought seriously. As for the idea of persuading people to become ice element magicians before, it has long been thrown into the clouds. In front of the armor of permafrost, it is really harmful to persuade others to change jobs to become ice element magicians. Next, there are new accessories. But there is one thing to say, Qi Lu has always been looking forward to accessories. Because most of the accessories are born with less than half of the customers. After all, in the East Wasteland, the phenomenon of men wearing jewelry is still relatively rare. Ice crystal necklace, rare jewelry. After entering the battle, a layer of ice crystal shield is condensed for the wearer. During the existence of the shield, it can resist magic attacks and physical attacks, and strengthen the wearer's various attributes. When the ice shield is broken, it will enter a one-day cooldown. I knew it. Qi Lu showed an expected expression and spread out his hands. By the way, saying you don't expect it means you don't expect it. The skills of some accessories may be very strong, but after all, they are only a few. The skills of most other accessories, although not weak, are still a bit worse than weapons and armors of the same quality. However, the ice crystal necklace this time, the skills are not particularly bad. Although the ice crystal shield is a regular magic shield, it can still provide the wearer with a small increase in all attributes before the ice crystal shield is broken. This is a bright spot. To put it simply, improving all attributes means that the ice crystal necklace is extremely universal, and it can be said that it is suitable for all classe wear. And this is something that most of the products in the store can't do. However, high universality means extremely poor specificity. It is true that all attributes are suitable for every class. However, while some attributes are useful, all attributes will waste other attributes, which is really a pity. However, you cannot have both. Qi Lu was actually quite satisfied with the properties of the ice crystal necklace. And the most important point is that after this ice crystal shield is broken, there will be a one-day cooling time. That's why it affected Qi Li's evaluation of the ice crystal necklace. After all, with the jewel of permafrost in front, the properties of the ice crystal necklace are really not enough to see. Fortunately, Qi Lu didn't care much about this. For things like accessories, the main function is decoration. For combat or something, it is better to leave it to professional combat equipment. Anyway, in Qi Li's shop, it has long been more than just selling combat-related equipment. In fact, there are not a few customers who directly ignore the function of accessories and simply use them as decoration. Most of these customers are the wives and daughters of wealthy businessmen. There is no shortage of spirit crystals anyway, so he began to pay attention to various aspects of appearance. It just so happens that the accessories produced by the system are famous for their exquisiteness except for the functional problems, so they quickly became popular among this group of customers. Has become another niche commodity. Yes, it is a niche product, because there are really not many customers who focus on accessories. Regarding this point, Qi Lu has no good way to solve it. However, with the truce between the Xuanhuan Empire, the Goryeo Empire, and the Xingyao Empire, the sales of accessories began to increase. The connection between the two seems a little subtle. But it's still easy to understand, after all, weapons in troubled times, jewelry in prosperous times. Since now is a peaceful and prosperous age, singing and dancing are peaceful, then the demand for various weapons will naturally drop. Instead, there are all kinds of luxuries used to compare and satisfy vanity. Jewelry is naturally one of them. So there is still a market for ice crystal necklaces. After all, in terms of appearance, ice crystal necklaces can also be photographed in the forefront among the many accessories at present, and there will definitely be many ladies who like them. But for other customers, it may not be so popular. So Qi Lu, who lacked interest, quickly turned his attention to the next new product. Frost Conqueror, treasure title. After the title owner enters the battle, the Frost Conqueror shield will be automatically condensed. Before the shield is broken, the title owner will be completely immune to the damage of ice magic. In addition, the title owner will deal 50% more damage to all ice-type enemies. Restrictions on use, Grandmaster level. After Qi Lu read the introduction of this new title, his eyes instantly widened and his pupils shrank suddenly. What is this? The previous permafrost armor was only able to largely resist ice magic, and it also had the limitation of intelligently resisting ice magic below the professional class. How come to the new title, you are directly immune to the damage of ice magic? Does this let the ice element magician live? Finally, I was able to rely on the ice spirit pill and the ice elemental staff to improve the status of a wave of ice elemental magicians, but in the blink of an eye, they were knocked out of the mundane world. Even stepped directly into the sewer. However, although Qi Lu was quite shocked by this situation, it was not incomprehensible. After all, the previous 4 new products are only rare, but this Conqueror of Frost title badge is a treasure-level product. In terms of quality, it is 1 level worse. This is the essential difference. Just like the gap between the master-level realm and the hero-level realm, it is definitely a gap. Moreover, compared to the Blesser of Magical Elements, which is also a treasure-level title, the Conqueror of Frost, which is completely aimed at Ice-type enemies, appears to be a bit weak in terms of attributes. Because Conqueror of Frost is like the title's name. When dealing with ice-based enemies, the Conqueror of Frost title badge is definitely an artifact. Before the Frost Conqueror's shield is broken, it is completely immune to the damage of ice magic, and will also cause 50% more damage to enemies with ice attributes. With such a high bonus, even the previous title of Dragon Slayer Ice incomparable. It can be said to be the only high damage bonus so far. But when dealing with non-ice type enemies, the Conqueror of Frost title badge is a fairly common accessory. No, it doesn't seem that way. Although the title badge of Conqueror of Frost is not effective against non-ice type enemies, its main effect cannot be exerted. However, the shield of the Frost Conqueror after entering the battle can still resist a considerable part of the attack. So it can't be said that it is completely useless. It's just that the effect has dropped from the treasure level title to Therari level title in an instant, and it may be at the bottom. It can be said to be quite a targeted title. So Qi Lu understands. However, understanding comes from understanding, which doesn't mean that Qi Lu doesn't want to breathe out the fragrance in his heart, but he just endured that he didn't have an attack. Because this time, the market for Ice Spirit Pill and Ice Elemental Staff will definitely be compressed again. Simply ruthless. Fortunately, the title of Conqueror of Frost is not unconditional immunity to the damage of ice magic. As long as the shield of the Conqueror of Frost is broken, this effect will disappear. So, Signs of Frost. Although the title of server is highly targeted, it is not without explanation. After all, the Ice Element Magician is not used for output, let his teammates focus on fire, and break the Frost Conqueror's shield. This is a problem that is not too difficult to solve, just a little more troublesome. So overall, the impact is not very big. It's just pity for those Ice Element Magicians, even Qi Lu couldn't help wanting to observe 3 seconds of silence for them. But then again, in this ice and snow gift package rewarded by the system, all the new products are actually related to the ice element. Qi Lu had never guessed this point before. But now it doesn't seem surprising. Because the reward this time is mainly from that bone fragment. And the owner of that bone fragment, Qi Lu can be sure, is the previous owner of the ice bloodline. Therefore, it is completely reasonable that the rewards received will appear like this. I just don't know if the last new pet card has something to do with the ice element. With this guess, Qi Lu looked at the last new product. Ice Spirit, Quality SR, Ice Pet, Elemental Condensed Life Form, Main Attributes, Agility, Spirit, Magic Reserve. As expected, wait. SR? Second SR ranked pet card. What a big surprise. Qi Lu just wanted to say what he expected. As a result, before he finished speaking, he was immediately attracted by the 2 big golden characters SR engraved on the corner of the pet card. After waiting so long, I got a new pet card. I didn't expect it to be another SR level pet card. This is the most popular item in this reward. You know, the popularity of the previous SR rank pet card, Spirit of Flame, has not gone down until now. The power of the heroic realm will never be outdated. Even in the ancient times, hero-level powerhouses were not considered top powers, but they were still the mainstay. That's why Qi Lu was so surprised. Because a high-quality new pet card can bring in more than 10 new weapons. After all, those weapons are still inappropriate, and they are not suitable for hands. But pet cards are not required. As long as you are lucky enough to be able to draw, then the powerful power in the pet card belongs to you. Because pet cards are wild. A brand new SR pet card will definitely increase the store's turnover on the spot. This time I'm going to make another fortune. Qi Lu couldn't help rubbing his hands, calmed down, and then clicked on the details of Ice Spirit. Unlike the previous Flame Spirit, the Ice Spirit's pattern shows that the Ice Spirit exists in a physical form. But this is probably a matter of course. Because ice cubes are inherently physical. It's just the appearance of the Ice Spirit. Although it has a human shape, it looks like a child's body, and the expression on his face is like a solid ice. The eyes are also extremely cold, and at first glance, there is a feeling of being rejected thousands of miles away. Pet card, SR Ice Spirit. Main attributes, agility, spirit, mana reserve. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, elemental spirit, blessing of ice elements, special skill mechanism, frost servant, frost heart. There are also a lot of positioning tags that Qi Lu can't understand. After pondering for a while and determined that he should not understand, Qi Lu shouted the system in his mind. System, do me a favor and introduce the meaning of these positioning labels. If there is a problem, find the system. This is a very reasonable sentence that Qi Lu recognized. After all, in some cases, the system is really a know-it-all. System, host, you should really study hard. Can you not say such things at this time? It really makes me want to learn, you know. Qi Lu said perfunctorily. Now, please help me introduce these positioning tags, okay? System okay. Although the system usually likes to ridicule Qi Lu whenever it gets the chance, this guy is unequivocal when introducing products. System, the spirit of ice is the spirit of the elements, and it is born with a perfect affinity for the ice element. System, the spirit of ice is favored by the ice element, immune to all damage off the ice attribute, and when releasing ice magic, its power will be greatly improved. System, although the ice spirit has an entity, after entering the battle, it will automatically condense ice elements and summon frost servants to protect its own safety. System, the combat power of the frost servant will change with the strength of the ice spirit, and will not disappear until the ice spirit dies. System, the spirit of ice has a special skill mechanism, so you don't need to learn any magic, because spirit of ice will automatically learn all the ice magics it has seen. Qi Lu, who had been prepared for a long time, survived under this series of prompts. Then after a little reaction, the first thought that popped into my mind was, SR level pet cards, are they all that strong? The first SR rank pet card before, the Spirit of Flame, possessed a powerful power that definitely made Qi Lu remember fresh. The terrifying destructive power of flames is vividly reflected in the Spirit of Flames. But the power possessed by this second SR rank pet card, Spirit of Ice, is also not lost to Spirit of Fire. However, the power of the Ice Spirit is not reflected in its destructive power. But it is reflected in the powerful combat power. The perfect ice element affinity that is also possessed by the Spirit of the Elements, and the immunity to the attack of the ice element, needless to say. As a living body condensed by ice elements, if it does not even have these, it is not worthy of being called the Spirit of the Elements. The same is true for the special skill mechanism that follows. With Ice Spirit's understanding of the ice element, as long as you have seen the ice magic once, you can definitely copy it 100%, and with its own bonus, it may be even more powerful. However, these are all characteristics possessed by the Spirit of Fire. So the second time I look at it, although it is still as strong as ever, it does not have the strange feeling at the beginning. However, this is not a point that Qilu attaches great importance to. What Qilu really values is the frost servant owned by the ice spirit, which is the embodiment of the ice spirit's powerful combat power. It was this positioning tag that made Qilu think of a guy. It was the ice crystal monster. Because of the immortality of the frost servant, it is very similar to the frost guard summoned by the frost crystal beast. As long as the ice spirit is not killed, the frost servant will always absorb the ice element to repair its own injuries, and there is no such thing as death in battle. And the most important point is the combat power of the frost servant. Unlike the frost guard of the ice crystal monster, the combat power of the frost servant will increase with the strength of the ice spirit. This is the source of the ice spirit's powerful power. Because in ice magic, destructive power is not the main feature, control is the biggest advantage. Therefore, unlike the spirit of flame, among the main attributes of spirit of ice, in addition to agility and spirit, the remaining one is the magic power reserve, rather than magical power. This is because the positioning of the ice spirit itself is not an output type puppet. The real combat power of the ice spirit comes from the frost servant, and the ice spirit itself just hides behind and plays support. But that's enough. To be honest, Qilu still vividly remembers the frost guard summoned by the ice crystal beast. And this is also the capital of the ice crystal monster, to fight against the four hidden families with its own power. It can be seen from this point that the ice spirit, who has a more powerful frost servant than the frost guard, will never be weaker than the flame spirit in terms of combat effectiveness. Even in addition to the point of destructive power, there is still more. Okay. I figured it out. Qilu was amazed at the power of the ice spirit, while thinking about the idea of the promotional video in his mind. Then slammed the palm of the hand. Just use these new products to make an ice and snow festival for the store, Qilu said with a surprised expression. With the name of this festival, Qilu just borrowed the name of the ice and snow spree by the way, and there is no special meaning. After all, with so many new products released at one time, you have to find an excuse. You must know that these 6 new products include an SR level pet card, a treasure level title, and 4 rare level products. Wouldn't it be a big loss if we didn't promote it well? So Qilu immediately called up the system and started making promotional signs for the store. This time, the propaganda stands, but I have to do too. Naturally, new products were launched into both stores at the same time. It is not good to favor one over another. Early the next morning, a brand new stand was placed next to the pet card changing machine. The store also added some simple decorations, decorating the whole store as if it were in a world of ice and snow. Of course, the temperature controls in the store are still there, so it just looks like that. Very well, that should be fine. Qilu stood at the door of the store, looked into the store, glanced around, and nodded with satisfaction. The position of the stand is very good, which can ensure that customers can see the conspicuous stand at the first glance after entering the door. For example, Yu Xier, who came down from the 2nd floor. Brother Qilu, didn't you sleep last night? Yu Xier first glanced at the decorations in the store, and then her eyes swept from the stand and fell on Qilu. More or less, Qilu responded. Although these decorations are arranged, only the command system is required to do it. However, advertising this kind of thing, the process of publicity is never a complicated thing. The real difficulty is the idea of publicity. So Qilu didn't sleep last night. In fact, it was not to arrange these decorations, but to think about how to arrange them and the details of making the standing cards. By the way, come and see first, how is the card standing this time? After Qilu felt satisfied, he had to let others see the effect. So Yu Xier became the second person to see the stand. This time, the background is a snow-white world. The ground is covered with snow and frost, and the sky is also covered with goose feather snow, swaying, showing the cold wind. After all, it is an ice and snow festival, in order to fit the atmosphere. And in the depths of this icy world, there is a throne carved out of ice crystals. A vague figure is sitting on the ice crystal throne, and in the shadows, only the pair of cold and biting eyes are exposed, which makes people shudder. On both sides of the ice crystal throne, there were two teams of tall warriors covered in armor. These warriors were expressionless, looking at the front with indifferent eyes, forming a vague formation between each other, guarding the figure on the ice crystal throne. This scene seemed solemn, yet mighty. People can see how noble the status of the figure on the ice crystal throne is. But near this background, there is a man who looks like an adventurer. Because the back is shown, so I can't see what the face looks like. But it can be seen that this guy who looks like an adventurer is preparing towards the figure on the ice crystal throne. But because of the wind and frost, his movements were a little stiff. Moreover, on the road that this adventurer is about to walk, if you look carefully, you can find that there are countless corpses under the frozen road. This scene can't help but send chills down the spine. Finally, on the top of the standing card, there is a line of ice blue characters. Mortal! How dare you challenge the Master of Frost? This is also the theme of this promotional film. Emphasizes the power of ice spirit. Otherwise, how could it be convenient to use the ice spirit pet card Toadsieve Krypton, which is an important source of income? I feel a little cold. Yu Xier crossed her hands and rubbed her arms. At first glance, this card can give people a very shocking feeling. But it is not the shock of that big scene, but the majesty and shock of the figure on the ice crystal throne. And if you look closely, you can feel the horror and the power of that figure. The corpses piled up under the frozen road are only vaguely visible, and they are even more embellishments. Because no one can tell how many lives are buried under the thick ice. This is exactly the mood Chila needs. The owner of Frost should be a little colder and more majestic, and it is best to make people feel terrified. The style of ice spirit is different from that of flame spirit. When promoting, it focuses more on the majestic aura, rather than the sensational and magnificent scene. After all, compared with the monstrous sea of flames of the Spirit of Flame, the battle scene of the Spirit of Ice is indeed a little weaker. Cold is right. After Chila saw Yu Xier's reaction, he was even more satisfied with the propaganda poster on the opposing card. It's this effect. Because in the propaganda, the more powerful the ice spirit is, the more it can attract customers to draw. Okay, brother Chi Lu, let's not talk about this. You haven't slept all night, so hurry up and go to bed now. Just leave the shop to me. Yu Xier looked away from the standing card, and then said to Chi Lu. Staying up late is not a good habit. Of course, staying all night is not a good habit, it is worse than staying up late. Alright then, the store will give it to you first. Chi Lu knew that Yu Xier was kind, so she nodded in response. Although in terms of Chi Li's physique, things like staying up all night would have no effect at all. But a good intention can't be dismissed, so after Chi Lu and Yu Xier explained a few words, they went upstairs first. Anyway, the promotional film Chi Lu has already been produced. It took Chi Lu a whole night of hard work to do it well. Otherwise, how could it take a whole night just to arrange the store and Makia poster? As for the promotional video, as long as a customer enters the New World mode, there will be an automatic prompt. Of course, it is voluntary to see it or not. It's just that if you don't look at it, the little red that automatically prompts will never disappear, which is an excellent means of killing obsessive-compulsive disorder. Although Chila didn't know, in this world of grudge and magic, there was no such thing as obsessive-compulsive disorder. But as far as this little trick is concerned, it is still very effective. After all, there is always a little red dot dangling in front of my eyes, which is also a kind of interference for playing dungeons. But there is one thing to say, so far, Qilu has produced promotional videos that few customers have not watched. Curiosity is one reason, as is keeping an eye on new items. But the bigger reason is that Qilu is also a well-known blockbuster manufacturer, and customers are still looking forward to the promotional films. After all, those magnificent battle scenes are usually not seen. In other words, for the vast majority of customers, such a grand battle scene may never be seen once in a lifetime. So I can only enjoy eye addiction in the propaganda film. Even if it is not a battle that he personally participated in, as long as he witnesses it with his own eyes, it is full of blood and honor. Qilu grasped this point, and made every promotional video so wonderful. However, the response depends on the actual situation. It's a pity that Qilu has been driven to sleep by Yu Shi'er, so the shops in Yunwu City can't stay. But it's alright. Just sneak into the shop over there in the City of Life. Anyway, it's all about observing the customer's response. Whichever store you want is fine, the difference is not big. Every race has the same desire for how to improve its own strength, and it will not change due to different races. The East Wilderness is like this, and the North Mountain Range is still like this. Hey, Qilu, why did you come here? Yu Xuanhuan, who was lying on the counter, looked at Qilu, who came downstairs in surprise. There's a little situation over there, but it's not a big problem. Qilu waved his hand, and then started to decorate the shop here. These are very simple things, so it doesn't take long, but it arouses Yu Xuanhuan's curiosity. Qilu, what are you doing? And that stand, is there any new product? Yu Xuanhuan has been in the store for so long. Seeing Qilu's actions, you can probably guess what Qilu is doing. It wasn't the first time that Qilu had done it for publicity. He had already done it with ease. Under Yu Xuanhuan's curious eyes, he had done it. Then he turned his head to look at Yu Xuanhuan and said, I'll help you guard the store today, you can go play. Real? When Yu Xuanhuan heard the words, she said with a face full of surprise. This is really the sun coming out of the west, and this kind of good things can happen. Really, go. Qilu nodded seriously, and said with certainty. Because Qilu sneaked into the store here with Yu Shi'er on his back, but it was just to see how customers responded to the promotional video. If he ran into the New World mode, he was afraid that he would be caught on the spot by the players in the Donghuang server. Although Qilu was not afraid, Yu Shi'er wouldn't say anything. But what was promised, if it was discovered that it was not done, it would be a shame. Yu Shi'er is also concerned about Qilu, which is not a bad thing. So helping to see the store is the best cover. And when necessary, she can use Yu Xuanhuan as a shield to bear Yu Shi'er's complaints, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Great, I knew you were the best, Qilu. Yu Xuanhuan cheered, then jumped off the counter and ran to the booth area. Keeping the store all the time is extremely boring for a kitten. After all, cats are playful, and it is very rare to be able to work hard like Yu Shi'er. Mr. Qi, good morning, I haven't seen you for a long time recently, where have you been? Ye Fei, who had always regarded the shop as a canteen, still came to the shop just in time for breakfast. After seeing Qilu, he suddenly greeted in surprise. Something happened, so I went out. Qilu replied casually without elaborating. This kind of thing is actually a greeting, and it is the same whether it is detailed or not, because no one will care about it, just add a sentence after the greeting. Are you looking for delicious food? Manager Qi, speaking of it, there has been no new food in the store for a long time. When Ye Fei talked about food, he got excited. Whether a foodie is a foodie or a foodie has nothing to do with status. After all, food can bring happiness and satisfaction. I would also like to have new food, but food is not so well studied. Qilu spread out his hands, expressing that he could not help. Whether or not new food can be created depends on whether the system gives face or not. You must know that none of the 6 new items in this ice and snow gift pack are snacks or drinks. This shows that the system is not very face-to-face. To be honest, Chi Leke is no worse than Phil's in anticipation of new snacks and drinks. Because Chiller always eats in the store, the more types of snacks and drinks, of course, the better. Instead, things like weapons, armor, accessories, title badges, etc. Chi can't use it, so if you can choose, the priority is definitely not as shy as snacks and drinks. But the problem is, there is no choice. Otherwise, Chi can also ask the system to make suggestions to see if he can develop a few more snacks. And it's best to be a staple food. Because I eat braised beef bowls and instant noodles every day, even if the taste is really good, it is too monotonous in terms of types. That's right, real food is really not that easy to find, but it's been hard for me all these years. Yafei strongly agreed with Chi Li's words. Although Yafei didn't know what Chi Lu was talking about, if he only understood it literally, Yafei felt the same way. In the early years, Chi Li's shop had not yet opened to the Beishan Mountains. Yafei searched for food in various city-states on the entire northern mountain range, and even went deep into the settlements of various races. Although some races do not have a very good attitude towards outsiders. But as Yaffer, he's really not afraid of these unsightly guys. As the daughter of the beast-eared beast spirit master, she also has the friendship of the only powerful dragon in the northern mountains. To be honest, anyone who dares to provoke Yaffer has not yet been born on the northern mountain range. However, a strong background and a terrifying identity can't solve Yafei's troubles that he can't find delicious food. After all, under the pressure of the weak and the strong, there are not many people who are still in the mood to study food. But fortunately not without. So over the years, Yafei has found a lot of delicious food intermittently, but the process is quite difficult. Because among the various city-states, Yafei was tired of the usual snack dishes. So we can only expand the scope of the search. Later, when Yafei traveled to the City of Life, he happened to meet Chi Lu's shop and stayed here for a long time. What happened after that was clear. Listening to Yaffer eating, he chattered about the past. Chi Lu sighed silently in his heart. In this world where food is so scarce, I'd really fate to meet such a foodie. If it was in the world where Chi Lu lived in the last life. It is estimated that Yafei has eaten all his life, and it is difficult to eat all the delicacies. Okay, then I won't disturb Manager Chi, I'm going to the frontline city tote. After Yafei finished eating today's breakfast, he also ended his nagging. Then jumped to the deck area. The frontline cities in the New World mode were designed by the system based on Chi Li's memory and combined with the pattern of external city-states. The variety of food inside, although not countless, is definitely enough tote for a long time. It's a pity that the vast majority of players have never thought about this aspect at all. After all, I finally entered the New World mode. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to search for food instead of spawning monsters and dungeons? Therefore, a taste player like Yafei is really a wonderful flower. Go. It's nice to be carefree. Chi Lu looked at Yafei's back and couldn't help sighing. With the status of Yafei, there is indeed the capital to spend this life carefree, and some people escort her. However, compared with that, Lan Chi's daughter had a much rougher life. If it wasn't for the encounter with Chi Lu, then the hidden bloodline of Lanzier and Lan Qing'er would not have been activated. When the hidden family is born, the Lan Yi team will fall apart. Not to mention meeting Lan Qi and Shauna. Hey, store manager, Chi, why did you come here today, so leisurely? After Lan Qi pushed the door and entered the store, he saw Chi Lu standing behind the counter and walked over immediately. After Chi Lu used the membership card to contact Lan Qi once, Lan Qi guessed that another store of Chi Lu should be opened in Donghuang. I also know that when Chi Lu is not in the store here, he should be staying in Donghuang. Hence this joke. Then I have to come and check. Chi Lu replied with a light smile. So that's the case, Lan Qi also smiled, and then said, by the way, Manager Chi, what did Zier buy in your store before? 1.5 million spirit crystals, plus 40 master-level magic cores. For Lan Qi, this number is not much, but this does not prevent it from being a large number. That's why Lan Qi is so curious. Because according to the market price of the goods in the Qila store, almost all of them are worth the money. Such a large sum of money can only buy something, it must be a very precious treasure. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot to tell you that the things they bought were 3 heroic trial crystals. And an ancient class. Qi Lu paused deliberately before saying the words ancient class. This word is not unfamiliar to Lan Qi at all. Because on the North Mountain Range, a class inheritance scroll was also sold. That is the Shadowhunter's rank heritage scroll. So as soon as Qi Li's words came out, Lan Qi didn't even say a word, but Xuanhuan, the side, was amazed. Ancient class. Is the qualified one Qinger or Zier? Shauna had been listening beside Lan Qi before and didn't speak, but she also knew about the inexplicable expenditure. But Shauna didn't expect that she was actually taken to buy an ancient class. If the ancient class thing can really be passed down, it is no exaggeration Tosi that it is not an exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure. You must know that in the ancient times, I don't know how many tyrannical ranks have broken their inheritance. It has been passed down to this day, not to mention the legendary ancient ranks, even the rare ranks are quite rare. So the value of an ancient class can be imagined. However, this is the case, Shauna has no other thoughts about this matter. The first thing that comes to mind is who gets the ancient class. No way, Lan Qinger and Lan Zier's 2 daughters, the palms of their hands and the backs of their hands are full of flesh, it's not okay to treat anyone badly. Yes, Manager Qi, who is this qualified person of the ancient class? Lan Qi was reminded and echoed. It's Zier. Qi Lu answered quickly. It's an ancient class called the Dragon Envoy. By the way, I also introduced Lan Qi and Shauna about the power of the Royal Dragon Envoy class, which is also a disguised propaganda. It's not a bad thing to let parents know about their children. Just like Lan Qi and Shauna in front of them, after listening to Qi Lu's introduction, the expressions on their faces suddenly became much easier. Dragon Envoy, although just hearing the name makes me feel unfriendly to me, but I really didn't expect it to be such a powerful ancient class. Lan Qi couldn't help joking. The rank of Royal Dragon Envoy, just from the name, is really not friendly to dragon people. However, in truth, the Dragon Envoy is not to tame the Dragon Clan, but to fight side by side with the Dragon Clan. Because the Royal Dragon contract of the Royal Dragon Envoy can only be signed successfully if both parties to the contract are willing. After all, this is an equality contract. That's why it is said that the rank of Yulou Envoy is very suitable for Lanzier and Xinglian. Because in terms of intimacy, even in the entire Eastern Wilderness, there is absolutely no way to find someone more intimate than Lanzier and Xinglianho had signed a 2-soul contract. Knowing that they have gained such a powerful power, we can feel more at ease. Shauna followed suit. The safety of Lan Qinger and Lan Zier in Donghuang can be regarded as the most worrying issue for Lan Qi and Shauna. However, due to some internal affairs of the Dragon Clan, neither Lan Qi nor Shauna could return to the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, Lan Qinger and Lan Zier can both have enough power to protect themselves, which is the most reassuring situation for Lan Qi and Shauna. If you're worried about that, you don't have to. As long as there are no special circumstances, Zier and the others should not be able to meet their opponents in Donghuang. Qi Lu smiled comfortingly. However, although it is said to be comforting, it is actually telling the truth. A dragon envoy at the pinnacle of the hero-level realm, if the powerhouse-level power does not appear, he really can't touch his opponent. Even a giant dragon of the same realm could not be a match for the royal dragon envoy. What's more, in today's Lan Yi team, Lan Zier is not only a heroic powerhouse. If that's the case, then don't disturb Manager Qi. After learning about the situation, Lan Yu was satisfied. There are really not many things that can make a giant dragon in the power level realm worry about it. Love is one of the most important things. So after knowing these circumstances, Lan Qi went to the shelf area to see if there were any new products. Although due to quality reasons, most of the products in the Qi Lu store are useless to Lan Qi. But that didn't stop Lan Qi from panning for gold. After all, the act of collecting treasures by the dragon itself is not preparation for battle, but just a hobby. In real battles, the tyrannical physique possessed by the dragon is much harder than most armors. Dragon breath and dragon language magic are also powerful weapons for killing the enemy. Therefore, there is no need to use those strange weapons and armors. Of course, if there is a treasure with such strength that it can even strengthen the fighting power of a giant dragon, then even a proud giant dragon will not let this treasure become dusty. For example, the Dragon Slayer title badge. Although Qi Lu still doesn't know why Lan Qi bought this thing, it is certain that the badge of the title of Dragon Slayer is also very helpful to Lan Qi. But Lan Qi went to pan for gold, but Shauna stayed by the counter. Manager Qi, is the painting on the signboard a new product coming out of the store this time? Shauna pointed to the stand next to the pet card swap machine and asked aloud. When entering the store before, Lan Qi did walk directly to the counter, but Shauna looked at the set of promotional cards. To be honest, the picture of the frosty sky is indeed a bit infiltrating. But the majestic and chilling scene is equally shocking and intriguing. Yes, it is indeed a new product this time, but if you want to know more, you can go to the New World mode to watch the promotional video. Qi Lu replied immediately, and by the way also promoted the promotional video. Of course, even if the promotional video is not promoted, as long as people enter the New World mode, they will still be prompted. But in the face of Shauna's problem, Qi Lu was too lazy to introduce it. If every new product has to be introduced to customers one by one, what is the purpose of the promotional video that Qi Lu spent so much effort on? Not just to save some energy. Just advertise. Since it was recommended by Manager Qi, then of course I'll go take a look. Shauna didn't see Qi Li's thoughts. Because when it came to the promotional video, Shauna did have a hint of interest in her heart, so she quickly found a booth and sat down. At this time, there were already many customers in the store. Naturally, there were people who shouted in surprise after watching the promotional video. However, these shouting customers quickly calmed down after they reacted, and then began to express their feelings in the form of the membership card exchange system. Shauna watched this scene with interest. Then enter the New World mode. A prompt box popped up quickly, saying that there is a new promo, which can be minimized if you don't want to watch it. Let me see, Manager Qi seems to be very confident in this promotional video. Shauna clicked in without hesitation. In the next second, a scene of blizzard and snow appeared in front of Shauna. The sky is gloomy. The heavy snow fell like goose feathers, and it was blown everywhere in the biting cold wind. The whole world seemed to be left with only frost and a cold wind that was as sharp as a blade. Even on the ground, only a thick layer of ice crystals could be seen. It's like a frozen land. Immediately afterwards, the camera was pulled into the distance, and an armored warrior was walking slowly on this road condensed by ice crystals. Snowflakes fell on his head and shoulders, and the cold wind blew against him. The terrifying low temperature made the warrior's movements extremely slow. Wait for the ants, do you dare to challenge me? At this moment, at the end of the ice crystal road, a majestic voice came out. Mighty, resounding throughout the world. I'm not here to challenge you, but to defeat you. How many people's lives have you taken away with the severe cold? How many city-states have you destroyed? Today, I will ask you for everything back. The armored warrior let out a roar. Beat me? If you can do it, then try it. But if you fail, then stay here forever and watch this frost field spread wider and wider. Following this, The majestic voice fell, and several huge figures suddenly appeared in the depths of the ice crystal road. When I got closer, I could see clearly. It was a few giants made entirely of ice crystals, with thick ice crystal armor on their bodies and all kinds of heavy weapons in their hands. No need to try, just by looking at the appearance of these ice crystal giants, you can guess how powerful they are. Is this the servant next to the frost throne? It's really amazing. But if you just let these guys come out to fight, that won't stop me. The armored warrior pulled out the knight sword from his waist and walked towards the ice crystal giants step by step. Then it gets faster and faster. When approaching the ice crystal giant at the forefront, the figure of the armored battle suddenly flashed and appeared abruptly above the head of the ice crystal giant. Cut! The knight sword fell in the air, and with a roar, it slashed on the head of the ice crystal giant. Boom! Ice debris flew up in the sky, and the ice crystal giant who was recruited fell to the ground, smashing a circle of cracks on the ground. Traces like spider webs spread across the ice. But the armored warrior didn't even look at it, and immediately rushed to the next ice giant. Slashing on the body of the ice crystal giant can cause huge damage every time. When the ice crystal giant's attack hits the armored warrior, it will arouse Ashield, blocking all the attacks of these ice crystal giants. Although this battle was very loud, it ended quickly. Is it over so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet. The armored warrior let out a roar as if he had finished warming up. However, this roar was more like venting or mocking. The intention of the armored warrior is obvious, just to let the person at the end of the ice crystal road come out to fight. It is definitely not a wise choice to be consumed by ice giants all the time. Mortal, do you really think that with this level of power, you can challenge the Master of Frost? Be arrogant and arrogant, there must be a limit. At the end of the ice crystal road, a majestic voice came out. The simple method of aggressiveness is very difficult for people who have been sitting on the throne for a long time. Of course, the armored warrior also understood this, so he was not too disappointed. Anyway, just use the aggressive method to simply test it. If you succeed, you will make a lot of money, and if you fail, there will be no loss. I have long known that this battle is not easy to fight, but I came anyway, because the responsibility on my shoulders does not allow me to retreat. Master Frost, wherever you go, you are covered with frost. If you stay in one place for a long time, it will be frozen for thousands of miles. If you don't get rid of you, this world will never be peaceful. So you sit on your throne and get ready to die. The armored warrior took a deep breath, then pulled a necklace from his neck and pressed the pendant on top of his forehead. Everyone, please help me win this battle. The voice fell, the necklace was put back into his arms by the armored warrior, and the knight sword in his hand was raised again. Next is the continuous battle. The ice crystal giants kept pouring out from the depths of the ice crystal road, blocking the path of the armored warriors, but they could not stop the armored warriors from attacking at all. That knight sword was swung like a phantom by the armored warrior. The shimmering cold light shrouded the phantom of the knight's sword, adding a killing aura. With the movements of the armored warriors, the sky and the earth were already covered with cold light, ice chips were flying, and the shattered ice giant fell to the ground, paving a road leading to the depths of the wind and snow. Although there are not many pictures of the battle, the duration is not very long. But enough to shock all viewers. After all, this is just a promotional film for the Ice and Snow Festival, and there will definitely not be such a long battle scene, even if it is very blockbuster. Because what the propaganda film wants is to create a big shock in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would be a movie. Moreover, the battle arranged by the armored warriors of Qi Li Gang was mainly to promote new products. Ice crystal necklace, armor of permafrost, and badge of the conqueror of frost. Otherwise, how could this armored warrior have such a devastating effect when fighting the ice crystal giant? However, although it is mainly to promote new products, However, in the drama of this battle, Qi Lu added the combat skills and the combat awareness of the armored warriors, which can also benefit those viewers a lot. This is also one of the main reasons why customers who have watched the promotional video will be shocked. Profound combat skills and strong combat awareness, like the unfathomable realm of cultivation, can also make these cultivators feel awe and yearn. Because under the same cultivation realm, it can decide the victory or defeat of the battle, or even decide the life and death of oneself. It's those fighting skills and fighting awareness. So this is definitely a place that cannot be ignored. It is precisely because of this that the promotional video this time will beta can out by the customers in the store to watch it repeatedly and constantly try to figure it out. And every time you watch it, there will be a new harvest. You know, Qi Li's fighting skills, as well as fighting consciousness, say something unpleasant. That and the customers in the store are not at the same level at all. If most of the customers in the store are struggling in the quagmire of combat skills, then Qi Lu was the one who was sitting on the cloud and looking down at them. The difference is so large that it is simply unimaginable. Therefore, even when Qi Lu was designing this battle, he didn't pay much attention to it. Pretty much just messing around with it. But in the eyes of these customers in the store, the fighting skills contained in them are simply profound to the point of unpredictability. You have to watch it over and over again to understand the true meaning of it. Even Shauna, after watching the battle between the armored warrior and the many ice crystal giants, couldn't help but go back and watch it again. No way, this battle scene is too fast. If you don't go back and take a closer look, many of the details can't be grasped. However, as long as you can understand the details of this battle, even if it is a little bit, it will be a good harvest. However, this was something that Qi Lu did not expect. Because at the level of Qi Lu, this level of combat skills is as simple as a child's fight. But who would have thought that it would be sought after by so many customers? To be honest, if Qi Lu really knew about this, he would probably say something like, "Are the fighting skills of these guys really that weak?" Then hear this. The customers who said the words had to greet them with a smile while their hearts were bleeding. By the way, I secretly cursed Qi Lu in my heart. Is it that our fighting skills are too weak? This is clearly Manager Qi. Your fighting skills are too strong, okay? So, along with the battle scene of this short promotional video, Qi Lu's monster-like fighting skills were once again spread in the store. It's just that Qi Lu himself doesn't know it yet. Then again, back to the promo. As the ice crystal giant continued to fall, the gasp of the armored battle gradually intensified. After all, not everyone has the same physical strength as a monster. Especially in such a cold environment, such a fierce battle will consume the fighter's physical strength even faster. Fortunately, when the armored warrior's physical strength was about to reach its limit, the ice crystal road also came to an end. A huge frost throne stood in front of him. The man on the throne, holding the ice crystal scepter, looked at the armored warrior with icy eyes, and the expression on his face was even more indifferent, not anger and self-righteousness. "You still came here." The man spoke slowly. There was no surprise, as if everything was what he expected. It was as if no matter what happened, it wouldn't make this man have mood swings. "Yes, I came here. I came here to take your life." The armored warrior supported his crumbling body with a knight's sword, staring fiercely at the man on the throne. Except for the indifferent expression on the man's face. Behind the huge frost throne, there are several rows of lifelike ice sculptures. The armored warriors recognized that those ice sculptures were the warriors who had come to challenge this man. They were all heroes. Unbelievable. The man snorted coldly, and the ice crystal scepter in his hand slammed hard on the ground. Boom. Between heaven and earth, a huge blizzard suddenly emerged. The momentum is so strong that it penetrates the sky and the ground, as if the whole world is roaring and roaring. With just a few gestures, he can manipulate the power of heaven and earth for his own use. Such strength, such a realm, is incomparably terrifying. However, the armored warriors did not have the slightest tendency to retreat. Instead, they faced the blizzard and walked forward. The violent snowstorm hit the armored warrior frantically, but was blocked by a layer of shield on the armored warrior. Under the momentum of fear, the accompanying terrifying attack was also eliminated by this layer of shield. If I'm not prepared, how can I come to challenge you? As the armored warrior walked forward, he stretched out his hand and hammered his chest hard. There was a clanging sound as the armors collided. A small and delicate badge also appeared on the breastplate of the armored warrior. Conqueror of Frost. This is a gift from the heroes to me, and it is also a weapon used to kill you. The armored warrior suddenly let out a roar, and the knight sword in his hand also cut through the void and stabbed the man in front of him. You are so confident, then come and try it. The man on the throne let out a sneer, then raised the ice crystal scepter. At this moment, the whole world roared, and the ice crystals in the sky hovered in the sky like blades. Then, with the wave of the ice crystal scepter, it attacked the armored warrior. This scene can be described as shaking the sky and changing the color of the wind and clouds. Let all customers who are watching the promotional video raise their hearts. However, the final picture of the promotional film was frozen in this scene. A promotional video without an ending is a good promotional video, because only in this way can it arouse the interest of customers. Of course, at the same time, there is also the anger of customers. Is that gone? Who won in the end? I was waiting for that warrior to win, and then I was ready to start cheering. Why did it suddenly disappear? Is there a next one for this promotional film? I don't care, the warrior will win. Manager Chi, no matter how good you are, you can't do this kind of thing. It's still lacking, you're not good at it. This guy originally wanted to call him wicked. But later, when I thought of the rumors about the store manager Chi, I immediately changed my tune. If you don't talk about wickedness, it's always okay to scold you for being wicked. Even Shauna, who saw the picture of the promotional video suddenly freeze, was stunned for a moment, and then gave Chi Lu a meaningful look. This store manager Chi is still so pitiful. Digging a hole without filling it is definitely the biggest pitfall. Because this well-dug hole is used to entrap those who are drawn in. This is a pity for the customers in the store. Even if they are cheated, they dare not go to the store manager Chi to complain. It is really uncomfortable. But that's exactly what happened. In the forum area of the membership card exchange system, a group of analysis stream players suddenly appeared. These players posted one after another and began to analyze the outcome of the final battle in the promotional video. And everyone has a point. You know, in the last scene of the promotional video, there is a link to the new product information in one of the corners. And this group of analysis stream players began to analyze after reading the new products. After all, you have to have evidence to prove your analysis, so that it is reliable. However, after this large number of posts came out, those customers who had seen the promotional video soon became crooked. Because, after reading the introduction of the new products, these customers suddenly discovered that the man at the end of the original promotional video was actually one of the new products this time. New SR rank pet card Ice Spirit. To be precise, it should be the Ice Spirit who borrowed the shape of the human race. Because although the Ice Spirit has an entity, it does not have such vivid expression changes, so it has a shape similar to that of a child. But that doesn't matter. In other words, not only is it irrelevant, but it is even more popular. After all, it is to be used as a pet, a cold man and a cute ice spirit, that would be a good choice. Therefore, after the batch of analysis posts, customers immediately crooked the floor, and a trend of one-sided comments began to appear. No matter what you choose, I support Ice Spirit. Yes, as long as you support the Ice Spirit, we are half-brothers and sisters. Wish Ice Spirit pet card. Frost. Master, please help me, and bless me to draw the Ice Spirit pet card and send it into my soul. Yes, Qi Li's publicity purpose has been perfectly achieved. Under each analysis post in the forum, there are customers who wish for the Ice Spirit pet card. The reason is of course very simple. Because the card issuance rate of SR level pet cards is really too low, and IT is so low that it is pitiful. So much so that the guys in the Pet Card Research Association don't dare tout SR rank pet cards as research objects. No way, because research is useless. If you can't get it, you can't get it. But when it comes to the Pet Card Research Guild, it has to be mentioned. Although this guild arose in the stores in Cloud Mist City, it has been since the emergence of the Donghuang server and the Beishan server, and a single world server has been merged. The members of the Pet Card Research Guild began to spread to the North Mountain Range. Although there is no way to meet offline. But in the New World mode, despite the stereotypes between races, the players of the two stores still get along quite happily. Because knowledge and insight can complement each other. Different races have slightly different ways of looking at problems. Therefore, the Pet Card Research Association has also learned to accept all rivers and improve its own guild's pet card theory. Of course, if you want to join the Pet Card Research Guild, you also need to pass the assessment. After all, this is not the time when the guild system just appeared. After the establishment of the guild, I didn't even know that it was still able to be assessed, so I just recruited more people. Now the recruitment mechanism of the guild is quite perfect. However, there are exceptions to everything. For the Pet Card Research Guild, if you have an SR rank pet card, you can join the guild without examination. Because luck is very important. Especially when it comes to drawing cards. The Son of Heaven's Chosen and the Son of Scourge, they are really two worlds. I really didn't expect it to be so fast. Taking advantage of his spare time, Qilu also glanced at the forum and nodded with satisfaction. That's what the propaganda wants to do. If it can arouse heated discussions, it will certainly be able to greatly drive the enthusiasm of customers for Krypton Gold. It's really normal to draw a pet card. Anyway, it's not a bad thing to get a few more R-rank pet cards and A-rank pet cards with high awakening times. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can trade it out to stop losses. You must know that although B-level pet cards and A-level pet cards themselves are not very valuable, it would be different if top-level skills could be activated randomly. B-level pet cards and A-level pet cards, because the combat power of the pet card itself is not strong. Unlike those two SR rank pet cards, even if it's just a blank card, it can have extremely powerful combat power. So you have to rely on the skills that are activated randomly. Activate the top skills, that is, make a lot of money. If you don't activate any good skills, you can only use it to feed other pet cards to eat. By the way, system, I forgot to ask you last night. In the location label of the Ice Spirit pet card, there is one label left that you didn't explain. Can you explain it now? Sheila said in his mind while flipping through the forum. The positioning label of the Ice Spirit pet card, the system only introduces most of them. At the end, there is a positioning tag called Heart of Frost, which the system did not mention. Sheila did not find it at the time. But just now, because of the heated discussion among the customers, when he took a look at the information of the Ice Spirit pet card, Sheila suddenly realized this. System, hey, isn't this system introduced? System, by the way, it doesn't seem to have been introduced. The two sentences that came out in a row caused a black line to appear on Sheila's forehead. It turns out that this guy in the system has also forgotten? Sheila thought that the system was deliberately hiding it and didn't want to say it, but it turned out to be like this. System, I'm sorry, host, this system has been busy with upgrading recently, maybe I really forgot. Upgrade? Are you about to upgrade? Sheila heard the words and was stunned on the spot. System, yes, because the power of belief has been collected almost, so this system is ready to be upgraded, and the upper limit of the power you can borrow in the future will be higher. Facing the system's answer, Qi Lu was first overjoyed. But soon, the joy on Qi Li's face quickly disappeared and turned into a touch of helplessness. Although the system says so, what's the use of borrowing more powerful power? Even the power of the powerhouse-level peak realm, with Qi Li's body, can't bear it for a long time and it will be returned. Not to mention the power of a higher realm. If you use it forcibly, you may end up with an explosion and death. Let's not talk about this for now, let's first introduce what the Heart of Frost means. After Qi Lu wanted to understand, he sighed silently. It is really not a happy thing to have power without being able to use it. System, okay, since the host wants to know, let's reluctantly introduce this system. System, the effect of Heart of Frost is divided into two situations. First, when the owner of the Ice Spirit pet card is an Ice attribute class, all attributes will be improved. Certainly. System, the strength of the Ice Spirit is stronger, the more owners of the Ice Spirit pet card, the greater the improvement. System, in the second case, when the owner of the Ice Spirit pet card is Noten Ice class, the Ice Spirit will start to condense ice elements after being summoned, and slowly transform the surrounding environment. System, of course, this kind of environment modification will stop after the Ice Spirit is withdrawn from the pet card. Such an important attribute, why didn't you say it earlier? You can forget this? Why don't you forget yourself? After Qi Lu heard it, he couldn't help it, and cursed on the spot. It is no exaggeration to say that the effect of the Heart of Frost is definitely not weaker than that of the Frost Servant, and they are all extremely powerful attributes. However, the difference between the two is that the Frost Servant is to enhance the combat power of the Ice Spirit itself. The Heart of Frost is to increase the combat power of the Ice Spirit pet card owner. In this way, the Ice Spirit pet card can be said to be the Ice Element Magician in disguise. Because there are so many classes of Ice attribute, no matter how you choose, you can't choose. The Ice Element Magician is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. So Qi Lu did not hesitate, and immediately sent a notice in the New World mode, adding a new attribute to the data of the Ice Spirit pet card. Then, just such a notice, once again detonated the enthusiasm of customers. The effect of the Heart of Frost, whether it is to improve all attributes or to transform the environment, is an extremely powerful effect. Not to mention that the Ice Spirit itself is so powerful. As a result, those customers who drew pet cards with Krypton Spirit crystals immediately became even crazier. Massive spiritual crystals were smashed into the pet card, changing machine like splashing water. If you don't have enough training qualifications, you can use your pet card to collect them. Even if his combat power is not good, as long as he cultivates a powerful pet card, he can still walk sideways. This is the consensus of customers who have been to Chila stores. Because of a powerful pet card, the combat power is really terrifying. Although it cannot threaten the status of heroic powerhouses for the time being. But that's because none of the customers has cultivated a perfect SR-level pet card. You must know that a Spirit of Flame pet card, or a Spirit of Ice pet card that has been awakened 5 times and has a decent activated skill, is definitely not weaker than a hero-level peak powerhouse. Even because of the characteristics of the Spirit of Fire and the Spirit of Ice as elemental spirits, they often have a big advantage when fighting hero-level powerhouses. So it's not unreasonable to cause such a huge frenzy. Seeing this scene, Qi Lu just smiled. Fortunately, the remedy was timely, otherwise it might not have been so popular. Fortunately, Qi Lu has already developed the function of swapping pet cards on the membership card, otherwise the pet card swap machine would have been crowded. But looking at it now, I can also find that out of 10 customers in the store, at least 9 are addicted to drawing cards. And the other one is looking for someone to borrow spirit crystals. After all, not every customer is a brother, who can ignore the restrictions of the spirit crystal and draw cards wildly. 10 spirit crystals, although not a large number. But it is by no means a small number. However, there are always people who are superstitious about their luck and try to draw an SR rank pet card. Because for customers who are not so wealthy, as long as they draw an SR level pet card, they can make a fortune on the spot. Just like winning the lottery, quite exciting. You know, SR level pet cards have already sold hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals in the form of the membership card exchange system. This is tens of thousands of times the difference. For businessmen, 100% profit is enough to take the risk. For gambling dogs, this profit is tens of thousands of times, which is enough for them to smash their entire net worth. However, in the case of buying a lottery ticket, the vast majority of people who do not win the prize will always be the majority. So it can only be said that after the Ice Spirit pet card is added to the card pool of the pet card swap machine, some people are happy and some people are worried. However, the remorse brought by Krypton Gold is always only temporary. Those who do not believe in evil have always been the majority, and after remorse, they will begin to fantasize about turning things around. Especially after hearing the occasional cheer from the store. I got it. It's the Ice Spirit pet card. Really? Let me see if it's as powerful as the one in the promotional video. Damn Ogo, you will choke on the water tonight. Same as above, the one who issued the card, you must eat worms when you eat food today. In the midst of envy, jealousy, and all kinds of goodwill curses, the atmosphere of the store's card draw suddenly became more intense. Then, many customers who were in a hurry for spirit crystals and who were ready to stop, immediately started a new round of Krypton Gold, and put massive amounts of spirit crystals into the pet card swap machine. So again and again. For this situation, Chi Lu is also happy to see it happen. Because of the shipment rate of SR level pet cards, there is absolutely no fraud. It is to clearly tell these customers that the shipment rate of SR level pet cards is surprisingly low. After all, the combat power of the SR level pet card is there, even if hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals are invested, or even millions of spirit crystals are put into it. But as long as you get one, you earn it. Therefore, there are countless customers who know that this is a bottomless pit, but are still determined to get in. Because of the hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, it is impossible to buoy such a hardworking hero-level powerhouse. In particular, this heroic powerhouse will not give any opinions, and his loyalty is also full, and he will never betray. This is the biggest highlight. I just went shopping for a while. Why did the wind direction in the store change? Lon Ki, who came with a cage from the shelf area, looked at the situation in the store with surprise. Almost all of the customers have their heads bowed and drawn on their membership cards. Even Shauna recharged an extra 100,000 spirit crystals into the membership card with great interest, and used it to draw cards to play. But unfortunately, Shauna's luck doesn't seem to be very good. 100,000 spirit crystals are dropped, not to mention SR level pet cards, even R level pet cards are rare. Annoyed, Shauna quickly summoned the moon rabbit from her pet card, which made her feel a little better. It's always been like this after a new product comes out. Sheila smiled and gave an ambiguous answer. There are many times when new products are released in the store, but it is almost always when new pet cards are released that these customers have mixed feelings. There is no reason for him. With other products, customers at least have a choice. But drawing pet cards really only depends on luck. Is that so? Lan Chi gave Shauna a serious look, thinking that she should just be a little angry, and then nodded silently. After all, about drawing SR rank pet cards, even if Lan Ki wasn't interested, he would be overdone. Not to mention Shauna. Forget it, I can't handle it with bad luck. Let her be alone for a while. After Lan Chi made up his mind, he withdrew his gaze. If Shauna was really bullied, Lan Chi could still help to avenge her. But things like luck can only mourn. Lan Chi, did you like the cage you're holding, or what? Just as Lan Qi sighed silently, Qi Lu also noticed what Lan Qi was carrying. It was Qi Lu who put on the shelves, not long ago, the Devil's Colosseum. "Oh, Manager Qi, are you talking about this?" Lan Qi raised the thing in his hand and said, "Actually, when I walked to this cage, there was a voice in my heart that kept telling me that I must get it, so I brought it here." Qi Lu heard the words and raised his brows slightly. Demagogic? Wait, for Lan Qi, it should be called Bewitching Dragon Heart. Qi Lu hadn't considered this issue before, so he didn't think of it at all. The Devil's Colosseum actually has such a function. But think about it, if the devil can't deceive people, is it still called Adavil? So, are you going to buy it? Qi Lu held his hands and asked a question. Since Lan Qi has brought the Devil's Colosseum, Qi Lu should ask a question. To be honest, I don't even know what this is. However, it can attract me Samik, I think, it should be an extremely precious treasure. So, can Manager Qi give me an introduction? Lan Qi said, and looked at Qi Lu again. When you reach the power of Lan Qi's cultivation realm, even if you are unknowingly bewitched, and you don't notice the abnormality on the spot, you will instinctively feel that something is wrong. But according to Lan Qi's temperament as a giant dragon, he felt that this cage should be a rare treasure. So I took it. Okay, then I'll introduce to you, this cage is called the Devil's Colosseum. Qi Lu introduced the functions of Devil's Colosseum in detail. Although this kind of magic weapon is not picky about its users, it is definitely not for everyone. Never defeat is such a harsh and extreme hidden condition that it blocks the path of most of the lucky ones. That is to say, as long as you keep winning, you'll be fine, right, Manager Qi? After Lan Qi heard Qi Li's words, his eyes suddenly lit up for a while. Huh? You mean, you want? Seeing the light in Lan Qi's eyes, Qi Lu immediately understood what he was thinking. Because Lan Qi's expression is really easy to understand, with emotions and anger, and there is no hiding at all. But there is one thing to say, if the Devil's Colosseum falls into Qi Lu's hands, then Qi Lu will never sign a contract with the devil inside. Prosperity is a legend, and invincibility is a myth. Qi Lu believes that he is not a myth, and should not be able to meet the standards of a myth. Therefore, this kind of magic weapon is usually kept at a distance. But Lan Qi's thoughts seem to be different. Of course. The dragon will never retreat. If I lose, I'd rather die. Lan Qi said word by word. The tone is firm and decisive. This sentence made Qi Lu look a little stunned. It is different from the concept of most strong people who stay in the green hills and don't worry about no firewood. Lan Qi's fighting philosophy always seems to be win or die, neither retreat nor retreat. Just like when Lan Qi saw Qi Lu for the first time, even if he guessed that Qi Lu's strength could crush him, Lan Qi never thought of bowing his head. I just saw that Qi Lu had no ambition at all, so I didn't care. Now, like an old friend, I can talk about the world in my spare time. But in terms of combat philosophy, Lan Qi has not changed from beginning toned. So thinking about it this way, although the Devil's Colosseum is a magic weapon, it seems to be really suitable for Lan Qi. Since you have this idea, then I have nothing to say. As long as you drop blood on the Devil's Colosseum, you can sign a contract. The devil will leave a mark on your soul. After that, if you don't win, you die. Qi Lu can make suggestions as if Lan Qi was a friend, and naturally he will not object to Lan Qi's decision. If you win, you will be blessed, if you lose, you will be mourned. There was only so much Qi Lu could do. After all, there is no way outsiders can interfere in the battle in the Devil's Colosseum. I don't need to say more about this, I understand it. In fact, it is no different from what I used to do. As Lan Qi spoke, he cut his finger with his fingernail and squeezed a drop of blood onto the demon's Colosseum. The dragon's blood was quickly absorbed by the demon's Colosseum. The wound on Lan Qi's finger also healed at the same time. The dragon's self-healing ability is so terrifying. Then in the next moment, the demon's colosseum turned into a black light, and it got into Lan Qi's eyebrows. A flaming trident that was so faint that it was difficult to detect also emerged from between Lan Qi's eyebrows. That is the mark of the devil. Sure enough, it's a magic weapon that anyone can sign a contract. This process is too simple. Qi Lu looked at the demon mark between Lan Qi's eyebrows and thought, silent lie in his heart. But now there is still the most important step, which must not be forgotten. So Qi Lu spoke quickly. Don't be too busy to be happy. 1 million spirit crystals is not a big deal for you, so let's settle the bill first. If you pay the power of faith when you enter the fairy and demon battlefield, then when the system repairs the items brought out from it, it will become free. Therefore, these 1 million spirit crystals can be regarded as Qi Li's pure profit. However, when the number of spirit crystals reaches a certain level, in Qi Li's eyes, it has become a series of numbers. However, having said that, you have to earn what you have to earn. Even though the Ling Jing has become a series of numbers, Qi Li's heart is still happy even just watching the numbers continue to grow. It's really not many. To harvest such treasures, what is a mere million spirit crystals? Lan Qi happily paid the spirit crystal, and then happily went to find Shauna. Probably ready to share his joy. After all, I have finally found such a treasure that suits me, so of course I have to show it off. However, Lan Qi also knows the proportions, and knows that there are some things that he can only let his own people know, otherwise, there is no way to toss it as a trump card. For the rest of the time, Qi Leke was at leisure. Seeing the release of new products, the situation is very good. Although Qi Li had expected it, he was relieved at this moment. So you can take a break now. There were not many moments when Qi Li lay on the sofa and napped, so the customers in the store were not surprised. On the contrary, if they see Qi Li lying on the sofa when entering the store, most customers will subconsciously lighten their steps and lower their voice, so as not to accidentally wake up Qi Li. Although Qi Li doesn't have the urge to get up, there are not as many people who have the courage to try it. Time passed slowly in this smoothness. 2 or 3 days, like a white horse passing through the gap. Qi Li also returned to the usual way of messing around and began to wander back and forth between the two stores. The popularity of the Ice Spirit pet card has not disappeared. In fact, the popularity of this SR-level pet card is enough to maintain for a long, long time, and it will not disappear. Moreover, even the new pet card at the back replaced the position of the old pet card. SR class pet card. Position will not be shaken. Because combat power is everything, and strength represents a stable position. Even if a new SR rank pet card is released, it will only add a few more options. This kind of thing can happen in B-level pet cards, A-level pet cards, and even R-level pet cards. But only the SR-level pet card does not have the phenomenon of being out of breath. However, it is worth mentioning that there are 5 other new products that have been covered up because of the dazzling light of the Ice Spirit pet card. In the past few days, it has also been discovered by customers one after another. In particular, the Permafrost armor with the Permafrost Song skill has become one of the most popular armors. Because after these boring customers, after all kinds of attempts, it was finally determined that the most suitable wearers of the Permafrost armor are undoubtedly those who have long-range attack methods. Attack from a distance, and rely on luck to trigger the effect of Song of Permafrost to assist in the battle. The effect is simply absolute. This time, the Ice Element Magician was not helped up, but the Archer class was helped up. The clansmen of the elves were all crazy for a while. The Archer class, who is good at fighting and dragging, lacks the means to restrain the enemy. In the past, it could only rely on its own speed and powerful attacks to end the enemy's life as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he is approached, his combat power will be drastically reduced. but now with the permafrost armor, it's different. As long as you are lucky and trigger the effect of Song of Permafrost, then a battle can be over soon. It is conceivable what a live target will end up like when facing an archer. So, times have changed. On the other hand, the Lanyi team came to Yunwu City after Nalan Kinka finished dealing with the hidden family. In the face of absolute power, any rules are empty words. The current head of the Nalan family is Nalan Jishu, and the succession ceremony is naturally simplified, the sooner the better. As for what Nalan wants to do after knowing the book, Nalan Qinchi will naturally support it fully, but it is not certain whether he will go back to participate. In this regard, Nalan Jishu and Anmoran expressed helplessness. But more than that, it is joy. The joy of parents is sometimes very simple. It is the greatest gratification for parents that their children can become talents. It doesn't matter what your situation is. But now it seems that Nalan Jishu and Anmoran's waiting and suffering have paid off. Not only did Nalan Jishu become the head of the Nalan family, but also the 4 major hidden families now follow the lead of the Nalan family. It's also gratifying. And the Lanyi team returning to Yunwu City will be much easier. Chila, we are back again, welcome us. Nalan Qinchi's mood this time is much more cheerful, and there is no worry and tiredness from the last time. Big brother, after so long, have you missed Zier? Lan Zier also followed Nalan Qinchi and ran into the store. You can handle things much faster than I thought. Qilu was sitting at the small round table eating Chinese food, and when he saw Nalan Qinchi and Lan Zier running into the store, he couldn't help joking. It's thanks to Manager Qi that we can have this speed. Lan Yi, who followed closely behind, replied with a smile. Unmatched strength is the biggest capital to change the rules. As for the members of Lanya squad, Qi Le can be said to have contributed greatly to their achievements as they are today. You also paid for the spirit crystals, so don't be so polite. Qi Le said with a smile. Transactions like this are always what you want and I want. If you are grateful, Qi Le can accept it. If you are human, there is no need. However, they didn't say much about the greetings. Lan Yi and others were attracted by the new products. In this kind of store, most of the customers are in the atmosphere of drawing cards, and it is difficult not to notice. What's more, the Ice Spirit Pet card is really popular now. Especially for Nalan Qinchi, the help that the Ice Spirit Pet card can bring her is quite big. So soon, Lan Yi and the others also began to draw cards. As a customer of Pet Card Collection, even if this pet card is not used, it will not affect the fun of collection at all. There are not many customers of this type in the store. Collecting addiction is never an uncommon symptom, but in many cases, there is nothing to collect that can make this addiction happen. And Lan Yi and the others, of course, also have this tendency. Just not serious. To be honest, even Qi Lu himself actually has a hobby in this area. For example, the collection card buried deep in Qi Li's memory. You must know that in the last life, in order to collect the complete sets of cards, Qi Lu ate a lot of crispy noodles, and after eating it, he vomited. Then go to the character collection in those mobile games. For this reason, Qi Lu did not spend less money in it, just to collect all the characters. As for what's the use? Is it even useful? That's out of consideration. So now, Qi Lu saw the customers in the store. In order to collect all those pet cards, they were desperately throwing spirit crystals into the pet card changing machine. There is really a feeling of empathy. Empathy is one thing, though. Seeing those unlucky guys gnashing their teeth, Qi Lu felt relieved, and that was another story. A game of luck. If someone is happy, there must be someone sad. It's like playing mahjong, someone wins, and someone loses. If they all win, is the mahjong table lost? Sheer, I'll go over there. It is good. Qi Lu stretched, and after talking to Yusier, went to the second floor. Compared with the Yunwu City store that can reassure Qi Lu, the City of Life store looked after by Yu Shuangshu, Qi Lu is always a little worried. Because since Qi Lu came back, Yu Xuanhuan always likes to neglect her duties. Manager Qi, you came just in time. Beishan, just as Qi Lu arrived in the hall, Saratel walked over. Saratel, long time no see, do you have anything to do with me? When Qi Lu saw Saratel striding forward, he asked aloud. When it's normal, Saratel doesn't have this kind of expression and tone. Of course, Manager Qi, when I was traveling abroad these days, I found a strange matter. Saratel nodded and said aloud. Strange thing? You talk about it first. But I guess it's useless for you to tell me. It's better to find Lanqi and the others. Qi Lu unceremoniously brought the ugly words to the fore. After all, Qi Lu also manages 1/3 of the acre of his shop, and he really doesn't have the heart to manage other places, and he can't manage so much. I want to find Lanqi and the others, but this matter is about the human race. Saratel sighed slightly before continuing. Human race? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and his tone was slightly surprised. In the northern mountains, the human race is the 4th largest race after the elves, bestiars, and dwarves. But in fact, because the human race is not adapted to life in the jungle, in the northern mountain range, the human race is actually a marginalized race. Just look at Qi Li's store in the City of Life. For such a long time, a customer from the human race has not been here, so you can know. This is not only because the City of Life does not welcome the people of the human race, but also because the people of the human race are reluctant to run into the depths of the jungle. That's why Lillian was so surprised when she saw Qi Lu. Because the human race that will come to the City of Life is really rare. And the people of the human race who will open a shop in the City of Life are really unprecedented except for Qi Lu. As for whether there will be no later, there is no way to prove it. It is because of this that Qi Lu looked surprised when he listened to Saratel's words. It's no wonder that Saratel didn't go to Lanqi or Tiana first. After all, Lanqi is a dragon, and Tiana is an elf queen of the elf, so she really doesn't care about the abnormality of the human race. As for why Sirader went to the Terran's territory, Qi Lu had no idea. But this is not something Qi Lu needs to care about. Then what happened? Let's hear it first. Qi Lu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although Lanqi and Tiana may not care much about the situation of the human race, Qi Lu is still very interested. Let's not talk about the safety of race. As far as Qi Li's identity is concerned, as a human race, it is also a matter of course to care about his own race. Well, that's actually the case. Saratel nodded and said, I felt an unusual energy fluctuation in the direction of Tianyuan a few days ago. But that ray of energy fluctuations only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared quickly, so I felt something was wrong, so I was going to go check it out. The cultivation realm has reached the level of Saratel, and it is impossible for perception to go wrong. Unless it is deceived by perception by the power of the same realm. But this kind of thing can also be noticed after the fact. And when you reach the realm of the powerhouse level, there will be no premonition for no reason. The so-called whim must have been noticed. So hearing this, Qi Lu also understood why Saratel suddenly went to Authority States to travel. It was for this. To be honest, the powerhouse-level experts will find a way to stop anything that may bring harm to this world. One is to protect their own race, and the other is for the fate of heaven and earth. Anyone who kills 2 birds with 1 stone likes to do it. Saratel will naturally not miss such a good opportunity. For a powerhouse-level master, the fate of heaven and earth is a good thing that can directly improve the strength. It's just that on my way to Tianyuan, when I passed a human city-state, I found something unusual. The residents of that city-state are all preaching about the god of war, that if you believe in the god of war, you will gain strength, and the glory of the god of war will surely shine on this world. Having said that, Saratel raised her head and looked at Qi Lu. So I'm thinking, Manager Qi, does the human race really have the belief in the god of war? Just when he asked this question, the expression on Saratel's face didn't leave any inquiries in it. As the lord of the beast spirits of the beast-eared tribe, even if Saratel didn't pay attention to the situation of the human race, it would be impossible for him to not even know what the human race's beliefs were. So this question is actually just for Qi Lu to listen to. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? The actual situation, as you expected, the so-called god of war in your mouth is not the belief of the human race. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and he began to think about it. Belief is a very complicated thing, and there is always a split between the on-off situation and the halfway change of belief. But in this one, external factors such as being bewitched by others are not taken into account. So, to put it simply, Qi Lu suspected that the residents of that city-state had been bewitched. Because before this, whether in the eastern wilderness or the northern mountain range, after systematic testing, there is no such thing as the power of belief. That is to say, before this, the creatures of the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains did not have a clear belief goal. In particular, the human race, the weak, lived in a mess. And the strong believe in themselves more. On the contrary, races like the elf race and the beast-ear race still have strong powers as their racial heritage. Even if you want to talk about faith, it should be the power of the faith family. But now, this inexplicable god of war has come out. Qi Lu immediately thought of a guy who hated him. That is the world that people have been to before, the god of forging that people believe in. After Qi Li's personal experience, he was able to confirm that the god of forging really existed. That is to say, since the gods of forging all exist, why do other gods not exist? The answer is yes. Since Qi Lu can go to the world of the god of forging, to snatch the power off faith. Then the North Mountain Range, which has not yet been discovered by the gods, is enough to be called a pure land. Invasion of belief is a reasonable thing. I really didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Is this a god's revenge, or my retribution? Qi Lu crossed his fingers and propped his chin. In my heart, I can almost come to a conclusion about this so-called god of war. It is nothing more than going to a place where there is no belief, to promote one's own strength, and to develop believers. Maybe there are some rules among the gods. This is like occupying territory. In unnecessary circumstances, you must not snatch the believers of other gods, otherwise it may lead to disputes between the gods. This point, from the level of anger shown by the god of forging after seeing Qi Lu, can be seen. See it. If it wasn't for Qi Li's absence from the god of forging, he probably wouldn't have come back. Manager Qi, what did you think of? After seeing the change in Qi Li's expression, Saratel waited for a while before asking aloud. This is time for Qi Lu to think. I did think of some things, but the most urgent task now is to find out the main characters who preach the god of war, and we can't let them continue. Qi Lu nodded first, then shook his head. How those gods want to develop believers, Qi Lu can't control, but the pure land he lives in must not be polluted. Even when Qi Lu himself needed the power of faith, he didn't pay attention to hitting the Beishan Mountains. How could these outsiders be allowed to do anything wrong here? I have the same idea, and I already have some clues. And, I also suspect that the abnormal energy fluctuations in Tianyuan are related to this matter. Saratel nodded in agreement. The world in which he lives, and how the internal races fight, is an internal matter. But an outsider like this would never give him a chance to gain a foothold. It's just that this kind of thing has happened in the past, and Saratel usually consults with Lan Qi and Tiana. After all, he is also a powerhouse-level power. If one person swallows this kind of thing that can obtain the fate of the world, it will be discovered later, although he will not say anything in person. But behind the scenes, there will always be a bit of trouble in face. Looking up and not looking down, it would still seem a little embarrassing if such a thing happened. But this time, because it is a matter of human race, and Qi Lu has a special status in the Beishan Mountains. That's why Saratel came over here to get angry with Qi Ledong. In order not to really mention this matter later, only to find it difficult to explain. You don't have to worry about my feelings. I don't have any racial views, so don't feel embarrassed to take action if you don't think it has anything to do with the human race. Qi Lu tilted his head and said suddenly. The purpose of Saratel's visit this time, Qi Lu was clear in his heart when he was halfway through chatting with him. The powerhouse-level powers of each race always have a psychological tendency to protect their own race. That is, in order to continue the flame of their own race. Commonly known as protect the short. In the past, in the North Mountains, the elves were protected by the Queen of Elves, and the beast-eared tribes were protected by the Lord of Beast Spirits. The status of the dwarves is special, and the former patriarch of the dwarves is also a powerhouse, so other races will give some face. There is only one human race, like the one raised by the stepmother, the grandmother does not care, and the uncle does not love. That is to say, there is no powerhouse-level power in the race to sit in the trouble. It only depends on a large number of clansmen. But the appearance of Qi Lu was definitely an accident, so Saratel had to take this into consideration. But now with Qi Li's words, Saratel is relieved. Since the store manager Qi has said so, then I will not dawdle. This matter must be solved as soon as possible. After Zyarder got Qi Li's promise, he got up immediately and said goodbye. Okay, I also think this matter is urgent, so it's hard for you. Qi Lu also nodded and bowed his hands, as a salute to Saratel. The two purposes of coming to the store, Saratel has completed, and it is a waste of time to stay, so naturally he will not stay anymore. Although Qi Lu stayed in the store most of the time. But some things, Qi Lu can still see clearly. Don't look at the powerhouses like Saratel, they usually talk and laugh, but when it comes to racial disputes, they will definitely not give in. Race is the continuation of bloodline. There are very few strong people who do not pay attention to the continuation of their bloodlines. Pushing himself and others, this is also one of the purposes of Saratel coming to find Qi Lu. The other purpose is naturally to tell Qi Lu about this, so that when necessary, let Qi Lu also take action and participate in this battle. The development of believers must be led by the messengers of the gods. As a messenger of the gods, the cultivation realm that he possesses is definitely not low. Before having contact with these guys, Saratel would not be arrogant to think that he could handle so many messengers by himself. Especially when the god they preach is called the god of war. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that the combat power is absolutely top-notch. So having one more helper is naturally much better than having one more audience. It looks rough, but it does everything without leaking. It's a powerhouse, and none of it is a fuel-efficient lamp. Qi Lu sensed the aura of Saratel, and after leaving the city of life, he couldn't help shrugging. But in my heart, I was vigilant. The messenger of the god of war, I don't know where it will be now. If Qi Lu found out, then Qi Lu would definitely take action without saying a word and punish them severely. Regarding the power of belief, it is a conflict of vital interests. On this kind of issue, although Qi Li's personality is a little lazy, he is definitely not giving in. Otherwise, simply to make it easier to collect the power of faith, I would help the Bu family and directly destroy the casting hall. However, it is still too early to think about these issues. If the messenger of the god of war really wanted to develop believers, they would not secretly spread the glory of the god of war from the city-state of the human race. Instead, it directly began to challenge the three major races. After all, the absolute power of belief is the biggest attraction. The idea of ordinary people is actually very simple. If you can fulfill my wish, then I will believe in you. This is why, when the gods perform miracles, they can capture a large number of believers. In fact, the principle is similar to winning the lottery. If no one wins a lottery ticket, it is guaranteed that no one will buy this lottery ticket for a long time. But as long as someone wins the lottery, it will attract more people to buy. So is faith. It doesn't take too many miracles, as long as it happens once or twice, it can attract a large number of believers. Because everyone aspires to be the next person to win the lottery. However, this principle that even Qi Lu knew was not used by the messengers of the gods. This is enough to prove. Could it be that their IQ is too low? It's not that there is no such possibility. Qi Lu thought of this and suddenly realized a problem. That is the lottery principle in Qi Li's mind, which comes from the world of science and technology. However, the world of science and technology is a place with a highly developed theoretical basis. To sum up the theory, it is quite a set. However, the place where Qi Lu is now is the world of fighting spirit and magic. Who knows if those guys understand these theories? Sure enough, expectations can't be too high. Forget it, I don't want to think about this problem. It's good to wait for Saratel and the others to come back with news. Qi Lu shook his head and threw these things out of his mind. Then I randomly found a deck and entered the New World mode. While waiting for the news, I am also idle, so it is better to go to the Mechanical Bull Forest to practice and level up. However, after Qi Lu reached level 75, which is the experience limit level in the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest, he suddenly discovered a problem. That is, in the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest, there seems to be nothing special. This so-called special thing naturally refers to those martial arts or magic made by the system. For example, the body of the evil spirit in the frontline map of the evil spirit warrior. The guardian doll in the doll labyrinth map. The breath of shadow in the shadow assassin's entrance map. These are all first-class martial skills and magic, and the effects that can be exerted in actual combat are absolutely first-class. But when it comes to the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest, Qi Lu has rummaged through the forest, and has also swiped all the dungeons that can be brushed. It's a pity that I didn't find any martial skills or magic that the system made. Is it not? After Qi Lu came out of the copy, he frowned silently and began to think about this question. To be honest, every big map in the New World mode, the biggest improvement for players is the self-made skills of this system. Whether it is martial arts or magic, the degree to which players are sought after is the same. But if it wasn't, that would be too uncomfortable. However, at this moment. System, host, did you forget to order something? The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind interrupted Qi Li's thoughts. I forgot something? Forgot what? Qi Li's face was stunned, and then he said with some doubts, why don't I think I forgot something? System, why don't you give me a hint? System, host, combat mech. What did you say? The combat mecha is something in the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest. When Qi Lu heard this prompt, he reacted for a long time before he suddenly woke up and let out an exclamation involuntarily. It turns out that there is no system-made thing in the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest, but this thing is consumed in another world. No wonder Qi Lu spent so long in these dungeons, but he didn't find anything. Then you didn't say it earlier, and I wasted so much time. Qi Lu couldn't help but complain. System, host, you didn't ask earlier. You're right. Qi Lu was scolded by the system for what he had said, and was suddenly speechless. Although the truth is this truth, but if you take a little initiative, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Qi Lu thought silently, and for a while, he was speechless. I won't tell you, I think it's better to leave me alone. Hey, wait, what is that? Just as Qi Lu was melancholy looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, a towering tower suddenly appeared as far as his eyes could see. At first glance, this tower is definitely straight into the sky, and it is not so high. This, in the mechanical bull forest, when did you use such a building? Sheila suddenly felt a little confused. I'm afraid it's not because I'm too melancholy, so I start to have hallucinations? But can something like hallucination really appear in the New World mode? System. This system is a friendly reminder that the number of players who have entered the big map of the mechanical bull forest has reached the required number. The new map Tower of the Necromancer is officially opened. Tower of the Necromancer? It was only then that Qi Lu understood that the tower that went straight into the sky was not an illusion, but a new map. Although there is nothing to gain in the big map of the mechanical cow forest, it is a good thing to blow up a new map. Lost to the east, harvested mulberry. Qi Lu is not very good at judging the gains and losses. But one thing, Qi Lu is clear. That is a good online game. If you want to retain players, you must constantly update new maps and new plots. The same is true for the New World model. When Qi Lu left the Beishan Mountains to collect the power of faith, the New World mode had not been updated for more than a month. There was no activity either. This can also keep a large number of players, and it has to be said that it is also a skill. After Qi Lu returned to the store, he had already seriously thought about this issue. It's just that at that time, Qi Lu himself hadn't reached level 75, so hadn't mentioned it to the system for the time being. Who knew that before Qi Lu could say this, the new map appeared on its own? Go and have a look. Qi Lu no longer hesitated, and ran directly in the direction of the Necromancer's tower. At the same time, whether it is the East Wilderness server, the Beishan server, or the World server, an announcement has been made. That is the announcement to inform the players that the big map of the Tower of Necromancer is officially opened. What's the situation? Why is there a new map? Wow, I can't even get through the Shadow Assassin's entrance now. Why did it even come out of the Necromancer's tower? It's amazing upstairs, you can actually go to the Shadow Assassin's entrance. I'm still in the puppet maze. Don't think about it yet, the minimum level to enter the Necromancer's tower is level 75. No, I have to work harder. With the appearance of this announcement, the public screen of the communication system began to be noisy again. Wails, complaints, envy and jealousy were everywhere. After all, not every player has the combat skills of those combat masters who can keep up with the level. The real name of the New World mode is called the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Each large map corresponds to a comprehensive improvement in combat skills. Although hugging your thighs and watching the guide, you can indeed save a lot of things. However, his own combat skills can't keep up, and it is absolutely difficult to run into a higher level big map. And the system also specially set the corresponding level restrictions. Those players who want to crush dungeons with their level are just dreaming. And new customers will also become new players and join the New World mode. So it's not surprising that this happens. Qi Lu casually browsed the public screen of the communication system, and had long been surprised by these remarks. Combat skills and fighting awareness, though, can be made up for with effort. But talent is still quite important. And Qi Lu can have the current level, not only because of his unique talent, but also because he does not know how many times he has wandered on the edge of life and death, and realized it step by step. It sounds a bit bleak. It's just that Qi Lu never mentioned it. Qila? Seeing Xuanhuan after the announcement, she immediately ran outside the tower of the Necromancer. Then it happened to bump into Qi Lu, who was walking over. Shao Shu Jiu. I knew you didn't take a good look at the store, and I didn't see you behind the counter. Qi Lu said without surprise. When Qi Lu was not in the store, Xuanhuan was relatively reliable. But when Qi Lu came back, it was really embarrassing. Xuanhuan was definitely the most unreliable one. No. Qi Lu, didn't I see you coming, so relax a little. Yes, just relax, didn't you say you have to learn to combine work and rest? After Xuanhuan saw Qi Lu, she panicked and stammered to explain. The combination of work and rest I said was for sheer. You sleep every day, and you also need a combination of work and rest? Qi Lu couldn't help but tisk and said with a humming. This guy Xuanhuan is also real, don't you know what's going on with yourself? If you sheer can really be as hardworking as she is, then Qi Lu won't say anything after being lazy a few times. Qila. You discriminate against cats. When Xuanhuan heard the words, she immediately froze. The two cat ears on the top of the head and the cat's tail on the back stood up, and a pair of big eyes stared at Qi Lu viciously. I discriminate against you, why? Sheer is much cuter than you. Qi Lu unceremoniously stretched out his hand and gave Xuanhuan a chestnut. Damn. Qi Lu, you are bullying me again, and you are bullying a cute kitten again. Xuanhuan cried out in pain, covering her head with her hands, and said pitifully. With that expression on her face that was about to cry, she didn't know who she learned from. A playful temperament is revealed. Okay, I don't blame you, don't pretend to be pitiful here all day long. If sheer is damaged by you, then I will find you. Qi Lu glared at Xuanhuan before saying aloud. Compared with the quirky Xuanhuan, the quiet Yuxier is undoubtedly much cuter. I just hope that it will not be damaged by Xuanhuan. If it really became a drama, that scene, tsk, I don't dare to think about it. How is this possible, sheer? Forget it, don't tell me, I can't let you know. Xuanhuan glanced at Qi Lu from the corner of her eye. Seeing that Qi Lu did not intend to pursue further investigations, her face immediately returned to normal. The speed of Cloudy and Sunny is much faster than changing faces. Or how to say, every woman is born a master of acting. Even a little lowly is no exception. However, Qi Lu was watching the fire from the side, and it was only because he was annoying, so he saw through it and didn't say it. Whatever you want, but since you've all come here, then come with me to the necromancer's tower and have a look. It's not Qi Li's nature to be curious, unless it's something that interests him. So Qi Lu didn't ask about Xuanhuan's muttering, hiding aside. If something really happened, it would be much faster to ask Xuxier directly than to inquire about the news from Xuanhuan's mouth. Okay, to be able to join forces with this kitty to open a new map, it must be easy to capture. Xuanhuan agreed without hesitation. The big map of the necromancer's tower, just like the name of this big map, is a tower whose top cannot be seen at a glance. How many layers there are, Qi Lu is also unclear. Because the more you count up, the denser and thicker the clouds are, and you can't see what the tower looks like at all. So after seeing this situation, Qi Lu rationally gave up the idea of continuing to count. The first step into the first floor of the tower of the necromancer. Welcome to the two of you, enter the tower of the necromancer, I am the tower guard here. A man in a black robe with a scythe in his hand, his face shrouded in the shadow of his hood, suddenly appeared in front of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. Just looking at this shape, it is very similar to the legendary death. The silent whereabouts almost startled Qi Lu. The rules of the necromancer's tower are all engraved on the stone tablet over there. Please be careful before deciding whether to start the challenge. The tower guard's voice was very indifferent, it sounded as if there was no motion in it. It was just a routine thing to come out to receive Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. However, this tone fits his image very well. God, you don't need emotion. After saying this, the tower guard also returned to the tower of the necromancer and stood in a dark corner. If he hadn't watched the tower guard retreat, Qi Lu might not have noticed that little corner. I didn't expect that there would be tower guards in this large map of the tower of the necromancer, and I don't know what it is for. It was also the first time that Qi Lu encountered such a situation. To be honest, put a gatekeeper at the door of the copy, isn't that just for decoration? The first floor of the necromancer's tower is a safe area, and there is none for tower guards to maintain order, so the specific role is really a Pento question. But Qi Lu was not interested in this matter either. Compared with the tower guard, it is still challenging the rules of the tower of the necromancer, which makes Qi Lu more curious. The stone tablet mentioned by the guardian of the tower stands on the first floor of the necromancer's tower, facing the gate, and it is quite conspicuous. Yu Shuangshu, who came in the next step, has now run over to see it. Qi Lu also walked over quickly, and started the text engraved on the stone tablet. The rules for players to challenge the tower of the necromancer are not complicated, and it is just a few points to sum up. First of all, the Tower of the Necromancer is a large map that exists as an independent copy. To put it simply, the first floor of the Necromancer's tower is the door of the dungeon. As long as you climb the second floor, you will enter the dungeon. The dungeon of the Necromancer's tower has one of the most important features. That is, only 2 people are allowed to team up and enter the copy tokelinge. In fact, it stands to reason that the Tower of the Necromancer should be a single-player dungeon, but it is estimated that considering the rank of priest, which has no offensive means, it will be changed to a maximum of 2 people. After all, if it really becomes a single-player dungeon, then a player of the auxiliary class, like a priest, can announce the abandonment of this dungeon on the spot. The second point is the number of challenges. The Necromancer's tower copy can only be challenged up to 3 times a day, and the first time the player is challenged, the player has all attributes. But by the second challenge, the player's attributes will be suppressed to 50%. And by the third challenge, the player's attributes will be suppressed to only 10%. The purpose is to limit players to constantly challenge the simple layer of the Necromancer's tower copy, in order to brush points. That's right, points. And this is the third rule. The mobs and bosses in the Necromancer's tower copy will not explode any items. Instead, it will be scored according to the player's performance and the number of layers at the time of death, and finally converted into points. If it is a single-player challenge, all points will be credited to the challenger. But if it is a 2-person challenge, then the final converted points will be allocated according to the performance of the 2. And this point is the most important thing in the Necromancer's tower map. The main function is to find the tower guardian of the Tower of the Necromancer, to exchange for the lottery jar. Among the lottery jars, the gold jar is worth 100,000 points, and the silver jar is 10,000 points. A copper jar is worth 1,000 points, and a tin can is 100 points. From these lottery jars, all kinds of things can be opened, including but not limited to various equipment, various medicines, and various skill books and other items. Seeing this, Qi Lu can be considered to understand, in this big map of the Tower of the Necromancer, why should there be a tower guard? It turned out to be an alternative store owner. However, it fits the image of the Tower of the Necromancer. The lottery jar. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, and a look of memory appeared on his face. However, I have to say that Qi Lu has never had any good memories of games off luck, such as lottery. Having lived for decades in the last life, the most expensive thing in the lottery was a bottle of soy sauce for 5 yuan. As for the lottery stuff, it's always done for charity. So here, I have to advise you all, you need to be cautious when buying lottery tickets. There is no good outcome for gambling on dogs. But fortunately, these lottery jars will not be able to pit Qi Lu. But for those players in the New World mode, it is not necessarily. Because the essence of the New World mode is still the training room for combat power improvement, the main thing that is demanding is the player's combat skills and combat awareness. As for those equipment and potions, it's just a support. The better the equipment that players have, the more potions, and the more advanced the booster potions are, so the requirements for combat skills and combat awareness will be reduced accordingly. So for Qi Lu, the requirements for equipment and potions to clear these dungeons are actually not high. But this is only for Qi Lu. However, for other players, it can only be due to insufficient combat skills, relying on equipment to make up, lack of combat awareness, and filling it with potions. After all, fighting skills are like martial arts and magic. If you want to practice well and practice to the point where practice makes perfect, it is impossible to accomplish overnight, that is to dream. Just like those powerhouses, their combat skills are also honed in battle. Walking in danger, having an epiphany between life and death. This is by no means empty talk. With meditation, you want to improve your combat effectiveness, which is really a fool's dream. Even those old players who have been in the New World mode for many years, their combat skills improved quite quickly in the early stage. But after reaching a certain level, it will be subject to its own talent and fall into a bottleneck. However, the larger the map in the New World mode, the further back it is, the higher the fighting skills required. Even if you put on top-level equipment and use top-level potions, there is no situation where a rookie can paddle in a high-level dungeon. So, in New World mode, being in that map is very able to reflect the upper limit of a player's combat talent. And among the major forces in the Eastern Wilderness, there are also quite a few, based on this condition, to absorb combat-oriented talents. After all, Qi Li's shop in Yunwu City was quite famous in Donghuang. Especially in the upper circle, it is almost to the point that no one knows. Even with the exception of the three major empires and the smaller forces other than the three academies, such as various sects, or those marginalized races. For Qi Li's name, it is all like thunder. And the reputation of the New World model is also not much weaker than that of Qi Lu. Therefore, this alternative talent screening method was quickly recognized by many forces, and became widely popular. This has also led to quite a few loose cultivators, all of whom want to prove their talents in the New World mode. In this way, you can gain the appreciation of the big forces, so you can join in and get more cultivation resources. After all, aptitude and talent, even if there must be enough resources to pile it up. It's like a maxima, it must be recognized by bull, before it can be regarded as a maxima. Otherwise, it will be of no avail if you remain in the crowd, no matter how outstanding your talent and aptitude are. So the New World model, to a large extent, can also be called a springboard. And the newly opened big map of the Necromancer's Tower will definitely allow a large number of players to rush in even if they break their heads. One is to prove yourself. And the other, naturally, is to improve their own strength. Because in the lottery jar on the Necromancer's Tower map, you can view the most precious prizes. Iron cans and copper cans will not be mentioned. The most precious prize is the top equipment and potions in the Necromancer's Tower map. Mainly used to enhance the player's strength in the New World mode. However, it is worth mentioning that the experience limit level of the Necromancer's Tower map is level 85. Compared with the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest, it has only increased by 10 levels. But this is also what Qi Lu expected. Affection. After all, the higher the level, the more experience points are required, and the more difficult it is to improve. In addition, the large map of the Necromancer's Tower itself is only a challenging dungeon, and there is a limit on the number of entries per day. If you want to level up, it is really not an ideal place. Therefore, only raising the upper limit of 10 levels can be regarded as a matter of course. However, having said this, Qi Lu saw another rule on the stone tablet of the Necromancer's Tower. As long as you have challenged the Necromancer's Tower dungeon once, that player's experience limit level cap will be raised to level 85. The big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest and the big map of the Necromancer's Tower belong to the same big map. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Qi Lu suddenly realized. Because the Necromancer's Tower copy is really just a challenge copy for opening jars. As for the effect of raising the level cap, it is probably a bonus. Qi Lu was thinking before that the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower can only go in and challenge 3 times a day, and it is more difficult each time. What if all 3 chances are used up? Now there is an answer. The number of challenges for the Necromancer's Tower dungeon has been exhausted, so go back to the Mechanical Bull Forest and continue to brush the dungeon. It won't delay anything anyway. After reading this rule, Qi Lu remembered those lottery jars again. Iron cans and copper cans, as I have said before, there is nothing special to pay attention to. But the contents of the silver jar and the gold jar are different. A silver jar with 10,000 points, 2 of the most precious prizes. Skill book, ether. Skill book, soul poison. Qi Lu has confirmed these 2 skill books, and they are all skill books Matabi the system. Then this time it's great. Those skill books made by the system, how powerful and how effective they are, there must be no need to say more, there is absolutely no doubt about it. The body of an evil spirit enhances the combat effectiveness of the Fightinki class as a whole. A guardian doll that strengthens the combat effectiveness of the magic class as a whole. Even the breath of shadow, which seems to be of little use, can become a magical skill when the level is sufficient. So this time, 2 skill books came directly, and Qi Lu could only say that he was looking forward to it. And by the way, the system suddenly became generous. And this is the biggest selling point of the lottery jar. Like those lottery tickets, the biggest prize you could possibly win is told first, before you can buy it. The same goes for raffle jars. So naturally, the details of these prizes will not be hidden away. Ether Skill Book. After use, you can obtain Ether Magic, which can only be used by Magic class. Blindness. After active use, you can temporarily virtualize yourself, immunito all physical attacks, but at the same time as virtualizing, the magic attacks you receive will become stronger. Raising the level can prolong the duration of the blur, reduce the magic power consumed during the blur, and reduce the magic damage received during the blur. Friendly reminder, during the blurring process, no other magic can be released. Isn't this a weakened version of elementalization? After reading the introduction of the blurring skill book, Qi Lu suddenly exclaimed. This is definitely one of the strongest magics that magicians use to save their lives. After virtualizing, it is completely immune to physical attacks. And after raising the level of the blur, it can continue to reduce the magic damage. Even in the end, being immune to both physical damage and magic damage is definitely one of the magical skills in life-saving magic. The only downside is that it is impossible to use other magics during the blurring. But does it matter? Aberration magic is used to evade the enemy's attack, so how could it remain in a virtual state all the time? So this small disadvantage can be completely ignored. After all, if other magic can be released in the process of blurring, then this blurring magic is really an almighty magic skill. So Qi Lu would not expect that kind of thing. Because this effect alone is completely enough. Qi Lu has no doubts that the players of the magician class will frantically open the jar for a virtual skill book. And those local tyrant players will definitely spend a lot of money for a skill book. You know, skill books can always be traded on the trading system. Qi Lu will not forbid this exchange either. Anyway, the virtualization skill book is not an orphan. While players spend a lot of money to buy these skill books, Qi Lu can also charge a little handling fee. Although only 2% of the transaction value. But the accumulation of sand becomes a tower. The number of transactions is more, but it is not a small amount. In fact, in the New World model, the number of transactions performed in the trading system every day is much more than Qi Lu imagined. The player's thirst for various equipment, potions, and materials was something that Qi Lu did not expect. After all, not everyone in the Qi Lu store is a strong person with a very high level of cultivation. The weak are always in the majority. So when they can actually enjoy the powerful power in the New World model, few customers can resist this temptation. What's more, these powerful forces can also be fed back to themselves. Although the power fed back is indeed a very small part of the power in the New World mode. But that's a real improvement, isn't it? Since you can improve your power while enjoying it, what does it matter if you spend a little spirit crystal? Therefore, in the Qi store, those local tyrants who spend a lot of money in the New World mode and never regard Lingjing as Lingjing, grab a lot of them. And those lucky poor customers are only able to get rich thanks to these local tyrants. Otherwise, there is really no way to stay in the store. Especially the lottery jar this time, it is the performance moment of those chosen sons. It was a bloody storm that could be foreseen. Qi nodded in agreement. This is a battle between black-faced local tyrants and Ogo, and ordinary players can only stand aside. After all, the European dog eats the liver, and Krypton cures everything. Qi said, let's continue to read the detailed information of another skill book. Soul Poison Skill Book, use. After that, you can learn the Soul Poison skill with no restrictions on its use. Soul Poison, add Soul Poison to your next attack. After hitting the target, Soul Poison will take effect and continue to corrode the target's spiritual power. Raising the level can strengthen the power of Soul Poison. This is another good thing. The system really won't let me down. Qi couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The effect of the Soul Poison skill book, to be honest, can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. Corrupting the target's mental power in actual combat can completely achieve the icing on the cake, but it can't help. Because mental power is more useful in battle, it is more used for perception and control the situation. Corrosive mental power is a continuous damage, which means that the value of this damage will not be too high. Simply put, it will slowly weaken the enemy's mental power. This effect, in the protracted battle, as long as it can be sustained, it can indeed have a finalizing effect. But for his own combat power, the help may not be as great as the previous virtual skill book. However, the strength of the Soul Toxin skill book is strong. This is a skill book that has no restrictions on its use. This is what makes Qi feel emotional. There are no usage restrictions, which means anyone can learn. Then, if the Soul Toxin is not enough once, then add it a few more times, and there will always be enough time. It is undoubtedly a very powerful skill, especially for a class like an archer who is fighting to contain it. Moreover, as long as the enemy's mental power is weakened to a certain extent, and the position of the archer cannot be captured, then it can only be used as a living target. Moreover, the skill of Soul Poison is not only suitable for the archer class. The same is true for the magician class. In particular, Soul Poison can be attached to those ranged magics, and this is the most critical point. The Soul Poison of the area attack is definitely a very deadly skill. There is no doubt that this is another skill book that will cause a lot of players to compete. In particular, this Soul Poison skill book has no usage restrictions, so it is even more in short supply. After all, according to the personality of the system, this kind of thing that can be placed in the lottery jar and marked as the most precious item must have a very impressive shipment rate. For details, please refer to the SR level pet card. Of course, things like skill books are definitely not like SR level pet cards, and the shipment rate is so low that it makes people collapse. But compared with the R level pet card, the shipment rate may be lower. In short, it will not be shipped so easily, otherwise, it will not be so precious. Although it is said that the virtual skill book and the Soul Poison skill book are, indeed, powerful in terms of effect. But the truth that what is rare is more expensive is always true. If it's really bad, then it's useless to be strong, anyway, it won't make people so motivated to get it. It's like hitting 5 million. If everyone has a net worth of tens of millions, then if you have 5 million, not many people really pay attention. Only rare will appear precious. Although this theory was put forward by Qi Lu, But Qile never thought that the system would be implemented so resolutely, so thoroughly, and it could be used so well. Every time the customers in the store can't stop. Of course, this is also inseparable from the products provided by the system and the excellent effects of the skill book. After all, the premise of being rare is that these items are of high enough value. Either way, the value is good. Because worthless items, even if they really disappear, it is estimated that no one will remember them. So there is a good saying. No one can take advantage of you as long as you're trashy enough. Sounds like sarcasm, but it's not unreasonable. Such is the case. Even a silver jar with 10,000 points can draw such a powerful skill book. Not to mention the items in the golden jar with 100,000 points. In addition to those that can only function in the New World mode, Qile also found 2 skill books that can be drawn. Skill book, Resurrection of the Undead. Skill book, Power of Evil. These 2 skill books are also classified as the most precious items in the golden jar, and the shipment rate is also frighteningly low. Moreover, after multiple confirmations, Qile can also be sure that these 2 skill books are also self-made skills by the system. Then this is great. Previously, a large map was only a self-made skill, just like squeezing toothpaste, it could kill people in a hurry. But who would have thought that this time, there are 4 self-made skills a known breath. This is a rare moment of generosity for the system. Although the 4 self-made skills in the Necromancer's Tower map are distributed in 2 lottery jars, and there is still a troublesome shipment rate. But with it, it's better than nothing. Besides, the skill books made by the system in the previous big maps also needed to be brushed to explode. Speaking of which, it is actually similar to the lottery jar. It's just that now it has been changed to a new form, replacing the brush copy with the opening of the jar. So Qile did not feel that this method was not good, but felt that this behavior was worth encouraging. If the dungeon is always the same, after a long time, the players will get tired of it, and naturally they will not be able to get any motivation. Even in pursuit of great power. At the back, it is estimated that the players in the New World mode will become routine. So you have to give the players some new tricks from time to time in order to arouse their fighting spirit and raise their motivation. Qile knew this well, so he recognized this lottery jar. By the way, I also clicked on the detailed information of the 2 skill books in the golden jar. Undead Resurrection Skill Book. After use, you can learn the Undead Resurrection skill, which can only be used by the Magician class. Resurrection of the Undead. Use this magic on the dead target to wake up the target to become a servant of the undead, obeying the commands of the user of the revival of the undead to fight. Undead servants will inherit various attributes from their lifetime, including martial skills, magic, etc., but all attributes will be greatly weakened. Raising the level of the Undead Resurrection skill can increase the number of undead servants awakened, increase the duration of undead servants' existence, and reduce the weakening degree of undead servants. This skill is really a big surprise. After reading the detailed description of the Undead Recovery Skill Book, Qile couldn't help sighing aloud. If the previous virtual skill book is used for defense, and the soul, the Poison Skill Book is used to assist the offense. Then this Undead Recovery Skill Book is actually used to increase combat effectiveness. Moreover, it is a powerful magic specially used to increase the combat effectiveness of the Magician class in large-scale battles. Able to awaken the dead and fight for themselves as servants of the undead. And the undead servant will inherit all the attributes of its life, even if these attributes will be greatly weakened. It is definitely a terrible thing. After all, seeing his comrade in arms lying beside him, after inexplicably surviving, he was still waiting for his sword to face each other. This psychological pressure is not so easy to bear. What's more, the most powerful part of the magic of undead recovery is that even those undead servants that are awakened are destroyed. For the magician himself, there is actually no loss at all. It's just a waste of magic power. As long as there are still dead people on the battlefield, there will be no shortage of undead servants. If one is solved by the enemy, then wake up one more, if two are solved, then wake up two more. It's that simple. And after the skill level of undead recovery is improved, in addition to being able to wake up more undead servants, and make the undead servants exist for a longer time. The most important thing is that the attributes that can be inherited by undead servants are weakened to a lower degree. This means that when a magician's undead recovery skill level is high enough, it is best for the enemy to pray. The strong people on your side must not be accidentally killed on the battlefield. Otherwise, this strong man will become a powerful and unparalleled undead servant in minutes to carry out devastating blows on them. However, this is not the most disgusting part of the undead recovery skill. Because from the experience of Qi Lu playing games for so many years, the most disgusting but also the most powerful skill of undead recovery is that it can wake up the dead. And in the choice of the dead, that can make a big fuss. As long as it is a still relatively complete corpse, it can become the target of the undead recovery magic. That is to say, if you are fortunate enough to get the corpses of a few powerful monsters and use them as backup, the power that the skill of undead recovery can exert is absolutely beyond imagination. This is also the biggest reason why Jiu Hui is so surprised. I just don't know if I can get the corpses of a few giant dragons here. If it is really possible, it seems not impossible to use the resurrection of the undead to wake up a few skull dragons. The only problem is that undead minions have a limit on how long they can exist. It's probably like a continuous battle. So you can't use it indiscriminately. First, because the impact is not very good. Secondly, it is also because the number of undead servants that can be awakened at one time is closely related to the skill level of undead recovery. Before the skill level was not high enough, he blindly awakened a few undead servants. If it really hits a critical moment, then something goes wrong. But in any case, this will not affect Qi Li's evaluation of the undead recovery skill book. Definitely one of the magics that can be used as a magician to press the bottom of the box. It has a higher priority than the virtual skill book. Sure enough, the skill book that appeared in the golden jar was a little more powerful than the skill book in the silver jar. I just don't know the power of evil thoughts skill book. What is the effect? It shouldn't disappoint me either. With this thought in mind, Qi Lu clicked on the details of another skill book. Power of Evil Skill Book. After use, you can learn the power of evil thought skills, with no restrictions on use. The power of evil thoughts, passive skill. After entering the battle, it will help the skill owner stay focused, and randomly convert the negative emotions generated by the skill owner into temporary attributes. Friendly reminder. When the negative emotion exceeds the conversion limit, it will not be able to continue to be converted, and the focus effect will be weakened. Raising the power of evil thoughts skill level can increase the upper limit of negative emotion transformation. The last skill book, which is not the same as the previous three skills, is Avery Rare passive skill. But the effect of the power of evil thoughts is not bad at all. Staying focused is always one of the most important things in battle. If he is absent-minded and half-hearted, then in battle, 100% of his strength is estimated to only be able to exert half of it. Maybe even less than half. You know, emotions are a thing that affects combat effectiveness quite a bit. When there are too many negative emotions, the state will deteriorate, and the strength that can be exerted in the battle will naturally deteriorate. Just as anger can make people lose their minds, and fear can make people intimidated. Every negative emotion, when it comes to combat, is a disadvantage. But the Power of Evil Thoughts skill book perfectly solves this problem. And not only is it solved, but it can also randomly convert negative emotions into temporary attributes to enhance combat effectiveness while helping to maintain focus. This, although not like the three previous skill books, enhances the strength from the bright side. But in fact, the effect of the Power of Evil Thoughts is undoubtedly much stronger. This is equivalent to eliminating the hidden danger. In this way, the Power of Evil Thoughts skill book is indeed a good thing in the golden jar, and the effect is indeed tyrannical. Even Qi Lu couldn't help but praise him. None of the 4 skill books are tasteless, all of them are good things that can cause players to rush to grab it. This stingy system can be taken out at own time, which is really generous and a little unreal. After reading these materials, Qi Lu involuntarily sighed silently in his heart. Sometimes there is a fine line between being generous and being stingy. Who would have imagined that a system that has always been unwilling to suffer would still have such a generous side? But Dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower, rules for calculating points. Basic points, 1 point is added for each ordinary level, 10 points are added for each elite level, and 100 points are added for each boss level. For every 5 ordinary floors passed, the next floor will be the elite floor, and every 20 ordinary floors passed, the next floor will be replaced by the boss floor. Performance points, according to the performance of the challenger, additional base points can be added, and up to 3 times the base points can be obtained. The Necromancer's Tower copy does not have the number of layers, but the enemies on each layer will be stronger than the enemies on the previous layer. And, in the copy of the Necromancer's Tower, forbidden. Stop using any other large map recovery potions, and if the challenger's HP is exhausted, the challenge will be considered a failure. If the challenge fails, 1 challenge will be deducted, and the challenger will be sent back to the first floor of the Necromancer's Tower. After reading the rules for calculating points for the Necromancer's Tower copy, Qi Lu silently swallowed his praise for the system's generosity. There is no reason for him. Because from the point of view of the rules for obtaining points, the system does not seem to really want to benefit the players. 1 point for the ordinary tier, 1 point for the elite tier, and 1 point for the boss tier. This number seems to be quite a lot. However, you can think clearly. It is possible to open a golden jar of skill books, and 100,000 points is required, and even a silver jar requires 10,000 points. Moreover, the probability of being able to issue a skill book is pitifully low. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer, which limits the number of challenges per day. This means that those players who are not as strong as expected lose the possibility of constantly challenging low levels to earn points. This is an absolutely fatal limitation. But at the same time, it is also a means of forcing players to concentrate on honing their combat skills and combat awareness. Since the number of challenges is limited, you can only challenge to a higher level at one time. Otherwise, wanting to accumulate a lot of points in a short period of time to exchange for lottery jars is a daydream. However, in this way, the requirements for combat skills have become extremely high. Moreover, in the Dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower, it is forbidden to use restoration potions, which also breaks the illusion of those medicine kings. Want to stay on drugs? Non-existent. Either the challenge succeeds and goes to the next level, or the challenge fails and is sent back to the first level. And many more. Thinking of this, Qi Lu always felt as if he had overlooked something. Then I couldn't help but look back and read the calculation rules of points again. It is forbidden to use any other large map recovery potions. Other big maps? Qi Li's face was stunned for a while, and then he immediately opened the iron and copper jars to check the items that might be opened inside. Small HP restoration potion limits the Necromancer's Tower copy. Small mana recovery potion limits the copy of the Necromancer's Tower. Medium blood volume. Medium blue volume. Sure enough. Qi Lu looked at the names of these potions and the words marked on the back, and an expression of sudden realization appeared on his face. This stingy system, I knew it wouldn't be so kind. The result was really guessed by me, and I actually played these small tricks in such a place. A copper jar for 1,000 points, and an iron jar for 100 points. although it doesn't look expensive. After all, you can get 100 points by passing one boss layer. Moreover, these 100 points are only guaranteed points, and additional points can be added through performance points at the time of settlement. So 100 points doesn't seem like much. However, there is one thing to figure out. That is, inside the copper jar and the iron jar, you cannot open skill books, only equipment, potions, and other items can be opened. Even if it's not expensive, it adds up to a lot. So for those players who go for the skill book, if they can, copper cans and iron cans, they basically don't buy them if they can. However, after being overshadowed by the system in such a way, copper cans and iron cans, it is impossible not to buy them. Because the consumables in the Necromancer's Tower copy can only be opened from these lottery jars. This is a rather annoying problem. After all, you can't always expect consumables to be opened in gold and silver jars. How arrogant is it to have such an idea? So in order to challenge the copy, you can climb to a higher level in the copy off the Tower of the Necromancer. Then you have to buy copper cans and iron cans. And most of them are iron cans. Because in terms of consumables, it must be more cost-effective to open tinkins. And this is the small trick of the system. Use the problem of consumables to easily consume the points in the hands-off players. However, this will probably also spawn a group of merchant players who specialize in buying and selling these consumables that are only used in the Necromancer's Tower dungeon. But these issues are not for Qi Lu to consider. Instead, Yu Xuanhuan, who was standing next to him, should be considered. Anyway, Yu Xuanhuan also started from the merchant guild. Along the way, relying on the news revealed by Qi Lu from time to time, as well as her own strength, she came to have such a big net worth. Little Snow. Huh? You called me? What's the matter? Yu Xuanhuan is looking vigorous in front of the stone monument, and she is also making great plans in her mind, thinking about future trade strategies. As a result, when Qi Lu shouted so coldly, he was instantly shocked. Do me a favor, make a post in the forum and send out the attributes of the 4 skill books. Qi Lu said, slowly. This approach is artificially to provide motivation for the players in the New World mode. As long as there is enough temptation, then no matter how salty fish players are, they can raise 12 points of energy to move towards this goal. This is what Qi Lu wants. The motivation of the players can inject enough vitality into the New World mode. Otherwise, the whole store would look dead. Yes, but what's the use of you posting this? Yu Xuanhuan's realm is obviously not as high as Qi Li's, so while posting a post, he also asked. Of course, to attract more guests for you. Qi Lu replied with a smile. Although this answer is not Qi Li's original intention, in terms of effect, it is actually not bad. Because the more players come to the Necromancer's Tower big map, the greater the demand for the consumables opened in the lottery jars. If Yu Xuanhuan wanted to do this business, she naturally had to attract more players first. Oh? Would you be so kind? Yu Xuanhuan looked at Qi Lu suspiciously, her eyes full of disbelief. I've always been so kind, but you never found out. Qi Lu. He shrugged, then looked at the door of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, which was the staircase leading to the second floor. Is the post finished? Come and have a look with me? Wait, now. Okay, let's go. Yu Xuanhuan hurriedly operated on the panel of the communication system, and quickly completed the editing of the post, and then clicked publish. Then, regardless of the uproar this post would cause, he followed Qi Lu to the second floor of the Necromancer's Tower. Hey, a kitty has posted a new post, which is really rare. In your lifetime, hurry up and watch a wave. A post by a kitten senior. It's a new skill book. Ether, Soul Toxin, Undead Resurrection, Power of Evil. God, are these skill books real? These skills are too strong, and there are 2 skill books with no restrictions on use. This is the rise of the magician. Those of you who use Do Chi, don't be envious. Void. Resurrection of the undead. These 2 magics are too strong, no matter what, I must learn. After Xuanhuan's post was posted, it didn't take long for the shop's customers to top the forum. A large number of customers expressed their opinions below the post. Almost all of them were amazed and shocked. Of the 4 skill books, none of them are tasteless, all of them are top-level magic or martial arts. You must know that there are countless players who go to the New World mode to learn martial arts and magic. Even a cultivator like Gu Pingchuan, who is a half-step powerhouse, has received a lot of favors. Not to mention other players. It is no exaggeration to say that if it is not the skill book in the New World mode, it is basically not suitable for dragons. Even Lan Qi will use these skill books to strengthen the power he possesses. So as soon as Xuanhuan's post came out, the customers in the store had a crazy trend for a while. Every customer is asking where these skill books come from. Those local tyrant players put down their rhetoric. Even if it is a skill book off 100,000 spirit crystals, it is as much as you get. It's clear that these 4 skill books are from the latest big map, the copy off the Necromancer's Tower. Swipe the points in the copy of the Necromancer's Tower, and then exchange for the lottery jar. These skill books were opened from the lottery jar. Not everyone knows the news about the big map of the Tower of the Necromancer. After all, there are not a lot of players who have entered the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest in the Donghuang server and the Beishan server. It's just that at this point in time, there are not many players who can run to the Tower of the Necromancer. However, as soon as Moonfrost Snow's post came out, the challenge rules for the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower were also sent out by players with supernatural powers. The picture in the post is the stone tablet on the first floor of the Necromancer's Tower. Hey! It's actually something in the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer. No wonder the effect of these 4 skill books is so strong. It turned out to be a good thing in the latest big map. Tower of the Necromancer? Sorry to disturb you. The minimum level required to enter the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, level 75? Sorry, I can't afford it. Farewell. Not long after, the post on the stele was filled with all kinds of joking comments. Many players have expressed that they can't be provoked. Good guy, most of them are still struggling in the puppet maze and the Shadow Assassin's entrance. As a result, they jump directly to the Tower of the Necromancer. Who can afford this? However, there are still quite a few aspiring customers in the store. After reading these comments, they refuted them below. If you can't afford it, hurry up and give us your spot. That's right, I've been waiting in the store for 2 hours, and I can't wait for a booth. Wow. I'm so jealous. I didn't expect such good things in the new map. It's only level 75th, small thing. It's been a long time since I arrived. However, no matter how the customers in the store quarreled, no matter what kind of waves Xuanhuan's post caused in the store. Anyway, Qi Lu and Xuanhuan, who have come to the 2nd floor of the Necromancer's Tower, will not know for the time being. Welcome to the Necromancer's Tower. With an emotionless prompt, the 2 staircase entrances on the 2nd floor of the Necromancer's Tower were all sealed. It will not open until the challenge is completed. Victory will open the stairway to the next floor. If it fails, it will be sent directly back to the 1st floor. Therefore, the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer is actually a one-way street that can go up or down. How far you can go depends on your ability. The place is quite big. Qila looked at the environment on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Necromancers. To be honest, the area on the 1st floor of the Necromancer's Tower is indeed much larger, and there are no extra decorations. Overall, it looks like a clean arena. The granite-stacked ground and surrounding walls are quite solid, and the engraved magic pattern also adds a solemn atmosphere to this arena. At this moment, a white light flashed, not far away. After the white light dissipated, the two men who had no features beyond their appearance, and who belonged to the type of men who could never be found once they were thrown into the crowd, appeared in front of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. The challenge begins. With the beep sounded again. The two men in front of them also raised their weapons and charged towards Qi Lu and Xuanhuan expressionlessly. With a sword, it seems that they should be the enemies of the two warrior classes. You or me first? Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan and asked aloud. Even if the copy of the Necromancer's Tower is a large map of level 75, it isn't particularly difficult for Qi Lu or Xuanhuan. At the very least, these first layers can't be considered tricky. Let me try it, I want to see how good these guys are. Xuanhuan said immediately. Since you want to do business on this big map, you must first explore the strategy for brushing the dungeon. Otherwise, how can you seize the opportunity and quickly get points? Okay, then you come first. Qi Lu understood what Xuanhuan meant, so he just shrugged and stood aside, waiting to see Xuanhuan's performance. In the rules of the Necromancer's Tower copy, there is a rule that the enemy in each floor will be stronger than the enemy on the previous floor. So, what is the strength of the enemy of this first ordinary layer now? It also represents the basic combat power of the Necromancer's Tower copy. Because the enemy after it will only get stronger and stronger, and it is absolutely impossible to be weaker than the enemy of the first ordinary layer. Not to mention those elite layers and boss layers. The offensive level is average, the speed is not fast, and the strength isn't strong. From the comprehensive point of view of various attributes, it should only be the level of a 50-level ordinary monster. In Xuanhuan's hands, the two men fell down without even standing for a second. However, in this short period of time, Xuanhuan still judged a lot of things. For Xuanhuan, a kitten who has been in various large maps and dungeons in the New World mode all the year round, the attributes of mobs, elite monsters, and boss monsters of various levels have long been known. Just a little comparison, you can analyze it. Level 50? Isn't that the level of the Shadow Assassin in trance? The expression on Qi Li's face was a little surprised. It's not that she has any doubts about Xuanhuan's judgment. In fact, the perceptive power of the devouring cat is quite strong. So there should be no problem with this analysis result. What Qi Lu was surprised was that the starting combat power of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon seemed to be a little lower. And in terms of combat skills, what the two enemies showed was the basic level. It seems that the points at the beginning should be given away for nothing. Qi Lu silently analyzed in his heart. Only 1 point can be obtained by passing a normal layer, so the strength of the enemy is too strong and it is not very good. After all, not every player can be the same as Qi Lu. The fighting skills and fighting consciousness are terrifyingly strong, and they can easily defeat opponents of the same level. So what should be given away in vain must be given away for nothing. Go ahead, go to the next floor. After the two enemies fell, the stairway of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon opened. It's just that there is no limit to when to go up. It's okay to sit on the spot and rest for a while, adjust the state and then challenge the next level. This is a small benefit. But for Qi Lu and Xuanhuan, there is no need to rest in place, just go straight up. The next layer, the number of enemies, became 4. However, the attributes have not changed, and the fighting skills are the same. It was also solved by Xuanhuan in one face, and it took almost no time except for going up the stairs. The attributes and the like are still the same, probably like a level 50 normal monster. Xuanhuan said the same thing again. And this time, the tone was more certain than the last time. That's it, then continue. Qi Lu hadn't figured out the rules of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon for the time being, so he just pointed to the entrance of the stairs. Then the next layer, the number of enemies, became 6. On the next level, there are 8 enemies. Until the 5th ordinary layer, the attributes of the enemy remained unchanged, but the number became 10. It's just that ordinary mobs of level 50, in front of you Xuanhuan, will bait a target of chopped vegetables and melons, no matter how many they are. 10 enemies stood in this arena for 2 seconds. No more. I can probably see the rules of the ordinary layer, but I need to confirm it again. Qi Lu, who had been standing beside him all the time, silently watching the battle, rubbed his chin, and said aloud. The next level is the elite level. Let's go up and see if the enemies inside will be the same as I guessed. If we speculate according to the level of the ordinary layer, I think the elite layer should not be very good. Xuanhuan pouted and said indifferently. However, if other players heard this sentence, it is estimated that they would be too angry to eat. After all, the gap between a master and a rookie is not a star and a half. Okay, I know you're strong. Qi Lu smiled. After one more level, the first elite level in the Necromancer's Tower dungeon appeared in front of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. Compared with the previous ordinary layer, the area is larger. And in the decoration, it has also become a little more complicated. It is no longer the empty appearance before, but there are many more powerful weapon racks, which are also full of various weapons. But Qi Lu could see that these weapon racks were just decorations. Because the weapons inside are all fixed in the weapon rack. If you can't take them out, you just don't know if these weapons will be effective after breaking them with brute force. Moreover, the enemies in the elite layer did not appear suddenly like the ordinary layers before. This time, the enemies in the elite layer are directly waiting for the appearance of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan in this arena. There are 2 people in total, wearing armor, and the weapons in their hands should be more sophisticated. After seeing Qi Lu and Xuanhuan coming out of the stairs, the 2 enemies immediately started to move. The steel-forged armor collided with each other between the actions of the 2, making a sonorous sound. Or are you here? Qi Lu didn't care too much about these 2 seemingly strong enemies, but looked at Xuanhuan beside him. In terms of shape, these 2 guys are indeed much more powerful than the previous enemies. But shape doesn't mean strength. I'll do it, and the previous layers can be mine. Xuanhuan did not refuse, and after responding, she stepped on her foot and flew away like a white light. Bam! Clang! 2 sounds of gold and iron symphony sounded one after another, and the armor sun the 2 enemies were immediately turned into pieces and scattered all over the sky. The weapon in his hand was also cut off by moonfrost snow into pieces all over the ground. Compared with the devouring cat's claws, most of the materials are too fragile. It's resolved, these 2 guys, from the perspective of various attributes, are almost 50-level elite monsters. Although there is a slight difference, they are not far from each other. Xuanhuan recalled the process of fighting just now, and then said. However, a level 50 ordinary monster and a level 50 elite monster are actually the same nature to Xuanhuan. Anyway, they are not all enemies. As I guessed, go ahead. Hearing this, Qi Lu nodded, and then pointed to the opening of the stairs. Keep going and go to the next level. The dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower does not have a top-level number. In theory, if the challenger's strength is strong enough, they can keep going up. So it can be called a challenge. The enemies on the next level have changed from ordinary monsters to elite monsters. In this round of 5 ordinary layers, all the enemies in it have become 5. The number of 10th level elite monsters has also increased from 2, 4, totem. Then there is the second elite tier. The enemy was still in armor, and after seeing Qi Lu and Xuanhuan appear, they rushed up immediately. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched, and she greeted her without hesitation. Then, with a touch, he retreated and returned to Qi Li's side. But this time, the 2 enemies only had their armors broken, but they didn't fall down, but were shaken back. Huh? Shao Shu Jiu, have the attributes changed? Seeing this scene, Qilu raised his eyebrows and asked aloud. No, these two guys are still level 50 elite monsters, it's just. Is it just that the fighting skills have become stronger? So it is. Qilu narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, and then motioned Xuanhuan to continue. It seems that the law of change of enemies on each floor of the Necromancer's tower copy is not as simple as imagined, and it is necessary to play a few more layers to confirm the conjecture. Sure enough, one layer is stronger than one layer, but this level is still not enough. Xuanhuan waved her hand, then kicked her foot, and charged forward to meet the two enemies again. This time, the enemy in the dungeon of the Necromancer's tower couldn't hold it any longer, and when they brushed past Xuanhuan, they fell to the ground on the spot. The feature of this time is that the combat skills have become stronger. Let's continue to see. Qilu rubbed his chin as always. Then let Xuanhuan continue to open the way and go to a higher layer. The next 5 enemies of the ordinary tier, as Qilu guessed, copied the attributes and fighting skills of this elite tier enemy. Only the number has changed, from 2, 4, all the way up to 10. Until these 5 ordinary layers are finished, it is the 3rd elite layer. If the enemy of this elite level is the same as I guessed, then I can basically determine the law. Qilu has been thinking about the rules of the Necromancer's tower dungeon. This is very helpful for earning points. Because as long as you know the enemies that appear on each floor, what level of combat power it is, then the players in the New World mode can infer which level they can reach with their own strength, and can roughly calculate how many points they can get for a challenge. Of course, Xuanhuan understood this, but she didn't have Qilu in her head. That's why I personally test the strength of each layer of the enemy here, so that I can inform the staff under my hands. Continue to the 3rd elite tier. The enemies this time, like the previous 2 elites, were 2 warriors wearing this armor. It's just that during the battle with Xuanhuan, Qilu observed that the fighting skills of these 2 enemies were more skilled than the enemies in the previous elite tier. It turns out that, I probably understand, now only the rules of the boss layer are missing. A stunned look appeared on Qilu's face. Then continue to go to the higher level of the Necromancer's tower copy with Moon Frost Snow. In the next 5 ordinary layers, the enemies inside are exactly the same as Qilu guessed, and they are copies of the enemies of the previous elite layer. It's just that the number is different. So far, even if the first 20 ordinary tiers have been beaten, the first 3 elite tiers have also been beaten. Next, it's the first boss layer. If I guess correctly, the attributes of the enemies inside should be level 50 boss monsters. Qilu made a prediction aloud before walking into the next floor. After that, together with Xuanhuan, they walked to the first boss floor in the Necromancer's tower dungeon. Dash. As soon as Qilu and Xuanhuan stepped into the arena on this floor, a sharp wind sounded. A tall figure covered in armor, mighty and domineering, was leaning on a giant's sword in both hands, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 2 of them. This image, this momentum, doesn't look like a little guy at first glance. Qilu's eyebrows couldn't help but lift up. The boss is different. Compared with the previous mobs and elite monsters, the momentum is much sharper. Just standing there, like a sharp blade unsheathed, is threatening. Finally, there is a slightly interesting opponent. Xuanhuan also raised a little bit of spirit. The mobs in the ordinary layer and the elite monsters in the elite layer really couldn't pose a threat to Xuanhuan. Therefore, it is only natural that Xuanhuan will not be able to lift off her energy. But this time the boss monster is different. The reason why a boss monster can be called a boss monster is because his attributes and skills exceed that of the elite monsters of the same level. In the New World mode, anyone who can single-handedly kill low-level boss monsters is considered a master. Those who can single-play boss monsters of the same level are gods. For example, Qilu is one of these gods, and it is also the most iconic one. Because other players really can't compare with Qi Lu. Fighting skills and fighting awareness really can't keep up. Even Lancy and Saratel, who were born with a strong fighting instinct, were far worse than Qi Lu. This time, are you alone? Qi Lu took a serious look at Yu Shuangshu. Of course, he's only one person. It's a one-on-one fight. It can't be said that we bully people. Yu Shuangshu nodded, gearing up, looking eager to try. The devouring cat also has the dignity of the devouring cat. If you can't beat the enemy, you can easily find help. But the enemy who can beat them must not use the hand of others, because that will make them not happy enough to vent. Fine. How could Qi Lu not see Yu Shuangshu's thoughts? The devouring cats have never been a daring race, and watching people eat dishes is their forte. In layman's terms, it is the so-called bullying. So to make Yu Shuangshu so confident, it must be because the boss in front of him is not strong enough. And the facts prove it. Qila, it's confirmed, this guy is indeed a level 50 boss monster, and all attributes meet the conditions. Yu Shuangshu said aloud while fighting back and forth with the warrior holding the giant sword. Okay, I get it. Qila nodded in response. And not only that, Qi Lu on the side could also see that the fighting skills of this boss monster were much stronger than the previous mobs and elite monsters. It really deserves to be a boss, and the attributes have been enhanced in all aspects. However, even so, a level 50 boss. Strange, in front of Yu Shuangshu, it's still not enough to see. After Yu Shuangshu figured out the attributes, it was time for this boss monster to be eliminated. This step is not difficult. So soon, with Yu Shuangshu's quick attack after catching the flaw, the armored giant sword warrior also fell to the ground. 100 points will also be handed out. And seeing Yu Shuangshu's performance so well, it is estimated that a lot of points can be added. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't care about the points, because he was injured by opening a jar in the last life, so Qi Lu is not very interested in these things. The task is completed, easy to solve, Qi Lu, let's go. Yu Shuangshu stared at the fallen giant sword warrior, and after confirming that nothing would explode, she turned around and said. Alas, this is the first time I see a boss monster who can't explode equipment, it's uncomfortable. Okay, let's go. Qi Lu nodded silently, the data of the first round of the Necromancer's tower copy was collected. Then came the second round. These guys are all level 55 ordinary mobs, and their fighting skills don't seem to be that good. After Yu Shuangshu killed the two enemies in front of her, she looked back at Qi Lu. As expected, the level of the Necromancer's tower dungeon is based on the boss level. After listening to Yu Shuangshu's words, Qi Lu nodded with satisfaction. At this point, the rules of the Necromancer's tower copy can be considered analyzed. It is very simple, that is, the boss layer is the promotion point. Every time you clear a boss level, starting from the next normal level, the level of all enemies will increase by 5 levels. Then it's the same as the first round. First there are 5 ordinary layers, all ordinary monsters appear, then the elite layer, and then the ordinary layer enemies that replicate the attributes of the elite layer enemies. After that, start to improve the enemy's fighting skills. Until the boss level, it counts as a complete rotation. From level 50, to level 55, level 60, level 65. According to the characteristics of the Necromancer's tower dungeon, if the number of layers is not capped, then the enemy's level should theoretically not be capped. Then, at the back, there may be enemies of level 90 and 95. Even more than 100 levels of enemies. However, players who can reach this level should not be able to find them. After all, in the current New World mode, the highest level that can be reached is only level 85. And you must come to challenge the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer. Is there still such a rule? After listening to Qi Li's analysis, Yu Shuangshu still looked confused. It can be seen that it should be a very difficult thing to make a kitten learn mathematics well. Yes, this is the rule. If you don't believe it, you can continue to climb Yupan, see if I'm right. Qi Lu shrugged, not caring about the expression on Xuanhuan's face. Competing with kittens is no fun. But this time, it's not that Xuanhua doesn't believe in Qi Lu, but that she doesn't quite understand what Qi Lu is talking about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to do it myself. As Qi Lu and Xuanhua continued to climb to the higher levels of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, it also confirmed that the law found by Qi Lu was indeed correct. But there is one small omission. That is the rank of these enemies, which is actually random. They are not necessarily all in the warrior class, they may also be knights, or magicians, and other classes. And as the level increases, the combat skills of the enemies in the Necromancer's Tower copy, as well as their cooperation with each other, have become better and better. In a word, the enemies in the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, the higher they climb, the more powerful they will be in combat. It's just the comparison object between this combat power, it's not the same. This can be regarded as an additional discovery of Qi Lu. That is the enemy of the ordinary layer, which will only be stronger than the enemy of the previous ordinary layer. It will not be compared with the elite layer and the boss layer. Otherwise, all the elite monsters are not bad. After all, the elite monsters are still in the category of mobs. But if the normal layer is full of boss monsters, then something big will happen. It is estimated that apart from the first round of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, few players will be able to make it through the second round. The normal layer is full of boss monsters, so why not hit a hammer? Okay, the rules are completely clear, Shao Shu Jiu. Remember to post it in the forum after the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer is out. But don't send it all at once, you must send it out slowly. When Qi Lu said this, he also specially warned. This kind of rule, as long as you play it a few times, you can quickly find out, so it is not a secret. If Qi Lu sends it out earlier, it can also attract players quickly. After all, the basic combat power of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon is only level 50. For a dungeon that requires a minimum level of 75 to enter, this is simply a great thing. If you start with the base level of level 50, then, the nearly 70 level points in front of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon seem to be given away for nothing. Because players at level 75, as long as they can pass the Shadow Assassin entrance, come to the large map of the Necromancer's Tower. Then the combat skills and combat awareness will definitely not be too bad, and at least one level should be stronger than the average. If calculated by this standard, there is basically no problem with single level 60 boss monsters. Even if you can't be beaten temporarily, as long as you collect a little strategy, the problem will be solved. So this kind of good thing about giving away points for free is of course particularly attractive. Only by fully mobilizing the enthusiasm of the players can the New World mod be full of vitality. Qi Lu has done a good job at this point. Otherwise, the attributes of the 4 skill books would not have been sent to Xuanhuan before. After figuring out the rules of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, Qi Lu didn't plan to let Xuanhuan do it alone. Because Qi Lu felt that since the rules were already known, the two of them should be quicker and solve the enemy in the fastest way to see which level they could climb to. Then it's better to get out of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to let Xuanhuan take the shot alone and Qi Lu to stand aside. But when it comes to this, it has to be mentioned. Customers in the store, because they can only stay in New World mode for 4 hours a day. So if the player has not come out of the Necromancer's Tower within these 4 hours, then the record will be archived. Until the next time it goes live in New World mode, players will appear directly in the tier where they were when they were offline. Can be regarded as very convenient. However, in this way, the number of challenges after the failure will be counted as the one online where the challenge failed, rather than the number of times that day of entering the Necromancer's Tower dungeon. Therefore, this method of sealing the number of layers still needs to be done within one's capacity. Otherwise, on the first day of the launch, the challenge has not been completed for 4 hours, and I am reluctant to come out, so the number of layers is sealed. Then the next day after going online, he continued to challenge, and he was sent back to the first floor within 5 minutes. Then, within this day, if you enter the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower again, the player's attributes will be suppressed to the 50% level. Undoubtedly a waste of the day. So if necessary, when the 4 hours is almost up, and the player himself can be sure that there is no way to go further, then you should resolutely bump into the monster and go back to the first floor of the Tower of the Necromancer. Instead of relying on this layer of arena where he has begun to fight reluctantly. After all, the integration situation through high-level numbers is the same as the integration situation through low-level numbers. Anyway, 1 point is added to the normal layer, 10 points are added to the elite layer, and 100 points are added to the boss layer. This has nothing to do with the level of enemies the players encounter, so why force yourself? However, the challenge of the Necromancer's Tower copy is really challenging himself for Qi Lu. Qi Lu really doesn't really care about points or something. After all, as long as it is a skill produced by the system, Qi Lu can all learn it unconditionally. So Qi Lu and Yu Shuangshu team up, it's just a matter of the way. However, I have to say that the combination of Qi Lu and Yu Shuangshu is definitely the top level in the store in terms of the level of combat skills. Therefore, when challenging the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer, it can be said to be overwhelming. Especially after Qi Lu also decided to shoot, the speed was really amazing. The enemies in the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower are not the combined enemies of these two guys at all. Usually, they are solved in one face-to-face. That is, when you are on the boss layer, it is slightly slower. After all, the blood volume of the boss monster is too high, in order to prevent instant seconds, so it is really unreliable to talk about second kill. However, although the speed is a little slower, there is still no obstruction. It's just a waste of a few minutes at most. So Qi Lu and Yu Shuangshu kept going up almost without pause, but I haven't remembered how much time it took. But certainly not too little. Because of the time it takes to climb the stairs and wait for the enemy to show up, even passing one floor only counts for 2 minutes. He could only climb 30 floors in 1 hour. However, the number of 30 layers, don't think it looks very big. But in fact, in the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower, after a complete round-off boss monsters, there are a full 24 floors. It includes 20 ordinary layers, 3 elite layers, and 1 boss layer. So from this point of view, the number of 30 floors is really not that big. Just like the layers where Qi Lu and Yu Shuangshu are now, the enemy attribute level in it has reached level 80. According to the number of layers, there should be at least 150 layers here. The leapfrog battle is really suppressed. It's a lot more difficult than the previous layers. Qi Lu dropped a meteor from the sky, and only after he had eliminated the last few enemies on this floor, did he look at Yu Shuangshu. Indeed, the 80th level elite monsters are already tricky. Yu Shuangshu nodded in agreement. But the tricky here is literally just that. Although it is very tricky, it is still within the range that can be handled, but it is more difficult and a little waste of time. If you continue to fight, the cost-effectiveness of getting points will not be very high. Stop here, or continue? Qi Lu was silent for a while, and suddenly asked aloud. If you are challenging your own limits, there is absolutely no problem in continuing to fight. But if it is to gain points, then it is best to take the initiative to hit the monster back to the first floor at this time, and then start from the beginning. Even with 50% of the attributes, go to those low layers. It's also faster than grinding time in these high rises. What's more, even if Qi Lu wanted to challenge his own limits, he would only play by himself, and would not bring Yu Shuangshu with him. I think it's almost done. The information that should be collected has been collected. Now it's time to go back and write the strategy. Xuanhuan thought for a while and said aloud. However, the strategy in Xuanhuan's mouth did not refer to the player version of the strategy posted in the forum. Instead, it is an internal version guide that is only available to employees under the hands of Xuanhuan. It will only be posted in the large group of the communication system created by Xuanhuan, so that those employees can better earn points to earn spirit crystals for Xuanhuan. Alright, so be it, you remember to send the post. Qi nodded, and finally added another sentence. Understood, I do things, don't worry, you have to have confidence in a cute kitten. Xuanhuan gave Qi a thumbs up, then moved her wrist and tapped her heart with her thumb. After making the decision, one person and one cat smashed into monsters quickly, and then returned to the first floor of the necromancer's tower. Qi goes offline. And Xuanhuan followed behind, compiled the rules about the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer, and made a post. The customers in the store were exclaimed again after seeing the post. A copy of the Tower of the Necromancer at level 75, the first floor, is actually a level 50 ordinary monster. Shocked. There is such a thing in the latest big map. According to the content written on the post of a kitten senior, it seems that the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer is not difficult. The previous layers are really not difficult, but do you have level 75? Same question, do you have level 75? Dare to say it's not difficult? Why don't you hurry up and level up? There are so many strategies in the forum. Wouldn't it be better to level up earlier? Yes, that's right, hurry up and level up, these points are all for nothing. After exclamations and discussions, the topic was shifted again. Suddenly, it became how to quickly level up. Because those 4 skill books really made the players jealous. Before, everyone thought that since the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower is a large map of level 75, the difficulty is definitely not low. So it's not that powerful yet. But now that this is the case, knowing that the bottom layer of the Necromancer's Tower copy is just a group of level 50 mobs, the players' hope suddenly emerged. Any player with a little idea has started a crazy road to leveling. A large number of strategy posts in the forum have been turned out for those hardworking players to refer to. A leveling frenzy quickly scraped through the shop. This was something that Qi did not expect. But the result is good. Qi won't pay too much attention to this process, the level that should be practiced, let them practice slowly. In any case, the level has to go up in the end. Of course, players with limited talent count separately. After all, the most important part of the combat power improvement training room is the training of combat skills. Therefore, the combat skills of some players are really worrying, and it is normal that they cannot reach the next big map in the New World mode. And these players are not within Qili's calculation. Somewhere in the North Mountains. Saratel, Tiana, Lanchi, and Shana, the 4, met here. This place is a wilderness that is very close to the human city-state. The 4 people gather here, and it is conceivable for what reason. It has been confirmed that the abnormality of the human race has been caused by the bewitchment of those outsiders. Saratel was the first to speak. After notifying Qi of the abnormality of the human race, Saratrey was not idle, and still found Lan Qi and Tiana successively. Tell them what happened to the human race. In this kind of incident that involves racial disputes, there should be no concealment between powerhouses. Because they have reached their realm, they have rarely interfered in the affairs of the race. Powerhouse-level powers are more concerned with the life and death of the entire race they belong to, as well as the issue of prosperity. As for the small fights between races, Saratel basically turned a blind eye. Because of healthy competition, it helps this race to grow better. The so-called born in distress, died in peace. When there is no pressure from internal and external troubles, when a race is more, it will fall into a situation of blind arrogance and greed for pleasure. This is the nature of life. Even Saratel and the others, the powerhouse-level powers, couldn't change it. Therefore, it is better to let their clansmen have some pressure from outside, in order to better develop and grow. But this time, things are a little different. The abnormality of the human race, Saratel has determined, is a good thing done by outsiders. The so-called outsiders refer to practitioners who are not in this world. In this way, it means that these guys have invaded this world, that is, they are challenging the powerhouses of them. So no matter what the strength of the human race is, Saratel will inform Linky and Tiana. The powerhouse-level powers in the same world should share the same hatred when dealing with outsiders. This has nothing to do with the disputes between the powerhouses, but to maintain the dignity of this world and stabilize the rules between this world. It's been a long time since I met such a bold outsider. As soon as he came, he directly attacked the human race. Lan Chi said with great enthusiasm. Although there are no dragons within the North Mountain Range, Lan Chi still claims to be one of the guardians of this world. After all, Shauna is a member of the elf clan, so Lan Chi naturally wants to help Shauna. And speaking of war, Lan Chi, who is a giant dragon, will not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, because Lan Chi recently got the Devil's Colosseum from Chi Lu, he is looking for an opponent at this time, and can't wait to use it to practice his skills. Outsiders. Saratel, can you identify those people? Or, have you found their location? When it comes to this matter, Tiana is not ambiguous at all. The position of the elf queen is not something that can be taken casually. Tiana is an elf queen, and naturally, it cannot be all because of her qualifications. This also has a lot to do with Tiana's wrist. Otherwise, Tiana wouldn't be able to control such a big elf clan. But when it came to this matter, Shauna didn't say anything. Because the cultivation realm is not enough. It's not a good thing to forcibly interject at such a time. Specifically those people, there is no news yet, they are hiding too secretly. However, the approximate location should be in the city-states of these human races, or else it wouldn't confuse so many people of the human race. Saratel shook her head. In just a few days, I want to find out the enemy who is not weaker than myself and others in theory. That's really not an easy task. After all, the higher the realm of cultivation, the better the means of concealing one's own breath, and the more difficult it is to find. Then what should we do now? Waiting for them to take the initiative? Lan Chi frowned slightly and asked aloud. In this kind of thing, Lan Chi has always been impatient, but with Shauna watching, under normal circumstances, there will be no problems. It can't be said that they are just waiting for them to take the initiative, but waiting and searching. Saratel answered Lancey's question. Because according to Saratel's guess, if you really want to look for those outsiders with great fanfare, you can only block all the city-states of the human race. However, this kind of thing, it is better not to use it unless it is a last resort. Because Saratel represents the Beaster clan. And Tiana represents the elves. Lan Chi also has a deep relationship with the elves, and cannot be separated from it. Therefore, if the three of them, or one of them, would block the human race city-state, it would be equivalent to provoking a battle between races. This situation is not something that Saratel wants to see. Otherwise, on the northern mountain range, there would be no place for the human race. After all, there are no strong people among the human race. Even without the care of a strong level power, there are not a few practitioners in the hero level realm. Pushing them into a hurry, the consequences are hard to imagine. Besides, no matter what, Saratel and the others have to take care of Chi Lu's feelings. It seems that this is the only way. Well, then send out clansmen to closely monitor these city-states of the human race. Tiana said decisively. Indecision is not a good character, especially when it comes to this kind of thing. The sooner you make a decision, the better. It's naturally the best. However, I think we shouldn't have to wait long to see the results. Saratel agreed with Tiana's words, then changed the topic and said another sentence. How do you say that? Lan Qi raised his eyes to look at Saratel and asked. Those outsiders, who deceive the people of the human race, are the gods of war. Do you think they will keep their peace? Saratel smiled, and then answered Lance's question seriously. Since those outsiders are here to snatch the faith and recruit believers, it is absolutely impossible to only attack the human race. Although the human race has a large number of people, it is only the fourth largest race on the northern mountain range. Compared with the elves, the bestiars, and the dwarves, it is still far inferior. So Saratel can be sure that after those outsiders have finished bewitching the human race, they will begin to target their race. I just don't know how they will do it. That's right, that's what I mean too. They have come all the way to this world, how could they be willing to leave if they don't do a big job? Tiana sneered, her voice full of jokes. Now that it can be determined, those outsiders will shoot again. So it is naturally much easier to wait for the work and wait for the rabbits than to work hard to find them. Just get the clansmen ready. Saratel nodded, agreeing with Tiana's words, and then continued, and I guess, their next target should be the dwarves. The reason is very simple, the human race does not have the protection of the strong-level Almighty. And today's dwarves also do not have strong-level powers to protect them in the clan. The once strong powerhouse of the dwarves has fallen, and it is only the shadow of the power that supports the dwarves. Saratel, Tiana, and Lan Qi all have a lot to do with the powerhouse-level powerhouse of the dwarves. So I usually take care of the dwarves. This time, since it is the same enemy, it will naturally be no exception. Then I'll help you go over and take a look. Tiana, you should watch the elves alone, there should be no problem. Lan Qi glanced at Tiana, then held Shauna's hand, tightening it a little. Shauna understood what Lan Qi meant. As the son-in-law of the elves, but to help take care of the dwarves, Lan Qai's asking Shauna's thoughts. So Shauna held Lan Qi's hand with her backhand, indicating that she had no opinion. Don't worry, as the elf queen, it is my duty to protect the elves, and there will be no problem. Tiana nodded slightly, but didn't have any opinion. Although the human race was caught off guard by Saratel and the others, it was considered that those outsiders were playing Saratel in their faces. So next, the dwarves who may be bewitched must not go wrong. Since that's the case, let's stop here. I would like to see when those guys will do it again. Lan Qi responded, then turned into a huge black dragon, and left with Shauna. Lan Qi is still as impatient as ever. Saratel watched Lan Qi take Shauna, like a black light that cut through the sky, quickly disappeared into the sky, and couldn't help sighing. Then I'll say goodbye too, Saratel, see you next time. Tiana didn't stop any longer, and left after Lan Qi. Now there is only Saratel left, standing on this wilderness, staring coldly at the city-state of the human race, not far away. What? Qi Lu leaned on the sofa, gave a long yawn, and rubbed his eyes. Saratel had not been at the store for several days. Playing missing with him, there are Lan Qi, Shauna, Tiana, and others. The three powerhouses of the northern mountain range made a move together, which made Qi Lu realize that the abnormality that happened to the human race this time was indeed quite serious. Whether it is for a race or for a world, the powerhouse-level power is the finale. And now, the three powerhouses have all taken action. The seriousness of the problem is self-evident. It's just that Qi Lu didn't expect that the invasion of outsiders was not only a matter of strength, but also a matter of face. There is a saying that is well said, called the territory under your feet, and you will not give in at all. All intruders will be punished even if they are far away. Also, as the guardians of this world, Lan Qi and the others will naturally not be resigned. However, the actions of Saratel and the others did not affect the number of customers in the store. It was always so popular, and it is still the same now. Even because of the appearance of the large map of the Tower of the Necromancer, more customers were attracted to the store. Fortunately, the trading system in the New World model was already added TOEF membership card function by the system at Qi Li's suggestion. Therefore, the local Tyrants players whose level is not enough for the time being also very self-aware that they did not go to seize the card seat. Instead, in the trading system on the membership card, he was looking for a new skill book. Anyway, the spiritual crystals in the family are piled up into mountains since the talent is not enough, only the spiritual crystals can be collected. The Kryptonite warrior has existed since ancient times. It was only before the appearance of Qi Li's shop that Krypton gold played an insignificant role in this world of grudge and magic. Because if a person's aptitude and talent are really not enough, then no matter how much you use the treasures of heaven and earth to pile up, it will not have much effect. This is like the cultivation qualification is a bucket, and the heaven and earth treasures are water. After the bucket is full, no matter how much water is left, there is no way to continue pouring it in, right? And those ordinary people who don't have the aptitude for cultivation are like a bucket without a bottom. Once the water is poured in, it will leak out immediately, and it won't hold at all. Therefore, ordinary people will be insulated from vindictiveness and magic power. No matter how rich their family background is, they can only shiver when facing cultivators. However, this kind of thing changed a little after Qi Li's store appeared. All kinds of precious medicine pills aside. In the store, the most important item for ordinary people should be the mineral water in the beverage vending machine. Drinking it for a long time can slightly improve the cultivation qualification of the drinker, and only 30 spirit crystals are sold in a bottle. It's like putting the bottomless. The bucket was refilled. Even if the amount of water that can be held is very small, it can hold water after all. Compared with before, it is much stronger. So how could it not attract those rich children to flock to it? In addition, almost all of the products in the store can strengthen their strength. This point gives those Kryptonite warriors who have no aptitude for cultivation, but a lot of money, a great living space. As long as there are enough spirit crystals, even if you don't have the slightest cultivation aptitude and talent, you can use the spirit crystals to build a cultivator with a strength above the passing line. Although the distance from the real powerhouse is still 108,000 miles away. But if it's just for self-protection, it's more than enough. Especially after the advent of the pet card swap machine, it is really the rise of Kryptonite warriors. Some wealthy children with great luck, the combat power possessed by the pet cards in their hands, can even threaten heroic powerhouses. This incident was also circulated in Qi Li's store for a while, which caused heated discussions among many customers. After hearing that the rich boy went home and told his father about it, his father was so happy that he held a banquet for 2 days. After all, the most feared thing in a business family is that they do not have a strong combat power in their hands. In that case, no matter how big your business is, as long as you are not careful, you are making wedding dresses for others. Unfortunately, for those wealthy businessmen, it is really easy to find a few mercenary teams to escort them. The mercenary guilds are clearly marked and traded fairly. If you want to get the protection of mercenaries, just go to the mercenary guild and send out a few protection tasks. But the issue of loyalty depends on the character of the individual and the professional ethics of those mercenaries. However, if those wealthy businessmen do not want to find mercenaries, but want to recruit cultivators to belong to their subordinates, it is still too difficult. Although it is not impossible to find, but after all, it is impossible to recruit real powerhouses. However, Qi Li's store has brought great hope to those wealthy businessmen. Therefore, the children of rich families who come to the Qi Li store are increasing day by day, and the amount of Krypton gold is also increasing rapidly. And this situation will not change much because of the difference of race. After all, no matter what race they are, there are a large number of ordinary people who do not have the slightest aptitude for cultivation. Of course, beasts are exceptions. If these guys don't have enough fighting power, I'm afraid they will die in the hands of other beasts or alien beasts before they grow up. Dragons are naturally an exception. Because among these behemoths, it is estimated that there is not even a weak clan. As for other races, especially those with a large number of ethnic groups, there are basically no exceptions. So in this period, facing the 4 new skill books produced in the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, most of the customers are sitting in the store and looking for sellers in the trading system with their membership cards. And those players who went to the Necromancer's Tower copy to earn points and exchanged for lottery jars were, after all, a minority. This is not because of laziness, but mainly because there are not many players with sufficient levels. Even if Xuanhuan urgently mobilized a group of high-level employees to earn points, it was obviously not enough. In the current trading system, the sellers who supply new skill books are basically only the legendary one kitten. However, this situation will be relieved when the leveling frenzy in the store continues for a while. At that time, in the New World mode, a large number of players will come to the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer, and work hard to get points. It's just that at this time, only Xuanhuan can rely on the new skill book to make a fortune. Who made Xuanhuan's own line in the New World mode to do this? Shao Shu, how are the shipments these days? Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan, who was struggling in the copy of the Tower of Necromancer, and asked aloud. It's okay, the only problem is that the accumulation of points is a little slow. Xuanhuan heard the words and answered with a single heart. Roughly speaking, based on Xuanhuan's current combat power, it is possible to brush up to level 80 dungeon layers, and the cost-effectiveness of brushing points is the highest. In addition to the conversion of performance points, you can get about 3,000 points for the first time. Although there are 3 challenges a day, the attributes of the challenger will gradually decrease, so the next 2 naturally won't get 3,000 points. However, judging from Xuanhuan's fighting skills, adding the latter 2 together can barely earn 3,000 points. Therefore, according to the speed at which Xuanhuan earns points, you can earn about 6,000 points a day. 2 days is a silver jar. However, only Xuanhuan can achieve this speed of earning points. As for the players under Xuanhuan, even if there is a strategy that Xuanhuan specially wrote to them, they can only reach the level 70 dungeon. Some even had to stop at the 65th level of the dungeon. After all, if you just want to earn points, you naturally have to choose the most efficient method and route. The enemies at the high level are too strong, but the points will not increase. So it's better to go back to the first floor of the Necromancer's Tower and start all over again. Plus there is a 4-hour time limit a day. In this way, if you can get 2,000 points a day, it is the limit. Fortunately, among the players under Xuanhuan, there are dozens of players who have reached level 75. And there are still a lot of players who have come to the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest and started to upgrade quickly. So as long as you survive the depression period in the early stage, you will soon usher in the moment when the lottery jar explodes. Presumably by that time, the number of skill books should not be too small. However, the number will definitely not be too much. Qi Lu, who understood the situation, did not ask any more questions. The point problem of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon is not something that can be solved overnight. It can only be accumulated slowly over time. Once the previous period is over, things will be fine. At present, this early stage, at least it will take about 10 days. After these 10 days have passed, the golden jar with 100,000 points cannot be said, but there are still many silver jars with 10,000 points. At that time, the virtual skill book and the soul poison skill book will appear in the trading system. As for the undead resurrection skill book and the power of evil thought skill book that can only be opened in the golden jar, it will probably take another month. But it doesn't matter, Qi Lu is also idle anyway. Days go by day, don't worry, don't worry. Slow. On the side of Sirader, some news will occasionally be sent back to the store, mainly to Qi Lu. So every time he came to the store to spread the word, it was Yaffer. When I go to the restaurant to eat every day, if there is news from the Beastier clan, Yaffer will tell Qi Lu the news about the human race. By the way, I will also talk about Lanchi and Shauna's situation on the Dwarvicide. And Tiana's situation in the Elves. However, really speaking, the person who can do this job seems to be Yafei. After all, other people are really not qualified to know so many lucky secrets, and still have such a good relationship with Qi Lu. At this point, as the daughter of Saratel, Yaffer has a natural advantage. So Lan Qi went to the dwarves, no wonder. Qi Lu had previously thought about what Lan Qi's arrangement would be. After learning that Lan Qi would actually protect the dwarves, Qi Lu was stunned for a while. Giant dragons have always been arrogant, and giant dragons with a sense of responsibility, like Lan Qi, are rare. From this point of view, Shauna really contributed. Two people who are together all day long will always influence each other. It's just that this kind of change usually happens subtly, so the parties didn't feel it. Sierra, haven't they found out who those intruders are? Qi Lu asked another question. Not yet. I only heard that our clan and the elves have sent clansmen to monitor the city-states of those human races. But nothing has been discovered yet. The people who spread the faith are also people of the human race. This should be the intruders who discovered something, and then lurked. Although Yafei is a foodie, he is not ambiguous in answering these serious questions. But speaking of which, Yaffer is also Saratel's daughter after all. A tiger father has no dog daughter. As the master of beast spirits, Saratel is extremely powerful. Even if Yaffer is not so strong, he can never be a fool. Then I'm probably clear, it's just keeping a low profile. Qi Lu nodded, knowing in his heart. Faith is not easy to spread, and even more difficult to change. Otherwise, those guys wouldn't have chosen a human race that didn't have a faith target as their target. It's just that the spread of belief is about subtlety. All day long hype, but cannot see the slightest benefit. To be honest, the people of the human race will probably only feel annoyed and will not believe in the so-called God of War. However, for something like a benefit, you can't just give it. Miracles are precious because they are rare. So either don't do it, and once you do it, you have to shock the world, in order to achieve the purpose of spreading the faith. That being said, the current situation of the human race is that in almost every city-state, there are people from the elf tribe or the tribe of the beast ear tribe watching. Just waiting for those outsiders to lose their breath and show their feet. Then it was reported to Saratel and the others, and then they used the power off thunder to get rid of all these guys. So now those outsiders are all dormant, and even the matter of spreading beliefs is left to the people of the human race to handle themselves. It's a pity that, except for the first few city-states, the next actions of the human race were not smooth. Believers in the God of War will tend to be radical in their way of thinking. This is not very popular among the human race. Because when one's own strength is not worthy of radical thinking, most of the things that can be obtained are self-destruction. In the northern mountains, the Terran is just a marginalized fourth race. That's why the current situation is that the thunder is loud and the raindrops are small. But there is one thing to say, the belief in the God of War is quite suitable for the warlike Beastier clan. It's just that the Beastier tribe itself has the highest belief in the master of beast spirits, so it is almost impossible to change. What's more, Saratrey doesn't eat dry rice. As for the elves, let alone think about it. Because if the human race does not like to be aggressive and is forced by strength, then the elves love peace, it is natural. Therefore, even if the influence of the elf queen is excluded, it is difficult for the belief in the God of War to spread among the elves. And the dwarves, although they look a little fiercer. But in fact, the peace-loving level of the dwarves is not far from that of the elves. Only forging and fine wine are the biggest preferences of the dwarves. As for the rest, they should all be put aside. And the evidence that best illustrates this point is that among the three major races in the northern mountain range, only the dwarves do not have branches and tribes. The bestiars are warlike, so they don't get along well. The elves will also start disputes among the clans in order to compete for resources, power and profit, so that it is now divided into various tribes and various branches. Only the powerhouse level Almighty, as the highest belief of the race, can unite the entire race. But the dwarves don't need it. A city of fire can gather most of the dwarf forge masters. Even if the chief of the dwarfs rarely takes care of the trivial matters in the clan, there is no big problem. There are small frictions, but big fights are really hard to see. So after thinking about it, if you want to spread the belief in the god of war, human race is the best choice. However, this situation is probably something that the intruders did not expect. The bestiar clan and the elves clan would be vigilant to such a point. It seems that in a short period of time, it is impossible to solve this matter. Qi Lu thought to himself in his heart. But dragging it like this, for Qi Lu, has no effect. It is the clansmen of the elves and bestiars who have worked hard, and they need to monitor the city-state of the human race at all times to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Time flies. During this period of time, nothing major happened on the North Mountain Range. On the other hand, in the New World mode, the wasteland period of the Necromancer's Tower copy has passed, and the silver jars are officially produced. 10,000 points for a silver jar looks really expensive. According to the situation of those players who got the strategy, they worked hard for a day and could barely save 2,000 points. 10,000 points would take 5 full days of hard work. However, don't forget that there is never a shortage of customers in Qi Lu store. Combat Strength Training Room Area. In the booths, the attendance rate has always been above 98%. And after Qi Lu has expanded the store many times, the number of booths in the two stores must add up to tens of thousands. Then the number of players in the New World mode is at least 100,000. This is still underestimated. Maybe the real situation is hundreds of thousands. This is not necessarily. It's just that Qi Lu has not done statistics, so he can only estimate the minimum number. After all, any customer who comes to the store, if they don't take a look in the New World mode, it will be as if they have never been to the store. Because commodities such as weapons can only be used in battle. But the New World mode is different. You can train yourself anytime and anywhere to improve your combat power. Therefore, under the influence of this upgrade frenzy, there are thousands of players who rushed to level 75. In the form of the membership card exchange system, the strategy for the copy off the Tower of the Necromancer is also gradually released. It contains the playstyles of various class enemies, as well as the cooperation methods when the two team up. Among them, there are several modes of team formation alone. For example, the most classic one, an output class and an auxiliary class, play a steady stream. Or maybe it's a fast-moving stream of two output-type classes. There is also a defensive class, plus a steady kill flow of an output class, etc. In short, when thousands of players accumulate points together, and then accumulate, the number of silver jars produced is definitely thousands. And it's produced almost every day. After this wave was completed, there were dozens of skill books that were released. It's almost a 1% shipment rate, which is really not that high. However, under the accumulation of the number of lottery jars, the number of new skill books is actually not too small. Basically, more than 10 new skill books are put on the trading system every day, and the number of virtual skill books and soul poison skill books is half open. There is no discernible difference. This shows that the shipment rate of the two skill books is actually the same. From this point of view, the probability of opening a skill book from the silver jar should be 2 to 1%. That's a full 2% chance. Although, it's not very high. To be honest, after learning this conclusion, Qilu immediately thought of admiring the spirit of those data players. After that, Qilu admired the mentality of many players more. With a 2% probability, if Qilu was to open the jar, that would be the answer. I'm so torn. Because these lottery jars are not like pet card swap machines, as long as Krypton gold can be drawn continuously, the shipment rate will be lower. If the shipment rate is lower, it does not matter. Anyway, it has no effect on those kryptonite warriors. There are even some kryptonite warriors who think that it would be better if shipment rate is low, so that not everyone has it. Both their strength needs and their vanity needs are met. Just double the joy. However, there is no way to buy a lottery jar with spirit crystals. You can only accumulate points to redeem step by step, and there is no way to trade the points. So when it took several days of hard work, the lottery jar that was finally redeemed did not come out with anything good. That is really quite a test of mentality. There are not no players who accidentally explode their mentality. Especially those players who exchanged several silver jars in one go, and then opened them all at one time. Once they did not open the skill book, they basically cracked on the spot. Fortunately, in Qi Li's store, all products related to luck are quite a test-off mentality. Therefore, players who have been fighting for a long time, the speed of adjusting their mentality is not slow. Although it cracked and cracked, it didn't take long to close it, and I even wanted to open a few more jars to crush it. Standard overhead behavior. But these are little things. What Qilu is looking forward to even more is how many players will have an explosion of mentality when opening the gold pot, and they will be so sad that they will grab the ground with their heads. Because the exchange price of the gold jar is 10 times that of the silver jar. If you say scrap a silver jar, it's just a few days of hard work. So scrapping a golden jar is a matter of dozens of days of hard work. But even so, the one who should be on top will still be on top. Moving bricks and opening jars is like this. Some people are happy and some people are sad. If you are lucky, you will get rich. If you are unlucky, you will go to the tomb on the spot. Qi Leke has experienced these things himself. Although it is not what I have experienced in this life, there is still no shortage of experience and feelings that I should have. Yo, overturned again? These days, Qi Li's greatest pleasure is to stand outside Yu Shuangshu's booth and watch this little cat-eared loli open a jar. Then looking at her desperate look, she felt relieved. What are you talking about, Qi Lu? This is not called overturning, this is called accumulating luck, understand? Yu Shuangshu rolled her eyes at Qi Lu with an unhappy face, very dissatisfied with Qi Li's gloating. As the dungeon of the necromancer's tower, the kitten with the fastest points. The points accumulated by Yu Shuangshu is naturally the most. And the silver jars exchanged from the tower guards are also the most. But the only unfortunate thing is that luck also seems to be the worst. At least for the time that Qi Lu came to see it, every time Yu Shuangshu pinned a jar, what came out was all kinds of equipment or potions. Although the properties of these things are really good. But for Yu Shuangshu, it's really not very useful. At most, it is to further increase the speed at which Yu Shuangshu can earn points, so that the limit of 6,000 points in one day can be increased to 8,000 or 9,000. If you want to go further, you can only wait for Yu Shuangshu to reach level 85, and then make all the equipment into the best quality. In this way, the limit of 8,000 or 9,000 points can be obtained in one day, and it can be raised again to about 11,000 points. However, it is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 days if you want to match the equipment on your body to this level. So these days, the things that Yu Shuangshu opened in the silver jar were basically thrown into the trading system. It makes up for a little loss. After all, the New World mode is not free, and it takes 4 spirit crystals to play for an hour. Otherwise, why are there so many game merchants in the New World mode? And even those serious brush players will sell some items from time to time in exchange for spirit crystals. In the final analysis, it is because the consumption in the Chila store is indeed quite high. Although there are a lot of wealthy children who come to the Chila store. But not every customer is that wealthy. There are still quite a few customers from ordinary families, not to mention loose cultivators. If the strength is not good, basically the pocket is cleaner than the face. Therefore, Chila will continue to improve the mode of the transaction system, and strive to be convenient and fast, so that every customer with a membership card can conduct transactions with other customers anytime, anywhere. And the settlement method is naturally the spirit crystal stored in the membership card. In this way, the funds in the hands of these customers can flow and help all customers consume better. It's a different kind of robbing the rich and helping the poor. No, it can't be said that, it should be said that it is better to take what you need. Because the principle of the trading system is that both parties are willing to trade fairly and there is absolutely no threat of coercion. So it can only be considered as what is needed. Those wealthy children of wealthy families have spirit crystals in their hands. But it is lack of strength, weak fighting skills, and the dungeon can't be brushed. Therefore, those loose cultivators who are not very wealthy rely on their own strength to bring these weak chickens through dungeons to earn spirit crystals. Very reasonable. There are many more such cases. And in addition to strength, luck is also a good thing for getting rich. After all, in the current trading system, in addition to the clearly marked products in the Chila store, they can basically be put up for trading. The main types of transactions involved are various items in the New World mode, as well as various pet cards. Of course, there are also old businesses like Xuanhuan, such as bringing people to brush dungeons, and other businesses. This type of business with people basically uses the communication system to communicate privately, or to post in the forum to call people. The price is negotiated privately. Then the party who takes the order will take an irrelevant item and put it on the trading system, and the party who hired it will take a picture of it with a flower spirit crystal. This method of remittance actually originated from Xuanhuan. On the one hand, it is to leave evidence. Because the orders made by players in the trading system can be found in the trading system, so there is no way to default. On the other hand, it is also to give Chila some profits. After all, for orders completed through the trading system, the system will charge a 2% handling fee. However, the reason why Xuanhuan did this was because when Chila was caught in the store, she was new to the store, and she was unfamiliar with the place of life, so she did not dare to eat alone. So to please Chila. But who knows, until now, it has become a customary rule. This also makes Xuanhuan quite helpless. For no reason, I lost 2% of my income. It really doesn't feel like putting it in ordinary customers. But putting it on Xuanhuan, it really made this stingy kitten very uncomfortable. So now the opening of the jar is also a bit of an explosion in the mentality of opening the moonfrost and snow. But, in fact, so many days of hard work have been in vain, and no matter what it is, it will explode. Fortunately, in the form of the membership card exchange system, there are some anti-stress veterans who forcibly explained a wave of luck conservation theory, which was able to solve the problem of the explosion of mentality of many players. And this theory of luck conservation is what Xuanhuan calls accumulating luck. To put it simply, as long as the luck is extremely bad, the salted fish will soon turn over. If the salted fish has not turned over yet, it can only mean that your luck has not reached the extreme. To be honest, in Chila's opinion, this theory is a bit silly. But Chila couldn't bear to break their beautiful dream, so he really didn't know what to say. But optimism is always a good thing. Yes, you are still accumulating luck, come on, you will definitely be able to do it. Seeing Xuanhuan's confident appearance, Chila couldn't help reaching out and patted her shoulder, saying seriously. Although daydreaming looks silly, optimism is really a great spirit. Of course. Xuanhuan raised her head and said proudly. The movement of his hand did not stop, and he continued to open the last silver jar. Get a special healing potion. Tisk. Forget it, this cat doesn't open the silver jar anymore. I'll open the gold jar in a few days. Xuanhuan viciously put the medicine in her hand into the character's backpack, and then said angrily. The mood is still broken. Qi Lu had already expected this result, shrugged his shoulders, and left Xuanhuan's booth refreshed. However, in the next period of time, it should be impossible to see Xuanhuan opening the jar again. After the mentality explodes, it always takes a certain amount of time to recover. So the days in the store were once again calm. There are more than a dozen of the virtualization skill books and soul poison skill books placed on the trading system every day, and then they are quickly taken away in seconds. Even if the price is not low, buyers do not hesitate. Buy early and enjoy early. Buying it late. In fact, it won't reduce the price much. After all, the value of these skill books is there. Players in the New World mode have a huge demand for these precious skill books, and the supply will always be less than the demand. Even the original Evil Body skill book is still in demand by customers now. After all, the system's self-made skills, even if they are learned, are only level 1. If you want to increase the skill level, you must use the skill points and the skill book together. This is not like the inherent skills of players. As long as you learn it, you only need to have skill points to improve the level. That's why these system-made skill books are so precious. No way, without the skill book, the skill level cannot be improved. Although low-level skills can be used, but the effect always feels a little worse. Time flies by like a horse. In Qi Li's store, another period of calm has passed. The group of guys who preached the god of war also seemed to be dormant, and there was no movement. The news of the elves and the beast-eared tribes, although they often come back. But it's all innocuous situations. However, the contact between the city-states of the human race is more frequent. The belief in the god of war spread among the human races and began to spread everywhere. Although the speed was a little slow, it did not mean to stop. Is this ready to start? But if they turn their face at this time, the belief they have worked so hard to spread will be very fast. Will disappear without a trace. Although Qi Lu is not like Saratel and the others, he runs everywhere on the front line. But according to the news that came back, it was no problem to sit in the store and analyze the situation. Although belief has spread, it still takes time to settle in order to stabilize to a deep-rooted level. Otherwise, it's just an appearance on the surface. When the real call to mobilize, it will probably be 3 or 2 kittens. It's pretty good to be able to gather some wandering soldiers. But there are exceptions to everything. If there is a special way of bewitching, or if the god of war can be used, it will make sense. It's a pity that the situation is not clear yet. Let's wait and see the situation first. Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows and said to himself in his heart. This kind of thing, even if the war starts, it will not be Qi Li's first shot. Saratrey, they are more active than Qi Lu. In the final analysis, Qi Li's position still belongs to the backup, waiting to clean up the mess at the end, or watch the battle from the sidelines. Only in special circumstances will Qi Lu take the shot directly. But at that time it can only show that the enemy is indeed strong to ascertain extent. After all, on the side of Saratel, there are 3 powerhouse-level powerhouses. The northern mountain range should not lose. By the way, count the days. Today should be the time for the mass production of golden pots. Qi Lu thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of this again. The golden pot is a good thing, and the skill book in it is a good thing among good things. At least it is much stronger than the skill book in the silver jar. The Undead Resurrection skill book and the Power of Evil Thought skill book are all first-class good skills in actual combat. Of course, there is no need to say much about the bonus of combat power. And the most important thing is that the undead recovery skill is simply a magical skill when it comes to group battles. As long as the skill level is high enough, the combat power of one's own side will basically not decrease. How much is sacrificed, how much is recovered? For any magician, there is a fatal attraction. So when Qila thought of this, her first reaction was to go to Xuanhuan's window see how she opened the jar. Although the theory that moon frost and snow accumulate luck is well said. But the cat-eared Loli's frantic appearance is really cute. Qila? Why are you here again? What are you trying to do? Xuanhuan had just exchanged the golden jar from the tower guard. When she turned her head, she saw a playful smile on Qili's face. The two cat ears on the top of the head suddenly stood up. I just came here to have a look and cheer for you, Qila said confidently. Because Qila couldn't tell, she was upset that this cat-eared Loli was lazy at work, so she came over here so she could laugh at it as soon as possible. If so, I'm afraid Xuanhuan would jump up and scratch Qili's paws at the risk of being spanked by Qilu. I don't believe it. Get out of the way. Xuanhuan stared at Shui Lingling's big eyes, and said to Qilu with puffed cheeks. The cat behind him flicked its tail, as if to demonstrate to Qilu. You should just open the jar. I can't disturb you while I'm standing here. Open it. I'm really just here to see. Qilu once again emphasized his purpose. It's impossible to go, otherwise how can you come to ridicule at the first time? Damn Qilu. Xuanhuan glared at Qilu fiercely, then turned her head and started to pen the jar. Then in the next moment, a weapon with golden light was taken out from the golden jar. Wow, golden legend. Qilu immediately added a voice behind him. Although Xuanhuan didn't understand what it meant, but listening to Qila's tone, she knew that it was definitely not a good sentence. Shut up. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and said. The golden pot needs 100,000 points to exchange for one, and now that this thing is out, how could Xuanhuan be happy? Because Moonfrost Snow is in the New World mode, there is no need to use weapons. After all, it is a civet cat, the body is the best weapon, the lethality ice amazing, what kind of weapon do you need? To be honest, Xuanhuan would be a little happier than it is now, even if it is a top-level armor. But it happens to be the least needed item. Okay, you continue, I won't say it anymore. Qilu kept silent. To ridicule, just say one sentence, if you say too much, you have to fight. Xuanhuan is his own person after all, even if it is a joke, it must bed one in moderation. If it really gets hot, it will be a bad thing. Call. Xuanhuan took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and then opened another golden jar. A rapier shining with golden light suddenly appeared in Xuanhuan's hand. Puff. Seeing this scene, Qilu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Qila. What are you laughing at? Hearing this voice, Xuanhuan immediately froze. I remember happy things. Qilu looked like he couldn't help but laugh, it was really hard work to hold back his laughter. What pleasant things do you remember? I am reminded of a delicious food. What kind of food? Before Qilu could finish speaking, Yafei's voice rang, interrupting what Qilu wanted to say. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes suddenly looked over, with a fierce look on her face. It's like telling others that it's best not to mess with her now. Manager Qi, there seems to be something else to do on your side. Let's talk about the food later. Yaffer was stared at by Xuanhuan, and immediately sat back with a smile. Although Xuanhuan looked very cute at the moment, the angry aura still made Yaffer make the right choice. After all, Yafei is just gluttonous, not stupid. Don't get angry, go on. Luck will get better. Xuanhuan took a deep breath again, and told herself in her heart to calm down. Qilu also took a deep breath, for fear that if he was not careful, he would laugh out loud. give me a skill book. The third golden jar was opened with Yu Shuangshu's cry. Another golden weapon appeared in Yu Shuangshu's hand. One thing to say, the items in the golden jar are indeed good things, and all kinds of equipment are all of the best attributes. The only problem is that Moonfrost Snow doesn't work at all. On the weapon. Ha ha ha. This time, Qi Lu really couldn't hold back. Enough is enough. Qi Lu, you're clearly laughing at me, and you haven't stopped at all. I said, why are you running here at this time, so you're here to laugh at this kitty. Damn it. Yu Shuangshu's mentality exploded on the spot, and she threw herself directly in Qi Lu, roaring with her teeth and claws. It's a pity that the thunder is loud and the rain is small. The raised claws never fell. It seemed that even if Yu Shuangshu was angry, she was still very aware of her status. If this claw goes down, Yu Shi'er will not be able to keep her butt. I'm not really laughing at you. Qi Li's expression became a little weird because he was holding back his laughter, but he still reasoned with Yu Shuangshu very rationally. If you don't believe me, I'll open a jar online to make you laugh at the head office. Because Qi Lu is only interested in challenging himself, not in opening jars. Therefore, the points accumulated in his hand are enough for Qi Lu to exchange several golden pots. Then, that's fine, you go online first. Yu Shuangshu hesitated for a while, but finally gave in, and then jumped off Qi Lu. Qi Lu was also unambiguous, and immediately found a deck and entered the New World mode. Then ran to the first floor of the Tower of the Necromancer, and asked the tower guard to exchange for 2 gold jars. Okay, the jar has been exchanged, come and see. Before opening the jar, Qi Lu specially called out Yu Shuangshu, lest this cat-eared lowly would be unhappy again. I'm watching, go ahead. Yu Shuangshu puffed out her cheeks and glared at Qi Lu fiercely. Okay, then I'll start. While Qi Lu was talking, he had already opened the golden jar in his hand. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the skill book, Resurrection of the Undead. The expression on Yu Shuangshu's face disappeared instantly, and a large cloud of water vapor began to linger in the 2 big eyes, and then... Wow. Sheer, Qi Lu bullied me. Along with crying, Yu Shuangshu disappeared from the New World mode and ran to the 2nd floor. Qi Lu really wanted to explain, but really couldn't find anything good to say. Because of this situation, it was so sarcastic that Qi Lu felt a little embarrassed. System, are you making trouble in this matter? Qi Lu began to look for the man who carried the pot. System, host, what are you talking about? Why can't this system understand? This confused tone. It doesn't seem to be the system's dark box operation. It's nothing, I'm sorry to bother you, you can continue the work that you haven't completed before. Qi Lu sighed in the sky and said it in his mind. System, host, you seem a little weird, don't you need the help of this system to check your body? No, it's hard work for you, you can rest now. Qi Lu replied friendly and politely. In the face of the system's well-intentioned inquiries, it is always inappropriate to directly refuse. System, that's alright, if there's nothing major in the future, don't call this system out. After saying this, the system immediately disappeared. I always feel a little embarrassed. Why don't you wait for the night to compensate Shao Shu a little bit? Qi Lu really didn't expect how his luck suddenly became so good. For black-faced players, Ogo is always better than Kryptonite warriors. Presumably Yu Shuangshu thinks this way too. It was the first time that Qi Lu was really crying when he was directly angry, and he felt guilty. Qi. Manager Qi, you should be fine here, then Shao Shu, is she alright? At this time, Yafei came over tiptoe. Just now, Yafei saw Yu Shuangshu crying and running to the 2nd floor. Don't worry, she's fine. Qi Lu didn't know how to explain the situation to Yafei just now, so he simply stopped talking. Oh, since Shao Shu is fine, then the food you mentioned earlier. Qila did not answer Yu Fei's question after all. Because it is really not easy to answer, so I can only be silent. Fortunately, the embarrassing scene didn't last long, and Yaffer was acutely aware that the atmosphere was wrong. So after leaving a sentence, he quickly slipped away. If there is really new food, store manager, remember to tell me. It is good. Qila could only answer silently. Who would have thought that if she casually fooled Xuanhuan, Yu Fei would hear it and arouse her interest? But that has now passed. Qila doesn't know when new snacks and drinks will be available, so he can only wait. Apart from this little episode, the atmosphere in the store is quite peaceful. Although in the area of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, there will be shouts of exploding mentality from time to time, but fortunately, the customers in the store have not experienced this kind of thing once or twice. So it was quickly adjusted. The person who should open the jar is still opening the jar. After the points are used up, they will challenge the copy of the Tower of the Necromancer. The scene is orderly, and it makes people feel at ease. Into the night. Customers who struggled for a day left the store one after another with expressions of joy or sorrow, either walking alone or in groups. Seeing that the last customer had also left, Qila got up and closed the store door. Then through the store portal, I came to the store in Cloud Mist City. Sheer, have you seen Shao Shu? Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Qila asked aloud when she saw that Yu Sierra was still checking in the store. Brother Qilu, what are you doing to Shao Shu? She should be in the bedroom now. Yu Shier heard the sound, looked back at Qilu, and answered aloud. After a pause, Yu Xuanhuan said, by the way, Brother Qilu, when Xiao came over before, it wasn't true that you bullied her, right? This is said with a somewhat inconceivable tone. To be honest, Yu Shier didn't quite believe that Qilu would bully Yu Xuanhuan. It's just that the tearful appearance of a cat-eared loli is still quite distressing. So when Yu Xuanhuan came to complain to Yu Shier earlier, Yu Shier had already comforted her, and said that there must be some misunderstanding, and Qila definitely didn't mean it. Of course it's not true, it can only be said that something is wrong. Qila scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. One thing to say, if the golden jar that Qila opened was also a waste product, then Yu Xuanhuan would definitely feel better. However, the problem is that Qilu has just opened one of the two most precious skill books. Under these repeated blows, it is normal to be angry and cry. I guess that. Yu Sierra nodded in agreement, and then continued, Shao Shu should be in the bedroom now. Brother Qilu, if you want to find Shao Shu, just go over there. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Qila nodded, then turned and walked to the second floor. Although Qila knew where Yu Shier's bedroom was, she had basically never been there. After all, men and women don't have sex, and it's taboo to avoid it. But now it's a special case, so I'm offended. Pushing the door open, a rather simple and elegant bedroom comes into view. Although the style of decoration is biased towards girls, it is more focused in simplicity. Shao Shu, are you there? Qila stood at the door first and shouted to the inside. If Yu Xuanhuan wasn't inside, Qila wouldn't bother going in. Whoa dash. With Qila's shout, the quilt on the big bed was suddenly lifted, and the cat-eared loli lying inside sat up with a squeak. Then he pricked up two cat ears and glared at Qila viciously. Qila, what are you doing here again? Do you really think this kitty is easy to bully? Yu Xuanhuan grinned. Staring with big eyes, he tried his best to make a fierce look. It's a pity that the cute face that did not even smell of milk powder can only show a fierce milk expression. Although the momentum is indeed terrifying, it has no effect on Qilu. I think you must have misunderstood, Shao Shu, you must believe me, what happened during the day was just a coincidence. Qila had a serious face and said in a serious tone. After all, Qila really couldn't control things like luck. Moreover, let alone Qi Lu, even if it is a system with great magical powers, I am afraid that there is no way to do something like luck. There may be hope for luck. However, for the system, luck should not be too important. Because according to Qi Li's understanding, the system seems to be relying on hard power to eat, and never play false. Misunderstanding? Where is the misunderstanding? Aren't you here to laugh at me? Xuanhuan still stared at Qi Lu fiercely. The hatred of black-faced people towards Ogo cannot be explained clearly by a single misunderstanding, and certainly not something that can be resolved by a single misunderstanding. At least Xuanhuan wanted to take a bite of Qi Lu now. Of course not. Qi Lu answered without hesitation. Actually, the Undead Resurrection skill book was not what I wanted to draw. It appeared by itself accidentally. Then, Qi Lu wanted to explain what was wrong. He also said that he just planted flowers intentionally, but unintentionally planted willows and willows. However, these words, to Xuanhuan's ears, were more like showing off, and they were simply not human words. The things that you can't ask for yourself are actually just things that others don't want. Who can endure this kind of tone? Chila, I'm going to scratch you to death. Do not erupt in silence, die in silence. Obviously, Xuanhuan chose the former, so she rushed forward. No matter how big the difference in strength between himself and Qi Lu is, he just rushed up and waved his small paws at Qi Lu fiercely. Luckily, Xuanhuan still knew how to measure, so she didn't turn her claws into illusions, she just scratched with her soft fingers. So Qi Lu was too lazy to stop it. Let Xuanhuan vent her grievances, so as not to be uneasy all day long. Damned Qi Lu, you already know how to bully me, don't you think I'm easy to bully? Why don't you bully Sheer? Xuanhuan said angrily after scratching for a while. Unfortunately, Qi Lu did not want to answer this question. Besides, Qi Li's original intention was not like this, it was just a crooked hit. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't have come here on purpose. Okay, I have already apologized, and you have nothing to lose. Irrealitoist work. How about I give you that skill book? While talking, Qi Lu supported Xuanhuan's back with her hands, lest she accidentally fall down. Okay, that's it, I accept your apology. Xuanhuan pouted when she heard the words. Devouring cats have always been the masters of not throwing eagles when they see rabbits, but when they see rabbits, they are not slow at throwing eagles. At present, in the trading system of the New World mode, a Undead Resurrection skill book is about to get 400,000 spirit crystals. After all, the gold pot is very expensive, and 100,000 points ice out of reach for most players. Second, the probability of producing a skill book is also quite low. It can be said that the stock of Undead Recovery skill books and Power of Evil Thoughts skill books is only about 1/10 of that of Etherealization skill books and Soul Poison skill books. There are 2 skill books in the silver jar, and at least 10 books can be published a day. But the 2 skill books in the golden pot may not be able to produce one in a day or 2. Hence the present situation. What is rare is more expensive, not to mention that the effect of these skill books is so powerful. So if Qi Lu said this casually, it was actually equivalent to giving Xuanhuan 400,000 spirit crystals. Of course Xuanhuan will let go. Seeing Qian's eyes open is the specialty of the devouring cat. Just accept it, then don't talk nonsense in front of Sheer. Qi Lu couldn't help but exclaimed. As a store manager, for Xuanhuan, Qi Lu actually wanted to appear more casual. Because in Xuanhuan's eyes, Qi Lu has more, not majesty, but deterrence. This is an interesting situation. Therefore, when Xuanhuan faced Qi Lu, it was more fear than respect. On weekdays, he fights with Qi Lu, and even has the courage to speak wildly, but when it's time to do it, Xuanhuan runs faster than anyone else. Even when it is really desperate, it will not move its claws. Based on this situation, Qi Lu also seemed more casual when facing Xuanhuan, and he had less worries. But when facing Yushir, no. The image that needs to be maintained has to be maintained. Don't worry, this kitty will definitely not fall off the chain when doing errands. Xuanhuan used Qi Li's hand to hold her back, climbed onto Qi Li's shoulder, and jumped down. Then ran to the first floor. It's been a long break for this, and the number of challenges in the Necromancer's Tower dungeon should be refreshed. It's better to hurry up and fight. I thought it would take some dragon blood or the holy blood of the elves to solve the problem, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. Qi Li looked at Xuanhuan's jumping back, and the expression on his face was calm. Whether it is dragon blood or the holy blood of the elves, it is a rare and precious treasure. Even if an ordinary cultivator wants to see it, it is impossible. See. The attraction to the devouring cat is naturally huge. Originally, when Qi Li ran over this time, he was ready for a big hemorrhage. Who would have thought that Xuanhuan would be so easy to kill? A skill book will do. But this saves Qi Li a lot of trouble, at least he doesn't have to go to the system to ask for these good things. If this owes the system a favor, then it is not certain how the system will be pitted in the future. Okay, that's it. Qi Li stretched, and then slowly walked back to his room. In fact, the only people who can make Qi Li make such preparations are those who are recognized by Qi Li as family members. If the other party is really not important, then offended if you don't. Still want to apologize? Dream. No one who has seen Qi Li's revengeful character has survived. However, in most cases, Qi Li's more exposed personality should be called not caring. Or, don't do it. If you do, you must cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. After the matter of Xuanhuan was resolved, another half-month passed. The store was still calm. However, mourning happens from time to time, so it can't be regarded as a factor that destroys peace and tranquility. However, just today, this calm was broken. Manager Qi, something happened to the dwarves. Yafei, who came to the store early in the morning, looked a little serious this time, and his tone was also very serious. This is a rare emotion in Yafei. What happened? Qi Li noticed a hint of wind and rain coming, and asked in a deep voice. Yesterday evening, a border city-state of the dwarves was breached by the humans. This incident happened too quickly, and neither the Beast-Ear clan nor the Elf clan reacted. In the second half of the night, when the people of the Beast-Ear clan arrived, the matter was irreversible. Yafei said this incident simply and clearly. It only took less than 3 hours to break through a city-state of Fedwarves. Even if this is just a small border city-state with a small number of dwarves, it is definitely not something that can be done on a temporary basis. It was planned long ago. Although Qi Li thought of this, but to really do it, it requires a lot of planning. Because before this, the various city-states of the human race were joined by the Beast-Ear clan and the Elves clan, and many clansmen were dispatched, aloft which were monitored. In this case, I want to call out the troops and take the city-state of Fedwarves. Definitely not a simple thing. What's the situation now? What are you going to do? Qi Li then asked. The human race occupied that city-state, began to build a shrine to the god of war, and began to trumpet the power of the god of war. They said that this battle was the guidance given to them by the god of conquest. And it is said that the results they get in the battle will become the power of the god of war, and then give them to them. Yafei didn't miss anything, and said everything he knew. God of war for guidance. Qi Li rubbed his chin, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. To be honest, Qi Li didn't care when he first heard the name of the god of forging. Because there is no accurate conclusion about the existence of such things as gods, Qi Li does not seem to care. Later, however, the appearance of the god of forging gave Qi Li a great shock. Let Qi Li realize that the gods are probably real things. So after that, when he heard the name of the god of war from Cyrodiil, Qi Li began to pay attention. If we say that we believe in the god of forging, then we are advocating forging. So believing in the god of war is probably advocating war. This is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu dared to infer that the human race would never settle down a long time ago. If you believe in the god of conquest and keep yourself safe, why not change your faith in a god? But what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the Terran would take action so quickly. It stands to reason that the belief in the god of war is probably not even half spread among the people of the human race. Except for the first few city-states, they fell quickly because no one was watching. The subsequent spread of belief is definitely more and more difficult. After all, among the people of the human race, the belligerents have long been exhausted. Otherwise, it would not have been shrinking at the edge of the North Mountain Range, and there would be no movement. Wait, could it be? This kind of battle between city-states can really provide strength for the god of battle. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this. If Qi Li's guess is true, then the clansmen of the human race really rely on war to support war, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. And among them, there is also the gift of the god of war. Others may scoff at this rumor, but Qi Lu knows that in the battle of faith, the gods have never spared no effort. It's like Qi Lu was previously overcast by that guy, the god of forging. If the god of war is really willing to reward him, then the combat power of the human race will have to be re-evaluated. Have you explored the fighting power of the Terran? Qi Lu thought of this, and immediately asked aloud. Because of the sudden incident, the city-state of the dwarves has now been closed after being breached by the human race. So we can only evaluate based on other aspects, there is no way to directly probe. When Yafei said this, he paused for a while, as if he was recalling something. Then he opened his mouth and said, according to the results of the assessment, there should be most of the master-level practitioners, and a few level practitioners, but there seems to be no strong level power. Isn't there a powerhouse level power? That's not necessarily the case now. Qi Lu is most worried about this. For those gods, it seems that it doesn't take much effort to create a powerhouse-level power. It can even directly cross the threshold of the powerhouse-level trial crystal, helping practitioners in the hero-level realm to directly enter the powerhouse-level realm. However, this is actually quite understandable. The powerhouse-level trial crystal, in essence, is the approval of the will of heaven and earth. In other words, it is a trial set by the will of heaven and earth. Only the practitioners who pass it are eligible to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. However, when the power level of the gods is comparable to the will of the heavens and the earth, then it is possible to break through this limitation directly by means of powerful power. This kind of power is definitely the current Qi Lu, and it needs the power to stop the mountains. But for Xiridar and the others, this situation should not be clear. In this way, in the subsequent battle with the human race, it is absolutely necessary to eat. A big loss. Yaffer, after you go back, be sure to tell your father and the others to be careful about the powerhouses of the human race. It doesn't appear now, it's just because the powerful human race is still watching the movements of the beast-eared race and the elves in the dark, so as to be unexpected and unprepared. Qi Lu said solemnly. At this time, Qi Lu should be a member of the Northern Mountain Range to defend against outsiders. Instead of blindly looking after the human race. Only when all those outsiders are resolved, can we take care of the affairs of the human race and solve the problem of racial opinions. Okay, I understand, I will definitely bring the words to you. Yafei knew that Qi Lu couldn't be joking, so he nodded seriously. In this level of battle, the power of the powerhouse is the power that ultimately determines the direction of the battle. Once there is negligence, then the other practitioners are the most, and it will not help. Also, let your father and the others get ready. The real war is coming soon. Qi Lu thought about it in his mind, and finally said this sentence. If the human race dares to act in this situation, then there must be the support of those outsiders. As the messenger of the god of war, Qi Lu will never underestimate their strength, so this battle must be the beginning of the real war. Once you start, you can't stop. The gods who support war with war, and the believers under his command, have absolutely no idea of truce. If they want to fight, they will fight to the end. There are only two results. Or, with the war of the human race, the belief in the god of war spreads all over the northern mountain range. Or, it's Sirader and the others who find those outsiders and destroy them all. It is good. Ye Fei nodded, made sure Qi Lu had nothing else to say, and left the store. These words need to be brought to Xiridal as soon as possible. It was then conveyed to Lancy and Tiana by Saratel. If the belief in the god of war wants to spread unimpeded, the powerhouse-level power of this world is the biggest obstacle. Therefore, for the messengers of the god of war, Saratel and the others are thorns in the eyes and thorns in the flesh. The Beastier family can stay, and the elves can stay. But only these three powerhouse-level powers must be eliminated no matter what. As the only person in this world who has ever had contact with the gods, Qi Lei's quite aware of this matter. Powerhouse-level powers like Saratel and Tiana, as the highest belief of ascertained race, are undoubtedly the existence of competing for the power-off belief for the god of war. Therefore, it is too normal that the god of war cannot tolerate them. Are you going to fight again? These gods will really cause trouble for me. Qi Lu watched Yu Fei leave the store, then followed to the door of the store, looking at the sky. It should have been a clear blue sky, but now there are some dark clouds in the distance. The storm is coming. Could this situation be the response of the heaven and earth will of the northern mountain range? Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, not knowing. In the middle of the night, in the dwarf city-state that was conquered by the human race. The power of this world is really too weak. If it wasn't to spread the brilliance of the god of war to every corner off this world, what qualifications would these guys have to monitor me? A man with a height of nearly 3 meters, with muscles and knots all over his body, like steel poured, muttered to himself in a deep voice. Next to the man, there was also a complete set of armor, which was engraved with all kinds of vicious beast patterns. That's right, this man, named Song Jian, is one of the messengers of the god of war. It is also the leader who was dispatched to the northern mountain range this time. Under Song Jian's command, he also led 300 faithful followers of the god of war to accompany him to fight in the north and south. The 300 believers were divided into 3 groups in the way of 100 people per team. The captain of each team is an almighty who has entered the realm of the powerhouse, possessing unparalleled power. Including Song Jian, among the messengers sent by the god of war, there are 4 powerhouses. Such a powerful formation is absolutely unique in the northern mountain range. Moreover, apart from Kite Song Jian and the 3 captains, the remaining believers are all practitioners in the heroic realm. This force cannot be ignored either. So Song Jian seemed a little angry at this time. Because from the perspective of the power comparison between the 2 sides, even above the North Mountain Range, there are 3 powerhouse-level powers guarding them, Saratel, Lanchi, and Tiana. But compared with the strength of Song Jian's side, it is still a bit underwhelming. In terms of the number of hero-level powerhouses, the strength of Song Jian's subordinates is even more capable of crushing the Northern Mountain Range. However, the account cannot be counted like that. Because what the god of war really needs is the power of faith and the number of believers, not slaughter. Therefore, no matter how high Song Jian's combat effectiveness is, and how strong his subordinates are, it is impossible to kill him regardless. If you really want to do this, then what is the god of war that you have been trying so hard to do? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to just get up and move? This is also the reason why Song Jian and the others would go dormant when the city-state of the human race was being monitored by the Beastier race and the elves. Since you can't fight directly, you can't let the enemy discover your purpose. Hence, the present scene. The people of the human race assembled, and in less than 3 hours, they captured a city-state of the dwarves. Although there were people under Song Jian who extended a helping hand. But in general, it is the people of the human race who deserve the most credit. Because if you want to promote the belief in the god of war, you must naturally promote it together with the idea of the god of war. Fight to fight, and the more you fight, the stronger you become. Xuanhuan is to use these battles to deepen the people's belief in the god of war to the point of fanaticism. Then help the Terran to conquer the entire northern mountain range. Only in this way can Xuanhuan's original purpose be accomplished, and the belief in the god of war can be spread throughout the entire northern mountain range. You must know that for the gods, the more the number of believers, the better. Compared with other races, although the human race lacks combat power, the overall cultivation aptitude is not strong. But in terms of the number of clansmen, it is definitely a huge advantage. This is also one of the important reasons why Xuanhuan chose the human race. Since other races have their own beliefs, they can be cleaned up directly. Although the number of believers is important, the loyalty of believers is also important. The strife between races, the battle started by the believers of the god of war, once it starts, it doesn't reach its goal, but it won't stop. Xuanhuan recalled the current situation in his mind, and then stood up. Come on. Sir, what is your order? The captain of the first team walked quickly into the room and asked, with his head bowed. Take a day off, and then continue to attack. First, win a few more dwarven city-states to help the human race increase morale. Xuanhuan said clearly. Among the current human races, not all the clansmen believe in the god of war. That's why Xuanhuan chose to continue fighting, in order to let the race truly experience the power of the god of war, so that they can dedicate their beliefs. Until the people of the human race were all included in the followers of the god of war. At that time it was the moment when other races were destroyed. Yes. Your lord. The captain of the first team responded and walked out quickly. During the whole process, the captain of the first team did not express any opinion, and even the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. Xuanhuan has absolute command in this action to promote the god of war. Next, it's time to watch you perform. Xuanhuan's eyes looked into the distance, swept in 3 directions in a row, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. These 3 directions are exactly the 3 positions where Cyrodiil, Lancy, and Tiana are. City of Life. The city-state of the dwarves was broken by the humans, but it did not affect the business in the Chila store. After all, the dwarves are also one of the 3 major races in the northern mountain range. Even if the number of city-states in the tribe is reduced, there are hundreds of them. A small border city-state was breached, and it did not cause too much turmoil in the dwarves. At least, it's not a big deal for ordinary people in the dwarves. But for the elders and patriarchs of the dwarves, it was an important signal that could not be ignored. Or rather, a red flag. Race war. Among the 3 major races in the northern mountain range, the dwarves of this period were at their lowest point. The old patriarch died while fighting the nightmare. The prestige of the new patriarch is not enough to completely dominate the dwarves, and the elders of the dwarves are also needed to assist. And the most important powerhouse-level power is not present in the dwarves. Therefore, in terms of real strength, the current dwarves are actually on the same level as the humans. It's just that for other races, the dwarves who are good at forging are more important, so they have always been among the 3 major races, and have not been squeezed out by the human race. But now, the human race is the first to take action against the dwarves. This level of war involves disputes between races. If there is not enough benefit and strength, no one is willing to intervene. This is the most troublesome problem for the dwarves. But fortunately, Lan Chi went to the Dwarven King City a long time ago, to help the new patriarch of the dwarves to protect the dwarves together. So the current situation has stabilized. However, in Chi Li's view, there seem to be fewer customers belonging to the dwarves in the store. Is this all going back to prepare for the battle? Qi Lu was leaning on the counter, observing the situation in the store. When the storm is about to come, there will always be various signs and details. As long as you pay attention to it, you can find it. However, Qi Lu didn't know exactly what they would do in the next step. The messenger of the god of war has already made a move, so next, it is Siritel's turn to take over. How the situation will go next depends on how this opening is done. These days, the skill books are really getting better and better. The price is getting higher and higher, and the buyer can save even haggling. At this time, Xuanhuan yawned and came to the counter. During this period of time, after the 3 daily challenge opportunities of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon have been used up, Moonfrost Snow will rationally choose to go offline. Then, on the membership card, pay attention to the price trend of the 4 new skill books in the trading system. The appearance of the Necromancer's Tower copy really made Xuanhuan wave off windfall. Huh? Skill book. Xuanhuan's words immediately caught Qi Li's attention. If it is said, it should be a good attempt to use the newly released skillbook in this race station. The undead recovery skills were designed for such large-scale battles. Qila, what do you want to do when you look at me like this? Xuanhuan also noticed Qi Li's gaze, and suddenly became alert, stared at Qi Lu and asked aloud. No, I don't want to do anything. I'm just thinking that monopolizing this kind of thing can really make a fortune, but it's not good to be too black. Qi Lu said something. Bah, you have a black heart. Of course, Xuanhuan could hear what Qi Lu meant, so she immediately refuted it. I didn't stir up this price. You don't really think that it is only me who sells skill books? A monopoly can only be called a monopoly if it can be done by oneself and others cannot. But the dungeon of the Necromancer's Tower, as long as players who can rush to level 75 in the New World mode, can challenge it. The only difference is that the speed of accumulating points is different. So it's not a monopoly at all. It's not all yours, but you're definitely the biggest seller. Qi Lu shrugged and did not give a positive answer to Xuanhuan's rebuttal. As such a clear seller's market, it's a breeze for the biggest sellers to control prices. But things like the market will naturally self-regulate. So Qi Lu will not care about these things. It is only in the increasing prices of these skill books that Qi Lu conceive demand for these skill books from customers. That is the value used in this battle. The people of the human race may have help from the god of war. But on the side of the dwarves, it's not far behind. The goods in the Qi Lu store are not weak. The messenger of the god of war doesn't want to take action yet, and has been driving the human race to start disputes behind the scenes. But what if the human race loses? It should be a big blow to the reputation of the god of war. Qi Lu thought of many things at this moment. There are many factors that affect the war of races. Although some places look inconspicuous, they are interlinked. The human race will attack the dwarves first, because the strength of the dwarves is the weakest among the 3 major races. Beast. The air people are brave and good at fighting. Elf tribes have jungle advantages. Only the clansmen of the dwarves have the same overall strength as the human race. Perhaps there is an additional attribute that is good at forging, which can increase a lot of combat power. But the human race now also has the power bestowed by the god of war. Compared with the dwarf race, it is definitely not weak. It seems that the customers in the store are really going to move. The development of the situation was not as expected by Qi Lu. The city-states of the dwarves fell one after another under the attack of the human race. In the store, there are fewer and fewer customers of the dwarves. On the other hand, in the form of the membership card exchange system, there was a post about recalling the dwarves. The specific content is very simple. The general content is that the dwarves are now in a crisis, and they urgently need the help of their clansmen to defend against foreign enemies. So please, the clansmen who stay in the store manager Qi, especially Theklandsmen who have learned new skills, return to the clan as quickly as possible. By the way, the clansmen who were going to go back to the clan also bought a large number of weapons and armors from the Chila store. And all kinds of medicine pills. Used as combat material. Although the dwarves are good at forging, compared with the weapons and armor in the Chila shop. Even if I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the quality of the products in the Chila store is higher. At this moment, in the hammer city of the dwarves, many dwarf clansmen gathered, with a look of anxiety on their faces. Here, it is also a small city-state among the dwarves. According to the human race's attack direction and attack intention, this Iron Hammer City is the next city-state they are ready to attack. Although last night, a dwarf battle team was dispatched. But at present, in the face of the unstoppable human race, the residents of Iron Hammer City cannot feel at ease. However, the dwarf clan team that had been stationed on the city wall since they came to Iron Hammer City did not show any nervousness at this time, just a little dignified and solemn. These daring human races dare to attack our dwarves. After staying in Manager Chi's shop for so long, today I can finally see how much strength I have strengthened. Yes, we are here today, and we must let the people return home. Let those human races see, even if the dwarves are in decline, they are not the ones they can provoke. The dwarf clansman on the city wall communicated in a low voice. These people are all customers of Chila's store, and they are also regular customers who have been in the City of Life for a long time. Only this time, the movement of the human race is so big that there are recruiting posts in the forum, so it must be unbearable. Although I heard the descriptions of the clansmen who escaped from the city-state that was smashed, it is said that the attack of the human race is unstoppable. But these people didn't believe it, but they didn't take it lightly either. Valuing the enemy and despising the enemy are not actually in conflict. The lion fights the rabbit, although it will use all its strength. But that's just to prevent the rabbit from escaping. It's not entirely true that the lion really values the rabbit. It's like the difference between confidence and conceit. Boom. Just when the residents of Hammer City were uneasy. Outside the city wall, on the horizon in the distance, a burst of smoke suddenly rose, obscuring the sky and the sun. The ferocious screams of killing, accompanied by the smoke and dust, were earth-shattering, and the earth began to tremble. Come on, everyone get ready. The dwarf clansmen standing on the city wall took a deep breath, then took out their weapons, and ate all the medicinal pills that could be swallowed. This is a habit left behind when brushing a copy. Before brushing the copy, all the buffs must be blessed. Otherwise, in the face of an endless stream of enemies, there is no time to bless one by one. Boom, boom. In the distance, under the smoke and dust, countless people and horses have begun to appear in the sight of the dwarves. The people of the human race had a frenzied look on their faces. It's like a fanatical believer, after being summoned by the gods he believes in, he begins to go crazy. The concept of the god of war is to attack. There is no retreat in battle. As long as you can stand up, you must attack and move forward. As long as you can still move, you must do your best to shred the enemy in front of you, even at the cost of your life. This momentum, I have to say, is indeed unparalleled. Some people with weak minds, under this momentum, may be hit by 2 battles, and want to escape directly. Fanatical believers, a lot of the time, are so crazy. However, for the dwarves who came out of the Chila store, this kind of momentum was not enough. In the New World mode, many boss monsters have more than that. If you are really frightened by the momentum of the human race, then you have never seen the world. No wonder they say that the momentum of the human race is unstoppable. On the wall of Iron Hammer City, a dwarf clansman standing in the middle raised the great sword in his hand. Brothers, are you all ready? Rush me. Kill. Among the dwarves, there are very few magicians. Therefore, for the dwarves, the battle has always been hand-to-hand and face-to-face. Moreover, the clansmen of the dwarves all use heavy weapons, which are very advantageous when fighting against each other. Kill! Following the shout of this dwarf clan, the other clan immediately responded with roars. Then everyone jumped down from the city wall, like tigers descending the mountain. The ferocious momentum is not weaker than the enthusiasm of the human race. In fact, at this time, there is absolutely no need to shout before the battle. In the battle of races, unless it is the last moment, whoever will let go first, then this race will bow its head in the future. Boom! The two men and horses collided quickly. In an instant, the men and horses rushing in front of the formation were knocked over. In terms of physical fitness, the dwarf clansmen are naturally stronger than the human clansmen. Therefore, in this first round of collisions, the dwarfs naturally have the advantage. But the battle, never look at the beginning, but at the end. However, after this round of collisions, the advantage of heavy weapons over light weapons soon became apparent. Light weapons are about agility and fighting. But on the battlefield, it's almost always head-to-head. There are enemies everywhere, and the meaning of fighting is not at all. The use of heavy weapons at this time is reflected. Whether it's a heavy hammer, a giant sword, or something like a gourd axe. One is long, and the range that can be affected is wide, which means that the range of lethality is large. Second, it is heavy. The weight of the weapon is large, and the power that can be exploded will naturally be stronger by 3 points. The people of the human race were originally weaker than those of the dwarves in terms of strength, and now they have to suffer in weapons. Then, when it comes to fighting, it's basically a one-sided situation. And this time, the dwarf clansmen who came out to face the human clan, the biggest difference is the equipment on their bodies. Whether it's weapons or armor, they all come from Qi Li's shop, and there are also those pills that temporarily enhance their attributes. When these things were added together, the power that erupted suddenly caught the people of the human race who came to attack by surprise. The fanatical will to fight can indeed greatly increase the combat effectiveness. But when there is a gap in the level of power, the use of will is not obvious. Brothers, the enemy will be exhausted soon, let me charge. Press them back. Among the clansmen on the side of the dwarves, there were shouts that cheered many clansmen. The fact that the human race was able to break through the city-states of Fedwarfs one after another proved that the human race was actually not weak. Terrible momentum, fanatical belief. And the help of the heroic powerhouses under Xuanhuan. The combination of these factors is the fundamental reason why the dwarfs are unable to fight back. And every victory will make the people of the race become deeper and more fanatical. The belief in the god of conquest originally required constant battles to maintain. As long as there are continuous victories, the believer's belief in the god of war will continue to deepen. Therefore, in these victories, the people of the human race have also put aside their past concerns and joined the ranks of the believers of the god of war. Powerful power is what everyone desires. As long as you can give yourself a powerful force, you will continue to bring victory to yourself. So it doesn't matter who you believe in. This is also Xuanhuan's plan. Interest and power are what the human heart desires. Although the gods are not generous, in the process of spreading their beliefs, they will not be stingy with the power they give to believers. Therefore, Xuanhuan did not allow the human race to fail in battle. However, when we got here, outside the city wall of Iron Hammer City, we faced the clansmen of this dwarf clan. The human race seems to be repulsed. What's going on? When did the dwarfs become so strong? Although the warriors of the human race are fanatical, the generals of the human race can still keep their heads clear. Otherwise, with brute force and no resourcefulness, there is no way to break through the city-states of the dwarves so quickly and continuously. However, along the way, it was full of offensive attacks. It got blocked here. Even if the generals of the human race are clear-headed, they will feel shocked for a while. Is it the elite dispatched from the dwarf king city? It is impossible for ordinary dwarves to have such fighting power. Each race will have its elite strength, used to guard those important city-states. Humans have them, and dwarves are no exception. It's just that the continuous victories along the way have made the people of these human races a little conceited. They began to feel that the dwarves were nothing more than the same, and the names of the three major races were nothing more than false names. Believing in the concept of the god of war will make them more courageous in battle. But in the same way, the violent power will gradually corrode the minds of these human race people. Once the state of mind cannot keep up with its own strength, then various side effects will soon appear. Going crazy is just the most basic negative reaction. It is common to be arrogant, despise the enemy, and think that you are invincible in the world. Over time, sooner or later, one day, he will be sent to the cemetery. Therefore, in many cases, it is better that the strength cannot keep up with the state of mind, and never let the power exceed the level of the state of mind. No, if we keep fighting like this, the human race will be defeated in this battle. We must find a way. Following behind, the general of the human race who was looking at the whole situation, frowned. The analysis of the war situation cannot be viewed with a biased eye. Therefore, the generals of the human race will not deceive themselves and think that the human race has advantages just because they are human races. Because in the point of hand-to-hand combat and close combat, the human race is inherently inferior to the dwarf race. In every way. Whether it is the weapons they are good at or the physical quality, there is a gap. In the past, the human race could continue to win victories like a broken bamboo, and the city-states of the dwarfs were broken, and more often they were attacked and suppressed in momentum. In large-scale battles, morale is a very important thing. Falling down like a mountain is definitely not just talk. Once in the battle, morale is damaged and becomes sluggish, then the warriors are so powerful that it may be difficult to exert even 5 points. Fear and cowardice are contagious. Don't shoot when it's time to shoot, but run back when you can. Then even if there is a huge advantage, it can be buried back. And dwarves are like that. Because during this period of time, the human race's overwhelming offensive, breaking the city one after another, was unstoppable. That's why I was scared out of my guts, became fearful all day long. But this situation, at this moment, was terminated. The dwarves who specially rushed over from Chi Li's store were absolutely superior to the elites of the dwarves in terms of combat power. After all, these clansmen had a huge advantage in weapons and armor. There are also a variety of medicinal herbs to help. If the combat power is still not up, it is too unreasonable. At the very least, it is the spirit crystal that is sorry for spending a lot of money in the Chi Li store. Such a formidable combat power is piled up with real gold and silver. So the sudden eruption at this moment not only shocked the tribesmen who Komodo attacked the human race, but also the generals of the human race. It shocked the residents in Iron Hammer City. It can be said that this battle is a turning point in the battle between the human race and the dwarf race. If the attack of the human race is successfully blocked, then the dwarfs can regain their confidence and revive their morale. And it can also break the momentum of the human race. Although it can't be said, it can make the race slump in one fell swoop. But it can definitely bring the morale of the human race back to the dwarf. The human race is above the same horizontal line. In this way, the influence of the god of war on the human race will be compressed to the extreme. However, if the human race still broke through the Iron Hammer City under this circumstance. So not to mention that the dwarfs have lost completely, at least they will end in a slump, and morale will be sluggish to a low point. After trying to restore morale, the hope is very slim. Therefore, the dwarfs cannot afford to lose this battle. However, the generals of the human race are also aware of this, and they also understand in their hearts that whether they can defeat the dwarves is the key point now. So in any case, the human race can't retreat. Even if all the human clansmen who came to attack Ironhammer City were defeated, they must not retreat. Once he retires, the morale accumulated over the past period of time will all be wiped out. As long as the human race is defeated outside the Ironhammer City, the situation they have worked so hard to manage during this time will all come to nothing. What the human race is fighting is a quick attack. It wants us dwarves to be in a panic, and it's hard to resist. At this time, on the wall of Ironhammer City, a dwarf figure stood up. Judging from the dusty appearance, it should have just arrived. However, as soon as this figure appeared, the residents of Ironhammer City suddenly widened their eyes. This voice is Master Fanzon. There's no mistake, it's definitely Master Fanzon. I really didn't expect that Master Fanzon would come to Ironhammer City. That's great. With Master Fanzon in the lineup, Ironhammer City will never lose. Yeah, even Master Fanzon came over in person. How could Ironhammer City still lose to the human race? The dwarves are mighty. The cheers and cheers spread throughout the entire Ironhammer City.